Yi sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, his gaze blankly fixed on the leather texture of his seat before him. The sensation at his fingertips seemed to linger with a certain warmth, yet his hands had long ceased their movement. Why have you stopped? A timid female voice broke through the haze of his thoughts, drawing Yi back to reality. He looked down at the disheveled school beauty in his arms. Her cheeks flushed, and regarded her with a hint of detachment and scrutiny. Who are you? I am Chu, brother Yu, she replied, her voice as faint as a whisper, laced with a hint of insincere flattery as she carefully adjusted her posture, fearing to provoke his displeasure. She was acutely aware that this young master of the Yi family was not one to show tender mercy. The rumors circulating at Qingbei University about him could fill a tome. The fact that he had cycled through over 20 girlfriends in 2 months was merely the tip of the iceberg. Those who, after parting ways, harbored resentment or sought to make a scene eventually faded into obscurity, leaving not a ripple behind. Yiyu's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before drifting away, his tone devoid of warmth. Pull over. He then turned to Chu Yu. You get out. In that instant, the dreamy visions of a romantic evening with the esteemed heir crumbled before her, leaving her bewildered. Just a second ago, they had shared a moment of intimacy, and now she was to be unceremoniously expelled from the vehicle. The swiftness of this change was more rapid than turning a page in a book. She rapidly calculated her options. Insisting on staying would be futile if she angered him. She would not only be barred from the Yi household, but might also lose even the meager compensation of a breakup fee. Rumor had it that Yi was somewhat generous to his ex-girlfriends, but Chu Yu's ambitions extended far beyond that. She sought a long-term benefactor, the position of the young mistress of the Yi family. Even if the hope was faint, she had to give it a shot. After all, who knows? There are always those who succeed in climbing to the branches. As her thoughts raced, a saccharine smile blossomed on her face. She deftly adjusted her short skirt that Yi had tousled, deliberately taking her time to cover the glimmering expanse of her fair skin. All right, brother, you will take my leave now. See you at school tomorrow. With graceful movements, she exited the vehicle as if nothing had transpired, merely bidding farewell to a friend. Yet inwardly, she cursed, feeling as though the Rolls-Royce had yet to warm beneath her. Once the door closed, isolating her from the outside world, Yi exhaled a long breath, as if shedding a heavy burden. He retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and opened the camera, switching to selfie mode. The screen reflected a youthful, handsome visage, tinged with a hint of naivety. Am I truly back? He murmured to himself, his fingertips gently tracing the image of his own reflection on the screen. What followed was an intense, searing hatred. Chun Fan. Yi uttered this name, his teeth clenched, icy glimmers flickering in his eyes. In his previous life, it was this very Chun Fan who, step by step, colluded with international conglomerates to wage a devastating financial war against the Yi family. The vast Yi commercial empire crumbled like a dam eroded by termites, barely holding on for a year before collapsing entirely. A staggering debt of 240 trillion. The mere recollection of that figure still left Yi breathless. Father Yi Tianming, overwhelmed by burdens, leapt from the pinnacle of his family's corporate edifice. Yi had always found it inconceivable that the father he revered as a mountain would choose such a fate. This disbelief lingered in his heart like a thorn. His mother, Li Xiaonan, a gentle woman from a cultured family, departed this life on the 7th day following his father's demise. As a result, he plummeted from the heights of privilege into the depths of despair. Once the prince of the Yi family, he became a pariah, reviled and burdened with astronomical debts. Those he had once demeaned and scorned seized their moment of vengeance. Beatings and humiliation became his daily fare. Ultimately, his limbs were shattered, and he was discarded like a dead dog, begging on the streets. The shame and agony of that existence would forever haunt him. He did not seek death, only the flames of revenge sustained him, even as he lived like an insect. Yet, the severity of his injuries eventually bested him, and he succumbed to endless suffering and bitterness. Now he had returned. He had come back to the time before the tragedy unfolded. In this life, he would not afford anyone the chance to harm him or his family again. Either he would refrain from action or strike with lethal precision, eliminating all threats without a trace. Uncle Wong, let's go home, Yi declared, steadying his emotions as he addressed the middle-aged man at the wheel. His tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Wang Tianxiu, who was just starting to accelerate, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to tremble imperceptibly. He quickly regained control and glanced at Yu in the rearview mirror. "Yes, young master." Wang Tianqi's voice bore a weight of disbelief. "Return home? Which home?" A tempest swirled within Wang Tianxiu. Ever since young master Yu had entered university and quarreled with the patriarch Yi Tianming, he had not returned to the grand residence filled with his childhood memories. Each return had been met with the elder's stern admonishments, and eventually, the young master had opted to buy a villa near the school, choosing to avoid the turmoil. Was the sun rising in the west today? Moreover, he had referred to himself as Uncle Wang. It was worth noting that the previous Yu had scarcely regarded him as anything more than a driver and bodyguard. A profound silence enveloped the car, punctuated only by the steady hum of the engine. Yu seemed to recall something and spoke again. "Uncle Wang, I remember your daughter is still in the hospital?" Wang Tianqi's heart skipped a beat, and without turning, he replied, "Yes, young master. Take this car, it contains 2 million. The password is 6/8. If it's insufficient, come to me for more," Yu said, extracting another bank card from his pocket and placing it on the armrest between the driver's and passenger's seats. "Young master, I cannot accept this. President Yes' salary is already quite generous," Wang Tianxiu stammered, his tone tinged with alarm. Through the rearview mirror, he glimpsed the bank card, his heart swelling with both shock and gratitude. Wang Tianxiu, a veteran, had once served as an instructor in a mysterious special forces unit, his skills formidable, and he remained unwaveringly loyal to the Yi family. Years ago, Yi Tianming had saved his life, a debt of gratitude that he had cherished ever since. Working as a driver and bodyguard for the Yi family, his salary was indeed substantial, exceeding 50,000 a month. Yet his daughter's illness loomed like an insatiable abyss, with ICU costs soaring to astronomical heights daily. Such earnings were but a mere drop in the ocean. "Take it, Uncle Wang." Yu's tone softened slightly, laced with an undeniable authority. "Your daughter's health is paramount. Tend to her well, and you will be better able to serve me. This money is a personal bonus from me." "Young master." Wang Tianqi's voice trembled, the imposing figure standing over 6 feet tall, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He blinked forcefully, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions, fearing that tears might blur his vision and obscure the road ahead. "Thank you, young master. My life from this moment on belongs to you." His voice rang out, resonant and resolute, imbued with the unwavering spirit of a soldier. Leaning against the back seat, Yu closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, he had merely regarded Wang Tianxiu as a driver, a subordinate. It was only in hindsight that he recognized the depth of Wang Tianqi's loyalty. Even when Chun Fan offered a fortune and promised to cure his daughter's ailment, Wang Tianxiu remained steadfast, never betraying the Yi family. After the fall of the Yi family, he continued to stand by Yi Yu's side, unwavering until the end. To dissuade Wang Tianxiu from feeling burdened by his presence, Yi Yu had deliberately spoken many harsh words, even resorting to verbal cruelty, each word piercing the heart. Reflecting now, he considered that perhaps, in that moment, he had shown a rare flicker of compassion, especially given that Wang Tianxiu had a daughter in a vegetative state to care for. In the capital's most opulent villa district, the royal villa superrich individuals from around the globe congregated. In this era, where every inch of land was precious, elsewhere, real estate might cost tens or even hundreds of thousands per square meter. Yet here, wealth alone would not suffice to secure a purchase. This enclave was designed exclusively for those possessing both affluence and authority. The entry threshold was a company valuation of no less than 100 billion, as even the most modest villa here commanded around 4 billion. These residences were not merely standalone estates, they boasted expansive gardens, private pools, and more. Every amenity was undoubtedly the finest in the nation, without exception. The security was comprised entirely of retired Special Forces soldiers, patrolling around the clock. Even before Wang Tianqi's vehicle approached the entrance, the villa district's electronic gate began to open slowly. The security personnel recognized the car Wang Tianxiu drove, and they were well acquainted with the man himself. He was the driver for that esteemed young master of the Yi family. Many drove Rolls-Royces within these gates, yet there was only one car adorned with a plate number Jing'e 88888. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Tianxiu nodded to the security guard and drove his Rolls-Royce toward the heart of the villa district. This was the location of the Yi family. The villa complex was not merely a residence, it was a sprawling estate covering nearly 10,000 acres, with a price tag reaching several hundred billion. Within its walls resided the world's most elite private physicians and medical equipment. Even the vehicles in the garage were meticulously maintained by dedicated staff. Upon entering the gates, Yu immediately spotted a black Audi parked at the entrance. This was no ordinary A6 or A8, it was the world's first bespoke model. There was only one of its kind globally, not only bulletproof, but also capable of withstanding heavy rocket fire. Its matte black exterior exuded an air of understated elegance. Of course, if it weren't for the conspicuous 5-digit license plate, it would have been truly discreet. As the Audi came to a halt, an attendant promptly approached to open the rear door, placing his hand on the frame. Then, a refined middle-aged gentleman emerged into Yiyu's view. This man exuded an aura of wealth the moment he stepped out of the vehicle. His hair was impeccably styled, and a slight frown adorned his brow. He wore a perfectly tailored custom suit, complemented by a pair of glossy black bespoke shoes. The suit alone was valued at a staggering amount, approaching 8 digits. The watch on his wrist sparkled in the sunlight, capturing attention. It was a Graf Diamonds custom timepiece, worth approximately $384 million, making it the most expensive watch brand in the world. Its unparalleled status stemmed from being adorned with a rare 110-carat diamond set and a platinum bracelet, possessing an exquisite hue and extraordinary value. How dare you return? Did you not vow never to come back? As Yi Tianming stepped out of the car, he caught sight of the Rolls-Royce that Yi was in. Dad! Yi alighted, his expression filled with remorse as he looked at his father. Yi Tianming's pupils narrowed. What had happened to Yi? He had never witnessed such a demeanor from him before. Yi, accustomed to indulgence since childhood, had become somewhat unruly, much to Yi Tianming's dismay. He had lost count of the countless arrangements he had made for his son. While Yi excelled academically, earning him accolades, he was also a notorious playboy, with women coming and going at an alarming rate. One could say he changed partners every 3 days. This incessant behavior was a source of great frustration for Yi Tianming. As the esteemed leader of the Yi conglomerate, it was disheartening to have raised such a frivolous heir. Aside from this flaw, Yi was indeed impeccable in other respects, with the potential to become an outstanding successor. However, Yi Tianming harbored deep concerns that women could prove to be his son's greatest downfall. He worried that once Yi took the reins of the Yi family business, he would be led astray by the opposite sex. Consequently, he had sent Yi abroad for further education during his high school years. However, to his astonishment, Yi had returned after merely 2 years, clamoring to pursue his university studies back home, why Yi Tianming naturally disagreed. To his astonishment, Yi was seen riding a magnificent steed. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal detail lay in the family backing that individual, the illustrious Morgan family. The current head of the family, Morgan Edward, is also the father of Annie. This esteemed lineage was established in the late 19th to early 20th century, wielding an influence so vast that it could even reshape national landscapes. For them, dismantling a Fortune 500 company would amount to a mere trifling task. They lurk in the shadows across the globe, frequently spotted on Wall Street. They're the bankers among bankers, possessing financial resources that dominate half of the American economy. Such a consortium would give even the Yi family considerable pause. Nevertheless, the Morgan family did not resort to threats against Yi. Instead, they sought to arrange a marriage alliance between Yi and Morgan Annie. Yi Tianming promptly brought Yi back to the homeland and conveyed to the Morgan family that any marriage would require the mutual affection of both parties, and that they must wait until the completion of their studies to discuss the matter further. This left the upper echelons of the Morgan family utterly speechless. The two were already intertwined, their lives intimately merged, yet they insisted on assessing whether genuine affection existed, and they intended to wait until graduation. Was it not said that the Chinese place great importance on emotions? Was it not asserted that many harbored such sentiments? Could one simply take away another's first experience and expect to walk away unscathed? The Morgan family was not amenable to this, and subsequently, they quietly orchestrated a series of arrangements. The first step was to ensure that Annie immersed herself in intensive Chinese language studies, achieving fluency in Mandarin within a year. They then planned to send her to Tsinghua or Peking University to nurture feelings and romance with Yiyu. After all, they had conducted an investigation into Yiyu. Apart from being somewhat of a flirt, he was virtually flawless. He embodied the ideal son-in-law in their eyes, or rather, he fit seamlessly into their interests. This alone sufficed. After all, those perched atop the pinnacle of success often have several women by their sides. Yet at this moment, Yiyu seemed to be choked with emotion and utterly astonishing sight. Yi Taiming's first thought was that this young man had been jilted. Indeed, his initial assumption was not that someone had bullied Yiyu, but rather that he had been spurned. What ist? Who could possibly intimidate him? He had always been the one to bully others. The title of the crown prince of the capital is not one bestowed upon just anyone. While others may be born with silver spoons in their mouths, Yiyu emerged cradling a mountain of gold. Though he had a multitude of words to express, they were lodged in his throat, unable to escape. In this second life, his greatest debt was to his parents, particularly to his mother, the woman who had adored him without restraint. He would never forget the look in Li Zionen's eyes before her passing, filled with affection, reluctance, and remorse. Perhaps her overwhelming indulgence of this only son had precipitated the complete collapse of the Yi family. Yiyu was her flesh and blood, yet Yi Tianming was the pillar of her existence. Without him, she could not endure. Chapter 3: The Old Beggar Curse You. I have told you repeatedly that while you are free to pursue romantic relationships, your mother and I will not interfere. However, could you not be a tad more devoted? Even if you choose someone from an ordinary family, we would not object. Now look where your reckless pursuits have led you. Yi Tianming's tonisoftenet considerably. In the past, he would have resorted to physical reprimands without hesitation. Father, fret not. They are only after my wealth. I assure you, my heart remains untouched by them. I promise that if one day I encounter a girl who isn't after my money, I shall certainly marry her. Yiyu solemnly declared. For now, it was unrealistic to expect him to abandon the entire forest. You little rascal, you truly deserve a beating, Yi Tianming remarked, preparing to unleash a kick. Ah, my precious son has returned. Suddenly, a commanding voice halted him in his tracks. Li Xiaonan, a poised and elegant woman, stood at the doorway, chastising him. At 40, she maintained her youthfulness, appearing no older than 30. Oh dear, you've lost so much weight. Aunt Xiao, remember to stew the wild ginseng gifted to us for you nourishment tonight. Also, fetch that special bottle of tequila from the wine cellar. It's a joyous occasion, and they can indulge a little, Li Xiaonan instructed the maid beside her. The wild ginseng presented was a rare treasure, aged between 800 to 900 years, with an estimated value starting at 10 million, if not more. Within the Yi family's wine cellar, countless exquisite wines awaited. The tequila 925 had once fetched a staggering 1,500,000 at auction. Li Xiaonan rushed over to Yiyu, noticing her slightly emaciated form, and felt a pang of emotion. I invited you back to stay, yet you insisted on moving out and living alone. Look at you. Are you eating poorly? Not sleeping well? She scolded, though her tone was markedly different from Yi Tianming's, filled with concern and affection. Yiyu listened quietly, a faint smile gracing her lips. This long-lost feeling was truly delightful. Yi Tianming, observing from the side, felt a twinge of discomfort. That brat was as sturdy as a young calf. How could he possibly be frail? It was he who had lost considerable weight during this busy period. However, upon hearing that they could drink tonight, his spirits lifted significantly. Such opportunities were rare. Despite being the head of a conglomerate, he was always under his wife's thumb at home. All right, mother, I understand you're worried about your husband losing weight during this hectic time, and you're using me as a shield, aren't you? Yi said with a knowing smile. Oh, you think you're so clever. Enough of that. Li Xiaonan shot a fierce glare at her. Yi Tianming felt a jolt of realization. These past days at work had been overwhelmingly busy. Sometimes he would even skip meals. Li Xiaonan never meddled in company affairs. Yet her concern weighed heavily on her heart. Every day, she delivers meals to the office, yet Yi Tianming is perpetually engulfed in his busy schedule. During his work hours, Li Xiaonan refrains from interrupting him. All right, You two have your chat. I shall assist in the kitchen, she declared. Li Xiaonan resolved to showcase her culinary skills that evening, preparing several dishes for the father and son. You rascal, come to the study, Yi Tianming commanded, gesturing for Yi Yu to follow him as he strode ahead towards the study. With a decisive motion, Yi Tianming settled onto the sofa, casually indicating the space beside him while producing an unidentifiable cigarette to light. He felt emboldened in Yi Yu's presence, knowing that Li Xiaonan would never intrude upon their conversation. Nevertheless, he reached for the remote and activated the study's massive exhaust fan. So, tell me, what are your plans moving forward? He asked, exhaling a plume of smoke with evident satisfaction. Cut down on smoking, or I shall inform Mother, Yi Yu retorted. For now, I intend to relish my university life. As for the future, we shall see. He shrugged, burdened by numerous concerns, particularly the thorn that Chen Fan represented in his mind. Currently abroad as a mercenary, Chen Fan's formidable prowess was well known. He led a mercenary group overseas, bearing the ominous codename Wolf King, surrounded by ruthless individuals, each stained with blood. Yi Yu felt ill-equipped to confront such threats, yet he harbored thoughts of his own. Very well, I shall not press you. The Yi family conglomerate will inevitably fall into your hands. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with it when you can, Yi Tianming remarked, exhaling contentedly. As their sole offspring, both he and Li Xiaonan had decided against having more children, fearing that sibling rivalry over inheritance could lead to a bitter conflict, something they wished to avoid. They preferred to pour all their love into one child. By the way, in 3 months, an auction will be held in the capital. You should consider attending. If you see something you fancy, do bid for it. All right. Yi Yu nodded in agreement. The following day, after breakfast, Yi Yu departed the villa, casually selecting a Koenigsegg CCXR from the garage. This vehicle was relatively inexpensive, priced under 50 million. Only 2 existed globally, both in Yi Yu's possession. Cloaked in silver and crafted from titanium alloy, it resembled a sprawling beast. The car's lines were aesthetically striking, offering a powerful visual impact. Reluctant to let him go, Li Xiaonan insisted that Yi Yu promise to return home frequently before allowing him to leave. Uncle Wang, you may return now, Yi Yu said as they arrived at the entrance of Qingbei University. After Wang Tianxiu opened the car door for him, Yi Yu added, it's fine. I'll wait for you in the nearby parking lot after your class. Wang Tianxiu nodded slightly before driving the Rolls-Royce to a nearby parking area, silently awaiting his return. Outside the campus, he shadowed Yi Yu wherever he went, dedicated to his protection. Yi Yu chuckled and shook his head as he walked towards the school gate. His sleek sports car was parked right beside the school gate, yet none of the campus security dared to approach and ask him to move it. Not far from the entrance of Tsinghua University sat an utterly disheveled old man. Silent and motionless, he neither spoke nor begged for alms. Simply slumped on the ground amidst the bustling crowd, indifferent to the disdainful glances cast his way. The university guards had attempted to shoo him away before, but the moment the old man let out a theatrical wail, accusing Tsinghua of assaulting a destitute elderly scavenger, onlookers would swarm in with moral outrage. In this digital age, the prestigious institution could ill afford such a scandal. Over time, as long as he didn't block the entrance, they reluctantly turned a blind eye. Yi Yu strode past him, feigning ignorance, his gaze deliberately averted. Yet just then the old man stirred. Young man, he rasped, rising abruptly and clutching Yi Yu's sleeve. Have mercy. I haven't eaten in days. Spare some change for a meal? Yi Yu glanced at the grimy smudge now staining his tailored suit, but not a flicker of irritation crossed his face. Chapter 4. Taking the beggar as a master. You have a discerning eye. Today, this young master is in high spirits. With that, Yi Yu waved his hand toward the parking lot. Uncle Wang, bring 2,000 from the car. Following this, Yi Yu dialed Wang Tianxiu's number. In less than a minute, Wang Tianxiu came running. In the past, Yi Yu would have paid no heed to this old man. If the old man had sullied his clothing, he certainly would have kicked him half to death. That was how he acted in his previous life. Unfortunately, he never got the chance to soil the old man's garments. This old man was a master, one whose prowess could be likened to towering hundreds of stories high. In his former life, he had not given the old man any money, and once, during his sophomore year, he saw Chen Fan giving him money. He had approached to mock him and even kicked over the old man's bowl. The old man remained remarkably unfazed, seemingly indifferent to his antics. "Young man, you carry a heavy aura of malice. Why not take me as your master?" The old man said to Chun Fan. "There is no one in this world who can teach me," Chun Fan replied before departing. "You will come looking for me," the old man stated mysteriously before he left as well. Yi did not wish to pursue, but he simply could not keep up. The two vanished in the blink of an eye, as light as a feather. Later, he heard from Wang Tianxiu that both were masters of the martial arts world. From that moment on, Yi harbored a grudge against Chun Fan. He believed that if he could not receive the old man's teachings, neither should anyone else. Upon learning that Chun Fan was a transfer student in his sophomore year, his vexation only escalated. He began to seek trouble daily, getting beaten up incessantly. Ever since then, nothing went his way. Today, he was determined to make an attempt. If he changed his demeanor, perhaps the old man would accept him as a disciple. After all, Chun Fan was still abroad, and he had no business with him. He aimed to enhance his physical abilities before Chun Fan's return, hoping to become a master himself. If the old man refused, he would have to resort to bringing in a rocket launcher to send him to his end. Bullets would likely be ineffective. After all, no matter how skilled one might be, dodging bullets does not guarantee evading rockets. However, if he were to find dozens of rockets firing simultaneously, where could he run? Where could he hide? He would have to undertake some costly physical modifications. Of course, he would refrain from such extreme measures unless absolutely necessary. "Here, take this. One must indulge in a grand feast." Yi took the money from Wang Tianxiu's hands and promptly stuffed it into the old man's. "You young rascal, amusing indeed. Truly amusing," the old man exclaimed, clearly taken aback, before breaking into a hearty laugh that revealed his crooked yellow teeth. Instantly, the old man reached out, placing one hand on Yiyu's wrist and the other on his forehead. Wang Tianxiu gasped in shock and was about to strike the old man. "Uncle Wang, stop." Yiyu quickly intervened. "Young man, do you have an interest in taking me as your master? I can teach you unparalleled martial arts." The old man withdrew his hands, looking at Yiyu with a smile. "Unparalleled martial arts? Is it like the dragon subduing 18 palms or the Buddha's palm?" Yiyu inquired earnestly. "Of course not," the old man replied after a brief pause. "Flying through the air is impossible, but scaling walls is a mere trifle." "All right, I shall learn." Without a care for the astonished gazes of the students around him, Yiyu immediately knelt on one knee and exclaimed, "Master, I bow to you." "Ha ha ha, splendid. I never anticipated such unexpected gains." The old man was taken aback by Yiyu's innate talent. He was indeed a promising martial arts disciple, albeit a bit older than usual. However, that was inconsequential. It was evident that this lad came from wealth, and with some aged medicinal herbs. A bath could enhance his abilities. Isn't that the rich second-generation heir, Yiyu? Why is he kneeling before a beggar? Murmurs spread through the crowd. This will undoubtedly be the biggest news of the year at Qingbei. The only one who could make me kneel is a beggar. Yiyu. The whispers incessantly reached Yiyu's ears. "What are you staring at? Do you all wish to perish?" Scram. Seeing Yiyu's displeasure, Wang Tianxiu stepped forward, glaring fiercely. "What are you filming? Toss that phone away, or I'll make you regret it." Wang Tianxiu advanced another step, crushing the phone of one onlooker who had been taking pictures. "You." The individual was about to retort, but swallowed his words upon witnessing Wang Tianxiu's display of strength. Fear gripped him. Yiyu turned to cast a cold glance at the crowd, causing an icy chill to envelop them. Who was Yiyu? He was undoubtedly a second-generation heir with connections that could wreak havoc. The power behind him was beyond imagination. Many recalled Yiyu's past demeanor and quickly dispersed. Had it not been for the fear of Zhao Cong refusing to teach him, they would have confronted him directly. "Master, what do you mean by unexpected gains?" Yiyu, adjusting his mindset, asked with curiosity. "To tell you the truth, I, Zhao Cong, am the number one on the world god rankings, known as the Flame Dragon Warrior." Zhao Cong chuckled. "Many years ago, I was gravely injured and on the brink of death, saved by a couple. I promised them that I would take their child as my disciple and teach him well. Recently, I've been waiting here for that child." Yi maintained a calm exterior, though internally he recoiled. the god rankings, he recognized it as a group of the most powerful individuals in the underground world. He had learned of this while abroad and now understood who Zhao Tsang referred to. May I inquire the name of the child you await, master? If my family has some idle funds, perhaps I could assist you in gathering information. Yu feigned ignorance in his questioning. The child's name is Chun Fan. Zhao Tsang replied softly. As expected, Yu lowered his head, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. You shall attend your classes during the day, but come to me each night. Prepare the medicinal herbs in advance. After your practice, return for medicinal bath. I shall not return here. Merely keep an eye on Chun Fan's whereabouts. With that, Zhao Tsang cast aside a piece of paper and departed gracefully. Chun Fan, oh Chun Fan, it is here that your journey commenced. Though you may be the leader of a mercenary group, do not forget, this is Huaxia, a forbidden ground for mercenaries. Should you dare to come, I shall not hesitate to strike. You are indeed formidable now, but what of a year from now? Such thoughts lingered in Yi Yu's mind. Procure only the finest herbs listed here, prioritize those of the greatest age, and prepare several portions. Yi Yu handed the paper to Wang Tianxiu, saying, Young master, he is indeed powerful, yet we must remain vigilant. Wang Tianxiu pondered for a moment before finally uttering, Indeed, we must guard against any potential threats. Rest assured, I am well aware of what must be done, Yi Yu replied, nodding before stepping into the vehicle. Chapter 5. A million to buy a bag. The roar of the sports car startled pedestrians along the road. Is driving a sports car a sign of superiority? What nonsense! Some individuals scoffed disdainfully to their companions. If you're tired of living, don't drag me down with you. Upon noticing Yi Yu inside the car, his companion hastily extricated himself and hurried away. Wow, what a car! It looks so cool, exclaimed an admirer. Hey, you don't know? This beauty is a Koenigsegg CCXR, priced at nearly 50 million. There are only 2 of them in all of China. I never thought I'd see one here today, said a seasoned car aficionado, his face awash with envy. 50 million for a car? For some, that is pocket change. For us, it may take a lifetime to earn that much, someone lamented, sighing at the unfairness of fate. Though we are all human, it's evident that some are born with advantages. Their life goals are set in Rome, while others start from the very heart of it. There's simply no comparison. ISNT that the campus belle, Chu Yuyu, she is absolutely stunning. With an outfit like that, even Buddha himself would renounce his vows. Let us be realistic. Such ethereal beauty is beyond our reach, someone remarked with a tinge of jealousy. They were all aware of the romance blossoming between Yi Yu and Chu Yuyu, a topic that had stirred quite the buzz, making it nearly impossible to ignore. Chu Yuyu was eager for the entire school and the world to know of her relationship. Chu Yuyu's beauty was undeniable. As the belle of the campus, she possessed a striking allure. Clad in a youthful black short-sleeved top, she exuded vitality. Her slender waist accentuated her youthful exuberance and confidence. The ultra-short skirt revealed her long, fair legs, showcasing their elegance to perfection, complementing her chic appearance. This ensemble not only highlighted her youthful charm, but also imbued her with an alternate kind of magnetism. At that moment, Chu Yu stood a short distance from the road, waving at Yi Yu. In all sincerity, she had been waiting there for quite some time, solely for his arrival. Brother Yu, you're here, she exclaimed, bending slightly to peer through the car window, her voice sweet and melodic. As she leaned down, a sudden glimpse of her alabaster skin met Yi Yu's gaze. Is that lace? He pondered, momentarily taken aback. Get in. Yi Yu gestured towards the passenger seat. Absolutely. Chu Yu beamed, eagerly opening the scissor doors and taking her seat. Ah, summer has arrived. The season for driving with one hand resting on a thigh. Yi Yu mused as he closed the window. Sensing his thoughts, Chu Yu leaned in closer to him. With one hand maneuvering the Koenigsegg, Yi let his other hand freely explore the smooth expanse of her leg. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, he began to practice his skills further. Beside her, Chu Yu squirmed restlessly, her eyes gradually becoming clouded. A sense of languor enveloped her, rendering her uneasy. Pulling over to the edge of Small Grove, Yi activated the car's Do Not Disturb mode, instantly shrouding the Koenigsegg's windows in darkness, obscuring the interior from prying eyes. Adjusting his seat, Yi reclined slowly, prompting an understanding blush to creep across Chu Yu's cheeks as she lowered her head. Scandalous. This is a school, after all. Passers-by who recognized Chu Yu in Yu's car glanced at the slightly quivering vehicle, gritting their teeth in frustration. She was the campus belle, the object of countless unspoken affections, a goddess in the hearts of many. Yet now, this goddess found herself ensconced within Yu's car, and one could only imagine the activities unfolding within. The mere thought of her in such a compromising position shattered their hearts. An hour later, Yu emerged from the vehicle, invigorated, followed closely by the flushed Chu Yu. Observant onlookers noted that her lips bore a slight redness, which even the lipstick she had applied could not conceal. Yu, how could you be with him? An angry voice rang out, belonging to a man clad in cheap attire, brandishing a bouquet of flowers. He had just passed by and, upon overhearing the gossip surrounding Chu Yu, had approached to investigate, only to witness the unthinkable. I have nothing to do with him. We merely grew up in the same place. Chu Yu hastily clarified to Yu, ignoring Sun Peng's presence. Resentment brewed within her. If this incident were to jeopardize her relationship with Yu, she might even harbor murderous thoughts towards Sun Peng. Meanwhile, Sun Peng's face flushed with rage. What did this mean? Not only was he disregarded, but the first thing she did was explain herself to Yu, or had he faltered? In academics, they were equals. In devotion, he had pursued her for 6 long years, while Yu was known throughout the school as a notorious playboy, having dated dozens of girls. He was nothing but a scoundrel, irresponsible and reckless. You gold-digging woman, Sun Peng stammered, his face burning red, at a loss for words. I clearly state that there is no possibility for us, so do not pursue me any further. A single wheel of Brother Yu's car is worth more than a decade of your struggles. It is laughable, Chu Yu replied coldly to Sun Peng. Her demeanor with Yu was one of tenderness and shyness, but before others, she could exhibit a ruthless side. Indeed, in the past, he had never felt anything amiss. But now he suddenly finds himself overwhelmed with insecurity. His family, though relatively well off in their small county, is perceived as neither rich nor poor. Their attire consists of garments worth hundreds or even thousands. However, in the eyes of someone like Yu, they're no different from the beggars on the street. With 1,000,000 yuan on his card, he casually decides to purchase a handbag. Yu opens the card door, nonchalantly retrieves a card, and hands it to Chu Yu. Without casting a glance at Sun Peng, he strides away. To Yu, Sun Peng is insignificant, unworthy even of a fleeting glance. Chu Yu mirrors this indifference, ignoring Sun Peng entirely as she rushes after him with a bank card in hand. Sun Peng is engulfed in shame, realizing that no one regards him as relevant. Chapter 6. On the brink of red, she was concerned that Yu would give her money and then abandon her. This one could be deemed a parting fee. Previously, Yu had engaged in several such arrangements, each involving 1,000,000 as severance. His rationale was straightforward, parting amicably. 1,000,000 was considered compensation for physical intimacy. If one were to be obstinate, not only would they receive nothing, but they would also face Yu's wrath. That would not be a parting fee. Rather, it was advisable to remain composed. Yu observed the approaching Chu Yu and discerned her thoughts. All right, brother Yu. Hastily stepping forward to embrace Yu's arm. The remarkable elasticity of his arm was immediately apparent. He did not pull away, for the sensation was rather pleasant. Despicable. Behind them, Sun Peng watched as Chu Yu clung to Yu like a piece of rubber. His eyes reddened as he glared at the retreating figures of Chu Yu and Yu, his teeth clenched in frustration. As Yu walked ahead, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent. For reasons unknown, his instincts had sharpened considerably. Even with his back turned, he could distinctly feel the seething anger behind him. A person, driven by irrationality, could indeed become deadly. Sun Peng was a prime example. He had pursued Chu Yu for 6 years, and although she had never outright rejected him, she encouraged him to persevere, perhaps believing that one day he might win her over. For 6 years, he had played the role of an eager admirer, dutifully placing breakfast on her desk each morning. Yet after being cast aside and witnessing his goddess in another's embrace, his pent-up resentment erupted. I will kill you, you wretched couple. Sun Peng hurled the bouquet he was holding and, in a swift motion, drew a small utility knife from his pocket, aiming it at Yi Yu's back. Ah! Chu Yu turned to see Sun Peng's frightening expression and screamed in terror. Instinctively, she sprinted in front of Yi Yu, tugging at him. This sudden pull caused Yi Yu to halt momentarily. As the knife was about to descend, Yi Yu's expression darkened, and he leaned to the left with all his might. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as the blade grazed his clothing. Bang! Suddenly, a figure was sent flying backward. It was Sun Peng, who fell unconscious before he could utter a word of despair. I apologize, young Master Yi, for my tardiness. A crew-cut young man bowed slightly before Yi Yu. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his muscular arms and calves were evident. The pronounced bulge at his temples was a characteristic of martial artists. With a sharp slap, Yi Yu struck the young man across the face. Feng Chanqing, if you had been any slower, you would have found yourself in the underworld meeting me. Yi Yu berated him. What on earth were you doing? You should have returned yesterday, yet you only show up now? Feng Chanqing remained silent, his head bowed. Feng Chanqing, a skilled individual whose origins were unknown to Yi Tianming, was of a similar age to Yi Yu. His purpose was to provide close protection for Yi Yu within the school premises. It was said that he had spent time at the Shaolin Temple. As he stood amidst a throng of onlookers, receiving slaps, his face betrayed no emotion. Perhaps he had long since grown numb to it. Or perhaps he had simply become accustomed. Who could truly know? Cripple him, Yi Yu commanded, her expression as impassive as stone, pointing at the unconscious Sun Peng. She then turned and delivered a sharp slap. Wretched girl, Yi Yu struck Chu Yu, sending her sprawling to the ground. Chu Yu clutched her swollen cheek in agony, a trickle of crimson at the corner of her mouth. Yet, she dared not utter a word of protest, fully aware that her instinctive actions had almost provoked Yi Yu's wrath. Thankfully, Yi Yu had been unharmed. Otherwise, the consequences for her could have been dire. Tonight, at the Longting International Hotel, Presidential Suite 0001, come find me, Yi Yu said, looking down at Chu Yu with an emotionless gaze before turning to leave the school grounds. Chu Yu dare not say more and quickly nodded in compliance. She understood that her aspirations of transformation were folly. However, even a mere fraction of Yi Yu's wealth could spare her decades of struggle. Moreover, she was not brave enough to initiate a breakup. Observing her goddess in such a subservient position, the onlookers could not help but sigh. They felt envy, yet dared not express it. The disparity was simply too vast. Yi Yu's methods were ruthless. Previously, a wealthy heir had crossed her, only to find himself reduced to a state of utter destitution by the following day. By the third day, his body was discovered in the river, purportedly a suicide. But who could ascertain the truth? What are you all staring at? Leave? Feng Chanqing bellowed at the gathering crowd, who promptly dispersed, well aware of his reputation as Yi Yu's enforcer, one man capable of toppling an entire group. Silently, he approached Sun Peng, who had been sent flying several meters away. With a crack, he stomped down on Sun Peng's joint. The joint shattered instantly, rousing Sun Peng from his unconsciousness. Rendered helpless, he writhed in agony, frothing at the mouth. Security, come and clean up this mess, Feng Chanqing announced, dialing the security department. How dare you attack young Master Yi with a knife? You truly seek death. Take him away, roared the head of security. As for the subsequent handling of the situation, Feng Chanqing cared little, turning to follow Yi Yu as she departed the school. Do not follow me. Uncle Wang will protect me, Yi Yu instructed as she entered the car. Understood, young Master Yi. Feng Chanqing paused momentarily, the image of Wang Tianxiu surfacing in his mind as he nodded. He was no match for Wang Tianxiu. With a roar, Yi Yu, her countenance dark, pressed the accelerator of her sports car and sped away. He was eager to grow stronger, to attain at least a modicum of self-defense. He could not entrust his life to others. Feng Chanqing gazed at Yi Yu as he departed, vanishing completely from sight, before slowly lifting his hand to caress the spot where Yi Yu had struck him. His eyes betrayed no emotion. He merely stood in silence, gently brushing his fingertips across his own face. Then, he turned and walked away. Yi Yu at that moment felt no inclination to attend class. After all, his primary purpose for schooling was to pursue romantic interests. A lingering scent of hormones hung in the air within the car. Uncle Wang, find a moment to either capture or eliminate Feng Changqing. As soon as he had driven away from the school, Yu swiftly dialed Wang Tianxiu. Isn't it your responsibility to protect the young master within the school? Wang Tianxiu replied, perplexed, a chill creeping in his heart. Would he, too, someday meet a similar fate? He has betrayed me. If you doubt my words, you may check his phone. Yu offered a rare explanation, fully aware of Wang Tianxiu's concerns. Were it not for his knowledge of Wang Tianxiu's unwavering loyalty to the Yi family in his past life, he might have refrained from elaborating. After all, he desired an obedient subordinate, not one who questioned his authority. I apologize, young master. I should not have pried, Wang Tianxiu quickly replied. Chapter 7. The Genius Feng Changqing. The first to betray the Yi family after Chun Fan's appearance in his previous life, maintained contact with Chun Fan throughout this period. His motives were clear. The mysterious circumstances surrounding the deaths of Chun Fan's parents might be linked to the Yi family. He was the first spy Chun Fan had placed within the Yi household. Feng Changqing's sister, Feng Ling, was also among those enamored with Chun Fan. However, it would be more precise to say that both harbored mutual feelings for each other, yet burdened with a profound vendetta. Chun Fan wished not to entangle Feng Ling in his troubles. If you recalled correctly, Feng Ling appeared to be in Qingbei as well. This development might allow him to leverage Feng Changqing for certain tasks. Uncle Wang, do not act against Feng Changqing just yet. The plan has shifted. Yu dialed Wang Tianxiu once more before driving to the address left by Zhao Tsang. It was a traditional Sihiyuan, now valued significantly. The elderly gentleman within appeared quite affluent. Come in. Before Yu could knock, a frail voice beckoned from inside. Yu narrowed his eyes. The perception of a martial artist was astoundingly acute. If he could attain such a level, self-preservation would likely be a trivial matter. He could probably evade bullets, barring the exception of a Gatling gun. Upon entering, Yu beheld Zhao Tsang, dressed in traditional garb, seated at a stone table, savoring tea. The image of a beggar was utterly absent. He resembled a person of considerable stature. His grizzled hair was meticulously arranged, and although his visage bore the marks of age, it emanated an unsettling intensity. Zhao Tsang exuded an undeniable aura of authority, characteristic of a formidable presence. I did not expect you to arrive so early. Since you are here, let us commence with some foundational exercises. 1 hour of standing meditation, 1 hour of horse stance, 2 hours of practicing forms, and 2 hours of internal cultivation. As the saying goes, without the practice of internal energy, one's efforts will be in vain by the time one grows old. If you aspire to become a master, you must diligently practice the mental techniques. When the two merge, you shall become powerful. Zhao Tsang offered no superfluous words, merely gesturing towards the 2-meter-tall wooden posts located in the courtyard. There were 81 posts, varying in height from 1 meter to nearly 3 meters, standing in what appeared to be a chaotic manner. Without hesitation, Yu stepped onto the 1-meter-high post and made his way towards the tallest two. With legs apart and chest held high, he stood resolutely. It seemed deceptively simple, his body slightly bent, arms cradled as if embracing a mountain. Below, Zhao Tsang sipped his tea while offering guidance. Yi remained silent, following his instructions. Yet, within mere minutes, he began to feel the strain in his arms and a dull ache in his back. Beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. At the 20-minute mark, he could distinctly feel his legs trembling. His arms felt as heavy as lead, and he strained to keep them aloft. Despite his efforts, he was on the verge of cramping, acutely aware that he had reached his limits. However, as long as Zhao Tsang remained silent, he would endure, abandon all thoughts, and remain tranquil. When a thought arises, let it fade. When the heart stirs, still it. Zhao Tsang finally spoke. This is the first layer of the heart technique, to cast aside distractions and steadfastly uphold one's true essence. Forget everything. Yu's pupils contracted sharply. The moment Zhao Tsang uttered the heart technique incantation, it was as if it had been indelibly etched into Yu's heart. He was able to instantly comprehend its essence, grasping its meaning intuitively. A warm current surged from his lower abdomen, coursing through his entire meridian system. After completing a full cycle, it returned completely to the dantian in his lower abdomen. In an instant, Yi felt all his fatigue evaporate. He embraced himself, feeling an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within. Being able to endure for over half an hour was already commendable. Sustaining it for an hour indicated a solid foundation, suggesting the potential to become a third-tier master in the future. 2 hours of perseverance would cultivate a sense of energy, elevating one to a second-tier master, while 3 hours would herald one as a first-tier master, capable of effortlessly traversing walls and rooftops. As for those rare few who could endure beyond 3 hours, they would require an extraordinary physique. If one could persist for 5 hours, they would inevitably attain the stature of a master, facing few rivals. Zhao Tsong spoke as he withdrew a book of techniques, placing it upon the stone table. Yi distinctly noticed that another book of techniques peeked from his voluminous sleeves, inscribed with the words Volume 2. Master, if one comprehends this technique thoroughly, achieving the prowess of a master is surely within reach. Zhao Tsong indicated towards the book of Hunyuan Force. Ever since his rebirth, Yi's senses had grown immensely sharper, surpassing his previous capabilities tenfold. His vision extended beyond the ordinary. Master, is there only one volume of this technique? I have heard that formidable techniques typically consist of 2 volumes, Yi inquired directly, seeking to gauge Zhao Tsong's disposition. Zhao Tsong was momentarily taken aback. No more. Once you reach the utmost depths, you must rely solely on your own insight. Of course, all this remains distant for you. Do not aim too high, for haste makes waste, Zhao Tsong admonished sternly. Disciple understands. Yi replied earnestly, bowing his head. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. 2 hours later, Master, I can no longer endure, Yi exclaimed, drenched in sweat. His cheeks flushed, his body trembling uncontrollably. You may cease. Upon your return, practice daily according to today's method. If there are no pressing matters, there is no need to come back. Zhao Tsong nodded affirmatively. Yes, Master, I take my leave. Yi respectfully bowed and clasped his fists, turning to depart with the book of Hunyuan Force in hand. Alas, a fine seedling indeed, but alas, the complete technique can only be passed to one. It all depends on your own fortune. Zhao Tsong sighed, draining his cup of tea. Only one can inherit it, and that one is Chun Fan. It can only be Chun Fan. The notion that Chun Fan's parents saved him is but a facade. He was merely fulfilling a commission. That person stated that the complete version of this technique could only be entrusted to Chun Fan. As for the first volume, he could cultivate it himself or pass it to a disciple. The once exhausted Yi emerged from the door, his eyes suddenly sharp and piercing. His entire demeanor is a fade. Since Zhao Tsong has concealed his true abilities, he too shall not reveal his own strength. Within a mere 20 minutes, he had already cultivated a sense of energy. After 2 hours, his dantian had significantly expanded. Uncle Wang, are you familiar with the divine rankings of the underground world? Yi inquired of Wang Tianxiao. The underground world is categorized into 4 rankings: divine, celestial, terrestrial, and mortal, with the mortal ranking being the weakest. This weakness is relative to the divine, celestial, and terrestrial rankings, as the mortal list comprises mercenary kings from across the globe. The terrestrial ranking is considerably stronger, followed by the celestial ranking, where each individual is extraordinary. Some possess monstrous physical prowess, while others exhibit unparalleled weaponry skills. As for the divine ranking, it consists of only 50 individuals who have transcended worldly comprehension, capable even of catching bullets with their bare hands. It is not uncommon for them to be impervious to knives and guns, rendering bullets ineffective against their ironclad bodies. This is what makes them truly terrifying. Wang Tianxiu pondered for a moment before speaking. Chapter 8. Relentless Pursuit of Romance. What is your ranking? Yi inquired with a hint of curiosity. I am ranked 98th on the heavenly ranking. They call me Iron Fist, Wang Tianxiu replied candidly. Yi was taken aback. He was aware of Wang Tianxiu's formidable martial prowess, yet he did not anticipate such a low position on the ranking. Please investigate Feng Chongqing's entire network of relationships, including the whereabouts of his sister, Feng Ling. Yi instructed Wang Tianxiu from the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. He then exited the vehicle, striding toward his sports car. From a distance, he spotted a girl dressed in loose-fitting school attire, her ponytail swaying as she anxiously scanned her surroundings, seemingly on the verge of tears. As Yu approached, Lin Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze upon him, attempting to ascertain whether he was indeed the owner of the car. "Is there something I can assist you with?" Yu asked, his tone tinged with intrigue. It was not merely politeness. Rather, the girl in her school uniform had captivated his attention. She stood like a pristine lotus, untouched by artifice, emanating an enchanting beauty. Her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, silky and smooth. Her brows arched delicately, sculpted yet possessing an inherent elegance. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of water, as if they concealed a universe of stars, exuding an endless allure with every subtle movement. Her skin resembled the finest white jade, smooth and delicate, glistening softly under the sun, a pure beauty unadorned. With a refined nose and naturally rosy lips, she wore a slightly faded school uniform that accentuated her freshness and uniqueness. Lacking ostentatious embellishments, she radiated an ethereal quality that was captivating, drawing the gaze of passers-by. However, at that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were red, suggesting she had recently been in tears. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this vehicle?" she asked hastily upon noticing Yu had stopped. "Yes. What seems to be the problem?" Yu inquired with genuine interest. I apologize. I accidentally scratched your car while riding my bicycle. Could you please take a look?" Lin Xiaoxiao stammered, her demeanor flustered as she stood there, fidgeting nervously. Her hands were tightly clasped around the hem of her shirt, revealing a small cut on the back of her pristine white hand, from which blood was seeping. Yet, it seemed she was oblivious to her injury. "Let me see," Yu said as he approached the front of the car, glancing where Lin Xiaoxiao indicated. There, he observed a sizable scratch, approximately an inch long, that had penetrated the paint down to the base coat. Aside from that, it appears to be in good condition. He noted, "How much will it cost?" "I will compensate you." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled noticeably as she spoke. Although she was unaware of the brand of the sports car, she recognized its value. She doubted her meager earnings from her part-time job would suffice to cover the damages. "Did you really manage to scratch this car?" Yu found the situation amusing, considering Lin Xiaoxiao had been riding an old bicycle. "Are you all right?" he asked, concerned for her well-being. Yu pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao's hand and inquired. "It's nothing, really." Lin Xiaoxiao had not anticipated Yu's amiability. In her recollection, the offspring of the affluent were generally arrogant and overbearing. The wealthy suitors she had encountered were all excessively rich, initially feigning interest for a day, only to grow impatient the next. Some would resort to hurling money at her, attempting to coerce her into submission. At times, she felt utterly powerless, regarded merely as a possession to be claimed. They even wagered on who could win her over, with Yu being the foremost contender. It was precisely due to this bet that she managed to preserve her dignity. "What about your parents? Shouldn't we call them?" Yu shook his head. "Please, don't inform my mother. She would kill me." Tears streamed down Lin Xiaoxiao's flushed cheeks, unable to be contained any longer. "If you don't tell your guardians, what can you possibly lose?" Yu was taken aback. "Get in the car. We need to discuss this matter." A hint of a smile graced Yu's lips. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip, hesitating. "Get in the car, will you? Do I need to invite you?" Yu expressed mild irritation. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and reluctantly climbed into the vehicle. "Just compensate me with 100 yuan. Your bicycle is unrideable. I'll take you home. Where do you live?" Yu did not make any inappropriate advances, simply starting the engine. "Huh, 100 yuan?" Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed incredulously, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "What's wrong? You don't even have 100 yuan?" Yu found her reaction somewhat absurd. He thought he should have demanded just a single yuan from the outset. No, I meant to say, is 100 yuan too little?" Lin Xiaoxiao still seemed unable to comprehend. "Here's the deal. You pay me 100 yuan, and this incident will be forgotten. Rest assured, I want to retain your contact information, seek out your family, or use this as leverage to coerce you into dining with me." Yu gazed earnestly at Lin Xiaoxiao. Besides, we're fellow alumni. He glanced at the emblem of Qingbei University adorning her attire. In this era, wearing a school uniform was indeed a rarity. One could scarcely find a handful of such individuals in the entire institution. At first glance, Yi recognized Lin Xiaoxiao as a student of Qing Bei and thus altered his plans. As long as she remained at school, she could not escape his grasp. "You need not trouble yourself to take me home." Lin Xiaoxiao realized she had misjudged Yi and quickly added, "Carefully." She retrieved a neatly folded 100 yuan note from her pocket and handed it to Yi. "All right, I accept this. Today's incident is settled. Would you like me to drive you to the hospital for a bandage?" Yi glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. "There's no need, truly. It's just a minor injury. I can tend to it myself when I return. I wouldn't want to impose on you." Lin Xiaoxiao hastily waved her hand. "Please refrain from addressing me so formally. It feels quite uncomfortable. If you continue like this, I might just become upset." Yi feigned annoyance. "My name is Yi. Very well, classmate Yi." "So, you are Yi?" Lin Xiaoxiao nodded initially, only to be taken aback. Though unfamiliar with Yi's appearance, his name was well known to her, synonymous with infamy. He was notorious for being a scoundrel, notorious for his rapid succession of romantic partners. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Lin Xiaoxiao, akin to a sheep entering the lion's den. "What is your name?" Yi inquired. I am Lin Xiaoxiao," she stammered, and, after uttering her name, she fell silent, her demeanor tense. Chapter 9. The slum with no place to stand. "Where do you live?" Yi inquired as he started the car. "Perhaps I should just return on my own?" Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously suggested. "What did you say?" Yi asked, his expression impassive as he regarded Lin Xiaoxiao. "Well, I reside in the suburban area beyond the 8th ring, in a community called Xingfuli." Lin Xiaoxiao quickly clarified, noticing Yi's sudden tension. "Have you heard many rumors about me at school?" Yi observed Lin Xiaoxiao's face pale upon hearing his name, realizing she must have heard of him. "All of it is true. If we are compatible, then we shall be together. If not, we part ways, mutually consenting." Yi remarked nonchalantly, noting Lin Xiaoxiao's silence. He parked the vehicle at the entrance of the Xingfuli community, instantly attracting a throng of curious onlookers. Although labeled a community, it was merely a settlement housing area with rudimentary facilities. The entire complex emanated an air of dilapidation, with peeling paint visible on the walls of the towering buildings. In the heart of the capital, this place could certainly be classified as a slum. Before long, a large crowd gathered around the sports car and the Rolls-Royce, buzzing with speculation. Wherever Yi went, Wang Tianxiu naturally followed. Despite these individuals priding themselves on being authentic Beijingers, they dared not approach the luxury vehicles, opting instead to capture distant photographs and videos. What would they be doing here? Surely they aren't planning a demolition? Someone in the crowd questioned with keen interest. Perhaps, after all these years, we might finally see a breakthrough. Starting today, we can consider ourselves part of the demolition generation. A young man grinned. "If only I could ride in that grand Rolls once, my life would be complete," a woman remarked wistfully. "Zhou Huilan, I've heard your daughter is quite beautiful. Surely several wealthy heirs have pursued her, right? I see your dream may soon become a reality." Someone teased Zhou Huilan, Lin Xiaoxiao's mother. "Why discuss that? Forget about that worthless child." Zhou Huilan's expression soured upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's name. She had longed to thrust Lin Xiaoxiao into the arms of a wealthy heir, ensuring a life of comfort and extravagance. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao adamantly refused. Zhou Huilan had even chastised her multiple times for this. "I think it would be better if you introduced your daughter Lin Xiaoxiao to my son. Let us set the bride price at 66,000. What do you think?" A woman beside Zhou Huilan suggested. Zhou Huilan remained silent, her inner disdain palpable. "Your son? Perhaps that's best left alone. An imbecile, no less. And you think 66,000 is sufficient to win her over? What a delusional dream," Zhou Huilan mused inwardly. She retained considerable faith in Lin Xiaoxiao's beauty, believing that perhaps one day she might secure a wealthy benefactor, thus escaping Xingfuli. "Lin Hai, did you not claim that you would heed my every word? Currently, Lin Feng requires financial support for his education, and in the future, when it comes to courting a girlfriend, the monetary demands will only escalate. If his potential partner is a local, the bride price will be substantial. Thus, he must devise a solution on his own. How foolish was I to have been blinded by my affection for such a feckless individual. In bed, he is inadequate, and beyond that, he is equally lacking. I am indifferent. As Zheng Xiao stated, should we consent, he will bestow upon me a sum of 2 million in cash without any strings attached. You must persuade that worthless individual to acquiesce to Zheng Xiao's pursuit. Zhou Huilan coldly addressed the emaciated middle-aged man beside her. This statement, directed at her husband Lin Hai, was equally applicable to the woman standing nearby. What she implied was that your simpleton requires 66,000 to secure Lin Xiaoxiao's hand in marriage. Zheng Xiao's initial offer was a staggering 2 million. Lin Hai's expression darkened. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao is his biological daughter. Zhou Huilan, her stepmother, was solely interested in selling Lin Xiaoxiao for a handsome price, indifferent to the identity of the suitor. I shall not accompany you to your destination, Yu stated to Lin Xiaoxiao, observing the growing crowd of onlookers. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's pallid face turned to a certain direction. She spotted her stepmother and father. She had intended to engage in part-time work after class, but Yu's fright had compelled her to return instead. She was loath to confront her father and stepmother. With a determined bite of her lip, Lin Xiaoxiao summoned her courage, opened the car door, and stepped out. Instantly, all eyes converged upon her, filled with shock, curiosity, and envy. Huilan, is it her daughter Xiaoxiao? A nearby woman remarked with a hint of jealousy. Why didn't I give birth to a daughter as beautiful as she? Just look at how sought after Lin Xiaoxiao is. She has turned down numerous wealthy heirs and now returns home in a sports car, flanked by a convoy of Rolls-Royces. They might not know the price of such vehicles, but anyone with their eyes open could see the ostentatious license plates. Rolls-Royce with 5 8s and a sports car with 5 zeros. Such plates cannot simply be purchased with wealth alone. Although there are often valuations placed on these plates online, they are virtually unattainable. Ah, Xiaoxiao has returned, Zhou Huilan exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Yet, she promptly shouldered her way through the crowd with an air of disregard, striding directly to the sports car with palpable enthusiasm. Young man, do come down and visit us at home. Zhou Huilan bent slightly to catch a glimpse of Yu at the driver's seat, her face blossoming with a grin. Auntie, I shall refrain from joining you, Yi replied politely, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Such surroundings were utterly foreign to him. Had it not been for his infatuation with Lin Xiaoxiao, he would never have set foot in such a place. My dear young man, your words suggest that I have only one daughter, Lin Xiaoxiao. Her descent from your car today has led many to misconstrue the situation. Should you not make your intentions clear? Zhou Huilan observed Yu's reluctance to exit the vehicle and quickly applied pressure. She understood all too well that missing this opportunity would be regrettable. She must seize it while she could. If the young man offers less than 2 million, there is no point in even considering it. She would never agree. Mother, we are not as you perceive. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao gently interjected. Do not interrupt while I am speaking, Zhou Huilan admonished, frowning at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion paled, and she instantly fell silent. Young man, it's time to make your position clear. We cannot allow such misunderstandings to persist. My daughter's honor must be preserved. Zhou Huilan continued to apply pressure. Chapter 10. A dowry of 5 million and a sports car? Young man, you must ponder this carefully. My daughter Xiaoxiao has many suitors, and numerous among them drive vehicles that rival yours, supercars, to be precise. Upon observing Yu's enigmatic smile, Zhou Huilan felt an inkling of impatience. Although she was unfamiliar with the various types of sports cars, she certainly recognized what defined one. At the very least, she had heard that Zheng Xiao's vehicle was valued at over 7 million, and she doubted this young man could compare. Ah, Auntie, I assure you, my relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao is purely platonic. Today, she fell off her bicycle while riding, and I merely assisted her home, Yu explained earnestly. Lin Xiaoxiao shot a grateful glance towards him, realizing that the rumored Yu was not as despicable as she had believed. Feeling a twinge of emotion, she thought to herself, perhaps he is not so bad after all. Auntie, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Yu declared, preparing to start his vehicle and depart. Not so fast. Zhou Huilan suddenly positioned herself in front of the sports car, her voice rising. Indeed, you cannot leave. A rather unsavory-looking young man emerged from the crowd, echoing her sentiment as he stood defiantly before the car. This was Lin Xiaoxiao's half-brother, Lin Feng. Boy, you think you could take advantage of my sister and just walk away? It doesn't work that way. Lin Feng attempted to adopt a menacing demeanor. Yi looked utterly bewildered. He was indeed interested in pursuing a relationship, which was why he was behaving so courteously. Otherwise, had it been his former self, he would have dealt with Lin Xiaoxiao quite differently when she bumped into his car. Could it be that by merely presenting himself as gentlemanly, someone dared to push their luck? This was a sensation Yi had never experienced before, and he found it rather amusing. "And what is it that you desire?" he inquired, feigning a sense of helplessness as he observed the mother and son duo's theatrical performance. A spark of shrewdness flickered in Zhou Huilan's eyes. This affluent young man was unlike the other arrogant rich heirs. If it had been any of those others, they would have already erupted in anger. Had Yu lost his temper, Zhou Huilan would have trembled in fear and offered an apology. Yet now, she sensed an opportunity. Perhaps she could profit significantly from this encounter. "Let's negotiate. The bride price is 200, no, 5 million. Should you provide this sum, I shall not interfere in your relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao. After all, I have but one daughter. I wish to ascertain your capabilities. Otherwise, I would be distressed should my daughter suffer after marriage." Zhou Huilan feigned maternal warmth. "Mother, is 5 million not a bit too little?" Lin Feng interjected. "Brother-in-law, how about 5 million along with this sports car? I would gladly acknowledge you as my brother-in-law." His eyes gleamed greedily at the imposing Koenigsegg CCXR. "Indeed, 5 million in addition to this vehicle shall be considered the bride price," Zhou Huilan quickly added, having seen through her son's intentions. This was quite intriguing. For once, the tables had turned, and it was she who found herself at the receiving end of such demands. Yu gazed at the shameless mother and son, a smile gracing his lips. He felt no anger. After all, it was quite a feat to extort money from him. "Mother, brother, what are you doing? I've already stated that I have no relationship with Yu. We are merely classmates. You just happened to escort me home." At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained, disregarding her stepmother's predatory glare. "Slap. You wretched girl, a woman must learn to love herself. Just look at what you've become. Who would believe you stepped out of a sports car without any connection to this person? Others will only mock you as a gold digger. Mother is doing this for your own good." Zhou Huilan stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Lin Xiaoxiao's face, then began to lecture her with righteous indignation. Lin Xiaoxiao turned to her father, Lin Hai, with a plea for help in her eyes, filled with hope for his support. However, that hope gradually faded, replaced by despair. Even her beloved father refused to assist her, leaving her utterly disillusioned. No matter how much her stepmother had beaten or scolded her in the past, she had endured it, for there was still a father who loved her. Now, that paternal affection lay buried deep beneath disappointment. "You are not my mother. I have only one mother, and she is deceased." Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly erupted, shouting at Zhou Huilan. Zhou Huilan was visibly taken aback. "You ungrateful wretch, are you cursing me? After all I've done for you, you heartless creature," she retorted, ready to strike again. "Indeed, you've enjoyed all the comforts of this household since childhood, and now you wish to revel in wealth and glory alone?" Lin Feng sneered, extending his hand to caress the sleek sports car before him. The cold touch sent shivers through his entire being. He had longed for such a vehicle, imagining himself behind the wheel, surrounded by adoring admirers, living in blissful ecstasy. You had unraveled the dynamics of the Lin family. Lin Xiaoxiao was ostracized within her own home. Her stepmother often assaulted her, her brother looked down upon her, and even her father was too timid to stand by her side. In a way, this realization alleviated Yi Yu's sense of guilt. Otherwise, it would be truly dreadful to be involved with someone else's daughter while simultaneously contending with her parents. "Remove your hand from my car," Yi declared coldly as he stepped out and looked down at Lin Feng. Startled, Lin Feng instinctively withdrew his hand. He wanted to muster some bravado against Yi, who was 2 years his senior, but the latter's icy demeanor left him hesitant. Such was the power of Yi Yu's commanding presence. "What are you doing?" "It's just a touch. What is the big deal?" Zhou Huilan interjected as she saw her son cowed by Yi Yu's glare. If you know what's good for you, shut your mouths and apologize to Xiao Xiao, Yi Yu stated with a frigid tone. At his words, Lin Xiao Xiao trembled. Simultaneously, tears streamed down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that her own father would not support her, while a person she had only just met today would step forward to offer assistance. In that moment, Lin Xiao Xiao's emotions became incredibly complex, overwhelmed by a profound sense of gratitude. Indeed, one should not merely heed the rumors circulating in the world. It is essential to witness the truth with one's own eyes to truly understand an individual. Should anyone dare to claim that Yi Yu possesses a flawed character, capricious and fickle, she would resolutely counter such assertions. Whether Yi Yu is truly unfaithful, Lin Xiao Xiao could not ascertain. Perhaps it was merely hearsay. An apology? On what grounds should she apologize? I discipline my own daughter. What concern is it of yours? Yet you, today, must clarify the matter. Who will take responsibility for my daughter's honor? If you do not restore my daughter's reputation today, do not expect to depart unscathed. As she spoke, Zhou Huilan pulled out her phone, a cold smile gracing her lips as she dialed Zheng Xiao's number. Chapter 11. The young master of the aristocracy, I am eager to witness how you intend to prevent my departure, Li Fu scoffed. In the capital, there truly exists no one among the younger generation who instills fear in him. Even some of the older generation must tread carefully around him. The weight of the title crown prince of the capital is not to be taken lightly. He was also curious to see whom Zhou Huilan would summon for support. Young man, you squander your chance. This predicament is of your own making. When young Master Zheng arrives, your opportunities will vanish. Lin Feng, upon hearing that Zhou Huilan intended to call young Master Zheng, immediately regained his confidence. The opportunity was presented to you, yet you refused to heed my warning. Uncle Wang, dispose of him. The hand that touched the car shall be rendered useless. Li Fu leaned against the car door, his eyes narrowed, radiating a chilling glare. Li Fu. Lin Xiao Xiao stammered as she heard his words. After all, he was still family, albeit half-blooded. Silence. What do you think you are? Interjected Lin Feng. Stop pretending. If you truly cared for our family, you would compel him to give us 5 million, plus this car. Before Li Fu could respond, Lin Feng continued. How have you all become like this? I have stated clearly that I have no relations with him. We are merely ordinary classmates. Moreover, am I worth 5 million? Even if sold, I would not fetch that amount. Lin Xiao Xiao cried out to Zhou Huilan and Lin Feng, her face streaked with tears. Whether you are worth it is not for you to decide, but for him, Lin Feng retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If not for Lin Xiao Xiao's blood relation to him, who would even entertain this? As he spoke, he slapped the sports car a few times. The hand that struck it will be rendered useless and, utterly incapacitated, Li Fu coldly addressed Wang Tianxiu. Wang Tianxiu, a towering figure, strode purposefully towards Lin Feng. The moment Lin Feng beheld Wang Tianxiu's bulging muscles, his expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He was as slender as a monkey and was acutely aware of his own frailty. Do not approach me. If you come any closer, I will call the police. Lin Feng warned, retreating in a frenzy. Without a change in expression, Wang Tianxiu swiftly appeared behind Lin Feng, seizing him by the nape of his neck with a hand as large as a grinding wheel. In broad daylight, murder! Help! Zhou Huilan was unable to intervene in time and plopped down on the ground, flailing and screaming. The onlookers considered capturing the moment on their phones. But Wang Tianxiu's fierce glare compelled them to obediently lower their devices. Most were merely spectators, unwilling to embroil themselves in potential trouble, especially given Zhou Huilan's poor reputation. Zhou Huilan rolled about on the ground, but when she noticed no one paid her heed, she quickly stood up. Young Master Zheng, save me. Someone is forcefully taking Xiao Xiao. Zhou Huilan clutched her phone in one hand while the other pounded against her chest in despair. To anyone unaware of the circumstances, it was evident just how pitiable Zhou Huilan truly was. What? Is there someone audacious enough to steal my reserved person? It is truly astonishing to witness such audacity in the capital, where anyone would dare to disregard my authority. A voice echoed from the other end of the line. Did you mention my name? Zheng Xiao inquired, somewhat perplexed. I did, indeed, Zhou Huilan replied, her voice laced with venom. He said, Zheng Xiao is nothing. With just a finger, I could crush you. Moreover, he stated that even in your presence, he would demand you kneel and beg for mercy. As she spoke, she glared at Yu, her teeth clenched in rage. Huh, I would relish the chance to see which deity would dare demand my apology. I shall arrive in 10 minutes. Zheng Xiao retorted with a cold chuckle before ending the call. Before Zhou Huilan could utter any threats, Lin Feng's anguished screams abruptly interrupted her. Wang Tianxiu had brutally crushed Lin Feng's arm, not merely fracturing it, but shattering the elbow into a pulp. The bones within were reduced to fragments, rendering any hope of recovery impossible, save for the installation of prosthetics. After his scream, Lin Feng's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Wang Tianxiu, indifferent, discarded him onto the ground. You wretched beast, my son. Zhou Huilan gasped in shock before wailing in despair. Lin Hai, you incompetent fool. Your son has had his arm broken, and you stand idly by? You worthless scoundrel. How could I have been blind enough to marry you? Zhou Huilan knelt, cradling Lin Feng and hurling her fury at Lin Hai. Lin Hai comme sin daken seveli. Lin Xiao was his daughter, and he wished to avoid entanglement in this debacle. Yet Lin Feng was also his son, and now with his arm broken, his countenance was grim. Silence. Lin Hai forced his way through the crowd, his expression thunderous. Lin Hai, you dare to shout at me? You pathetic coward. All you do is yell at your wife. Zhou Huilan shot back furiously at Lin Hai's command to be quiet. Were it not for Zheng Xiao's interest in Lin Xiao, she would have laid everything bare today. For after doing so, Zheng Xiao's wealth would surely become hers. Ignoring Zhou Huilan's tirade, Lin Hai trudged toward the unconscious Lin Feng, dropping to one knee before him. He gently caressed his son's shattered arm, his eyes filled with conflicting emotions. Gradually, he rose and turned to Yu, a flicker of resolve in his gaze. Sir, my son is but a fool who has offended you, yet your punishment seems rather excessive, does it not? Lin Hai's voice was low, tinged with despair. At just 19, if his arm were rendered useless, his life would be irrevocably shattered. Leaning against the car door, Yu remained impassive. I detest when others touch my belongings with filthy hands. The statement, delivered nonchalantly, rendered the onlookers silent with trepidation. Lin Xiao stood nearby, tears blurring her vision. She had never fathomed that events would spiral to such a catastrophic extent. Yu, this is truly unwarranted, Lin Xiao softly admonished, her face still bearing the red mark from Zhou Huilan's slap. Enough. When young Master Zheng arrives, let us see how he deals with you. Zhou Huilan screamed frantically, rising from the ground and pointing at Yu. As her words faded, a thunderous roar approached from the distance. Several sports cars screeched to a halt at the entrance of the community. The doors swung open, revealing a young man clad in a black suit, his gold-rimmed glasses glinting. Young Master Zheng has arrived. Zhou Huilan's eyes sparkled, as if she had spotted her savior. Zheng Yuxuan, one of the prominent heirs in the capital, the sole scion of the Zheng family, was already making waves in the business world at such a young age. He had been dining nearby with friends when he hastily came upon receiving Zhou Huilan's call. What the hell are you all staring at? Get lost. Zheng Yuxuan glared at the onlookers, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Who dares to challenge me? Zheng Yuxuan, in pursuit of a woman. Chapter 12. The heir of a wealthy family Lin Feng lay unconscious on the ground, while Lin Hai stood nearby with a grim expression. Zhou Huilan's face was streaked with tears, yet tinged with excitement, and Lin Xiao wore a complex expression. Leaning against an expensive sports car, Yu bore a faint, enigmatic smile. Zheng Xiao, you must stand up for me, Zhou Huilan exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sound of Zheng Yuxuan's voice. However, Zheng Yuxuan's face was devoid of any pretense, revealing his disdain. It was utterly inconceivable that such a dilapidated area could harbor a pure beauty like Lin Xiao. Who in their right mind would dare to snatch someone I have marked for myself? Zheng Yuxuan directed an inquisitive glance at Zhou Huilan. Because he was encircled within the crowd, he had not noticed him at all. Zheng Xiao, it's that brat. I told you. Zheng Xiao has set his sights on Xiao, but that kid said you're nothing to him. He even claimed that if you showed up, You would have to kneel and beg for mercy, Zhou Huilan elaborated, her voice dripping with indignation as she pointed toward Yi Yu's direction. In the capital, there is no one Zheng Yuxuan would dare to fear, he retorted, his expression darkening to an almost coal-black hue, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. What are you staring at? Make way for Zheng Xiao at once. If you delay his business, no amount of lies will suffice to compensate. Zhou Huilan commanded the onlookers, who, despite their aversion to her arrogance, quietly averted their gazes and dispersed. The current Zhou Huilan was not someone they could afford to offend. Brat, continue your arrogance if you dare. You have crippled my son, and I shall make you suffer the same fate, Zhou Huilan declared as the crowd parted, and she strode confidently toward Yi Yu, her teeth clenched in anger. Not only will I break your limbs, but I shall also torment you thoroughly. Inform Zheng Xiao that I will handle this matter, and that sports car belongs to me. Lin Xiaoxiao is his. At that moment, Lin Feng regained consciousness and, sensing the numbness in his arm, roared in agreement. Indeed, letting this brat off is far too lenient, Zhou Huilan lamented, her heart aching for her son's severed limb. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared hollow and pale, feeling utterly disillusioned by her family. Chen Fan, where are you? What should I do? She murmured to herself. Hearing her mention Chen Fan, Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman had ties to Chen Fan? How splendid. Brat, your demise is imminent. Now kneel before me, or perhaps I might spare you a leg, Lin Feng declared, feeling emboldened by Zheng Yuxuan's arrival. As the crowd parted, Zheng Yuxuan finally laid eyes on Yi Yu, and his expression shifted dramatically. Although he was indeed the scion of a prominent family in the capital, the Yi family's power far surpassed that of the Zheng family. Do not speak of his father. Even his grandfather must show utmost respect when encountering Yi Tianming. The Yi family is not merely a commercial empire. Yi Yu's maternal family wields considerable power in the political realm. It is Zheng Xiao, the one who dispatched individuals to shatter my son's arm. Zhou Huilan rushed to Zheng Yuxuan's side, weeping bitterly as she accused him. In front of so many witnesses, he brazenly declared his intent to take my daughter away. Zhou Huilan embellished her tale, her tears flowing like rain. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed with shame. You speak falsely. It is not as you say. Silence. Zhou Huilan snapped. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You feign purity, yet upon encountering a genuine wealthy heir, you wish to soar to great heights. Do you not? Zhou Huilan's cold laughter echoed ominously. Lin Xiaoxiao recoiled, her lips quivering, her back pressed against Yi Yu's car door, her nails digging into her palm. She never fathomed that her stepmother would hurl such baseless accusations with such venomous intent. Zheng Yuxuan swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He felt his legs tremble beneath him. In Yi Yu's presence, he was utterly insignificant. Zheng Xiao, you cannot allow this wretch. Zhou Huilan's lament was abruptly cut off. Zheng Yuxuan suddenly swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap across her face, the force of which sent her stumbling into Lin Feng. You wretched cur, who gave you the audacity to provoke young Master Yi? Young Master Yi, it is my fault. I had no idea whom they had offended. Please, show mercy. Zheng Yuxuan loosened his tie, his voice quaking as he turned to Yi Yu. Lin Feng lay on the ground, the excruciating pain from his severed arm mingling with shock, his pupils dilating in horror. Zheng Xiao, are you insane? He is merely a... Shut your mouth. Zheng Yuxuan seized Lin Feng's intact arm, twisting it at a grotesque angle. Do you even comprehend whom you have offended? Young Master Yi is not someone you can provoke. The Yi family merely has to stomp their feet, and the entire capital trembles. Lin Hai silently bent to pick up Zhou Huilan's fallen phone, powering it off before tucking it into his pocket. His gaze towards Yi Yu was laden with both fear and a hint of relief, perhaps. This farce was finally drawing to a close. Young Master Yi, your command. Zheng Yuxuan, noticing Yi Yu beckoning him, trembled as he approached, bowing respectfully. Suddenly, a sharp slap resonated in the air as Yi Yu struck Zheng Yuxuan's face. He stumbled, nearly losing his footing. There was no anger in Yi Yu's eyes, only a profound mix of fear and reverence. The fact that Yi Yu chose to strike him relieved him. Perhaps Yi Yu would not make things overly difficult for him. Yu leisurely lit a specially supplied cigarette, his fingers gliding over the reflective hood of the sports car. Young man, I hear you acquired a parcel of land in the west of the city? Zheng Yuxuan's back instantly drenched with sweat. That land had been procured secretly using the family trust fund without his father's knowledge. Young Master Yi, if you desire that land, I do not covet what belongs to others. Yi Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he casually glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao's reddened eyes. However, some individuals ought to learn a lasting lesson. Wang Tianxiu, an indeterminate moment, retrieved a silver needle and adeptly inserted it into several acupoints around Lin Feng's fractured bones. Young master, the bones are shattered beyond repair. Even the legendary Hua To could not mend them. Wang Shu, instructing them in discipline, said, Yi Yu, raise your chin slightly. Wang Tianxiu nodded and suddenly seized Zhou Huilan's wrist. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, he struck with the precision of a blade, severing her right index finger, the very finger that had just pointed and hurled insults at Yi Yu. Ah! Zhou Huilan's shriek pierced the night sky. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and the excruciating pain was such that fainting seemed a luxury beyond her reach. Young Master Yi, consider the land in the west of the city as my humble offering to you. Zheng Yuxuan bowed and scraped. Get lost. Yi Yu exhaled a puff of smoke. Yes. Yes, yes. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I shall handle it thoroughly, Zheng Yuxuan assured, referring, of course, to Zhou Huilan and Lin Feng. The crowd had long since dispersed like birds and beasts, as Lin Hai silently carried the unconscious Lin Feng toward the hospital. Zhou Huilan rolled on the ground, clutching her severed finger, her curses gradually dissolving into sobs. Yi Yu paid her no mind. He knew that after tonight, this woman would vanish without a trace. Get in the car. Yi Yu opened the passenger door, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's pallid face, and suddenly chuckled softly. His fingertips grazed her flushed cheek. The roar of the sports car engine shattered the surrounding chaos. The Koenigsegg growled, followed closely by the Rolls-Royce, as they sped away, leaving behind a crowd in stunned silence. In the rearview mirror, Zheng Yuxuan remained bent in a posture of deference. Chapter 13. Notes from a Past Life with a Sigh. Zheng Yuxuan exhaled deeply as he watched Yi Yu depart. He bore no animosity towards Yi Yu for publicly striking him. On the contrary, he felt a profound gratitude. After all, that slap had saved his life. It is worth noting that every one of Yi Yu's followers was a well-known young master in the capital, possessing considerable influence that the Zheng family could hardly contend with. Any one of Yi Yu's subordinates could easily overpower him. Young Master Zheng, you must stand up for us. Zhou Huilan crawled and rolled her way to Zheng Yuxuan, her expression venomous. Stand up for you? Huh. Zheng Yuxuan sneered at Zhou Huilan. Do you know why Yi Xiao remained indifferent despite hearing your venomous insults just now? He fixed his gaze on her, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Why? Zhou Huilan averted her eyes from Yi Yu. Because after tonight, you shall cease to exist, Zheng Yuxuan stated candidly. In his eyes, Zhou Huilan had already become a mere ghost. Young Master Zheng, you must save me. I am on your side. Zhou Huilan pleaded desperately. If you rescue me, Lin Xiaoxiao will be yours. My words still hold weight. With a swift motion, Zheng Yuxuan delivered a resounding slap. Damn it, save you? Even if Yi Xiao chose to spare you, I certainly would not. What am I in Yi Xiao's presence? How dare you provoke him? Let me be clear. Even if Yi Xiao shows you mercy, I will not. With a fierce glare, Zheng Yuxuan departed, leaving Zhou Huilan crumpled to the ground. As if all her bones had shattered, she had thought she was clinging to a powerful ally, only to find herself plummeting into an abyss. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao sat in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg, feeling somewhat flustered. Yi Yu, thank you for standing up for me. We have only known each other for a day. I defend those I find worthy, even if I've merely crossed paths with them, Yi Yu replied dismissively. Now that he knew of Lin Xiaoxiao's connection to Chun Fan, matters would be much simpler. He then drove Lin Xiaoxiao to her temporary workplace at the Longting Hotel. As night fell, the city remained aglow with lights. Yi Yu steered his car towards Zhao Tsang's courtyard, gripping the steering wheel with a firm resolve. He planned to eradicate all factors that posed a threat to him in this lifetime. Although he had initially felt a twinge of compassion for Zhao Tsang, The thought of him bequeathing the finest things to Chun Fan ignited a sense of betrayal within Yi Yu. Though his face bore a gentle smile, a glint of coldness gradually concealed itself in his eyes. "Master, your disciple has arrived," Yi Yu called softly as he pushed open the courtyard door. "Arrived?" Zhao Tsong was sipping tea in the courtyard, his silhouette appearing exceptionally imposing under the moonlight. Yi Yu, choosing not to speak further, instinctively moved to the wooden post in the yard, assuming a standard stance to begin his meditation. Today, his emotions were rather tumultuous. Zhao Tsong took a slow sip of his tea, his gaze not directed at Yi Yu. The master was indeed formidable, effortlessly perceiving the thoughts of his disciple. A faint smile graced Yi Yu's lips. Cultivation is not solely about the physical, but equally about the refinement of one's character. Zhao Tsong set down his teacup, remarking that an unstable mind renders even the highest cultivation futile. Yi Yu nodded in agreement, refraining from contradiction. He understood Zhao Tsong's words held truth. Yet his hatred for Chun Fan ran deep within his bones, a sentiment not easily relinquished. Zhao Tsong felt similarly. The disciple comprehended this. Yi Yu feigned attentiveness, listening intently to the teachings. Zhao Tsong cast a penetrating glance at Yi Yu, then rose to stand beside him. "Today, I shall teach you a fundamental technique known as Dragon Capture Hand." Yi Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt down from the post. The Dragon Capture Hand consists of 9 forms. Today, I will impart the first 3. Zhao Tsong turned gracefully, his hands flowing through the air in a beautiful arc. Though the movement seemed simple, it contained immense power. Yi Yu observed intently, then began to mimic the actions. His innate talent was indeed remarkable, nearly replicating the technique after just one demonstration. "No, relax your wrists. Use your waist strength rather than your arms," Zhao Tsong corrected him. Yi Yu quickly adjusted, yet felt a lingering lack of finesse. "Practice this for now. When I see that you have made sufficient progress, I will teach you the subsequent forms." Zhao Tsong returned to the stone table, resuming his tea. Yi Yu nodded, dedicating himself to earnest practice. He was genuinely intent on mastering the technique, particularly since in his previous life, he had been bested by Chun Fan. In this lifetime, he was determined to reverse that outcome. After nearly 2 hours of practice, he was drenched in sweat. Zhao Tsong remained seated, sipping tea and offering occasional guidance. "That will be all for today. Remember to prepare a medicinal bath when you return," Zhao Tsong concluded. Yi Yu respectfully bowed, acknowledging, "I understand, master." Exiting the courtyard, the night had deepened. Yet Yi Yu felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. He could already sense the flow of energy coursing through his meridians. A sign of second-rate master, according to Zhao Tsong's earlier remarks. "Uncle Wang, are the medicinal herbs ready?" Yi Yu inquired once he entered the car. "Ready, young master. All high-quality herbs that have aged well," came Wang Tianqiu's reply. "Thank you for your hard work." Wang Tianqiu said little more, focusing on driving closely behind sports car. He understood his role as a loyal aide, rather than a loquacious companion. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Yu headed straight to the medicinal bathroom, where a fragrant concoction had already been prepared, filling the air with a rich aroma. "Young master, the temperature is just right," a maid softly announced. Yi Yu nodded. After the maid exited, he removed his garments and slowly submerged himself in the medicinal bath. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged through his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting embrace and banishing all traces of fatigue. The efficacy of these herbs was truly remarkable. After merely a brief soak of a few minutes, Yi Yu felt his muscles invigorated and his bones seemingly sturdier. It appeared that Zhao Tsong's prescription was indeed potent, Yi Yu mused. Once he concluded his bath, Yi Yu donned a bathrobe and returned to his chamber. As he passed the study, he paused, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The study was adorned with an array of ancient tomes and contemporary volumes. Yi Yu approached a concealed bookshelf and pressed down on a volume of Journey to the West, prompting the shelf to slowly reveal a hidden compartment. Inside lay a black notebook containing the entirety of Yi Yu's recollections from his past life, including all information regarding Chun Fan, critical timestamps, and potential threats. Yi Yu opened the notebook, its pages densely filled with text. His gaze lingered on the name Feng Chongqing. Feng Chongqing, since you're a pawn placed beside me by Chun Fan, let us first turn our attention to your sister. Yi Yu scoffed coldly. Closing the notebook, he returned it to its secret compartment and reactivated the mechanism. Yi Yu set his phone aside and gazed contemplatively at the ceiling. The events of today evoked memories of his past life. In that existence, he had recklessly leveraged his family's wealth and the support of influential allies, ultimately leading to a dismal fate. In this life, he must effectuate a change, not to become more benevolent, nor to adopt a posture of forbearance, and certainly not to embody a self-righteous savior. Rather, he resolved to extinguish all threats in their infancy. Chapter 14. The prodigal heir of the Wang family, Yi Yu subsequently uncorked a bottle of exquisite red wine, pouring it into a stem glass. After a gentle swirl, he consumed it in one gulp. The crimson liquid lingered at the corner of his lips, exuding an unsettling allure. He then settled into a Rolls-Royce as Wang Tianxiu initiated a slow departure from the Villa District. The Longting International Hotel, a prestigious chain with branches across the globe, is one of the enterprises under the Yi Family S banner. It ranks among the foremost luxurious hotel brands worldwide and is also a landmark in the capital city. The hotel boasts a staggering 101 floors, adorned with resplendent neon lights. Its opulent interiors are nothing short of lavish, with the cost of a standard room exceeding $1,000 for a single night. However, the term standard here merely serves as a comparison to other accommodations within Longting. Even the most basic room is undeniably extravagant, earning it the title of a 6-star hotel in the capital. Master Yi, you have arrived. Upon entering the lobby, the hotel manager, Tang Long, hurried towards Yi Yu, bowing deeply. Known colloquially as Fatty Tang, he is a portly man in his 40s. Has he arrived? Yi Yu inquired without even casting a glance at Tang Long. He is here, in Presidential Suite 0001. Tang Long replied, his face beaming with a smile. Very well. You may attend to your duties, Yi Yu stated before stepping into a nearby private elevator to ascend to the top floor. This elevator is exclusively for his use, inaccessible to others within the hotel, except for Yi Tianming, should he choose to visit. Meanwhile, at the Wang residence in the capital Bang, in a dimly lit room, the flickering flame of a lighter illuminated the pallid face of a man. He extended a finger, delicate as a woman's, clasping a cigarette between them. Are you suggesting that he has returned to Zhenghai City, and that Wu Changxiong is also missing? The man inhaled deeply from his cigarette before gently inquiring. Indeed, Master Wang, came a trembling voice from behind him. Lin Hong, are you afraid of me? Wang Tuan asked, his face devoid of expression, not bothering to turn around. And no. How could that be? Lin Hong stammered, quaking with fear. For 3 years, all you have sent me is this trivial information. Should I laugh or cry? Wang Tuan exhaled deeply, the smoke obscuring his features, rendering his expression inscrutable. Please, Master Wang, punish me. Lin Hong prostrated himself on the ground, trembling. Sigh, am I truly that terrifying? Now go, continue your surveillance, and report at any moment. Wang Tuan shook his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. However, the smile, when paired with his ghostly complexion, appeared eerily sinister. Yes, Master Wang. Phew, phew, phew. Absolutely terrifying. Once outside, Lin Hong took several deep breaths. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he turned back to glance at the dim little room, shivering violently before departing without a backward glance. Chun Fan, have you truly returned? You must have, otherwise, how could I possibly end your life? Wang Tuan murmured to himself, a chill flickering in his eyes. Those legs of yours. I witnessed you crippled before the entire Li family. Even in death, I must see you perish first. Ha ha ha. Return, for last time you were spared by mere fortune. Due to that individual, the 7 great families agreed not to lay a hand on a cripple. Since you've returned from abroad, your demise is nigh. Wang Tuan struck his insensate legs with a furious roar. Bang! The dark little room was reopened, and this time a burly man strode in. I knew you'd be here. What are you up to now? He asked, unceremoniously plopping down beside Wang Tuan. Wang Yin, what brings you here? When did it become your place to meddle in my affairs? Wang Tuan replied flatly, gazing at the imposing Wang Yin. Still holding a grudge against Chun Fan? Haven't I told you to let bygones be bygones? Have you forgotten how you lost your legs? Wang Yin looked at Wang Tuan with a hint of reproach. Bang! Wine splattered everywhere. Wang Yin calmly wiped the shards of glass and crimson liquid from his head, maintaining his composure as he regarded Wang Tuan. Do I even care about these two legs? Wang Tuan suddenly laughed, asking, yes, that member of the Li family was his fiancée. But did I know that at the time? Did the Wang family inform me? Did the Li family announce it? Or is Chun Fan truly of any significance? If it weren't for the individual behind him, killing him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Just a woman, I do not care. What matters is my face. A man who loses face has nothing left. Since he disrespects me, I shall cast aside my own decency. Wang Tuan appeared almost deranged as he faced Wang Yin. Do you have a cigarette? Wang Yin inquired. Bang. Who? Wang Yin accepted the cigarette Wang Tuan offered, igniting it and taking a deep drag. Some matters are not as simple as you think. Chun Fan cannot die. At least not now. Wang Yin intently stated to Wang Tuan. Wang Yin, are you afraid? Wang Tuan asked, a mocking grin curling his lips. Wang Yin was the fourth generation of the Wang family, not the future heir, appearing brash and rugged, yet possessing a keen sense beneath his exterior. In contrast, Wang Tuan was the family's most distinguished prospective successor, paraded before the world. Yet, he alone knew that this status was merely a guise, his existence a shield for Wang Yin. Afraid? Perhaps. Wang Tuan, remember, the waters of the capital run deeper than you can fathom. Do not become a pawn in someone else's game. Wang Yin gazed at Wang Tuan, a hint of derision gracing his lips as he spoke softly. Otherwise, even if Chun Fan refrains from intervening, I will take action myself. He reiterated with a calm demeanor. Ha, truly my dear brother. Wang Tuan erupted into a maniacal laughter, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He comprehended the implications behind Wang Yin's words. Wang Yin was undoubtedly orchestrating something, likely involving Chun Fan. Despite Wang Yin's seemingly rough exterior, such a person harbors profound depths and is exceedingly formidable. Should he truly disrupt Wang Yin's plans, Wang Yin would not hesitate to eliminate him. He was all too familiar with his brother's character and ruthlessness. Tomorrow, you ought to return to your Cui Zhu Xian. It is more suited to you. Do take care of yourself. With those words, Wang Yin turned and departed. He had conveyed all that needed to be said and trusted that his astute elder brother would discern the appropriate course of action. Otherwise, the Wang family would be powerless to save him. The true concern of the Wang family was never Chun Fan, but rather the formidable figure that loomed behind him. Cui Zhu Xian, is the Wang family intent on forsaking me? Do they truly believe I would acquiesce so easily? Wang Tuan murmured softly before bursting into wild laughter. Young master, has your head been cracked open? Just as Wang Yin exited the dimly lit room, a youth, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, approached and gazed at Wang Yin's head with astonishment. Who would have thought that a distinguished young master could be bested by a man unable to walk? What a curious tale. Mad Dog, regardless of circumstances, he is still my brother. Should there be another instance, I shall not be so lenient. Wang Yin shot a glance at Mad Dog. All right. I was mistaken. It won't happen again. What are your plans, young master? Mad Dog observed the jovial expression on Wang Yin's face evaporate. Wang Yin instructed earnestly, Mad Dog, I need you to head south and ascertain whether Chun Fan has recovered. Remember, do not engage him. Just gather information. I suspect he won't remain in the country for long before venturing abroad again. Chapter 15. One Night Goodness, Young Master. Is it possible that you believe a person rendered powerless with severed meridians could once again master martial arts? To be able to walk is already a tremendous stroke of fortune. Recovery is utterly impossible. The Mad Dog asserted with unwavering conviction. That man was once likened to an indomitable cockroach. I refuse to believe he would suddenly appear before everyone for no reason. Unless, of course, he has indeed recovered and fears no one. You have 1 or 2 tasks at hand, Wang Yin stated solemnly. One task is to verify whether he has truly recovered. If not, return at once. If he has regained his strength, employ any means necessary to ensure he remains in Qingyuan, at least for the next 3 months, without setting foot in the capital. After a brief pause, An imperceptible chill manifested on Wang Yan's face. It is highly plausible, but my dear young master, you suggest we avoid confrontation? You overestimate my abilities. If he has indeed recovered, I would flee at the first opportunity. How could I dare to engage with that monster? Could we not send someone else to detain him? I am terrified. The mad dog shivered at the mere thought of Chun Fan's revival, his cigarette slipping from his lips. Go forth, Wang Yan replied, lifting his chin slightly. Every day brings such peculiar occurrences, the mad dog murmured, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning away, his carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming gravity and blood-red eyes. If that once indomitable man were to recover, even he would tremble in fear. However, if it were merely to detain him for 3 months. The mad dog sensed a glimmer of opportunity, albeit at the cost of many others becoming mere pawns. In that moment, the mad dog was truly a mad dog, one daring enough to bite anyone. As he journeyed southward, a storm of chaos was inevitable. 3 months would provide ample time for me to orchestrate numerous schemes. By then, even a figure behind Chun Fan would not intimidate me. Wang Yan squinted at the direction in which the mad dog had departed. It seemed he would need to pay a visit to young Master Yi tomorrow. A knowing smile crept upon Wang Yan's lips. He was quite confident that he could persuade young Master Yi to take action against Chun Fan. If young Master Yi was willing, he could undoubtedly keep Chun Fan occupied for 3 months. After all, he had heard that young Master Yi had a particular interest in the cherished daughter of the Li family. Although Yi was known as the young master of the capital, who was unaware of his hedonistic tendencies, the Li family in the capital was not to be confused with the other Li family, which had a mother. The latter was the notorious Red Li family. True scions of privilege. Wang Yan strode away, unaware that after his departure, the door to the small dark room had swung open. Seated in a wheelchair, Wang Tuan gazed impassively in the direction of Wang Yan's exit. Yi, young Master Yi? Wang Yan, I never anticipated you would set your sights on the Yi family. Truly, you are courting disaster. A cold smile flickered across Wang Tuan's lips. He contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he could not fathom that Wang Yan would dare to exploit Yi. Wang Yan's audacity was astonishing. The Yi family, even in a place as grand as Beijing, is unparalleled, with few, if any, rivals. As the heir of the Yi clan, Yi could hardly be deemed ineffectual. Perhaps he was merely a libertine. To assert that he lacked intelligence would be utterly implausible. The Yi family, alongside the formidable Hong family, would never permit Yi to be deemed a worthless individual. Given this context, it seemed prudent for me to join the fray tomorrow. The figure of Wang Tuan, along with his wheelchair, vanished into the dimly lit room. At the Longting International Hotel, the presidential suite is situated on the highest floor, offering a breathtaking view of half of Beijing. Among the numerous presidential suites in the hotel, the most opulent is undoubtedly the one on the top floor. There is only one suite on the 101st floor, exclusively reserved for Yi. This suite does not accommodate anyone other than Yi. Typically, a 5-star hotel's floor space averages between 1,000 to 3,000 square meters. But Longting International boasts nearly 8,000 square meters per floor. The presidential suite comprises a master bedroom, a leisure and entertainment hall, and a reception area, all of which are secure, comfortable, and fully equipped. It features a private garden terrace and a swimming pool. The master bedroom is exceptionally spacious, adorned with an immense floor-to-ceiling window that showcases the neon-lit skyline of Beijing. However, at that moment, Chu Yu was far from the mood to admire the night view. She leaned against the window, her hands pressed firmly against the glass, her eyes clouded with a hint of daze, her lips slightly parted. Sounds that sent shivers down one's spine escaped her lips, accompanied by the resounding sound of slaps echoing throughout the room. The air was thick with an unusual scent. An hour later, the confrontation concluded. Chu Yu bore numerous red marks across her body, unmistakably inflicted by Yi. Yet, there was no trace of resentment or blame within her. She understood that she had brought this upon herself. The fact that Yi had refrained from discarding her after the event of the day was, in her view, a stroke of good fortune. At least in Yi's eyes, she still held some semblance of value, although she recognized that she might merely be perceived as an ever-ready maid by him. She accepted this willingly. After all, Yu's generosity was truly extravagant. Even if she could not marry him, maintaining such a relationship was a blessing in itself. Let us swim. Yu casually wrapped a towel around his waist and strode out of the bedroom, plunging into the pool. Chuyu tidied up briefly, discarding the used tissues into the trash, and without taking a towel, stepped out of the bedroom and slowly entered the bath. Yu stretched his arms, leaning against the edge of the pool. Chuyu gradually crouched down, submerging herself beneath the water. Half a minute later, she resurfaced, gasping for air before diving back under. Yiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a look of sheer enjoyment adorning his face. At 9 in the morning, he finally awoke from his slumber. Too long. Pale legs were entwined around his waist. Just as he was about to take action, his phone began to ring. Young Master Yi, do you have a moment? I wish to pay you a visit regarding matters concerning the eldest daughter of the Li family. Upon answering the call, he heard Wang Yan's voice, laced with a hint of flattery. Yu instantly became alert. Wang Yan was a man of considerable cunning and depth, and he was also the next heir concealed within the Wang family. In public, however, Wang Yan presented himself as nothing more than a quintessential young scion. Chapter 16. The Young Master of the Wang Family. What are you in front of me? Miss Li Yanyan from the Li family? Young Master Wang. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I harbor no particular interest in her. Yi remained silent for a moment before responding with an unchanged expression. Yi Xiao is being modest. It is well known that the daughter of the Li family is the most exquisite beauty in the capital. Who would have thought that Yi Xiao would be indifferent? Wang Yan chuckled, his voice imbued with sincerity. Each person has their own aspirations. Yi replied nonchalantly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. However, since young Master Wang has extended the invitation, I would naturally be willing to meet. How about 3 o'clock this afternoon at Wangjing Tea House? I shall look forward to your esteemed presence, Yi Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yu's gaze turned cold. In his past life, Wang Yan had sought him out solely to deal with Chun Fan. At that time, he was naive, believing that his family background would allow him to dominate everything. Ultimately, he was left with shattered limbs, meeting a tragic end on the streets. Many had secretly fanned the flames back then. This time, he would not allow himself to be used as a pawn. Huh, do they truly think I would be as foolish as in my previous life? Yi Yu smirked coldly, only to feel a tightening around his waist. Brother Yu, what is the matter? Chu Yu blinked her sleepy eyes, asking softly. Yi Yu expressionlessly brushed aside her legs that were wrapped around his waist. It's nothing. You may continue sleeping. I have matters to attend to. A hint of disappointment flickered in Chu Yu's eyes, but she quickly replaced it with a flattering smile. All right, brother Yu, until next time. Yi Yu casually nodded, donned his clothes, and departed the suite. Wang Tianxiu had been waiting at the hotel entrance and promptly opened the car door upon seeing Yi Yu. Young master, we have already gathered information on Feng Ling. Once Yi Yu entered the car, Wang Tianxiu handed over a document. She is indeed a sophomore studying international relations at Qingbei University, excelling academically, and has received multiple scholarships. She usually resides in the school dormitory and occasionally returns home on weekends to visit her brother. Yi Yu perused the information, a slight smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Her brother is at the same school, yet she chooses to visit him only on weekends. Young master, shall I take action regarding Feng Ling? Wang Tianxiu inquired. No need. I have my own plans. Yi Yu closed the file and leaned back in the seat, resting his eyes. First, take me back to the villa. I have another appointment today. The morning light of the capital spilled through the car window, illuminating Yi Yu's face and casting a stark outline of his cold features. Unlike his past life, he was no longer the debauched young master, but a dormant beast, biding his time for the right moment. Wangjing Tea House is a renowned upscale venue in the capital, designed to provide a private space for the elite. Upon arrival, Yi Yu found Wang Yan already waiting. Yi Xiao, sorry to have kept you waiting. Wang Yan rose, displaying a bright smile, as if greeting an old friend after a long separation. Yi Yu nodded slightly and sat down across from him. Young Master Wang is being too polite. I arrived a bit late. The team master brewed long jing for the two, then discreetly withdrew. In the soundproofed room, only the gentle clinking of teacups remained. How have you been recently, Yi Xiao? Wang Yan raised his teacup and took a delicate sip. Thanks to Wang Xiao, all was well. Yi Yu smiled, yet her gaze remained as icy as a winter's night. Wang Xiao has sought my company today, but I suspect it is not merely for reminiscing. Wang Yin set down his cup, and his expression suddenly sharpened. Yi Xiao is indeed forthright. There is a matter I wish to request your assistance with. Yi Xiao. Oh, what task requires my intervention? Chun Fan. Are you familiar with that name? A flicker of murderous intent passed through Yi Yu's eyes, yet her demeanor remained tranquil. I have heard some whispers. It is said he has been rendered powerless and has fled abroad to become a mercenary. Quite right, Wang Yin nodded. This individual has recently returned to the country and seems to have set his sights on the Li family. Yi Xiao, given your amicable ties with the Li family, I trust you would not remain indifferent? Yi chuckled softly. Wang Xiao, it appears you have misunderstood the situation. I extend you courtesy, but who are you really? If I choose not to, what does the Wang family amount to in my presence? What do you mean by my indifference? Am I even close with the Li family? Yi abruptly lifted her teacup and splashed its contents directly onto Wang Yin. His expression fluctuated, but with gritted teeth, he chose not to evade, allowing the scalding tea to drench him. Feeling the intense burn on his scalp, the wound from yesterday's encounter with Wang Tuan still fresh, he was engulfed in both pain and irritation. Yet, Wang Yin merely furrowed his brows. The Wang family truly amounted to nothing before the Yi family. However, Yi was no more significant in his eyes. In terms of cunning, he could outmaneuver her easily, and when it came to strategy, she could hardly keep pace. Were it not for Yi Yu's esteemed lineage, he would scarcely give her a second glance. Haha, just a jest. I hope you weren't hurt. Yi Yu observed Wang Yan's expression, bursting into laughter. Not at all. A rigid smile appeared on Wang Yan's face. He was puzzled. He had encountered Yi Yu before, who had always seemed the epitome of a frivolous wastrel. Yet today, she exuded an entirely different aura, as if she could see through him completely. Ye Xiao, you must be aware that the eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Yanran, is the most beautiful woman in the capital, and now Chun Fan is relentlessly pursuing her. Wang Yin coaxed. Given your status, such a beauty ought to be yours, no? Yi Yu scoffed inwardly. Wang Yin was quite the performer. In her past life, she had fallen prey to his deceptive words, provoking Chun Fan and ultimately facing defeat. You overestimate my abilities. Yi Yu took another sip of tea. I am merely a dandy, utterly ignorant of martial arts. How could I ever contend with Chun Fan? Wang Yan's smile froze on his face. There is no need for such modesty, Yi Xiao. With the strength of the Yi family and the Red Li family, it would be a simple task, Yi Yu interjected. I have no interest in this matter. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a pale-faced man in a wheelchair entered slowly. Wang Tuan. Wang Yan's expression shifted dramatically. What brings you here? Wang Yin admonished softly. Why, my dear brother, do you not welcome me? Wang Tuan coldly scoffed as he advanced in his wheelchair. Yi Xiao, I have long admired you. Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, casting but a glance at Wang Tuan. In his previous life, he had crossed paths with Wang Tuan a few times and recognized him as a formidable figure. He was ruthless toward others, yet even more so towards those of the Wang family. It was said that Wang Tuan's legs had been rendered useless by Chun Fan himself, instilling in him an intense hatred for Chun Fan. Not only did the Wang family refuse to aid him, but they even urged him to relinquish his vengeance. What brings a cripple like you here? Yi Yu inquired, producing a specially supplied cigarette and shaking it lightly on the tea table, regarding Wang Tuan with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. He was well aware that Wang Tuan's presence was no mere coincidence. After all, Wang Tianqiu would never allow someone who posed a threat to enter. Chapter 17. I am willing to be young Master Ye's dog. Wang Tuan despised nothing more than being labeled a useless person or a cripple. This was his Achilles heel. Yet at this moment, there was not a trace of displeasure on his face, and a smile even graced his lips. Young Master Yi had proclaimed that Wang Tuan had perished 3 years prior, and that the current incarnation was merely a lifeless husk. As Wang Tuan cast a glance at Wang Yin, a sardonic smile played at the corners of his mouth. Young Master Yi, is my dear brother concocting yet another devious scheme? Do not let him deceive you. Wang Tuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Wang Yan's smile had long vanished, his face now a mask of fury. I was merely engaging in casual conversation with young Master Yi. Wang Yan's countenance turned ashen as he glared at Wang Tuan, his eyes brimming with menace. Casual conversation? Wang Tuan scoffed. Is your idea of small talk inciting young Master Yi to deal with Chen Fan? Seemingly oblivious to the threat in Wang Yan's gaze, Wang Tuan continued. Yi Yu's eyes flickered with surprise. This development was entirely unlike the past. In the previous life, Wang Tuan and Wang Yan had conspired together to provoke Chen Fan. Could it be that the butterfly effect of this lifetime was already taking shape? Young Master Yi, let me be frank. Chen Fan is indeed formidable. Yet he bears no grudge against you. It would be unwise to provoke him due to my brother's machinations. Wang Tuan turned to Yi Yu, speaking earnestly. Wang Tuan. Wang Yan's expression darkened as he hissed under his breath. But Wang Tuan remained unfazed. Chen Fan has powerful allies. Offending him brings no benefit. My own legs serve as a cautionary tale. Yi Yu smiled faintly, her gaze darting between Wang Yan and Wang Tuan. What do you desire? Or rather, what do you wish to attain? She inquired with keen interest. Young Master Yi, I desire. The Wang family. Wang Tuan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he spoke. The Wang family had abandoned him. Thus, he was determined to make them pay. Having sacrificed so much for the Wang family, their indifference now stung deeply. The thought of them turning against him was intolerable. Do you truly believe that merely delivering a message will compel me to assist you in seizing the Wang family? Are you foolish? Yi Yu asked, her tone nonchalant. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Wang Yan exhaled in relief. Wang Tuan had lost any leverage to persuade Yi Yu to aid him. He was now utterly destitute. Just moments ago, he had been at a loss. For if Yi Yu truly extended her hand, the vast Wang family would pale in comparison to the Yi family, and all his schemes would crumble in an instant. But, fortunately, that was not the case. Yet, the next moment, he was struck with astonishment. I am willing to be young Master Yi's dog, a loyal dog. If young Master Yi commands me to go east, I shall not stray west. From this day forth, I shall have but one master, young Master Yi. With great effort, Wang Tuan struggled to rise from his wheelchair, kneeling before Yi Yu and bowing his head in reverence. How intriguing! Since you demonstrate such earnestness, I may well assist you in becoming the master of the Wang family. Yi Yu mused thoughtfully. In the grand expanse of the royal family, the next heir has unexpectedly been determined by an unrelated individual. Wang Yan, standing nearby, suddenly crumpled to the ground, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He hurriedly crawled before Yi Yu, pleading, Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I am willing to be your dog. I am physically capable and can clear numerous obstacles for you. Moreover, the Wang family acknowledges me and will submit to my authority, allowing me to seize control of the Wang family with minimal resistance. Wang Yan implored fervently. Having departed from the Wang family, he realized that, despite his cunning, he was nothing in the face of absolute power. Oh, let us see who brings me good news first. Chen Fan has returned. Who among you will venture to Jianghai City? Yi Yu inquired languidly. To be honest, young Master Yi, I've already dispatched someone to Jianghai City. I instructed them to delay Chen Fan. Should he wish to come to the capital, they must spare no effort to obstruct him for 3 months. After 3 months, if he arrives in the capital, I am confident I can secure him entirely. Wang Yan asserted through gritted teeth, finally revealing his plan. I care not what you do or how you accomplish it. Chen Fan will not return to the capital for the time being. In a few days, he will likely leave the country. I require you to delay him at all costs. Once he purchases his plane ticket, a mere 3 days of delay will suffice. Whoever can achieve this shall be the next head of the Wang family, Yi Yu stated calmly. A brilliant light ignited in the eyes of Wang Yan and Wang Tuan. Young Master Yi's condition was, to them, incredibly simple. Rest assured, young master, I will keep him in Jianghai City for 3 days, or even 10. With that, he took to his wheelchair and signaled to Wang Yan. Let us not waste young Master Yi's time. Wang Yan, conflicted in expression, ultimately rose to his feet. Young master, I take my leave. After the 2 brothers departed, Yi Yu's gaze turned contemplative. It seemed a rift had formed between the Wang brothers, which might present an opportunity for him. He needed to leverage this situation to secure more bargaining chips for himself. Wang Shu. Yi Yu pressed the call button. Young master. Dispatch someone to follow Wang Tuan and Wang Yin. I wish to know their every move. Understood, young master. After hanging up, Yi squinted at the sunlight streaming through the window. He could not place his absolute trust in the Wang brothers. Given his standing, many would seek to ally with him. Yet, among those he trusted most, there were invariably individuals loyal to Chun Fan. This was the aura of the protagonist. He always managed to sway certain people to his side, or, in times of crisis, to rescue specific individuals, thus ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Despite Wang Tuan's boundless hostility toward Chun Fan, Yu vividly recalled that when Wang Tuan was cast out from the Wang family, it was Chun Fan who appeared. He bore no grudge for Wang Tuan's past actions, and even went so far as to heal his leg. This is what led Wang Tuan to wholeheartedly devote himself to Chun Fan, becoming one of his most loyal followers. The tragedies of his past life shall never be allowed to repeat in this one. Chapter 18. Is Chun Fan a good person? Upon returning to the villa, Yi sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought as he gazed at the twilight outside. The unusual reactions of the Wang brothers left him somewhat perplexed. It was evident that the variables of this lifetime had begun to manifest. The tranquility was shattered by the ringing of his phone. Yi glanced at the caller ID, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Is there something you need? Brother Yu, will we meet tonight? I've been thinking of you. The deliberately softened voice of Chu Yu came through the line. I'm unavailable tonight. Yu unhesitatingly declined, promptly ending the call. He currently had no inclination to deal with such women, but rather found himself increasingly intrigued by the peculiar behavior of the Wang brothers. In his past life, Wang Yin and Wang Tuan had always been united, conspiring to provoke Chun Fan. Yet in this lifetime, Wang Tuan had intervened to thwart Wang Yan's plans, suggesting a deeper intrigue at play. Wang Shu, please investigate the conflict between Wang Tuan and Wang Yin, Yu instructed as he dialed Wang Tianxiu. Yes, young master. After hanging up, Yu made his way to the training room. Each day, he dedicated time to practice the dragon capture technique taught by Zhao Tsong. Although he had only mastered the first 3 forms, the effects of his medicinal baths allowed him to perceptibly enhance his physical attributes. Standing on a wooden post, he centered his thoughts, positioning his hands in the initial stance as he gradually circulated his internal energy. Absolute focus and tranquility. When thought arises, let the heart remain still. Whispering the incantation, his internal energy began to flow more vigorously. An hour later, drenched in sweat, yet wearing a satisfied smile, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Young master, I have gathered information on the Wang brothers. Please share. Yi took a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. It is said that Wang Yin is the true heir of the Wang family, while Wang Tuan is merely a puppet in name. 2 years ago, the head of the Wang family secretly informed core members that when the time was right, he would dethrone Wang Tuan and elevate Wang Yin. Upon hearing this, a knowing glint flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. Fascinating. That renders Wang Tuan's actions today comprehensible. He seeks to counter Wang Yan's plans through me. Your analysis is correct, young master, Wang Tianxiu nodded. However, there's another piece of information you may find intriguing. I discovered that Fengling works at the Starlight CAF in the Old District every Saturday night. Yi Yu's eyes brightened. What a splendid opportunity to get closer to her. By the way, have there been any irregularities with Feng Changqing? None for now. He has been attending classes and returning to the dormitory, as usual. However, this evening he visited the library and lingered extensively in the military literature section. Yi Yu pondered thoughtfully. It seems he has caught wind of something and is preparing to take action. Wang Shu, please investigate where Chun Fan is currently located and when he is scheduled to travel abroad again. Understood, young master. After Wang Tianxiu departed, Yi resumed his practice of the dragon capture technique. With each transition of movement, his actions became increasingly fluid and graceful. While he might only be able to match Chun Fan at present, this was merely the beginning of his journey. Once he has honed these skills to perfection, he could confidently entrust Zhao Tsong with the remainder. As for whether Zhao Tsong would agree, naturally he would not. However, Yi Yu possesses ample means to compel him to comply. The following day, Yi Yu resolved to visit the university. Qingbei University remained bustling with life, as numerous students meandered through the campus in small groups. Strolling along the tree-lined path, Yu occasionally caught the admiring glances of female students. Yet he paid them no mind. His standards for casual partners were exceedingly high. They must possess striking beauty and be inexperienced. Money was inconsequential to him. However, upon turning a corner, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Xiaoxiao. She was seated on a bench, curled up, her shoulders trembling incessantly. Tears streamed down her face. What would have brought this about? Hearing someone speak, Lin Xiaoxiao hastily wiped her tear-stained cheeks and looked up at Yu. "Classmate Yi, what brings you here?" She stammered. Her voice choked with emotion. The tears had soaked her face, rendering her unadorned features remarkably delicate and innocent. "Passing by. How is your family? That woman has not troubled you again, has she?" Yu inquired gently. "They haven't caused you any more trouble since that day, have they?" At the mention of that day, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened. "No, thanks to you, I'm far more at ease now. My stepmother and brother have left and will never harass me again." Yu discerned an underlying meaning in her words. "After my stepmother returned, she leaped from the upper floor and died on the spot. My brother, it is said, has lost his mind, deluding himself into believing he is a wealthy heir. He bought a helicopter and jumped from the hospital roof." Lin Xiaoxiao recounted, her voice quavering. "And your father?" Yu asked. "He went to the hospital to care for Lin Feng and has never returned." "To be honest, I worry about him," Lin Xiaoxiao admitted, lowering her gaze. "Although he never stood up for me, he is still my father." Lin Xiaoxiao was no fool. She harbored a suspicion that her stepmother's and Lin Feng's deaths were somehow connected to Yu. Her feelings towards him were complex. Logically, if Yu had indeed orchestrated these events, she ought to despise him. Yet, Zhou Huilan and Lin Feng had drained her life force like leeches, leaving her uncertain of how to confront Yu. As they walked side by side, many onlookers cast astonished glances their way. The sight of a campus elite like Yu walking alongside a seemingly ordinary student like Lin Xiaoxiao was indeed unusual. Some envied them, while others felt a twinge of jealousy. How fortunate to be wealthy, they mused. Just moments ago, he was caught in a passionate encounter with Chu Yu, and now he with the campus belle, Lin Xiaoxiao. It seems he is not far from winning her over. Perhaps he has already succeeded. What a beast! Some muttered indignantly within, though they would never dare voice such sentiments openly. It was a small solace to vent their frustrations silently, as it felt just as satisfying. "I heard you know Qin Fan?" Yi suddenly inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao paused, a hint of wariness crossing her face. "How do you know?" "That day at the entrance of the community, you mentioned his name," Yi replied calmly. "I was merely curious." Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. "Brother Qin Fan was my neighbor when I was young. He treated me very well, like a real brother. Later, my family moved to the capital, and he went abroad. We rarely kept in touch." Yu nodded subtly. "He sounds like someone who took good care of you, akin to childhood sweethearts?" "Yes, he is a wonderful person." As Lin Xiaoxiao spoke of Chun Fan, a smile finally graced her face. Yu inwardly scoffed. "Chun Fan, a wonderful person? Indeed, he is quite kind to those close to him. However, there is one flaw. He possesses a certain lechery. His lustful nature has reached a remarkable degree, and it's noteworthy that many women willingly become his lovers." Chapter 19. Preparing to target Qin Fan's women, even the original wife was not envious, but rather encouraged him to pursue those women who could be of assistance to him. This was quite absurd. Furthermore, Chun Fan possessed an uncanny ability to win hearts, effortlessly captivating women who held a favorable impression of him. They would fall for him like moths to a flame. Most importantly, he often managed to shift the blame for his infidelity onto the other party, leaving them feeling ashamed. For instance, one of Chun Fan's classic lines was, "I apologize. It is my inadequacy that I cannot even give you a title." Following this, the woman would gaze at him with deep affection, saying that it was nothing, that she did not care, only that she cared for him. Consequently, the two would become entwined, their connection seamless and natural, as if destined by the heavens. In his previous life, he had never heard of Lin Xiaoxiao among Chun Fan's women. It appeared that she was someone he had acquired only after his demise. He wondered what he was doing abroad. Yu continued to probe. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I'm not quite sure. He rarely mentions his work. I only know he is overseas. Has he contacted you recently?" "No." Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to sense Yu's unusual interest and grew cautious. Why are you suddenly asking so much about Brother Chen Fan? Yi smiled lightly. I have merely heard of this person. He is said to be quite famous abroad. Purely out of curiosity. Do you work part-time at the Longting International Hotel? Lin Xiao was taken aback. How did you know? I brought you there last time. Yi replied with a smile. I might stop by for a cup of coffee tomorrow. See you then. Without giving Lin Xiao a chance to respond, Yi turned and departed. Once back in the sports car, the smile on Yi's face vanished in an instant. Judging by Lin Xiao's reaction, it was clear she had a deep connection with Chun Fan. While she might not know the full extent of his background, leveraging her proximity to him was indeed a viable strategy. No, it was not merely about using her to get closer to Chun Fan. It was about making her utterly submit to him. He believed that Chun Fan likely harbored some feelings for her. What expression would Chun Fan wear if he discovered she had shared his bed? Yi found herself truly looking forward to it. There was no rush. She intended to toy with Chun Fan slowly. The first step was to deal with those girlfriends he had yet to engage with. As for the women he had already been with, apologies, but she was not in the business of collecting scraps. Young master, I have news, came Wang Tianqiu's timely call. Chun Fan is currently in Zhanghai City and is reportedly set to leave the country in 10 days. Initially, he was supposed to depart 3 days from now, but his sister's situation has caused a delay. Additionally, Feng Changqing has purchased a ticket to Zhanghai City and will depart tomorrow. Yi narrowed her eyes. Interesting. It seems Feng Changqing has received news and is preparing to seek out Chun Fan. Should the young master stop him? No, let him be. Yi chuckled coldly. We must delve into Chun Fan's background. Having Feng Changqing act as our informant would be advantageous. However, since he wishes to depart, he ought not to take his sister along. Tomorrow, ensure that you intercept Feng Ling. If Feng Changqing makes any move, eliminate him without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Yi reclined in the car's seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. In his previous life, during this very period, Chun Fan was eager to leave the country due to grave issues that had arisen within the mercenary group he established overseas. He had to resolve these matters personally, and he could afford to delay for no more than 10 days. Should 10 days pass without his departure, the mercenary group he had painstakingly built would be left in ruins. This group, known as the Snow Wolves, was his source of confidence, and he was revered as the king of wolves. Thus, Yi instructed brothers Wang Yin and Wang Tuan to do everything in their power to delay Chun Fan for 3 days on the day of his departure. 3 days would be sufficient to ensure the obliteration of the Snow Wolves, for during that time, they would encounter the Vatican. Although the Vatican is merely a small nation, it boasts a multitude of followers, hundreds of millions worldwide, comprising both the influential and the ruthless. Upon learning of the Snow Wolves' incursion into Vatican territory, the Vatican rallied its followers, who flocked from all directions. Remarkably, within the span of 10 days, just that brief period, the Pope managed to amass a formidable contingent. Crucially, the Vatican possesses its own military, yet the Pope refrained from deploying them, choosing instead to rely on the zeal of the faithful. With such fervent followers willing to sacrifice their lives for him, he was reluctant to expend military resources, nor did he need to supply arms himself. In his previous life, Chun Fan, through his charisma and a stroke of fortune, captured the heart of the Vatican's saint, thereby saving the Snow Wolves from annihilation. It is indeed curious that the illustrious saint of the Vatican, a paragon of virtue, would fall in love with Chun Fan. It is essential to note that the saint is bound to a life of celibacy, destined to remain unmarried and ultimately face a solitary demise, with any breach of this vow resulting in execution by hanging. In this life, Yi is determined to find every possible means to keep Chun Fan within the confines of the country. He aims to sever Chun Fan's escape routes. At a crucial moment, Yi will also journey to Zhanghai City, albeit not at present, but after he has fully utilized Wang Tuan and Wang Yan. Chapter 20. Designated to accompany Lin Xiao for drinks, the Wang brothers harbored an unrealistic desire to keep Chun Fan in Zhanghai City for an additional 3 days. Setting aside Chun Fan's astonishing martial prowess, many prominent figures in Zhanghai City had previously benefited from his generosity. These individuals would undoubtedly devise ways to facilitate his departure. Nevertheless, in the forthcoming 10 days, Yi would make a point of visiting Jianghai City personally, as he intended to present Chun Fan with an extraordinary surprise. Uncle Wang, please arrange for my exchange student status at Jianghai University. I wish to study there for a few days, at most a month, or perhaps as little as 10 days. Yi instructed Wang Tianxiu. Understood, young master. Wang Tianxiu promptly picked up his phone and dialed a number. My young master wishes to attend Jianghai University as an exchange student for friendly studies. Please make the necessary arrangements. Without allowing the other party a chance to respond, Wang Tianxiu ended the call. Simultaneously, in the office of the president of Qingbei University, President Wang Peizhi, with his head full of silver hair, set down the phone with a wry smile. The Yi family was indeed domineering. Traditionally, it was only they who dictated which institutions they would engage with for friendly exchanges. The exchange partners chosen by Qingbei University were invariably world-renowned institutions. Jianghai University hardly possessed the qualifications to warrant such attention. In the past, it was the other schools that clamored desperately to engage with Qingbei University, eager to learn from its esteemed educational methods. Ah, I'm getting old. I'm losing my touch. Wang Peizhi sighed, shaking his head. He then personally called the president of Jianghai University. This is Wang Peizhi. On behalf of Qingbei University, we will be sending exchange students to your Jianghai University for study and exchange in 5 days. The call connected, and without further ado, Wang Peizhi spoke directly. President Wang Yu. The other party seemed to finally grasp the situation, disbelief evident in their voice. Don't be alarmed, Xiao Lu. It's merely a routine exchange for learning, Wang Peizhi noted, detecting the shock in the other man's tone, and offered a reassuring smile. Before President Lu Guangming of Jianghai University could respond fully, Wang Peizhi had already hung up the phone. Lu Guangming felt his heart racing. After all, this was the premier institution of higher learning in Huaxia. Although Jianghai University had some reputation, it was entirely on a different tier from a top-tier university like Qingbei. He could hardly fathom that such an immense opportunity had landed in his lap so abruptly. If managed properly, Jianghai University's prestige could ascend to new heights. Moreover, the call had come directly from Wang Peizhi, the president of Qingbei University. The significance of this was monumental. Wang Peizhi was a renowned figure in certain fields, with his former students spread across the globe. Hurry! Qingbei University is coming for an exchange. We must ensure they are received with the utmost hospitality, Lu Guangming instructed, picking up the phone without waiting for a response. The person on the other end seemed momentarily stunned into silence. While Jianghai University was bustling with activity, Yi arrived at the Longting International Hotel. He came today solely for Lin Xiao. In order to deal with Chun Fan, he would employ any means necessary. At this moment, in the dining area of Longting International Hotel, a middle-aged man clad in a suit smiled slyly at Tang Long and raised his chin in a mocking inquiry. Oh, General Tang, I didn't expect to find such exquisite company here. What? Is President Qian interested in her? The rotund Tang Long inquired with a grin. President Qian, whose real name was Qian Shun, was a real estate mogul with assets amounting to billions. He was also a regular patron of Longting International Hotel, holding the prestigious title of Platinum VIP. Such a status required an annual expenditure of no less than 50 million at Longting International. Ha. Shall I introduce her to President Qian? For what I hear, she is still a novice, quite enticing indeed. Tang Long, his face a canvas of flesh, trembled as he spoke, his eyes narrowing into slits when he smiled. He had harbored an interest in Lin Xiao and had even contemplated leveraging his position to pursue this innocent university student. The thought of such a pure scholar in intimate situations stirred a thrill within him. However, he now faced a painful decision. Despite being a front desk manager, he dared not offend Qian Shun lightly, as it was rumored that Qian had some dealings with the Yi family. Thus, he felt compelled to extend a modicum of respect. Ha. I appreciate it, General Tang. Once the matter is settled, I will ensure you are well compensated, Qian Shun said, patting Tang Long's shoulder with satisfaction. At this, Tang Long's face lit up with delight. Although he earned a generous salary, who would decline extra earnings? Moreover, Qian Shun was not known for his stinginess. I shall await her arrival here. Let her come over for a drink. Later, I will trouble General Tang to arrange a presidential suite for me, Qian Shen declared, pouring a bottle of rare red wine into 2 glasses. In front of Tang Long, he dropped a blue pill into one of the glasses and then slid it across the table. Tang Long pretended not to notice and strode directly toward Lin Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was holding a tray with a freshly grilled sirloin steak. Xiaoxiao, pause your work for a moment. I need to speak with you. Tang Long beckoned. Lin Xiaoxiao, puzzled, approached him while balancing the steak. Manager Tang, is there something you need? She asked, feeling uneasy in his presence. His lecherous gaze made her uncomfortable, and she had considered quitting. However, with her wages from the past weeks still unpaid, she felt reluctant. She had attempted to resign, but Tang Long had made it clear. She could leave, but not a penny would she receive unless she completed a full month. Thus, Lin Xiaoxiao resolved to endure, vowing that once the month was complete, she would leave without hesitation. There's nothing to worry about. Tell me, why are you still wearing a server's uniform? Hurry and change. I will introduce you to an important person. With that, Director Tang retracted his greedy gaze and spoke sternly to Lin Xiaoxiao. But Director Tang, I am merely a server. What need is there for a change of attire? Furthermore, I have no desire to meet any prominent figures, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, turning to leave. Hey, Lin Xiaoxiao, wait a moment. Rest assured, I would not impose anything upon you. With so many people around, how could I possibly force you to do anything? If you prefer not to change, then so be it, Director Tang said as he observed Lin Xiaoxiao's intention to depart. Realizing the restaurant was bustling with patrons, Lin Xiaoxiao felt reassured that Director Tang would not dare to act against her will. Thus, she followed him as he led her toward a private room. As the door to the room swung open, Qian Shun's gaze brightened upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao in her server's attire. Chapter 21. The drugging, what a captivating allure of uniform seduction, perfectly tailored to Qian Shun's tastes. He could even feel his long-dormant desires beginning to stir, igniting a thrill within him. After all, he was no longer young and had succumbed to indulgences in his youth. He had initially contemplated the use of Indian aphrodisiacs, but it now seemed unnecessary. This is Qian Shun, the esteemed CEO of the Qian Corporation. Upon entering, Tang Long immediately introduced him to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded Tang Long and Qian Shun with a wary expression, sensing something amiss. Why the silence? Qian Shun, a billionaire, could secure a lifetime of comfort if one managed to please him. Tang Long, noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's apprehension, felt a flicker of irritation. Greetings, Mr. Qian. May I inquire why I was summoned? Lin Xiaoxiao summoned her courage to ask, a hint of unease gnawing at her. It's nothing significant, Mr. Tang simply invited you to share a drink. Qian Shun replied nonchalantly. I apologize, Mr. Tang, Mr. Qian, but I do not drink. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted as she turned to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao, should you choose to depart now, you will forfeit your position and any salary owed, Tang Long stated coldly, fully aware of her dependence on her wages. Ah, Mr. Tang, please do not frighten the young lady. It is merely a drink. My dear, after consuming this beverage, you shall be considered a friend of Qian. From this day forth, you may navigate your university with ease. Qian Shun paused for effect. However, if you refuse this drink today, it would imply that you look down upon me. Qian, should I take offense, your life in the capital could become quite untenable. Your family would also find themselves embroiled in troubles, and your place at the university would be jeopardized. I assure you, I possess the means to have you expelled from Qingbei University. Qian Shun's earlier statements held a kernel of truth, yet the final assertion was a mere fabrication. Even with his vast wealth, he could not sway the steadfast resolve of Qingbei University. It was possible, however, for him to use his resources to create difficulties for her within its walls. The prospect of expulsion loomed large, and he reveled in the intimidation. Lin Xiaoxiao was engulfed by a mix of shock and fear. She was unafraid for her family, as she had only a father left, and his whereabouts were a mystery. Yet, the thought of expulsion from Qingbei University terrified her. Everything she had achieved was through her own merit. She had entered this prestigious institution through hard work and perseverance. Years of diligent study had led her to one of the highest echelons of education in China. Now, Her dreams stood on the precipice of destruction, all based on the whims of another. She felt a deep, bitter resentment. Why did the world harbor such malice towards her? First, there were her stepmother and younger brother, who, like blood-sucking leeches, exploited her beauty for profit, selling her to affluent heirs. Then at school, those privileged youths treated her as an object, something easily discarded. Now, faced with the challenges of part-time work, a single word could render all her efforts futile. In this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao loathed herself. She despised the face she bore. Yet, what fault lay in her beauty? In an instant, the light in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes dimmed, leaving only a haze of confusion and despair. She felt like a mere shell of a person as she approached Qianshun, grasping a glass of red wine, which appeared to her as extravagantly expensive. She gulped it down, coughing violently. She was overwhelmed. Tears streamed down her face. She could not discern if it was the wine that choked her or the bitterness in her heart. "I'm done with this drink. I'm leaving," Lin Xiaoxiao declared, her face devoid of expression. "Since you're here, why not sit down and share a meal?" Qianshun's lips curled into a smirk of triumph. Once Lin Xiaoxiao had consumed the wine, he believed she would be at his mercy. He could do as he pleased. "No, I have work to do," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her demeanor numb. "Mr. Qian requests your company for dinner. It's not a great sacrifice. You need not work today. Your only task is to enjoy the meal with him. Tomorrow, I will settle a month's wages for you, and you can choose to come or not in the future," Tang Long suggested, attempting to persuade her. "I'll accompany your mother. If you want company, have your mother come along." Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly erupted, seizing a wine bottle from the table and smashing it against Tang Long's head. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, showering Tang Long in red wine. The crimson liquid cascaded down his forehead, indistinguishable from blood. Tang Long's expression darkened. Ever since he became the hotel manager, even billionaires had addressed him as Mr. Tang. Yet today, he had been struck down by a woman. With a swift motion, Tang Long raised his hand and slapped Lin Xiaoxiao, sending her crashing to the ground. A handprint bloomed on her fair cheek, and blood trickled from her lips. However, Lin Xiaoxiao gazed defiantly at Tang Long. She had sensed an unsettling heat within her body and realized that these two beasts had drugged her. Thus, she yearned to escape quickly. Yet, as fate would have it, her circumstances unraveled. Her breath grew labored, as if her body were a furnace, urging her to shed her clothing. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao resisted, clinging to her last vestige of clarity as she struggled to rise. Even in death, she vowed she would not allow these brutes to defile her. Throughout this ordeal, Qianshun remained seated, unperturbed. He understood that once Lin Xiaoxiao consumed the wine, she would become his prey, unable to evade his grasp. With the effects of the drug now taking hold, it was time for him to retire to his room and indulge in his desires. "I will haunt you even in death," Lin Xiaoxiao roared hoarsely. With resolute determination, she raised the shattered wine bottle towards her neck. Upon witnessing this scene, Qianshun could no longer remain still, his pupils constricted in disbelief. This woman truly contemplated sacrificing herself to preserve her innocence? It was utterly insane. Such was Qianshun's initial thought. The death of one individual held little significance for him or for Tang Longbang. In a critical moment, Yi made his entrance. He forcefully kicked open the door to the private room, swiftly appearing before Lin Xiaoxiao. "Do not fear, I am here." Yi enveloped Lin Xiaoxiao in his embrace, gently prying the glass shard from her grip. He could even feel the heat radiating from her body. As Yi arrived, the last vestige of clarity in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes faded away. Chapter 22. Capturing Lin Xiaoxiao, at least he had once offered me assistance. This was the final thought lingering in Lin Xiaoxiao's mind. Rather than being taken away by Qianshun to the hotel, it would be preferable to surrender herself to Yiyu. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao harbored some affection for Yiyu. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost. This woman is mine." Qianshun's countenance darkened as he witnessed Yiyu rush in, embracing Lin Xiaoxiao. Beside him, Tang Long appeared to be in a fit, trembling uncontrollably, his face ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The revelation that Lin Xiaoxiao was acquainted with young master Yi left him utterly despondent. The Yi family was a force that the Qian Corporation could not contend with. Not only was Tang Long in peril, But even Qian Shun was in deep trouble. His vast fortune paled in comparison to the Yi family's influence. If the Yi family sought his downfall, it would be as easy as pie. Mr. Qian, this is the Yi family's territory. How could such dubious individuals be allowed entry? Qian Shun spoke, casting a significant glance at Tang Long. However, he soon found himself at a loss for words. The once suave Tang Long now appeared as if he were on the verge of collapse, shaking violently, seemingly ready to drop to the ground at any moment. Mr. Qian, what has happened to you? Qian Shun furrowed his brow, genuinely believing Tang Long was unwell. He hesitated to approach, fearing he might catch whatever affliction had befallen him. Yi Yu gently lifted Lin Xiao, her heated breath brushing against his neck, her fingers instinctively clutching the lapel of his suit. He raised his gaze to Qian Shun, his expression as frigid as ice. The recent collaboration between the Qian and Yi families warranted a thorough reassessment. Yi stated flatly, "What gives you the audacity to dictate terms? My Qian family's partnership with the Yi family is not something you can call into question at your whim. Do you truly consider yourself the crown prince of the Yi family?" Qian Shun scoffed at Yi Yu. "Young Master Yi, please, this is not my doing." It was all him. He forced my hand. Tang Long suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Qian Shun swallowed hard. The only person in the capital worthy of being called young Master Yi was Yi Yu. In other words, he had just insulted the heir of the Yi family. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, soaking into his suit as he forced himself to speak. "What does young Master Yi mean by this? She is merely a plaything. If you desire, I would be willing to offer you more, young Master Yi." "A plaything?" Yi Yu chuckled coldly, as Lin Xiao in his arms emitted a desperate whimper, prompting him to tighten his grip. Mr. Qian seems to have forgotten who truly defines what a plaything is in the capital. Before he could finish, Wang Tianqiu barged in, flanked by several bodyguards in black. Tang Long collapsed to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the marble floor. "Young Master Yi, spare me. It was my foolishness, Qian Shun." "Remove him," Yi Yu interrupted, regarding Qian Shun with the detached demeanor one might reserve for a mere corpse. "Notify the legal department. Ensure that every breach of contract by the Qian family is addressed. I demand the complete disappearance of the Qian family from the capital." Qian Shun's legs trembled, his face ashen, yet he was forcibly escorted away by bodyguards. "It is finished. This time, the Qian family is truly done for." His pleas echoed in the corridor, gradually fading as he entered the elevator. Yi Yu glanced down at Lin Xiao in his arms. Her cheeks were flushed, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, her delicate lips parted slightly, releasing soft, fragmented breaths. He swallowed hard and turned towards his exclusive presidential suite. "Young Master, do you need me to call a doctor?" Wang Tianqiu followed, closely behind. "Is this your first day with me? How could such foolish words escape your lips?" Yi Yu cast a questioning gaze at Wang Tianqiu. Upon meeting Yi Yu's eyes, Wang Tianqiu promptly turned and left. Yi Yu kicked open the door, placing Lin Xiao on the large bed adorned with silk sheets. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of the capital shimmered like a galaxy of stars, yet it paled in comparison to the allure of the person on the bed. Under the influence of the drug, Lin Xiao tossed and turned, her disheveled collar revealing her exquisite collarbone. Yi Yu loosened his tie, a surge of heat rising within him. As he leaned down, Lin Xiao unexpectedly wrapped her arm around his neck, her warm lips pressing against his. This kiss carried the tartness of red wine and the innocence of youth, causing Yi Yu's mind to explode in a cacophony of sensations. He took the initiative, his tongue parting her delicate lips, seizing the sweetness that belonged to her. Lin Xiao trembled in his embrace like a startled fawn, yet instinctively responded to his fervor. "Yi Yu, I feel so uncomfortable. Please take me." Hearing Lin Xiao call his name, Yi Yu's large hand glided along her slender waist. Lin Xiao's service uniform shirt had unknowingly come undone at 2 buttons, revealing her pure white lingerie, which shimmered softly under the warm yellow light. Though she had been drugged, she was still acutely aware of her actions. This, evidently, was something Yi Yu comprehended as well. Feigning a sigh, he restrained Lin Xiao's restless hands. "Lin Xiao, be a bit more aware. I do not wish to take advantage of you." Yi Yu, I can't bear it any longer. I beg you, help me. This is all voluntary. As soon as her words fell, she lunged towards him. Boom! At that moment, it felt as if heaven and earth had collided, spiraling out of control. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a pained cry. Subsequently, the lights flickered, and a seemingly elusive sound of pleasure wafted through the air. Lin Xiaoxiao's night was wild, so wild that even Yiyu struggled to keep up. The potency of Qian Shun's drug was indeed overwhelming. The next morning, Yiyu awoke feeling invigorated. Rising, he noticed Lin Xiaoxiao curled up like a little kitten, traces of tears still adorning her face. In the spot where they had been last night, there was a shocking pool of crimson. Tommy, get up. Yiyu reached into the covers, grasping her delicate softness. The sensation was soft, abundant, smooth, bouncy, fragrant. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoxiao had actually awakened long ago. Yet, she found herself momentarily unable to accept the reality. However, she could not lay the blame on Yiyu. After all, the previous night, Yiyu had clearly refused her advances. It was her own shamelessness that had compelled her to throw herself at him. Thus, she was at a loss on how to face Yiyu and could only pretend to be asleep. Moreover, after such a wild night, she was likely unable to walk now, her body swollen and aching with every slight movement. Are you not feeling well? Would you like something to eat? I can have it brought to you, Yiyu inquired. Sensing the gentleness in his voice, Lin Xiaoxiao's tones softened considerably. Perhaps a little millet porridge? She replied softly. What do you mean by millet porridge? You are far too thin and need to replenish your strength, he remarked. Chapter 23. Journey to Jianhai City. Yiyu shook her head and then dialed Wang Tianxiu's number. Please bring me several servings of seafood porridge. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze to examine her ample figure. I'm not exactly slender. I can hardly see my toes. 20 minutes later, an array of female servers appeared, each carrying bowls of seafood porridge to the grand round table. Altogether, there were over 20 varieties of seafood porridge. Such abundance! Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in disbelief as she watched bowl after bowl being set before her. This porridge is made with king crab claw meat, fragrant and sweet. This one features Australian lobster meat, delicate and melting in the mouth. And this is abalone porridge from Australia, as splendid as you. Yi remarked with a mischievous glance at Lin Xiaoxiao, who walked somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing Yiyu's playful teasing, Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. How could I possibly finish all this? It would be such a waste. She felt a twinge of regret. Don't worry, to ensure your swift recovery. A little waste is inconsequential. Yiyu waved her hand dismissively. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a warm glow in her heart. Indeed, all of this was Yiyu's heartfelt gesture. He was doing it for her sake. If it comes to it, just take a bite or two of each, Yiyu suggested again. One must admit, the porridge crafted by a 5-star chef is unparalleled. Lin Xiaoxiao had never tasted such exquisite porridge before. Yiyu, do you have feelings for me? Lin Xiaoxiao stammered as she looked at Yiyu after their meal. Why do you ask that? Yiyu replied, his expression one of confusion. Though Yiyu was unaware of many things, he was certain that Lin Xiaoxiao had developed feelings for him. Last night, he had merely taken advantage of the situation. He had initially intended to leverage Lin Xiaoxiao as father to his benefit, ultimately securing Lin Xiaoxiao for himself. However, yesterday's events unfolded fortuitously, as he had played the role of the dashing savior. I am not an arbitrary person. If you are willing to take responsibility, then I shall belong to you. Once I am yours, I shall sever all ties with any other man, Lin Xiaoxiao declared with determination. Is that so? Have you thought it through? What about Chun Fan? Yiyu's expression remained impassive as he gazed at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao felt as if struck by lightning. Chun Fan, I no longer deserve him. You needn't worry. From now on, I will be yours alone. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Yiyu sneered coldly, turning away to leave the presidential suite. Starting tomorrow, your safety will be personally overseen by your men. Wang Tianxiu raised an eyebrow. Young master, are you serious? Merely an intriguing pawn, Yi replied with a cold smile. Everything Chun Fan holds dear, I shall destroy. Upon returning to the hotel, Yiyu entered the study. Wang Tianxiu understood. He was concerned that Chun Fan might seek out Lin Xiaoxiao. What was framed as protection was, in reality, mere surveillance. The computer screen flickered to life. revealing Chun Fan's latest movements in Jianhai. He typed a command, and countless encrypted files appeared on the display. These were the vulnerabilities of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, a surprise meticulously prepared for Chun Fan. In 3 days, they would meet in Jianhai. Yu caressed his phone, which contained a message. Moonlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting a glow on his face that accentuated the curve of his lips. The game of revenge had only just begun. Lin Xiao, the unexpected variable, might become the thorn embedded in Chun Fan's heart. Yu remained in the study until dawn, the ethereal glow of the computer screen reflecting the coldness in his eyes. A timely message from Wang Tuan arrived. Feng Changqing had reached Jianhai, and a photograph was taken during his meeting with Chun Fan's former subordinates. He magnified the image, observing Feng Changqing cautiously handing over a brown paper bag, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table, the rhythm synchronizing with his heartbeat. A faint sound emerged from the bedroom, prompting Yu to close his laptop. Lin Xiao stood at the doorway, wrapped in a thin blanket, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes glazed with drowsiness. The pallor following the effects of the medication rendered her even more fragile, yet her lips resembled petals stained with blood. "Do you still think of Chun Fan?" he asked in a low voice, his fingertips brushing against her flushed cheek. "I did before, but I will not again, nor can I," Lin Xiao replied, lowering her head. Yu leaned closer, his arm propped beside her head. Lin Xiao could clearly see the surging desire in his eyes, akin to the restless sea before storm. "I protected you when you were at home, and tonight I will clean up the mess for you." His nose nearly touched hers. "What will you offer in return?" Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted outside, causing Lin Xiao to shiver. Seizing the opportunity, Yu clasped her wrist, the blanket slipping away, her delicate silhouette becoming faintly visible in the moonlight. She struggled, but he pinned her knee with his leg, forcing her against him. "Do not move," he commanded, his voice taut, his throat grazing her forehead. Lin Xiao caught the mingling scent of smoke and cold on him, halting her resistance. Yet as his palm covered her waist, she choked back a sob. "Do you think I'm just an unloving harlot?" Yu froze, his gaze fixed on the tears glistening on her lashes. Wasn't he that the truth? He intended to possess everything concerning Chun Fan, only to destroy it. The moment Yu released his grip, Lin Xiao stumbled, reaching for the blanket but collapsing to the floor as her legs weakened. "Move to the Qingbei dormitory tomorrow," Yu said, turning to adjust his tie. His back to her, his voice regaining its icy edge. He paused, retrieving a bank card from the drawer and tossing onto the coffee table. "There's $1 million here, with a password of 6/8. Consider it hush money. Forget about last night." Lin Xiao's hand tightened around the blanket, veins protruding. She stared at the swirling golden dragon on the card and suddenly laughed. "So in your eyes, I am merely a priced object." She wobbled to her feet and threw the card at Yu's feet. "I owe you nothing." The door slammed shut with a thunderous crash, causing Yu to frown. He gazed out at the curtain of rain, tracing a crack-like water stain on the glass. "Wangbo," he dialed. In preparation, we departed for Jianhai. Before disconnecting, I added note. "Please check Lin Xiao's hometown address. Her father should be present. Furthermore, ensure Feng Ling is under surveillance. Should any unusual activity arise, apprehend her immediately." 3 hours later, Yu sat aboard a private jet, gazing down at the clouds enveloping Jianhai. A notification chimed on her phone. Qin Xian was in the emergency department of Jianhai First Hospital, with Chun Fan as the lead surgeon. Yu caressed the photographs on her device, a cruel smile gracing her lips. This game, where kin are used as pawns, was poised to enter its next round. Upon landing, a torrential downpour greeted her. Wang Tianxiu held a black umbrella for Yu as they approached the waiting convoy of cars. All were sleek black Audis, custom-made, with the foremost vehicle resembling a ferocious beast crouched upon the ground. This was a Lamborghini Herm S, the only one of its kind in the world, rumored to have been valued at a staggering $358 million. Young Master, a cadre of impeccably dressed men in black suits and sunglasses indicated their military training. Many at the airport turned to glance back, their eyes filled with envy and amazement. The convoy slowly exited the airport, the distant neon lights illuminating the words Jianghai University. He recalled the email he received before his departure, which contained an attachment, photos of Lin Xiaoxiao during her high school years, standing beside Chun Fan beneath a cherry blossom tree, their smiles innocent and pure. Chapter 24. The wealthiest of Jianghai, the Duan family, and Yiyu's dog on a rainy night outside the emergency room of Jianghai First Hospital. Stretchers were constantly being pushed in and out, with medical personnel bustling about. Chun Qian leaned against the cold wall, her pale face marked by unshed tears. Half an hour prior, she had been immersed in her studies at the library, only to receive a phone call informing her that her roommate, Jiang Lilin, had fallen down the stairs and was in critical condition. Jiang Lilin was one of the few friends she had made at Jianghai University, always cheerfully sharing snacks and keeping her company during late-night study sessions. The thought of that vibrant girl possibly lying inside, fighting for her life, made Chun Qian's heart tremble incessantly. Qian Qian. A familiar voice called from behind her. She turned to see her brother, Chun Fan, clad in a white coat, his eyes reflecting fatigue and concern. "Brother, how is Lilin? Why hasn't she come out yet?" Chun Qian could not restrain her anxiety. "Don't worry, she is fine. It's just a concussion along with a minor fracture. I've already administered preliminary treatment." Chun Fan reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. He was aware that Chun Qian harbored some resentment towards him. Chun Qian felt a slight relief wash over her, yet her inner turmoil deepened. Why had she fallen so badly? She was usually very careful, never reckless. Chun Fan furrowed his brow. "I found a significant amount of alcohol in her system, and her muscles were unnaturally relaxed. It's likely she was drugged." "What?" Chun Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could this happen? Have you noticed if she has offended anyone lately?" Chun Fan inquired. Chun Qian shook her head but then recalled, "She has been acting strangely lately, often receiving mysterious phone calls that would leave her in a terrible mood." "I understand." A cold glint flickered in Chun Fan's eyes. "We'll discuss it further once she regains consciousness. For now, come with me to fetch some medicine." As they walked down the hospital corridor, several impeccably dressed men approached, led by a young man with a stern expression. Chun Fan's face darkened instinctively as he shielded Chun Qian behind him. The newcomer was none other than Duan Yen, the heir of the wealthiest family in Jianghai. Known for his idleness and arrogance, he exploited his family's influence to bully others in Jianghai. Rumor had it that he had once taken a liking to Jiang Lilin, only to be firmly rejected. "Well, if at ISNT Dr. Chun," Duan Yen sneered, sizing up Chun Fan with contempt. "I heard Jiang Lilin is hospitalized? How unfortunate." His tone dripped with provocation and schadenfreude. Chun Qian clenched her fists. Though typically reticent, her friend's injury ignited a fierce anger within her. "Did you do this?" Chun Fan's voice was a low, terrifying growl. "Oh, one mustn't make such accusations lightly." Duan Yen feigned innocence, spreading his hands. "I merely came to visit. Is that not permissible? Jiang Lilin has always treated me with disdain. Today, I intend to see how she will refuse me again." His words were laced with sinister implications. The chill in Chun Fan's gaze intensified, yet he understood that confronting Duan Yen in the hospital would be unwise. The Duan family has deeply entrenched roots in Jianghai, and now is not the time to confront Duan Yen. "Please leave. She is not available to meet with anyone at the moment," Chun Fan said coldly. "Humph. Who do you think you are? A mere quack just returned from abroad, daring to issue orders to me, Duan Yen?" The smile on Duan Yan's face vanished, replaced by an unmistakable threat. "You would do well to recognize your place. Otherwise, this dilapidated hospital cannot accommodate you, nor can Jianghai." Chun Fan stood his ground. "I apologize, but this is a hospital. Please maintain silence. If you seek trouble, you are welcome to do so, but not here." The atmosphere between the two men was charged with tension. Just then, footsteps echoed from the end of the hospital corridor. Everyone turned to see a group of bodyguards in black escorting a young man. Their aura sharply contrasted with that of Duan Yan's guards, more professional and far more menacing. Particularly for Chun Fan, he sensed a palpable threat emanating from the burly man beside the young man. The leader of the group, dressed in a casual suit and wearing a detached smile, was Yiyu. Upon seeing Yiyu's presence, Duan Yan's expression solidified instantly. Yi Xiao, what brings you to Zhanghai? Duan Yan's tone shifted to one of deference. Even the son of Zhanghai's wealthiest man must show respect before the crown prince of the capital. Yi Yu's gaze swept over the three individuals before finally resting on Chun Fan, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dr. Chun, I have long admired your reputation. It is said that your medical skills are extraordinary. Coincidentally, one of my companions has inadvertently sprained his wrist and wishes for your assistance. Chun Fan furrowed his brow, sensing a dangerous aura from the stranger. He also noticed that Duan Yan and his subordinates were trailing behind Yi Yu. Most crucially, he observed Yi Yu's gaze lingering on Chen Qian. Although the desire in his eyes was fleeting, Chun Fan captured it with clarity. This revelation caused his eyes to narrow slightly. He had recently discovered that Duan Yin might be connected to his parents' demise. Now, seeing Duan Yin treating this young man with such respect, did it imply a link between his parents' death and Yi Yu? A flicker of coldness danced in Chun Fan's eyes. Very well, follow me. He finally nodded. He sought to uncover certain truths from Yi Yu. Yi Yu turned to Chun Fan. Dr. Chun, may we proceed with the examination? Chun Fan glanced at the bodyguard behind Yi Yu, one of whom was indeed rubbing his wrist. Yet his intuition warned him that this sudden arrival was anything but benign. Follow me, Chun Fan replied tersely. Chun Qian anxiously watched her brother and the stranger depart, a nagging feeling that something ominous was about to unfold. Yi Yu trailed behind Chun Fan, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Upon learning of Chun Qian's presence in the hospital during his flight, he had promptly decided to confront this rival ahead of schedule. Observing Chun Fan's upright figure, Yi Yu sneered inwardly. The game has only just begun, Chun Fan. This time, I shall make you taste the bitterness of losing everything. Chun Fan led Yi Yu and the others into the consultation room, commencing an examination of the injured bodyguard's wrist. His movements were deft and precise, his gaze unwavering. Yi Yu sat nearby, observing Chun Fan's every action with keen interest. In a previous life, their first encounter had taken place at a business banquet in the capital. At that time, he had been arrogant and self-assured, considering Chun Fan merely an inconsequential figure. Yet, it was this seemingly insignificant individual who precipitated the downfall of the Yi family's commercial empire. Now, however, he resolved to alter this course. Nothing serious, just a mild sprain, Chun Fan remarked as he skillfully bandaged the bodyguard's injury. Take some rest, and you will recover in 3 days. Indeed, Dr. Chun lived up to his esteemed reputation. Yi Yu applauded. Chapter 25. Approaching Chun Qian's close friend, it is no wonder that even the emergency surgeries in Zhanghai require your expertise. Chun Fan paused in his task of arranging instruments. Who are you? How do you know me? Yi Yu smiled. I am Yi Yu, an exchange student from Qingbei University. Just arrived in Zhanghai. As for how I know you, it is evident that the Zhanghai Medical College would allow a recently returned doctor to step directly into the emergency room. Your medical skills must be remarkable. Chun Fan glanced at him, remaining silent as he continued to organize the medications. I have heard that Dr. Chun is quite renowned abroad. What opportunity prompted your decision to return to China? Yi Yu continued to probe. Finally, Chun Fan halted his movements and turned to meet Yi Yu's gaze. If you have something to say, Yi Yu chuckled. You are indeed straightforward. I was hoping to invite you to dinner and perhaps discuss a business proposition. What kind of business? I have a friend in need of someone with your talents. Yi replied nonchalantly. The terms are exceptionally favorable and would allow you to establish yourself swiftly in this country. Of course, if you have other plans in mind, we could discuss those as well. Chun Fan shook his head. I appreciate the offer, but I am not currently considering other employment. Yi remained unfazed. No ruse. Dr. Chun can take his time to think it over. By the way, I heard you have a younger sister at Zhanghai University? Chun Fan's expression sharpened instantly. You investigated me? Merely came across the information unintentionally. Yi Yu stood, dusting off non-existent specks from his suit. How coincidental. I am here to be an exchange student at Zhanghai University. Perhaps I might become classmates with your sister. Chun Fan's demeanor darkened. My sister is quite introverted. I hope you will not disturb her. Yi Yu raised an eyebrow. How could I? I excel at looking after others. He cast a meaningful glance at Chun Fan before departing the consultation room. Furrowing his brow, Chun Fan watched Yi Yu's retreating figure. Sensing that this encounter was far from coincidental, he pulled out his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Phone Chongqing, please investigate the background of Yi Yu. As Yi Yu exited the hospital, the rain had ceased. The city of Zhanghai shimmered under the night lights, with the silhouette of Zhanghai University visible in the distance. Wang Tianxiu inquired softly, "Young master, what are the next steps?" Yi Yu narrowed his eyes. "Organize the personnel. I will report to Zhanghai University tomorrow. Let's leverage the connections in Zhanghai to create some difficulties for Chun Fan." "Understood, young master. Also, send me the information on Chun Fan's sister, Chun Xian. I want to know everything about her." Yi Yu's voice faded into the night, leaving behind a cold smile. Zhanghai University stands as the premier institution in Zhanghai City. While it may not rival the top-tier universities like Qingbei, it possesses a commendable reputation nationwide. The campus is adorned with lush trees, and the red brick and white wall buildings emanate a profound academic ambience. Yet, the tranquility was shattered by the roar of an engine. Morning, Zhanghai University President's Office. "Mr. Yi, it is our honor to have you at Zhanghai University." Lu Guangming, with a face full of obsequiousness, handed a stack of documents to Yi Yu. "These are your exchange student formalities, all completed. I have specifically arranged for you to reside in our International Exchange Center, which boasts the finest conditions." Yi Yu casually leafed through the documents, his gaze lingering momentarily on the course schedule. "I wish to see which class Chun Xian is in." Lu Guangming was taken aback. "Chun Xian? Who is she?" After searching as per Yi Yu's request, he finally found her. "She is a sophomore in the computer science department. Indeed, I have heard she excels in her studies, and I would like to get acquainted." Yi replied nonchalantly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Guangming's face, but it swiftly vanished. "Of course, I shall have the academic affairs office arrange for you to attend the computer science courses immediately." Yi nodded in satisfaction and prepared to leave. "Young master," Lu Guangming cautiously glanced at Yi Yu. "Our school happens to have a project focused on industry-academia research collaboration. Might you have any interest?" "Whether I have interest or not depends on your approach," Yi replied, leaving the office without a backward glance. Lu Guangming gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the other party was merely a young individual, he exuded immense pressure. Outside the principal's office, Wang Tianxiu had been waiting for quite some time. After Yi Yu emerged, Wang Tianxiu presented him with a document. "Young master, here are the detailed records of Chun Xian." Yi Yu opened the file to find a photograph of Chun Xian, her course schedule, accommodation information, and even records of her daily activities. The girl in the photo sported simple short brown hair and black-rimmed glasses. Though she appeared slender, her beauty was undoubtedly of the campus belle caliber. Indeed, if she were to remove those black glasses, she would be strikingly beautiful. This was an observation you could not misjudge, for he was no novice in matters of the heart. Upon closer inspection, he noticed she bore a resemblance to Chun Fan, particularly in her pair of spirited eyes. "What is the nature of her relationship with Chun Fan?" Yi Yu inquired. "According to our investigation, they have a rather distant sibling relationship. Chun Xian seems to harbor some animosity toward Chun Fan, and they seldom communicate," Wang Tianxiu replied. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes. "It appears to be the same as in my previous life. This makes things considerably easier." Yi Yu murmured to himself. In truth, he could directly confront Chun Fan, as the current Chun Fan had yet to make a significant mark. However, he understood that there were influential figures behind Chun Fan, and he needed to lure this individual out to eliminate future threats. "Does the young master have any further instructions?" "Go and see that Jiang Liling. Since she is a close friend of Chun Xian, it would be prudent to start with her and have her influence Chun Xian." Shortly thereafter, Yi Yu arrived at the hospital. Jiang Liling had been transferred to a general ward, but was still under observation. As he turned the corner of the hospital corridor, Yi Yu spotted Chun Xian carrying a bowl of congee toward Jiang Liling's room. A smile graced his face as he quickened his pace. "Hello, we met last night. May I ask which room Jiang Liling is in?" Yi Yu feigned unfamiliarity as he inquired. Chun Xian looked up, her eyes meeting Yi Yu's presence. She instinctively took a step back, warily scrutinizing the other person. "What do you want?" Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of caution. I heard she was hospitalized, so I specifically came to see her. After all, Duan Yin is my subordinate, and it is only natural. Yi Yu smiled, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, presenting an appearance of kindness. Chun Qian furrowed her brow. However, the flowers in his hand did indeed resemble those brought for a visit to a patient. It's the third room on the left up ahead. Ultimately, Chun Qian divulged the information to him. Thank you. Yi Yu expressed his gratitude, intentionally brushing past Chun Qian in the moment of turning, nearly colliding with the bowl of porridge she held. I'm so sorry. Yi Yu quickly reached out to steady Chun Qian, his tone filled with regret. I almost made you spill your porridge. Chun Qian instinctively recoiled, but Yi Yu's movement was too swift. In the brief moment their arms touched, Chun Qian felt a subtle jolt of electricity. Chun Qian's skin was remarkably smooth, yet her arm was surprisingly strong. It's all right. Chun Qian withdrew her hand and replied coolly. Chapter 26, million? One must multiply by 10, you nodded, a hint of amusement sparkling in her eyes as she observed the other woman. As they brushed past each other, Yi Yu sensed an indescribable quality about Chun Qian, starkly contrasting with Chun Fan. After Chun Qian departed, Yi Yu chose not to enter Jiang Liling's hospital room. Instead, she retreated to the stairwell and dialed Wang Tianqiu's number, arranging for an investigation into Chun Qian's past, particularly the nature of her relationship with Chun Fan. Upon ending the call, Yi Yu politely rapped on the hospital room door before gently pushing it open. Jiang Liling lay pallid upon the bed, her posture stiffening in alertness at the sight of a stranger. Who are you? She inquired, her voice laced with apprehension. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. Yi Yu placed a bouquet on the bedside table and extracted a photograph from her suit pocket. This serves as evidence of Duan Yin administering drugs to you. Jiang Liling's eyes widened in astonishment as she examined the photo, which clearly depicted Duan Yan's subordinate adding a substance to her drink. How? How do you possess this? She stammered. That is of little consequence. What matters is that I am privy to information that is seldom concealed from me. Yi Yu tucked the photo away. The crucial point is that you can utilize this to confront Duan Yin. Jiang Liling shook her head, her complexion ashen. No. The Duan family wields immense power in Jianghai. I cannot contend with them, nor can I afford to provoke them. That is because you lack sufficient leverage. Yi Yu handed her a business card. Should you desire to retaliate against Duan Yin, do not hesitate to contact me. The card prominently displayed the insignia of the Yi Corporation. Jiang Liling's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the Yi logo. The Yi Corporation is a name known throughout Huaxia. Its enterprise is sprawling across every city in the nation, encompassing a myriad of industries. Why do you wish to assist me? Jiang Liling inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. She held no suspicion of ulterior motives. Although she possessed some charm, she did not entertain the notion that her appearance was the reason for this stranger's interest. The only plausible explanation was that this person was affiliated with the Yi family, though her specific position remained a mystery. Perhaps this individual harbored a grudge against Duan Yin, simply seeking to offer assistance. I am merely someone wishing to help, Yi replied with a smile. By the way, I hear Chun Qian is your good friend? Jiang Liling nodded. We are roommates. She is a wonderful person, albeit rather introverted. What is her relationship with her brother, Chun Fan? Yi inquired. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Jiang Liling's eyes. Chun Qian never speaks of her brother. It was only yesterday, when he came to the hospital, that I learned she had a brother who is also a doctor. She seems to harbor a strong dislike for him, though I am unaware of the reasons. Yi pondered this revelation thoughtfully. I see. Who exactly are you? Why do you care so much about Chun Qian? Jiang Liling asked, her curiosity piqued. She began to suspect she had misjudged this individual. Perhaps they bore no grudge against Duan Yin, but rather sought to pursue Chun Qian, given her status as Chun Qian's closest confidant. Yi stood up and adjusted his suit. If you hear anyone causing trouble for Chun Qian at school, let me know. After speaking, he turned and exited the hospital room, leaving Jiang Liling in a state of confusion. A faint, cold smile played on Yi Yu's lips. How could he possibly dismantle the Duan family for a woman? Moreover, Duan Yin was still his loyal subordinate. In his previous life, this Jiang Liling had been humiliated by Duan Yin, ultimately succumbing to public scrutiny and taking her own life by jumping from a building. Following that, Duan Yin had shifted his focus to Chun Fan's sister, Chun Qian, inciting Chun Fan's wrathful retaliation, which led to the downfall of the Duan family. The wealthiest in Jianghai. Why fixate on Chun Qian? Was Jiang Liling not equally remarkable? Chun Qian, with her fair skin, beauty, and long legs, was merely a tad slender. Yi dialed Duan Yan's number, his displeasure evident. Young Master Yi, it's not that I lack courage. Since you have come to Jianghai, I naturally reserve such a gem for you, came Duan Yan's obsequious voice from the other end of the line. You're doing well. Just focus on stirring up trouble for Chun Qian and Chun Fan. As for everything else, continue as you have been. Don't stress yourself. Yi chuckled as he scolded lightly. All right, young Master Yi. After Yi hung up, Duan Yin finally set down his phone. He understood Yi Yu's implications. For young masters like them, a day without indulging in the pleasures of life was unbearable. Due to Yi Yu's arrival, Duan Yin had refrained from reckless antics lately. Though he had a penchant for the fairer sex, he possessed a modicum of sense. The appearance of his master in Jianghai was certainly not coincidental. Something significant was afoot. He feared that his mischief might jeopardize his master's plans. As Yi Yu drove back to Jianghai University, the campus forum erupted with excitement. Hey, everyone! Did you know that Tsinghua and Peking University are here for academic exchanges? Once a Jiang to person, always a Jiang to soul. Indeed, early this morning, I spotted Tsinghua professors accompanied by a dozen top students. The spectacle was astonishing. Even our principal personally greeted them at the entrance. Isn't that unusual? Tsinghua and Peking University are the pinnacle of academia in our country. Which scholar doesn't dream of attending? Did you see? 15 students from Tsinghua and Peking University arrived. But one handsome guy came early yesterday. You should have seen him. He was truly striking, with a charmingly rogue demeanor that made my heart flutter. Upstairs. Are you lusting after his looks? Clearly, you're coveting his luxury car. Haha, let us not speak too openly. We're still friends. But honestly, that car is a Lamborghini, probably worth several million, right? Someone enviously remarked on the forum. Perspective, people perspective. Do you not have internet access at home? There's still several million to go. One must aim for tens of millions. Perhaps tens of millions would be more reasonable. Moreover, this is a concept car launched by the company behind Lamborghini, and it is said that there is only one in the entire world. This implies that even if one possesses wealth, acquiring it is impossible. Someone explained with a chuckle. My goodness, is this the lifestyle of the wealthy second generation? Tens of millions. It's uncertain whether I could earn even a few 100,000 in my lifetime. Yet for them, spending tens of millions on a car is a mere flick of the wrist. Truly, the comparison of individuals can be disheartening. Some young women, who consider themselves quite attractive, found their eyes sparkling upon seeing the discussions on the forum. They have encountered many wealthy heirs, yet they have never witnessed such affluence. After all, while those heirs are indeed wealthy, it is still unlikely that any family would readily present them with tens of millions to purchase a car. This ignited a passionate fervor within many young women, a barely contained excitement that was palpable. Chapter 27. Capturing the wind chime upon returning to Jianghai University. Yi Yu headed directly to the teaching building of the computer science department. According to the information available, Chun Qian should be attending a class at this hour. Yi Yu stood at the back door of the classroom, peering through the glass window to see Chun Qian seated in the last row. Her head bowed as she diligently took notes. She appeared isolated, as if she were separated from the entire classroom. The other students seemed to avoid her presence, as if she were a venomous serpent. Yi Yu gently tapped on the door before entering. The professor paused his lecture, casting a puzzled glance toward the entrance. I apologize for the interruption, Yi Yu said, offering an apologetic smile. I am an exchange student from Qingbei University and would like to audit your esteemed course. The professor was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly transformed into one of warmth. Welcome. It is a pleasure to have students from Qingbei here to engage in academic exchange. Please come in. After expressing his gratitude, Yi Yu deliberately chose an empty seat beside Chun Qian. The students in the classroom turned their curious gazes towards him, whispering about the newcomer from Qingbei. Some marveled at Yi Yu's appearance and demeanor. Could he possibly be the exchange student who drive a luxury car worth millions? My goodness. He's stunning. He is truly a heartthrob. I adore him and wish to be close to him. As Yu entered, the eyes of several girls in the classroom sparkled with interest, their gazes fixated on his striking features, as if they yearned to leap forward and engage in some intimate act. Chun Qian glanced up at Yu, recognizing him as the person she had encountered at the hospital, her eyes briefly reflecting surprise before she returned to her notes. Feigning to take out his notebook, Yu was in truth observing Chun Qian. Her notes were meticulously organized, showcasing a clear thought process, indicating that she was an exemplary student. However, her gaze betrayed an unusual weariness and vigilance that belied her age, reminiscent of a wounded creature. "Excuse me, may I borrow your notes for a moment? I am not yet familiar with the course material," Yu whispered to Chun Qian. After a moment of hesitation, she pushed her notebook towards him. Yu expressed his gratitude and began to flip through the pages. The handwriting was elegant yet assertive, with occasional doodles unrelated to the lecture, mostly geometric shapes that resembled some algorithmic models. "Do you have a passion for algorithms?" Yu inquired, pointing at the doodles. Chun Qian nodded slightly, but offered no further elaboration. During the break, Yu observed Chun Qian quickly packing her belongings, as if seeking to evade something, preparing to exit the classroom. "Wait a moment," Yu called out to her. "Could you help me with directions? I wish to go to the library." Chun Qian paused, casting a glance back at him. "Walk north along the teaching building for 300 meters, and you will find it," she replied before turning to leave. "I am Yu, from the computer science department at Qingbei University. It is a pleasure to meet you," he said, extending his hand with a friendly smile. Chun Qian looked at his outstretched hand, hesitated for a brief moment, and simply said, "Chun Qian." She refrained from shaking hands, offering only a succinct introduction before hastily departing the classroom. Yu gazed thoughtfully at her retreating figure, his mind devising the next course of action. The rift between Chun Qian and Chun Fan was precisely the leverage he could exploit. Should he succeed in winning Chun Qian to his side, it would not only be a means to deal with Chun Fan, but it would also serve to thoroughly vex him. Enveloped in the embrace of both his sister and his childhood sweetheart, Chun Fan would be left to seethe in silence. The mere thought of such a scenario sent thrilling tremors through Yu's body. Upon exiting the teaching building, Yu noticed a makeshift recruitment booth not far away, surrounded by a throng of students. The banner declared the recruitment of volunteers for a health clinic in Jianghai City. Several medical personnel clad in white coats stood beneath it, among whom was none other than Chun Fan. Yu narrowed his eyes as he observed Chun Fan spot Chun Qian amidst the crowd, only for Chun Qian to deliberately avert her gaze and hastily depart the scene. How intriguing. Indeed, there was a palpable estrangement between the siblings. Nevertheless, what piqued his curiosity further was who had informed Chun Fan of the connection between him and the demise of his parents. "You had better conceal yourself well, just as you did in the past life. If I find you, I shall make your existence a torment," Yu muttered to himself. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Wang Tianxiu, stating that Feng Changqing had returned to the capital and that people there had already photographed a meeting with Feng Ling. Yu frowned. It appeared that Feng Changqing had unearthed something and was preparing to whisk Feng Ling away. They might be planning to leave the country with Chun Fan. He swiftly dialed Wang Tianxiu. Intercept Feng Ling immediately, employing any means necessary to detain her. As for Feng Changqing, incapacitate him. After ending the call, Yu cast a sidelong glance at Chun Fan at the recruitment booth, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Chun Fan, I intend not only to strip you of everything, but also to have your sister be the instrument of your ruin." In the evening, Chun Fan returned to his temporary residence, a modest yet tidy old apartment in the suburbs of Jianghai City. The furnishings were sparse, with most of the space consumed by various medical texts and instruments. No sooner had he stepped inside than his phone rang. It was Feng Changqing. "Brother Chun, it's bad. My sister has been taken." Feng Changqing's voice was laced with urgency. Chun Fan's expression shifted. "When did this happen? Who did it?" "This afternoon, shortly after she left school. She was forcibly taken by a group of individuals. I suspect it was the Yi family." "The Yi family?" Chun Fan furrowed his brow, recalling the young man named Yu he had encountered at the hospital yesterday. A wave of unease washed over him. "Do not worry, I will find a way." First, I need to investigate the Yi family's background. After hanging up, Chun Fan retrieved another phone and dialed a special number. Previously, he had asked Feng Changqing to look into Yi Yu's identity, and though Feng Changqing had uncovered some information, he had only revealed that Yi Yu was the son of Yi Tianming, knowing little else. After all, Yi had always kept him at Qingbei University, never allowing him to follow him outside of school. "Wolf King, what is it?" came a deep voice from the other end of the line. "The Arctic Fox. Investigate the Yi family, particularly the individual known as Yi Yu. Furthermore, delay the action plan. I require a few more days." "Understood, Wolf King." In the capital, during the deep of night, Feng Changqing stood on the balcony of his apartment, his expression grave as he gazed upon the city lights. The screen of his phone displayed a message just sent by Chun Fan. "Stay calm, I will handle it." He clenched his fist tightly. It had been a full 24 hours since Feng Ling was taken, and he was nearly driven to madness. After returning from Jianghai, he had intended to leave the capital with his sister, but he found himself a step too late. "Lingling, you must be safe," he murmured to himself, filled with remorse. The silence was abruptly shattered by the ringing of his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Feng Changqing?" came the voice of a strange man on the other end. "Your sister is with me." Feng Changqing's body tensed instantly. "Who are you? What have you done to my sister?" "Rest assured, she is quite safe. However, seeing her will not be easy." "What do you want?" Feng Changqing asked through gritted teeth. "Very simple. Apologize to young Master Yi and surrender all of Chun Fan's intelligence." Feng Changqing's pupils contracted. "I have no idea what you are talking about." "Stop pretending. We all know you are a pawn placed within the Yi family by Chun Fan." The voice on the other end scoffed. "Feng Changqing, you have no choice. At 10 o'clock tonight, at the Forbidden City Club, someone will be waiting for you. Remember, if you divulge even a hint of information to Chun Fan, I will ensure your sister suffers unbearably, even making my subordinates line up to take their turns." "Do not test my patience," the man sneered. "If you dare to lay a finger on my sister, I will not spare you." Feng Changqing shouted into the phone. The call ended, leaving Feng Changqing engulfed in a tumult of anxiety and unrest. His sister, Feng Ling, was his everything. He could hardly bear to contemplate what might happen to her. He recalled Chun Fan's instructions. No matter what transpired, he must not reveal his identity. Yet now, with his sister's safety at stake, what choice remained before him? Chapter 28. Coercion. The Forbidden Club is one of the most prestigious establishments in the capital, catering exclusively to the elite and influential. Standing outside the entrance, Feng Changqing inhaled deeply, adjusting his collar before stepping inside. "Mr. Feng, our young master is awaiting your arrival." An impeccably dressed gentleman approached, speaking with a respectful yet assertive tone. Feng Changqing followed the man through the dimly lit corridor, arriving in an opulently decorated private room. Upon entering, he found Yi Yu leisurely seated on a sofa, savoring a glass of wine. "You've arrived," Yi Yu remarked, lifting his gaze with a nonchalant expression. "Where is my sister?" Feng Changqing clenched his fists tightly, his voice a low rumble, restrained yet intense. "Do not fret. She is quite safe. As long as you cooperate, she will remain unharmed," Yi Yu said, swirling his glass. "How can I be certain you are not deceiving me?" Yi Yu chuckled softly, retrieving his phone and tapping a few buttons before turning it towards Feng Changqing. "Look." The screen revealed a cramped room where Feng Ling was bound to a chair. She appeared somewhat haggard, but bore no visible injuries. "You scoundrel!" Feng Changqing seethed, his teeth grinding. "My demands are straightforward. Sever all ties with Chun Fan and relinquish any information you possess." Yi Yu set down his wine glass, his gaze sharp as a blade. "In return, not only will I release your sister, but I can also ensure a comfortable life for you in the capital." Feng Changqing's eyes flickered with internal conflict before he finally spoke with measured deliberation. "Chun Fan is investigating a matter in Jianghai related to the death of his parents." "Proceed." "He has obtained clues suggesting that the incident may involve the Yi family." Yi Yu's expression remained impassive. "Elaborate." After a moment's contemplation, Feng Changqing gritted his teeth and continued. "Chun Fan's parents died in a car accident, but evidence indicates it was a premeditated murder. The method employed by the assailant closely resembles the skills of the Yi family's bodyguards." "Huh. What evidence does he possess to implicate the Yi family?" Yi Yu inquired. His interest peaked. Eyewitness testimony. A witness from that time. A glint of coldness crossed Yi Yu's eyes. Who? I do not know, Feng Changqing replied, shaking his head. Chen Fan never disclosed the identity of this individual to me. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Yi leaned back thoughtfully on the sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. What are his next plans? Feng Changqing hesitated before answering. He intends to return abroad in 10 days to address matters concerning his mercenary group. Snowwolf, correct? Yi chuckled lightly. I have already arranged a welcome for him. Feng Changqing's heart raced, though his exterior remained composed. I have shared all I know. May I now have my sister released? Yi picked up his phone and dialed a number. Bring her in. Within 5 minutes, the door swung open, and Feng Ling was escorted in by 2 bodyguards. She appeared fatigued but uninjured. Brother. Upon seeing Feng Changqing, tears welled in her eyes. Lingling. Feng Changqing rushed forward, tightly embracing his sister, his eyes filled with compassion. Yi waved his hand, and the bodyguards discreetly withdrew. Feng Changqing, do not presume that this matter is concluded. Yi Yu's voice turned colder. From this moment forth, every action of you and your sister shall be under my scrutiny. I require you to remain by Chen Fan's side and report his movements to me regularly. Should you dare to play tricks. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. Next time, I cannot guarantee your sister's safety. Feng Changqing clutched Feng Ling tightly. Gritting his teeth, I understand. Excellent, Yi replied, rising and adjusting his suit. You may return home tonight. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to escort you back to Jianghai. Remember, do not disappoint me. Having followed me for such a long time, you should know what kind of person I am. I specifically returned on a private jet to meet with you. With that, Yi departed the private room, leaving the siblings behind. Brother, are you all right? Feng Ling asked with concern. Feng Changqing shook his head, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Ling, we must leave this place swiftly. But that person said he would monitor us. Do not worry, I have made arrangements, Feng Changqing whispered. Chen Fan is already prepared. Meanwhile, on the campus of Jianghai University, after returning on his private jet, Yi leisurely walked along the tree-lined path. His earlier conversation with Feng Changqing had confirmed several suspicions. Chen Fan was indeed investigating him, and he had already acquired leads, prompting Yi to quicken his pace. Young Master Yi, Duan Yin approached briskly, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. The materials you requested are all prepared. Yi took the folder, casually flipping through it. Chen Qian's class schedule, social circle, daily activities. Everything is here? Indeed, not a detail missed, Duan Yin nodded eagerly. I also discovered that Chen Qian has an elective course tomorrow afternoon in the East District Teaching Building. It is a sparsely attended class. An excellent opportunity to get close to her. Yi closed the folder, a cold smile gracing his lips. Very good, Duan Yin, I trust you to handle this. You flatter me, young Master Yi, Duan Yin replied, flattered. What is your plan for approaching Chen Qian? You need not concern yourself with that. Yi replied indifferently. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Proceed according to the plan. Tomorrow, in the East District Teaching Building, you know what to do. Duan Yin understood, a sly smile forming on his lips. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I will ensure the task is completed. Yi patted his shoulder and turned to leave. As night deepened, he returned to the luxurious suite prepared for him at Jianghai University. This space was originally designated for hosting important guests of the school, now exclusively reserved for him. The spacious living room, adorned with exquisite furniture, offered a panoramic view of the entire campus through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Do you think he will obediently comply? Yi inquired leisurely as he lifted a goblet, pouring himself a glass of red wine. Unlikely, Wang Tianqiu replied candidly. His loyalty to Chen Fan is unwavering. Even for the sake of his sister, it is unlikely he would fully betray him. Yi chuckled lightly. That is precisely why I have allowed him to remain by Chen Fan's side. One must always incorporate elements of truth within a successful deception. She set her teacup down. Let him convey some trivial information, combined with the false intelligence we intentionally leak, and Chen Fan will find himself in disarray. A flicker of admiration passed through Wang Tianqiu's eyes. Master, you are truly remarkable. By the way, how is Lin Xiaoxiao faring? Everything has been arranged, Wang Tianqiu replied. She currently resides in the school dormitory, attending classes punctually and maintaining a regular lifestyle. Mentioning Lin Xiaoxiao brought a hint of amusement to Yi Yu's face. Has her father found her yet? Not yet. Wang Tianxiu shook his head. Lin Hai seems to be deliberately concealing his whereabouts. We're searching tirelessly. Yi Yu rose from her seat and approached the window, gazing at the distant lights. There is no rush. Take your time. No one can escape my grasp. Chapter 29. Taking action in the distant teaching building. Chen Xian was laboring alone in the computer lab. The code on the screen flickered incessantly, and the cold light reflected off her glasses as she immersed herself in the realm of programming. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a text message. Chen Xian, I have something important to tell you. Let us meet at the East District CAF at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Chen Fan. Chen Xian furrowed her brow as she read the message. Her relationship with Chen Fan had always been distant. He rarely reached out to her. Why the sudden request for a meeting? Was something amiss? After a moment's contemplation, she replied with a simple okay. Setting her phone aside, Chen Xian returned to her coding. Outside, a sports car glided past, its occupants obscured. The next morning, the cafeteria of Jianghai University buzzed with activity. Yi chose a seat by the window and leisurely enjoyed his breakfast. Dressed in a plain white shirt and jeans, he appeared to be an ordinary student. Yet an innate charisma emanated from him, impossible to conceal. Yi truly found the cafeteria food unpalatable, akin to chewing wax. Around him, several girls discreetly glanced his way, whispering amongst themselves. Yi remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Soon after, Chen Xian arrived. She retained her signature look, black-framed glasses, a simple ponytail, and loose school attire, forming a stark contrast to the vibrant, polished girls around her. She collected her meal alone and settled in a corner, her head bowed in focused eating. Seemingly isolated from the world, Yi Yu observed her every move, a faint smile playing at his lips. Young Master Yi, Duan Yin appeared at his side, speaking in a hushed tone. Everything is arranged. 3 o'clock this afternoon, East District Teaching Building. Make it clean, leave no traces. Without lifting his gaze, Yi Yu replied, understood. Ensure absolute discretion. Duan Yin nodded eagerly. Yi Yu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xian. Does she have any friends at school? Aside from Jiang Liling, nearly none. Duan Yin responded. She seldom interacts with others, spending most of her time in the library or lab. Aside from Jiang Liling, I haven't heard of her being close to anyone. Yi Yu pondered, is Jiang Liling still in hospital? Yes, she will be discharged in a few days. Duan Yin affirmed. Yi Yu nodded. Prepare accordingly. I have other matters to attend to. Duan Yin discreetly withdrew. Yi Yu continued to monitor Chen Xian until she finished her breakfast and departed. The morning classes proceeded smoothly. As an exchange student, Yi Yu audited several lessons. Although he found the content uninteresting, he feigned attentiveness to ensure his plan unfolded seamlessly. At lunchtime, Yi received a message from Wang Tianxiu. Chen Fan is on duty at the hospital and 1TB leaving for a while. This was fortuitous. Chen Fan would be unable to attend the 3 o'clock meeting, and the text message had, of course, been orchestrated by him to substitute Chen Fan's phone. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Yi Yu drove towards the East District Teaching Building. The building is somewhat secluded, with a generally sparse flow of people, making it an ideal location for Duan Yin to execute his plan. He parked his car in a concealed spot, donned athletic attire, and adorned a baseball cap, appearing utterly transformed from his usual self. He then stealthily infiltrated the teaching building, finding a corner with a clear vantage point to wait. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xian appeared, her backpack slung over her shoulder, her pace hurried, clearly on her way to a rendezvous. Upon noticing the empty CF, she momentarily froze, then retrieved her phone, seemingly to confirm the meeting location. At that moment, Duan Yin emerged from the stairwell with several companions. Ah, if it isn't Chen Xian, Duan Yin exclaimed dramatically. What a coincidence to run into you here. Chen Xian's body visibly stiffened, yet she offered no response, merely lowering her head in an attempt to sidestep him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Duan Yin interjected, blocking her path with an outstretched hand. It's not every day we meet. Let's have a chat. Chen Xian stepped back, her voice cold as she replied, Please move aside. Look at her. She's got quite the attitude, Duan Yin remarked to his companions. Brothers, This is the woman I mentioned, always pretending to be high and mighty. I hear her brother is quite impressive, but no one dares to approach her at school. A rather unsavory-looking boy stepped forward. Duan Xiao, is this the one you mentioned, the one who has ties with delinquent from outside school? Chun Xian's complexion paled instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop pretending, Duan Yin sneered. Everyone knows you frequently meet men from outside school. Chun Xian's lips trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. Yet she fought back the urge to cry. Step aside, she stated, her voice firm yet faint. Want to leave? Not so easy, Duan Yin advanced a step, reaching for her glasses. Let me see what kind of face is hidden behind these ugly specks. Just as his hand was about to graze Chun Xian's, a strong hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Excuse me, but perhaps you should consult a doctor? Yu appeared behind them, wearing a gentle smile. It seems your hand is not quite under your control. Feigning pain, Duan Yin retorted. Who are you to meddle in Duan Xiao's affairs? Yi released her grip, surveying the space between Duan Yin and his companions. Do you derive pleasure from bullying a girl? One of the companions recognized Yu. Duan Xiao. This is the exchange student from Qingbei. Duan Yin's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his bravado. I've seen you before, in the hospital. So what if you're from Qingbei? This is Jianghai. It's my family's territory. Yi let out a light laugh, dismissing him as she turned to Chun Xian. Are you all right? Chun Xian shook her head, her eyes still wary, though she appeared more at ease than when facing Duan Yin. Hey, I'm talking to you. Duan Yin, feeling ignored, was immediately filled with fury and reached out to shove Yu. Yu sidestepped gracefully, deftly seizing Duan Yin's wrist. With a subtle twist, Duan Yin doubled over in pain. It hurts, it hurts. Let go. Yu's tone remained unperturbed, as if discussing the weather. I recommend you visit the infirmary. It seems there may be an issue with your wrist. Should you continue to be disobedient, it may not be merely your wrist that suffers. Duan Yin, drenched in cold sweat from the agony, recognized that Yu was merely performing. Yet the pain was undeniably real. This was Yu's warning. Do not overact. All right, we will leave now. Duan Yin hastily signaled his companions to retreat. Yi released her grip, and Duan Yin promptly fled with his group in disgrace. Turning around, Yi displayed a gentle smile. Are you all right? Chun Xian nodded slightly, her eyes still wary. Thank you. Chapter 30. The trap. There's no need for thanks. It was merely a small gesture, Yi remarked naturally. Chun Xian nodded, choosing to remain silent, seemingly eager to depart. If you don't mind, Yu indicated toward the CAF. Allow me to treat you to a cup of coffee. It seems you are waiting for someone? Chun Xian hesitated momentarily before replying. My brother asked me to meet him here, but it appears he is yet to arrive. Then it is fortuitous. I shall keep you company while you wait, Yu said gently. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I simply find it rather dull to wait alone. Chun Xian glanced at Yu and then at her phone, finally giving a faint nod. All right, thank you. The two entered the CAF, where Yu chose a seat by the window, allowing Chun Xian a clear view of any arrivals outside. What would you like to drink? Just plain water will suffice, Chun Xian replied softly. Disregarding her preference, Yu ordered 2 cups of coffee and casually inquired, do those individuals often trouble you? Chun Xian lowered her gaze. Sometimes. Why not inform a teacher or a family member? It would be futile. Chun Xian's voice was barely audible. And I do not wish to burden others. Yu observed her thoughtfully and suddenly remarked, you know, some individuals bully others simply because they feel empty within. Chun Xian lifted her eyes to meet his, but remained silent. You need not take their words to heart. You are far stronger than they could ever imagine. Yu continued. Their conversation was interrupted as the server brought their coffees. Chun Xian accepted her cup and took a delicate sip. How long do you plan to stay in Jianghai? Chun Xian suddenly asked. Yu smiled. I am uncertain, perhaps a month, or maybe longer. The environment here is quite pleasant. Chun Xian nodded, lapsing into silence once more. Yu, too, refrained from speaking, and they quietly enjoyed their coffees. Half an hour passed, yet Chen Fan still had not appeared. Chun Xian began to grow anxious, frequently checking her phone. Perhaps he has been delayed by some matter? Yu suggested. Chun Xian hesitated before dialing Chun Fan's number. The phone rang for an extended period, but no one answered. Strange, He clearly arranged to meet me. Could it be an urgent matter? Yi Yu feigned concern. Chun Qian nodded, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. Perhaps. If you do not mind, I can escort you home. Nightfall is approaching, and that Duan Yin might still be lurking nearby, Yi Yu proposed. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Qian finally nodded. Thank you. Yi Yu led Chun Qian to the parking lot, where a luxurious sports car loomed like a great beast resting upon the ground. He opened the car door for her. Please. Chun Qian was taken aback. Is this your car? I drive it casually when I have free time. Yi Yu replied casually. Chun Qian cautiously entered the vehicle. Yi Yu started the engine and slowly navigated out of the campus. Where do you reside? Currently residing in the school dormitory. Yi Yu nodded as the vehicle veered towards the dormitory area. Why is Duan Yin targeting you? Yi Yu suddenly inquired. Chun Qian remained silent for a moment before responding. He attempted to lay hands on Jiang Liren, but I arrived just in time to stop him. Is that so? Yi Yu asked, intrigued. He revels in the thrill of rejection, only to subsequently force others into submission. Chun Qian's tone turned icy. He derives a sense of conquest from such actions. A flicker of amusement danced in Yi Yu's eyes. What a perverse individual. In Jianghai, no one dares to offend the Duan family, Chun Qian whispered. His father is the wealthiest man in Jianghai, with powerful figures from the capital backing him. Yi Yu chuckled softly. Powerful figures from the capital? I've heard they are affiliated with the Yi family. Affecting a facade of surprise, Yi Yu remarked, the Yi family? Now that's truly a formidable entity. Chun Qian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The vehicle soon arrived at a girls' dormitory. Thank you for bringing me back, Chun Qian said as she exited the car. You're welcome. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Yi Yu replied with a smile. Chun Qian glanced at him in surprise, nodded, and turned to enter the dormitory building. Yi Yu watched her retreating figure, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The first step of the plan had been successfully executed. Upon returning to her dormitory, Chun Qian found herself alone, with none of her roommates in sight. She exhaled deeply, relieved that she would not have to endure the peculiar gazes and hushed whispers that evening. Since Duan Yin had begun to target her, the atmosphere in the dormitory had grown increasingly tense. Everyone, fearing Duan Yin's wrath, chose to distance themselves from her. Only Jiang Liren had stood by her side, but now she was still in the hospital. Chun Qian set down her backpack and retrieved a bag of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator, preparing to boil a simple dinner. Just then, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, Chun Qian, it's me, Jiang Liren, came the familiar voice from the other end. Liren, how are you? Chun Qian exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy. Much better. I will be discharged tomorrow, Jiang Liren replied, her voice brimming with excitement. By the way, someone came to visit me today, claiming to be from the Yi Corporation, saying they want to help me deal with Duan Yin. Chun Qian furrowed her brows. The Yi Corporation? Yes. They even provided evidence of Duan Yin drugging me, Jiang Liren said, her enthusiasm palpable. Chun Qian, this time we can take down Duan Yin. Chun Qian's heart raced with alarm. Wait, Liren, this is not simple. The Yi Corporation is no ordinary enterprise. Why would they want to assist you? I don't know. Jiang Liren's voice dipped. But this is a great opportunity, isn't it? Chun Qian fell into silence for a moment. Liren, I encountered someone named Yi Yu today. He claimed to be an exchange student from Qingbei University. He saved me and even drove me back to the dormitory. Yi Yu? Jiang Liren exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, let me check my business card. Oh my goodness, it says Yi Yu right here. Chun Qian's heart sank suddenly. This is too coincidental. Are you suggesting he intentionally approached us? Jiang Liling's voice turned cautious. I don't know, Chun Qian sighed. But my brother often says that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then Jiang Liling whispered, Chun Qian, I did some checking. Yi Yu is affiliated with the Yi Group, though I'm not sure of his exact position. How could he come to Jianghai University as an exchange student? Chun Qian also felt incredulous. I have no idea. However, I believe his approach towards us must have some ulterior motive. So what should we do? Let's refrain from taking any rash actions for the time being. Chun Qian resolved. My brother arranged to meet me, but he didn't show up today. I need to find him and get to the bottom of this. After hanging up, Chun Xian sat at the edge of her bed, lost in thought. Who is Yiyu? Why is he here? Why is he deliberately approaching me and Jiang Liling? As she pondered, the door suddenly swung open, and her roommates entered, chattering and laughing. Upon seeing Chun Xian, their smiles instantly froze. "Oh, you're back," a girl named Li Meng said coldly. Chun Xian nodded, saying nothing more. Another girl, Zhou Cece, wrinkled her nose. "Are you making coriander dumplings again? The entire dormitory reeks of it." Chun Xian lowered her head. "I'm sorry. I'll open a window right away." Chapter 31. Not simple in the dormitory, Chun Xian silently packed her belongings, enduring the cold stares of her roommates. Ever since she became the target of Duan Yin, no one in the entire dormitory dared to speak to her. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Liling. "I'm being discharged tomorrow. Will you come to pick me up?" Just as she was about to reply, another message popped up. "I heard a handsome guy in a sports car took you back to the dorm. The whole dorm is buzzing about it." Frowning, Chun Xian quickly typed, "Just a chance encounter. He helped me out and drove me back. Be careful. I have a feeling there's more to him than meets the eye." Jiang Liling replied. As soon as Chun Xian set her phone down, Zhou Cece suddenly leaned in. "Who is your boyfriend? They say he drives a Lamborghini?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm, and the other two roommates paused their tasks, gossiping eagerly about Chun Xian. "Not my boyfriend," Chun Xian replied tersely, continuing to pack her things. "Is that true? Why did he take you back then?" Li Meng pressed on. "I heard he even stood up to Duan Yin for you." Chun Xian remained silent, as Zhou Cece scoffed. "Stop pretending to be aloof. Who is Duan Xiao? Who would dare offend him? He must be interested in your looks." "Cece, stop talking," Zhang Xiao gently advised, only to receive a disdainful look from Zhou Cece. "Am I wrong? Her missing brother could also be some unsavory character," Zhou Cece mocked. "What kind of decent person travels all the way to Jianghai to be a doctor, living in a place like that?" Chun Xian suddenly stood up, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "Don't mention my brother." Zhou Cece was startled by her sudden reaction, but her confidence swelled. "Oh, so that's a sore spot? Is your sibling relationship that poor?" "My affairs with my brother are none of your concern," Chun Xian replied coldly. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, there was a sudden knock at the door. Zhang Xiao went to answer it, revealing the dormitory supervisor holding a delicately wrapped box. "Is Chun Xian here? Someone has sent a package." The supervisor scanned the room, her gaze landing on Chun Xian. "It's for you. Please sign for it." Confused, Chun Xian took the box, and the supervisor lowered her voice. The person who sent this was quite impressive, driving a luxury car, claiming to be Yi Xiao. At the mention of Yi Xiao, Zhou Cece and Li Meng exchanged surprised glances. Chun Xian frowned as she cautiously opened the box, revealing the latest model of a smartphone along with a card that read, "In case of trouble, feel free to contact me." It was signed Yiyu. "Wow. ISNT, this the latest limited edition?" Li Meng exclaimed. "It must be worth over 20,000. Zhou Cece snatched the card and read aloud, "In case of trouble, feel free to contact me." "Yiyu? Who is that?" Chun Xian calmly placed the phone back in a box. "A person I know." "A person you know sends such an extravagant gift?" Zhou Cece said with a knowing look. "Could he be the legendary benefactor?" Chun Xian disregarded her provocations and picked up the box, exiting the dormitory. She needed solitude to gather her thoughts. What exactly did Yiyu intend? Why was he treating her with such kindness? Arriving at a bench by the campus lake, Chun Xian hesitated for a moment before taking out her phone and dialing Chun Fan's number. "Chun Xian? What is the matter?" Chun Fan's voice came through, tinged with fatigue. "Brother, why didn't you come today?" Chun Xian asked directly. A brief silence lingered on the line. "What? I didn't make any plans with you." Chun Xian felt a jolt of surprise. "You didn't text me to meet at the East District CAF at 3 this afternoon?" "No. I've been on duty at the hospital all day." Chun Fan's tone sharpened. "What's going on?" Chun Xian briefly recounted her day's experiences to Chun Fan, including Yiyu's appearance and the phone he had given her. "Yiyu?" Chun Fan's voice took on a sharp edge. "Chun Xian, you'd best keep your distance from him. I've looked into this person. His arrival in Jianghai is certainly not without purpose. Why are you investigating him?" Chun Xian found it peculiar. "He may be connected to our parents' incident." After a moment of hesitation, Chun Fan revealed. Chun Xian's breath caught for an instant. You mean the car accident involving Mom and Dad? For now, it's merely a suspicion. I'm still investigating. Regardless, you must exercise caution and avoid getting too close to him. Chen Fan urged. Chen Qian glanced at the box in her hands and nodded. I understand. After hanging up, she walked toward the trash can, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately decided against throwing it away, stuffing the box in her backpack instead. She resolved to observe Yi Yu for the time being, to discern his true intentions. Meanwhile, Yi Yu was dining at an upscale restaurant adjacent to Zhanghai University. He elegantly sliced into his steak while listening to Wang Tianxiu report the latest developments. Young master, it has been confirmed that Feng Changqing passed the false information you provided to Chen Fan. Wang Tianxiu spoke in a low tone. Chen Fan seems to have grown suspicious and is investigating those leads. Yi Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent, let him be occupied. How is the preparation on Feng Ling's side? Wang Tianxiu nodded. It is proceeding as planned. Our people have been tracking her for 3 days now and are ready to act at any moment. We will strike when Chen Fan goes to the hospital to check the accounts, and will ensure the hospital staff gives him some trouble. Yi Yu leisurely took a bite of beef. By the way, do we have any news on Lin Xiaoxiao? She has been working at Longting Hotel every day lately, returning directly to her dorm after her shift, maintaining a very regular routine, Wang Tianxiu replied. However, we have yet to uncover the whereabouts of her father, Lin Hai. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes. Continue searching. I'm curious to see where he can hide. At that moment, Wang Tianxiu's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen, his expression tightening. Young master, we've received word from Duan Yin that Chen Qian just spoke with Chen Fan. Yi Yu paused, setting down his knife and fork. What did they discuss? It seems she inquired about their afternoon meeting, which Chen Fan denied. It appears Chen Qian is harboring suspicions. Wang Tianxiu reported. Yi Yu chuckled dismissively. A typical reaction. There's no need to rush. Take your time. Kind-hearted individuals will gradually lower their defenses. Setting down his knife and fork, Yi Yu wiped the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow, let's invite Duan Yin to visit Jiang Liling at the hospital. Wang Tianxiu looked puzzled. Young master, isn't this an unnecessary endeavor? Yi Yu smiled. It's a strategy of feigned retreat. Sometimes, an enemy's friend can also become an ally. The following morning, outside the VIP ward of Zhanghai First Hospital, Duan Yin was anxiously awaiting Yi Yu. He could not comprehend why Yi Yu wished to meet Jiang Liling. Young Master Yi, upon seeing Yi Yu elegantly emerge from the elevator, Duan Yin hurried forward. Yi Yu nodded. How is she faring? Much improved. She should be discharged today. Duan Yin replied with an ingratiating smile. However, young master, do you really need to visit her personally? She is merely an ordinary student. Duan Yin hesitated, his words lingering unspoken. Chapter 32. The Danger of the Wind Chime. Is it ordinary? Chen Qian's best friend is anything but. Yi Yu wore a knowing smile. Duan Yin finally understood, nodding repeatedly. Yi Xiao is truly remarkable. As they entered the hospital room, Zhang Liren was busy packing her belongings. Upon seeing Yi Yu and Duan Yin together, her face turned ashen. Duan Yin, what are you doing here? Zhang Liren glared at Duan Yin warily, then shifted her gaze to Yi Yu. Who exactly are you? Yi Yu chuckled, placing a hand on Duan Yin, who was about to speak. Duan Yin is my friend, though he has indeed erred this time. Zhang Liren looked at Duan Yin in shock, while he appeared embarrassed and unsure of how to react. What merit did he possess to be a subordinate of Yi Xiao? Yi Yu continued. Duan Yin, show Miss Jiang the photographs. Duan Yin hesitated for a moment, then retrieved an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Liren. She opened the envelope to find several photographs clearly documenting the moment Duan Yin's subordinate drugged her drink. Zhang Liren gazed at the photos in disbelief. Yi Yu sighed. Duan Yin, you ought to apologize. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Duan Yin dared not defy Yi Yu and bowed his head, murmuring, I'm sorry. I have arranged for Duan Yin to compensate you for this incident. Here is a card containing 300,000 intended for your medical and emotional distress expenses. Yi Yu offered her a bank card, stating, the password consists of 6 eighths. Zhang Liren refrained from taking the card. Why? Why are you doing this? Because I admire individuals of integrity, Yi replied coolly, placing the card on the bedside table. Jiang Liren narrowed her eyes. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Yi Yu settled into the chair beside the bed, gazing intently at Jiang Liren. I am genuinely dissatisfied with Duan Yan's actions. As for Qin Xian, I do wish to make her acquaintance, but I harbor no ill intentions. Are you aware that Qin Xian has a troubled relationship with her brother? Jiang Liren inquired warily. You have compelled me to say far too much today. Or perhaps I should have the son of Jiang Hai's wealthiest man apologize to you, which would truly be a testament to your significance, to the point of forgetting your own identity. Yi Yu's brow furrowed, his cold gaze fixed upon Jiang Liren. Upon meeting his frigid eyes, a shiver coursed through her. Take the 300,000, but you must assist me in return. Yi Yu cracked his neck, employing a direct approach to pressure Jiang Liren into compliance. Huh, you both are delusional. I know you two are in cahoots. Jiang Liren scoffed at Yi Yu and Duan Yan. How dare you, you filthy wretch. Duan Yan's expression darkened as he stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver 2 sharp slaps to Jiang Liren. The force sent her tumbling onto the bed beside her. Yet, she met Duan Yan and Yi Yu's gaze with unwavering defiance. Duan Yan, have you regressed to a point where you cannot even handle a woman? Yi Yu inquired gently from his seat. As Yi Yu's words echoed, Duan Yan was instantly consumed by trepidation. Damn it, whatever Yi Shao instructs you to do, you must comply without question. If you dare to defy him, I shall bring ruin upon your entire family. Duan Yan's face hardened as he barked at Jiang Liren. Subsequently, he dialed a number in front of her. Ensure that Jiang Liren's brother, as well as her parents, are closely monitored. The moment I give a signal, you are to act. After imparting his orders, Duan Yan hung up. Devil, you are a devil. What does this have to do with my brother? Jiang Liren's face was marred with terror as she gazed at Duan Yan. Devil? Heh, should you refuse to heed Yi Shao's commands, I shall broadcast your plight for all to see. Duan Yan retorted with a sinister grin. Please no, I will comply with whatever you say, as long as you do not harm my family. Jiang Liren trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Feng Changqing traversed the streets of Jianghai City, his heart heavy. Just moments ago, he had exited from a meeting with Chun Fan, who had begun to doubt the veracity of the intelligence Feng had provided. Are these sources reliable? I checked several places, and the information does not align. Chun Fan interrogated him. Feng Changqing could not divulge the truth to Chun Fan, resorting instead to vague responses, which only served to deepen Chun Fan's suspicions. It was Yi Yu who captured your sister, wasn't it? Chun Fan suddenly inquired. Feng Changqing's entire being jolted, his gaze flickering. How? How do you know? I'm not foolish, Feng Changqing. Your recent behavior has been quite peculiar. I had someone investigate and discovered that Feng Ling has not attended school for several days. Chun Fan sighed heavily. Pain flickered in Feng Changqing's eyes. Brother Chun, I am sorry. They have taken Ling Ling, and I had no choice. We could devise a plan to rescue her together. But you must first disclose the truth to me, Chun Fan said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. After much hesitation, Feng Changqing finally revealed the threats posed by Yi Yu. The crux of the matter is, I do not know what he intends. He is fully aware that I would provide you with false information, yet he still compels me to do so. Feng Changqing spoke with anguish. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Fan replied, he seeks to erode our trust. He provided you with false intelligence to relay to me, and once I uncover the deception, I will suspect your betrayal. Feng Changqing managed a rueful smile. He has succeeded. Not entirely, Chun Fan declared with newfound resolve. We can turn this to our advantage. You shall continue to relay the information he provides, but inform me of what is true and what is false. What about Feng Ling? Feng Changqing asked, worry etched on his brow. I will find a way to rescue her. Grant me 3 days, Chun Fan assured him. Now, as Feng Changqing walked the streets, unease gnawed at his heart. Would Yi Yu discover that he had confided everything to Chun Fan? What fate awaited his sister? Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Feng Ling's number. Feng Changqing hastily answered. Ling Ling? Brother, save me, came Feng Ling's frail voice from the other end. Ling Ling, where are you? Feng Changqing inquired urgently. Uncertain. It is shrouded in darkness. They are... The sound of the wind chimes abruptly transformed into a piercing scream. followed by the abrupt disconnection of the call. Feng Changqing's face turned ashen as he immediately dialed Chun Fan, only to find no one answering. He attempted several times, yet was met with the same monotonous voicemail. At the same moment, at Zhanghai First Hospital, Chun Fan emerged from the medical office and pulled out his phone, discovering over a dozen missed calls, all from Feng Changqing. Just as he was about to return the call, his phone rang once more. "Brother Chun." Feng Changqing's voice was laced with urgency. "Feng Ling is in danger. She just called me." It sounded as though she was being kidnapped. Chun Fan's eyes narrowed sharply. "Where is she?" "I don't know." The call was cut off quickly. "Brother Chun, we must save her." Feng Changqing's voice trembled on the verge of tears. "Do not panic. I will come find you immediately. First, we need to ascertain her location," Chun Fan reassured him. Chapter 33. My sister has died, ending the call. Chun Fan hastened toward the parking lot. At that moment, a nurse hurriedly caught up with him. "Dr. Chun, there is a critical patient in the emergency room. The director insists that you attend to him. The patient is the head of the Zhao family." Chun Fan hesitated, torn between the plea of a good friend and the recently subdued head of the Zhao family. If he neglected the Zhao family patriarch, then all his previous efforts would have been in vain. In the emergency room, a middle-aged man lay on the hospital bed, his complexion pallid and his breathing faint. "What is the patient's condition?" Chun Fan inquired. "Sudden cardiac arrest. He was already in shock upon arrival," the attending physician replied. Chun Fan swiftly assessed the patient's situation and commenced urgent treatment. Half an hour later, the patient's condition finally stabilized. "Continue to monitor him closely. Notify me immediately of any changes," Chun Fan instructed before hastily departing the hospital. At that moment, his phone rang again. It was Feng Changqing. "Brother Chun, I have received the location of Feng Ling." Feng Changqing's voice brimmed with excitement. "It's an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Zhanghai. I'm heading there immediately. It might be a trap." Chun Fan furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. "Shouldn't Feng Changqing's sister be in the capital? Why is she in Zhanghai?" "I can't worry about that now. She is my only sister," Feng Changqing nearly shouted. Chun Fan sighed. "All right, send me the address. We shall meet there." Meanwhile, Yu sat in a CAF at Zhanghai University, gazing at Chun Qian across the table. "Did you summon me for something?" Chun Qian asked, her eyes filled with suspicion. Yu smiled. "I merely wish to invite you for a cup of coffee. Yesterday's events were rather abrupt." Chun Qian did not touch her coffee, replying, "I cannot accept that phone." "Why not?" "It is merely a small gift," Yu countered. "A small gift valued at over 20,000? We are hardly acquainted," Chun Qian stated. Yu chuckled lightly. "Very well. Consider it a gesture of friendship. You need not feel any psychological burden. I'm not lacking in funds." Chun Qian met his gaze steadily. "Yu, what exactly do you intend to achieve?" "Friendship, of course. I've noticed you seem somewhat isolated at school. I merely wish to lend a helping hand," Yu replied with a smile. Chun Qian scoffed. "Is this because of Duan Yin? I hear he is your friend." Yu shook his head. "Merely a business associate. He cannot be classified as a friend. If he erred, he must certainly face the consequences." "Much like you compensated Jiang Lisin?" Chun Qian inquired. "It appears she has already informed you." Yu raised an eyebrow. "We share everything," Chun Qian replied coolly. "Including the bank card you gifted her?" Yu chuckled softly. "Is there an issue with that? Duan Yin harmed her. He should rightfully make amends." After a brief silence, Chun Qian suddenly asked, "Do you know my brother?" A flicker of emotion passed through Yi Yu's eyes before he regained his composure. "Dr. Chun Fan, we have met once. My brother suspects you might be connected to my parents' accident," Chun Qian stated bluntly, her eyes fixed on Yi Yu. Yi Yu's expression momentarily froze before returning to normal. "Why does he say that?" "You may respond directly with a yes or no," Chun Qian insisted, her gaze unwavering. Yi Yu shook his head, his tone earnest. "No, I have no connection to your parents' accident. In fact, I was unaware that Chun Fan had a sister before arriving in Zhanghai." Chun Qian scrutinized Yi Yu's expression, seemingly assessing the credibility of his words. "Do you not trust me?" Yi Yu inquired softly. "Why should I trust you?" "A sudden stranger who is being overly kind to me," Chun Qian retorted. Yi Yu sighed. "I understand your skepticism. If you do not trust me, I will not insist. You may not accept my phone, but should you need assistance, feel free to reach out." Chun Xian remained silent for a moment before abruptly asking, "What business does your Yi family have in Shanghai? Real estate, hotels, healthcare?" Yi listed offhandedly. "Why the sudden inquiry?" "Just curious. I heard that the Yi family has business dealings with the Duan family?" Yi nodded. "There are some cooperative projects. Duan Yan's father manages well. He is a good partner." Chun Xian appeared contemplative. "I see. See what?" Yi smiled, inquiring further. "Why Duan Yan would suddenly target me?" Chun Xian replied, gazing at Yi. "Because my brother is investigating the Yi family, and you need to keep him in check." Yi paused, then laughed softly. "Your imagination is quite vivid. My targeting Duan Yan is solely to restrain your brother? Is it not?" Chun Xian countered. Yi shook his head. "If I assist you in resisting Duan Yan's harassment, how does that translate to me orchestrating his harassment of you?" Chun Xian fell silent, unable to reconcile the contradiction. Yi rose and placed a business card from his wallet on the table. "If you wish to learn more about your parents, feel free to contact me." Chun Xian looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean? Your parents' accident is likely not as straightforward as it seems," Yi said meaningfully. "Your brother has concealed many matters." With that, Yi exited the CAF, leaving Chun Xian alone to ponder the business card on the table. Upon stepping outside, Yi received a call from Wang Tianxiu. "Young master, Feng Changqing has taken the bait," Wang Tianxiu reported. "He has gone with Chun Fan to the trap we set." Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. "Excellent. Proceed as planned. Ensure Feng Ling's demise is particularly tragic. I want Feng Changqing to be utterly shattered." "It has been arranged," Wang Tianxiu calmly replied. "Will the young master personally oversee it?" Yi shook his head. "No need. You handle it. I prefer that Feng Changqing's wrath is directed at Chun Fan, not me." After ending the call, Yi glanced at the time on his phone. Chun Fan should be on his way to the factory by now. Upon his arrival, he would discover the lifeless body of Feng Ling, and Feng Changqing would assume that Chun Fan had arrived too late to save his sister. In the abandoned factory on the outskirts, Feng Changqing anxiously awaited Chun Fan's arrival. He had circled the perimeter of the building, but refrained from entering, knowing that it was likely fraught with traps. "Chun!" a voice called from behind. Feng Changqing turned to see Chun Fan approaching briskly. "Brother Chun, you are finally here." Feng Changqing exhaled in relief. Chun Fan surveyed the surroundings. "Are you certain Feng Ling is inside?" Feng Changqing nodded. "The locator indicates she is here, but I dare not venture in recklessly." "You are wise," Chun Fan replied, retrieving 2 handguns from his pocket and handing one to Feng Changqing. "Be cautious. This place is eerily silent." The two proceeded cautiously towards the main structure of the factory. Suddenly, Chun Fan raised his hand to signal a halt. "There are footprints, fresh ones." Feng Changqing followed Chun Fan's gaze and indeed spotted several disordered footprints leading to the factory's entrance. "I will go in first. You provide cover from behind," Chun Fan whispered. "No, I will go. It is my sister. I must take the risk," Feng Changqing insisted. Chun Fan regarded him for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Be careful." Taking a deep breath, Feng Changqing slowly pushed open the rusted iron door. Inside, it was pitch dark, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the broken windows. "Ling Ling?" Feng Changqing called softly, but received no reply. The two continued deeper into the factory, each step measured with caution. Suddenly, Chun Fan halted, his nose twitching. "There is a scent of blood." Feng Changqing's heart raced, and he quickened his pace. Turning a corner, he spotted a figure lying motionless on the ground. "Ling Ling." He rushed forward and knelt beside her. In the dim light, he recognized the figure. It was his sister, Feng Ling, but she was breathless, a grotesque wound marring her chest. Her blood already congealed. "No, no, no, no." Feng Changqing cried out in anguish, cradling her cold body. Chun Fan hurried to his side, kneeling to examine her injuries. His expression grave. "She has been dead for at least half an hour. How could this happen?" Feng Changqing wept. "She just called me." Chun Fan pondered for a moment. "The call may have been fabricated using a recording orchestrated to lure us here." Feng Changqing's eyes widened with shock and fury as he lifted his gaze. "You mean this is a trap?" Chun Fan nodded solemnly. "It is highly likely." Feng Changqing slowly rose, his tears transforming into a chilling hatred. "You promised to save her." "Chun Fan, you said you would find a way." Feng Changqing Remain calm. We have been ensnared by Yiyu, Chun Fan explained, his brow furrowed. Chapter 34. The break calm? How can you expect me to be calm? Feng Changqing tightly clutched his sister's lifeless body, trembling all over, his eyes transforming from sorrow to madness in an instant. Feng Ling is dead. Just like that. Chun Fan stepped forward, attempting to soothe him. Changqing, we have all been deceived. This is Yiyu's scheme. He aims to sow discord between us. Shut up. Feng Changqing shot his gaze upward, bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. You promised you would save her. You vowed it. 3 days. You said you needed 3 days. Now Lingling is dead, and you tell me this is a trap? Changqing, I did promise you. Utter nonsense. Feng Changqing roared, interrupting Chun Fan. You kept insisting you would protect Feng Ling. Yet look at what has happened. She has been killed, slaughtered like a dog. His tears had long since dried, replaced by a profound hatred. Chun Fan's expression darkened. Think calmly, Changqing. Do you not find it odd? Your sister was in the capital, yet suddenly appears in Jianghai. Who would fortuitously provide her location? This is clearly a trap. Then why didn't you act sooner? Why wait 3 days? Feng Changqing raised his head, his eyes resembling those of a vengeful specter rising from the depths of hell. To you, is my sister's life of no consequence? The air in the abandoned factory was oppressively thick, as if time itself had come to a standstill. I truly underestimated Yiyu's malice. Chun Fan sighed, his voice tinged with remorse and guilt. These words ignited Feng Changqing's fury. Underestimate? Is that all? He sprang to his feet, the gun in his hand, aimed directly at Chun Fan. Lingling was my only family. You made me wait 3 days. And she ended up dead in a place like this. Chun Fan did not flinch, meeting the gun's muzzle with unwavering resolve. Put down the gun. Yi wants us to turn on each other. Can't you see that? I only see your incompetence. Feng Changqing's voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. All these years, I risked my life to infiltrate the Yi family for you. And yet, you couldn't even protect my sister. A flicker of pain crossed Chun Fan's eyes. You know I've been striving with all my might. Saving a life is not as simple as it seems. Huh. Commander of the Snow Wolf, the legendary Chun Fan. Renowned healer in Jianghai. This is all you can accomplish? Feng Changqing scoffed, the gun unwavering in his grip. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, you were merely using me? The atmosphere was thick with tension. Chun Fan slowly raised his hand, letting it fall helplessly. I am sorry. Sorry? Would that bring Lingling back to life? Feng Changqing's voice echoed, as if from the depths of hell. Suddenly, the sound of car engines and hurried footsteps broke the silence outside the factory. Someone is coming. Chun Fan warned, extending a hand toward Feng Changqing. We must leave this place. Regardless, vengeance is our shared objective. Feng Changqing let out a cold laugh, stepping back 2 paces while keeping the gun steadily aimed at Chun Fan. How shall we seek revenge? Another 3 days for you? He crouched down and gently kissed his sister's pale forehead before slowly rising. Chun Fan, from this day forth, there shall be no more camaraderie between us. Chun Fan's expression shifted. Feng Changqing, do not act impulsively. I shall not take your life until Yiyu has drawn her last breath. Feng Changqing turned away, cradling his sister's lifeless body. But I swear, I will exact vengeance for this grievous blood debt. The footsteps outside grew ever closer. Feng Changqing. Chun Fan called out urgently. Feng Changqing did not look back, vanishing into the shadows of the factory with his sister's corpse. Chun Fan clenched his fists and struck the wall with a resounding thud. Lowering his gaze, he spotted a small, glimmering object beside the bloodstains, a ring inscribed with the character for Yi. He picked up the ring, his expression icy. Yi had not only set a trap, but had also deliberately left clues to make Feng Changqing believe he was implicated in all of this. Meanwhile, on the campus of Jianghai University, Yiyu strolled along a tree-lined path. His phone vibrated with a message from Wang Tianxiu. Completed. A smile crept onto Yiyu's lips. Lifting his spirits, he noticed Chun Xian sitting alone on a nearby bench, engrossed in a book, sunlight filtering through the leaves to cast dappled shadows across her face. Chun Xian seemed to sense someone watching her, looked up, and their eyes met. She frowned and quickly began to pack her bag, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. Yi stepped forward, blocking her path. Is there something you need? Chun Xian retreated a step, wary. I merely wish to learn more about your brother. Given that our last conversation was somewhat unpleasant, Yi Yu replied candidly. My relationship with my brother is not good. As you should know, Chen Qian said coolly. Yi Yu nodded. Precisely because of that, I hope to assist you. Chen Qian furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Has your brother ever told you why your parents were involved in the car accident? Yi Yu's tone was calm, yet it dropped like a bomb into a placid lake. Chen Qian's breathing became noticeably rapid. My brother said it was an accident. An accident? A sardonic smile played on Yi Yu's lips. Did he ever mention that he had a fierce argument with your parents on the day of the incident? Did he tell you that he was the true target of that car accident? Chen Qian's face drained of color, her bag slipping from her grasp. What nonsense are you spouting? I speak no falsehood. You may return and check the police's original files, provided your brother has not destroyed them. Tian Qian retrieved Hepe, her hands trembling slightly. Why are you telling me this? Because I detest deceit, especially the kind that exists between family. You step closer, his voice low. I know you are intelligent, Chen Qian. Consider this. Why did Chun Fan leave the country immediately after your parents' demise? Why has he never contacted you over the years? Why does he avoid you upon his return? Each question pierced Chun Qian's heart like a needle. She had always believed that her parents had gone in search of Chun Fan, but the truth. This cannot be, she murmured. Yi retrieved a USB drive from his pocket, containing information that might pique your interest. Of course, the decision to peruse its contents rests solely with you. Chun Qian fixed her gaze on the USB drive, refraining from reaching for it. Yi chuckled softly, remarking that true courage lies not in evading the truth, but in confronting it. The circumstances surrounding your parents' demise are far more intricate than you can fathom. He placed the USB drive upon the bench, asserting that the choice is yours. Good night, Chun Qian. With that, Yi turned and departed, leaving Chun Qian standing alone, her eyes fixed on the small USB drive as if it were a deadly poison. Eventually, she trembled as she picked up the USB drive, tucking it into her pocket. In the distance, Yi stood hidden behind a tree, observing the scene with a flicker of cold amusement in his eyes. Chapter 35. The Alliance in the Dead of Night at Jianghai Hospital. Chun Fan wearily exited the emergency room, his face shrouded in gloom. He had just completed a complex surgery, yet his mind was far removed from his work. Feng Changqing's words echoed relentlessly in his ears. Dr. Chun, a nurse hurried over. There is someone waiting for you at the entrance, claiming it's urgent. Furrowing his brow, Chun Fan hastened towards the hospital's main door. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, a familiar figure leaned against the wall, cradling a package in her arms. Feng Changqing? Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback. Feng Changqing lifted her head, her eyes swollen and weary. We need to talk. The two walked in silence to a nearby 24-hour CAF. The establishment was nearly deserted, and a corner table offered an ideal setting for a private conversation. I sent Lingling for cremation. Feng Changqing's voice was hoarse. Chun Fan's heart sank. Changqing, I'm truly sorry. I did not come here to hear your apologies. I reviewed the surveillance footage. There is an abandoned gas station near the factory. The cameras were down, but the hard drive remains intact. Chun Fan's gaze sharpened. What did you find? It was Yi Yu's men. Feng Changqing produced a tablet from her coat, playing a grainy video. On the screen, several men in black escorted a girl, Feng Ling, into the factory. Shortly after, a figure emerged. Though the face was obscured, the tall posture was unmistakable. Did you see that? Feng Changqing pointed at the figure. The height and build match Yi Yu precisely. Chun Fan fell silent. The evidence indeed pointed towards Yi Yu, yet it felt overly contrived. Chun Fan, I understand your thoughts. Feng Changqing set down the photo. This could be a trap, or might not be. But one thing is certain. Yi Yu is the mastermind. He deserves to die. Shen Fan Sluri Nudda, Ikunkur. However, we require a more meticulous plan. Yi Yu is no ordinary individual. He is surrounded by numerous bodyguards, one of whom, a middle-aged man, provides him close protection. Even I have no confidence in overcoming him. That is why I sought you. Feng Changqing's eyes glimmered with resolve. You have the snow wolves. You possess resources. I understand every move and habit of Yi Yu. Chun Fan regarded Feng Changqing, his emotions a tumultuous mix. He recognized her hatred towards him, yet at this moment, their shared enmity Towards Yu forged a temporary alliance. Very well, for Lingling and for my parents, we shall unite against Yu. Feng Changqing's expression remained devoid of mirth. Do not misunderstand. I still despise you. But until Yu is dead, we are allies. Chun Fan extended his hand. Allies. Feng Changqing hesitated briefly before finally shaking his hand. Meanwhile, at her computer in the Jianghai University dormitory, Chun Qian trembled as she inserted the USB drive you had given her. A folder appeared on the screen, containing a series of police investigation reports and photographs. She clicked on the first file, revealing images from the scene of her parents' accident. The car was utterly unrecognizable. Curiously, however, all photographs focused solely on the driver's seat and the rear, with not a single image capturing the passenger seat. Next came a hospital record indicating that Chun Fan had also been in the vehicle that night, suffering only minor injuries and leaving the hospital within an hour. The final document was a blurred surveillance video. In the footage, Chun Fan and his father were engaged in a heated argument, while their mother attempted to intervene. Following the dispute, the trio boarded the car together. Chun Qian's hands began to tremble. Over the years, Chun Fan had never mentioned that he was in the car that night. Why the secrecy? As she continued to browse, she discovered an internal police report stating that unidentified explosive remnants had been found at the accident scene, initially classified as a directional bomb, raising suspicions of murder. Strangely, this report was marked with a red line, indicating it would not be filed. Sitting before her computer, tears streamed silently down Chun Qian's face. She had always believed her parents had died in an accident, harboring resentment toward her brother. Yet now, the truth appeared far more terrifying than she had imagined. If these documents were genuine, then her brother's years of absence, silence, and even his cold demeanor upon returning home had rational explanations. She wiped her tears away, closed the files, and removed the USB drive. Tomorrow, she must confront Chun Fan for clarity. Just as she prepared to turn off the lights and retire for the night, her phone vibrated. A message from an unfamiliar number read, "Do you wish to uncover more truths? Meet at Jianghai CAF tomorrow at noon." Feng Changqing. As the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, Yu had long risen, standing by the window to admire the campus scenery. Jianghai University may not possess the grandeur of Qingbei, yet the tranquility of this small town held its own unique charm. Her phone rang, and the voice of Wang Tianxiu echoed. "Young master, Feng Changqing met with Chun Fan last night." Yu chuckled lightly. As anticipated, should we take action? No need. Let them play out their own drama. Yu's tone was nonchalant. By the way, have we uncovered any leads on Lin Xiaoxiao's father? There is no concrete news yet, but clues point to a small village in the south. Yu frowned. Increase manpower. I require the exact address. Additionally, what was Chun Qian's reaction upon receiving the USB drive? According to surveillance, she reviewed all the materials and exhibited significant emotional fluctuations. Yu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. She is likely to confront Chun Fan today. Has Feng Changqing contacted her? Yes, they are scheduled to meet at noon. Perfect. I eagerly anticipate their family reunion. Yu hung up the phone and took a sip of the coffee on her desk. Meanwhile, in Chun Fan's apartment, he was gathering medical supplies in preparation for a trip to the hospital. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Chun Qian. "We need to talk about Mom and Dad." Chun Fan's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, "Where are you? I'll come over immediately. I have class. Let us discuss it tonight." Chun Fan frowned, sensing something amiss. Chun Qian rarely initiated conversations about their parents, let alone this particular topic. Just as he was about to inquire further, the doorbell rang. Outside the door stood Feng Changqing, his eyes bloodshot, evidently having spent a sleepless night. "I have discovered Yu's itinerary for today. He will be wandering the campus before heading to Jianghai CAF." Chun Fan gazed at Feng Changqing for a moment. "Are you certain you wish to act today? We lack a meticulous plan. Delaying will only afford him more time to strategize." Feng Changqing's voice was hoarse. "I've already contacted a few accomplices, all of whom are trustworthy." Chun Fan pondered for a moment before finally nodding. "Very well, but we must first ensure he is not accompanied by too many bodyguards. Today presents the best opportunity." Feng Changqing's gaze was resolute. The security surrounding Yu at Jianghai is limited, and he is overly confident often traveling with only 1 or 2 bodyguards. Moreover, he poses no real threat. The excesses of the past years have drained him of vitality. Chen Fan picked up his coat. What is your specific plan? Simple and straightforward. Feng Changqing replied with a cold smile. Yi frequently visits Zhanghai CAF. The familiar environment allows us to intercept him there. Chen Fan furrowed his brow. That is too risky. It is a public place. Hence, we shall not act within the CAF. Feng Changqing produced a map, pointing to a narrow alley behind the CAF. Yi is accustomed to exiting through here. The alley is narrow and long, making it an ideal ambush point. Chen Fan examined the map, his brow tightly knit. He was disinclined to endorse such a hasty plan. It was evident that Feng Changqing was on edge. Should he refuse, Feng Changqing might act independently, leading to even more unpredictable consequences. What if he brings Wang Tianxiu with him? That fellow is difficult to deal with. Feng Changqing chuckled coldly. Thus, you must find a way to divert Wang Tianxiu. Chen Fan remained silent for a moment before finally agreeing. I will make the arrangements. But remember, our objective is to capture Yi alive and uncover the truth. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Feng Changqing's eyes, yet he offered no rebuttal. Chen Fan seemed to sense something and added, I am aware of your desire to kill him, but such an act would be detrimental to us both. The Yi family is not an ordinary wealthy clan. If a life is lost, the consequences would be dire. I understand, Feng Changqing replied tersely, as long as he can provide a reasonable explanation for why he sought to kill my sister. Chapter 36. The arrival of Feng Changqing. Chen Fan harbored uncertainties regarding Feng Changqing's genuine acceptance of his proposal. Nonetheless, he appeared to acquiesce on the surface. Then it is settled. I shall make arrangements to the hospital and rendezvous with you near the CAF, Chen Fan declared. Feng Changqing nodded and turned to depart. Observing his retreating figure, an ominous premonition surged within Chen Fan. Yet, in pursuit of uncovering the truth behind his parents' demise and fulfilling his promise to Feng Changqing, he felt compelled to step into this perilous snare. In front of the teaching building at Zhanghai University, Chen Xian was walking alone towards the library. The information she had encountered the previous night haunted her like a relentless nightmare. She sought a tranquil space to organize her thoughts in preparation for her afternoon conversation with Chen Fan. Chen Xian, a voice called from behind. She turned to see Jiang Liren sprinting towards her. Liren, aren't you supposed to be recuperating? Chen Xian queried in surprise. Jiang Liren offered a wry smile. I had no choice. If I don't return to school soon, I might fail. She glanced around cautiously and lowered her voice. Has that Yi been seeking you out? Chen Xian paused momentarily before nodding. Be careful. I have an uneasy feeling about him, Jiang Liren warned, her brow furrowing. Since his arrival, various rumors have circulated about you and him. I am aware, Chen Xian interjected coolly. Do not pay heed to such gossip. Jiang Liren scrutinized her friend's haggard countenance, concern etched on her face. What has transpired? You do not seem well. Chen Xian shook her head. It is nothing, merely a lack of sleep. She was reluctant to divulge the information she had discovered the previous night, at least until after her discussion with Chen Fan. By the way, are you free for lunch today? Chen Xian shifted the topic. I would like to treat you to a meal to celebrate your discharge. Jiang Liren hesitated. Lunch? I have a prior engagement. What kind of engagement? Chen Xian noted her friend's unease. Jiang Liren stammered, it's just date. With whom? With a senior, Jiang Liren replied, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Xian regarded her for a moment before a realization struck. Is Feng Changqing the one who contacted you? Jiang Liren's expression shifted dramatically. How did you know? He has invited me as well. Chen Xian sighed. At noon, in the Zhanghai CAF, Jiang Liren's eyes widened in astonishment. This is so peculiar. Why is he simultaneously inviting us both? I do not know, but it is certainly no coincidence, Chen Xian replied, her brow furrowed. We must exercise caution. Do you know Feng Changqing? Jiang Liren inquired. Chen Xian shook her head. I do not, but he claims to know my brother. Jiang Liren pondered for a moment. Shall we attend? Yes, but we must go together, Chen Xian asserted. Whatever his intentions may be, 2 minds are safer than 1. Jiang Liren nodded in agreement. The two then conferred about the details of their meeting before parting ways to attend their respective classes. Chun Xian walked into the classroom with a heavy heart, only to find Yi Yu already seated there, leisurely perusing through a book. After a moment's hesitation, she opted for a seat as far from him as possible. However, mere moments after the class commenced, her phone vibrated. A message from Yi Yu. Be cautious at noon. Feng Changqing is not a man of good character. Startled, Chun Xian looked up at Yi Yu, who smiled back at her, his eyes laden with a warning. She chose not to respond, yet this message solidified her conviction that the forthcoming meeting was anything but coincidental. Time ticked by, and at last noon arrived. Chun Xian met Jiang Liling at the school gate, and together they made their way to the Zhanghai CAF. Are you feeling anxious? Jiang Liling inquired. Chun Xian shook her head. Nervousness is futile. We need to ascertain his intentions. As they entered the CAF and surveyed their surroundings, they found no sign of Feng Changqing. How peculiar, it's already 12. Where is he? Jiang Liling mused. Just as Chun Xian was about to respond, she caught sight of someone seated in a corner. Yi Yu. He was leisurely sipping his coffee, and upon noticing them, raised his cup in acknowledgement. Yi Yu? What's he doing here? Jiang Liling whispered in astonishment. Chun Xian narrowed her eyes. It appears this is a trap. Just as they hesitated to depart, a waiter approached them. Excuse me, are you Miss Chun Xian and Miss Jiang Liling? Someone is waiting for you in the private room upstairs. The two exchanged glances and followed the waiter upstairs. Upon opening the private room door, they were met not by the expected Feng Changqing, but by two unfamiliar men. Who are you? Chun Xian asked, her voice tinged with caution. One of the men rose to speak, but before he could utter a word, the door swung open, revealing Yi Yu. Apologies for the intrusion. These two ladies are my friends, he said, smiling at the two men. Feng Changqing sent you? The men, clearly taken aback by Yi Yu's sudden appearance, exchanged uneasy glances. Feng Changqing is unable to attend. We were instructed to bring you to him. One of them explained reluctantly. Bring us where? To Chun Fan's apartment? Or perhaps to some abandoned factory? The men's expressions darkened, their hands instinctively moving towards their waists. Don't move. Yi Yu's tone remained gentle, yet his gaze was icy. If you wish to avoid trouble, you should leave quietly. Mind your own business. One of the men suddenly drew a small knife and lunged at Yi Yu. With a deft sidestep, Yi Yu grasped the assailant's wrist and twisted it gently. A sharp crack echoed, and the man fell to the ground, howling in agony. The other, witnessing this, fumbled for his phone to call for help, but Yi Yu swiftly kicked the device away. Leave, Yi Yu commanded coldly. The two men scrambled to their feet, retreating from the private room in disarray. Chun Xian and Jiang Liling stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to say. Why did you save us? Chun Xian finally voiced. Yi Yu chuckled lightly. Did you truly wish for them to abduct you? What does Feng Changqing intend? Jiang Liling asked. Yi Yu's expression turned grave. They're using you to lure me in. He is allied with Chun Fan, seeking to capture me, perhaps even to kill me. Chun Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. My brother and Feng Changqing? Why? Because I possess knowledge of secrets they wish to keep hidden from others. Yi Yu gazed at Chun Xian, his eyes profound. The truth regarding your parents. Chun Xian's breath hitched. Yi Yu continued. Chun Fan has concealed the truth. Your parents' demise was no accident. It was a deliberate act of murder. And the perpetrator you would never suspect. Who? Chun Xian asked, trembling. The one you trust the most, Yi Yu said with a weighty implication. Why does Chun Fan never mention the details of the accident? Why has he been abroad for so many years without a word? Why does he maintain distance from you upon returning? Each question pierced Chun Xian's heart like a dagger. No, it can't be. Her voice quivered. Yi Yu did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he took out his phone. We must leave this place. It is unsafe. Just as the three prepared to depart, the door to the private room was pushed open once more, revealing a pale-faced man with a cold gaze standing at the entrance. It was none other than Feng Changqing. So, it is you. Feng Changqing glared at Yi Yu. His eyes filled with animosity. Chapter 37. Malicious Yi Yu. Feng Changqing stood at the doorway, his eyes filled with hatred as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Yu. A chilling aura of menace enveloped the room. Yi Yu, I demand blood for blood. Feng Changqing bellowed, his voice hoarse, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. Chen Qian and Jiang Lilin were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, instinctively retreating a few steps. Yet, Yi remained composed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Feng Changqing, do not be so agitated. Do you not see where we are? Causing a scene here benefits no one. Her tone was casual, as if her visitor were an old friend come for afternoon tea rather than a vengeful adversary. My sister's life, do you think it can be so easily dismissed? Feng Changqing's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling slightly, a dagger appearing in his hand unbeknownst to him. Jiang Lilin, alarmed, turned to Chen Qian. What did he say? What happened to his sister? Chen Qian remained silent, her gaze darting between Yi Yu and Feng Changqing, attempting to untangle the complex web of their relationships. Yi Yu sighed softly. Feng Changqing, do you truly believe I killed your sister? Think logically. Why would I want her dead? Because you are a demon. Feng Changqing roared. You abducted Lingling and threatened me to betray Chun Fan. Yi Yu shook her head, a glint of derision in her eyes. You are overestimating me. Your sister's demise has nothing to do with me. You ought to question Chun Fan about where he was and what he was doing at that time. Feng Changqing seemed momentarily shaken by her words, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, but his hatred quickly returned. Do not attempt to sow discord here. It was precisely Chun Fan who informed me that Lingling was in danger, prompting us to rush to her aid. Is that so? Yi replied, her tone laden with implication. Then why did he arrive half an hour late? Why did the location pinpoint reach you precisely? And why were my belongings left at the scene? Such coincidences are quite remarkable, are they not? Feng Changqing's dagger was now pointed at Yi Yu's throat, mere inches away. Silence. Suddenly, Chen Qian interjected. Mr. Feng Changqing, I am unaware of the grievances between you and my brother, but this is a public space. We can discuss matters calmly. Otherwise, I shall call the police. Discuss? Call the police? Feng Changqing scoffed, his gaze unwavering from Yi Yu. What is there to discuss with the devil? Feng Changqing, are you certain that Chun Fan is merely the victim of Yi Yu's deceit, as he claims? Yi Yu spoke slowly, her tone serene yet incisive. Have you ever witnessed Chun Fan being duplicitous? Have you ever seen him caught off guard? Back in the desert, he could foresee the traps set by mercenaries. How could he now fall prey to my methods? Feng Changqing's expression visibly wavered. What do you mean? The meaning is clear. Perhaps Chun Fan is manipulating you. Just as he did with your sister, Yi Yu stated without mercy. Feng Changqing's dagger began to tremble slightly, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Feng Changqing, do not listen to his nonsense. A voice suddenly rang out at the doorway. Everyone turned to see Chun Fan standing there, his expression dark and foreboding. Chen Qian gazed upon her brother, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never encountered such a version of Chun Fan, his eyes cold and exuding an aura of danger. A stark contrast to the doctor brother she had always known. Chun Fan, you have finally arrived, Yi Yu remarked with a light chuckle, displaying no signs of anxiety. I was just conversing with your sister and her friend. Chen Qian, Jiang Liren, leave this place, Chun Fan commanded, his tone unyielding and resolute. Jiang Liren hesitated, casting a glance at Chen Qian, poised to rise. Yet Yi Yu interjected, are you not curious, Chen Qian? Why have Chun Fan and Feng Changqing suddenly appeared here? Why are they targeting me? Chen Qian turned to her brother. Brother, what is going on? Chen Qian, not now. Chun Fan's tone softened slightly, yet his gaze remained frigid. I will explain, but not at this moment. Once again, it was the same refrain, always not now. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Qian's eyes. Since childhood, you have always kept me in the dark, shouldering everything alone. Until Mom and Dad. Her words trailed off as tears welled in her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yu interjected, Chen Qian, your brother has concealed far too much. For instance, he was also in the car that day. He was the target of the explosion. Enough! Chun Fan bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. Feng Changqing observed the scene, his expression shifting to one of complexity. His dagger slowly lowered, his face transitioning from hatred to confusion. Yi Yu, Feng Changqing said hesitantly, what exactly do you intend to do? With a smile, Yi Yu replied, I merely seek the truth about the accident that claimed the lives of Chun Qian's parents concerning the death of Feng Ling and the underlying truths behind it all. That's enough. Chun Fan forcefully shoved Feng Changqing aside and charged at Yi Yu. Taken by surprise, Feng Changqing was slammed against the wall, his dagger falling to the ground. Yi Yu remained unfazed, sidestepping Chun Fan's assault while retrieving a small pouch from her pocket and casually tossing it towards him. The pouch burst open midair, releasing a cloud of powder. Chun Fan reacted swiftly, holding his breath and retreating, yet a small amount of the powder still found its way into his eyes and nostrils. You! He managed to utter a single word before stumbling backward, his vision blurring and his body losing balance. Brother! Chun Qian cried out, rushing forward to support Chun Fan. Don't go! Jiang Liren grasped Chun Qian's arm, only to be shaken off. Yi Yu stood her ground, a victorious smile gracing her face. The formula was brought from abroad. It is colorless and odorless, merely causing temporary incapacitation without life-threatening risks. Seizing the moment, Feng Changqing picked up the dagger, uncertain of whom to direct it towards, Yi Yu or Chun Fan. Feng Changqing, do you not yet comprehend? Yi Yu addressed him with a tone of pity. Chun Fan is exploiting you, just as he has everyone else. The truth behind your sister's death is likely to be far more complex. Do not listen to her. Chun Fan rasped, struggling to remain conscious, yet the effects of the drug began to take hold, rendering his movements slow and feeble. Feng Changqing stood frozen, his gaze wavering. 7 years ago, he followed Chun Fan into the depths of danger, regarding him as a brother. However, the death of his sister shattered the trust he once held. Can you explain the death of Lingling? Feng Changqing asked Chun Fan with great difficulty. Chun Fan struggled to rise, but the effects of the drugs were too potent. He could only lean against Chun Qian for support. I swear I do not know. Yi Yu sneered. Chun Fan, do you truly not know? Then can you explain this? Yi Yu produced a phone and played a video. On the screen, Chun Fan was seen conversing with a blurred figure. Faint whispers of Feng Ling and must sacrifice could be discerned. This is... Feng Changqing gazed at the video in shock. It's fabricated. For heaven's sake, Feng Changqing. Use your brain. Chun Fan shouted, though his voice was already feeble. Truth or falsehood, you shall judge for yourself, Yi Yu said coolly, casting a glance at Feng Changqing. Feng Ling was indeed murdered, but I was not her killer. Consider why I would wish to eliminate her. She was valuable to me as leverage against you. Feng Changqing's expression darkened, the dagger in his hand twisting incessantly. Feng Changqing, do not listen to his nonsense. Chun Fan struggled to speak. He is sowing discord, seeking to incite us against one another. Yi Yu remained unflappable. Chun Fan, do you not find it strange? Why was I utterly indifferent to you until your return to investigate your parents' deaths? Why did I coincidentally appear in Shanghai? Suddenly, Chun Fan fell silent, as if grasping a revelation. Because you are afraid, aren't you? Yi Yu pressed on relentlessly. Chapter 38. Chun Fan's roar fearful of the truth being unveiled. Terrified that the elaborate facade you constructed might collapse, Feng Changqing gazed at Chun Fan, his trust beginning to fracture. Chun Fan, what on earth is happening? Do you know my sister is going to die? Chun Fan shook his head, anguish flickering in his eyes. It's not like that. Just what? Feng Changqing pressed. At that tense moment, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open, and Wang Tianxiu stormed in with several men clad in black. Young master, there are ambushers outside. Wang Tianxiu quickly positioned himself in front of Yi Yu. Almost simultaneously, the window shattered, and 2 masked figures leaped in, guns drawn and aimed at Yi Yu. Chun Fan, you truly are well prepared, Yi Yu remarked nonchalantly, as if he had anticipated this all along. Chun Qian, filled with terror, clung tightly to Chun Fan. Brother, who are these people? Chun Fan remained silent, his strength rapidly waning, his eyelids growing heavier. Qian, Jiang Lisin, come with me. Yi Yu extended his hand towards the 2 girls. Otherwise, you will become casualties of this battle. Without hesitation, Jiang Lisin sought refuge behind Yi Yu, but Chun Qian resolutely stood guard before her brother. I can't leave my brother. Xiao Qian, hurry and leave. How touching, Yi Yu sneered. I wonder if your parents were equally cared for when they perished in that car accident all those years ago. Chun Qian's head snapped up, shock filling her eyes. What do you mean? Yi Yu did not respond directly, but turned to Feng Changqing. Feng Changqing, make your choice. Will you trust your former brother? or seek justice for your sister. Feng Changqing's face was etched with pain and struggle. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and turned to Chun Fan. Chun Fan, I once believed in you, but now I need the truth. With that, he suddenly pivoted, plunging a dagger into the throat of one of the masked assailants. The masked man was caught off guard, and blood gushed forth as he collapsed. The other masked figure immediately fired, the bullet grazing Feng Changqing's shoulder, leaving a trail of crimson. Ah! Chun Qian gasped. Wang Tianxiu moved like a specter. Though his imposing physique suggested bulkiness, his speed was astonishing. He lunged at the other masked man, delivering a crushing blow to the assailant's throat, causing him to crumple to the ground, motionless. The room descended into chaos. Tables and chairs overturned, stained with blood. Feng Changqing clutched his injured shoulder, his eyes filled with resolve. Chun Fan, I will no longer trust you. I shall avenge the grievances of Ling Ling. Chun Fan struggled to utter something, but the effects of the drug had fully taken hold, and he lost consciousness, collapsing into Chun Qian's embrace. Take them away from here, Yi Yu commanded calmly. Wang Tianxiu swiftly directed his subordinates, and as one of the black-clad men reached for Chun Qian, Yi Yu intervened. Let her choose for herself. Chun Qian gazed at her unconscious brother, then at Yi Yu, her eyes filled with hesitation and fear. Chun Qian, if you wish to uncover the truth, come with me. Yi Yu extended his hand. The death of your parents is far more intricate than you can imagine. Chun Qian bit her lip and ultimately released her embrace around Chun Fan. I want to know the truth. Yi Yu smiled faintly and extended her hand to lift her up. Let us depart before the police arrive. Yi Yu cast a glance at the unconscious Chun Fan on the ground, a flicker of inscrutable light passing through her eyes. Subsequently, Yi Yu swiftly led Chun Qian, Jiang Liren, and the injured Feng Changqing away from the scene, leaving Chun Fan alone, unconscious in a pool of blood. Yi Yu's convoy sped through the streets of Jianghai City. Inside the vehicle, Chun Qian's complexion was pale, her hands tightly clasped on her knees, her gaze intermittently drifting towards the window, seemingly contemplating the possibility of leaping from the car. Jiang Liren sat beside her, equally anxious, incessantly instigating the relationship between Chun Fan and Chun Qian. She was genuinely terrified of being discovered by Chun Qian. However, if she did not act this way, she would face dire consequences, along with her family. Feng Changqing occupied the front passenger seat, quietly allowing Wang Tianxiu to tend to the wound on his shoulder. Yi Yu nestled at the rear of the car, her expression relaxed, as though the bloody scene from earlier bore no relevance to her. Yi Yu, what exactly are you trying to do? Chun Qian finally could not contain herself and broke the silence. Yi Yu smiled slightly. I have already stated, I will reveal the truth to you. What truth? Chun Qian's voice trembled. About my parents' demise? About my brother? Both. Yi Yu's gaze was profound. But before that, we must first retreat to a secure location. Chun Qian glanced outside, realizing the vehicle had exited the urban area, heading towards the outskirts. Where are we going? Jiang Liren could not resist inquiring. To Jianghai Manor, Yi Yu replied nonchalantly. It is my temporary residence in Jianghai. The car soon entered a residential area of garden villas, halting before the largest villa. Upon disembarking, Yi Yu instructed Wang Tianxiu to ensure that Feng Changqing's injuries were properly attended to, then led Chun Qian and Jiang Liren into the living room. Please have a seat. Yi Yu courteously gestured for them to sit, while she approached the bar and poured 3 glasses of orange juice. I presume you do not drink alcohol. Let this suffice. Chun Qian did not touch her glass. I do not wish to be placated any longer. Yi Yu, if you truly know something, speak plainly. Yi Yu sighed, setting down her glass, her demeanor turning serious. Chun Qian, your parents' deaths were not accidental. They were a deliberate murder. The key figure in this is your brother, Chun Fan. Nonsense. Chun Qian abruptly stood. How can my brother harm our parents? Sit down and allow me to finish. Yi Yu's voice suddenly turned icy, imbued with an undeniable authority. Chun Qian hesitated for a moment before slowly resuming her seat. Yi Yu retrieved a USB drive from her pocket. Here lies all the evidence. Chun Fan was indeed in the car back then, but he was not a victim. He was the mastermind. Impossible. Chun Qian shook her head, her voice dwindling. The evidence is right here. Yu handed her the USB drive. You may examine it yourself. However, I can provide you with a brief overview. Chun Fan has formed connections with certain extraordinary individuals abroad and established the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. In his quest for funds, he has set his sights on his family's assets. When your parents refused to support him, he resorted to murderous intentions. Chun Xian took the USB drive, her hand trembling slightly. How is this possible? He is my brother. The bond of blood cannot shield one from the darker aspects of humanity. Yi remarked coolly. After the accident, why did he immediately go abroad? Why has he never contacted you over the years? Why, upon returning, does he avoid you? Is it out of guilt or fear of the truth being revealed? Chun Xian fell silent, unable to answer these questions. How do you know so much? Chun Xian suddenly raised her head, her gaze piercing. Yu smiled faintly. Because my father is a close friend of your father. After the accident, my father has been conducting a discreet investigation. Then why not report it to the police? Chun Xian pressed on. The authorities have already closed the case, deeming it an accident. Moreover, making rash accusations without solid evidence would only alert the perpetrator. Yu explained, my father hopes to gather more evidence to uncover the forces behind Chun Fan and bring them all to justice. Chun Xian fell into contemplation. This explanation seemed plausible, yet she struggled to believe it. How is Feng Changqing? He is not severely injured and is currently resting, Yi replied. He is an old friend of Chun Fan. Yet Chun Fan has exploited his sister's life to manipulate him. Did Chun Fan kill Feng Ling? Chun Xian inquired in astonishment. The evidence is quite clear, Yi stated matter-of-factly. I believe Feng Changqing must have sensed something amiss, prompting him to betray Chun Fan at a critical moment. Just then, Feng Changqing entered the living room, his shoulder bandaged. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with determination. Yu, I need to see Chun Fan. Feng Changqing stated bluntly. Yi raised an eyebrow. Why? Had you not already seen through his true nature? I must confront him directly regarding Ling Ling and the authenticity of those videos, Feng Changqing insisted. Chapter 39. The tormented Chun Fan. Are you truly going to confront Chun Fan directly? Yu inquired, her brow raised in amusement as she regarded Feng Changqing. What do you anticipate his response to be? Surely, you have some inkling in your heart. Feng Changqing's expression was complex, the anguish in his eyes nearly spilling over. Ling Ling was my only kin, her demise. I must hear Chun Fan admit it with my own ears. What purpose does this serve? Yu sighed softly, crossing her legs, exuding an air of knowing everything. A person like Chun Fan will never confess. Chun Xian remained silent. Her grip on the USB drive that Yu had given her was as if she were clutching a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, she rose. I want to see my brother. What a coincidence. You both share the same sentiment. Yu gestured for Wang Tianxiu to step forward. Make arrangements for them to meet Chun Fan tomorrow. Wang Tianxiu nodded and withdrew, while Jiang Liren nervously looked at Yu. Can I go back now? I have classes tomorrow. Of course, Yu replied with a light laugh, turning her gaze to Chun Xian. And you, Chun Xian, will you return to school or stay here to examine the contents of the USB? Chun Xian's face remained impassive. I wish to return to my dormitory. I need to contemplate in solitude. Very well, I shall send someone to escort you back. Yu shrugged nonchalantly. However, Chun Xian, it would be wise to keep that USB drive away from prying eyes. Chun Xian offered no reply, merely clutching the USB drive tightly in her hand. Jiang Liren linked arms with her, and the two departed the villa together. Once the pair had left, Yu turned her attention to Feng Changqing. Now, let us discuss matters between us. Feng Changqing's demeanor was unreadable. I am unaware of the grievances between you and Chun Fan, but my sole intention is to avenge Ling Ling. Perfect. Our goals align, Yi replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. Tomorrow, you and Chun Xian will meet Chun Fan. I will ensure everything is arranged. What exactly do you intend to do? Feng Changqing asked warily. Yi patted his shoulder reassuringly. Rest well. This place is entirely secure. Tomorrow, you shall receive a comprehensive answer. With that, Yi stood and ascended the stairs, leaving Feng Changqing standing alone in the center of the living room, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. In the darkness, Yi stood on the balcony, gazing down upon the nightscape of the river. Wang Tianqiu quietly approached from behind. Young master, everything is arranged. Has Chun Qian viewed the USB drive? According to our surveillance, she opened it immediately upon returning to her dormitory. Yi replied with a smile. She will not believe the contents. Chun Qian is more stubborn than I had anticipated. Then, young master, tomorrow. We shall proceed as planned. Yi Yu's gaze was icy. Chun Fan and Chun Qian are merely pawns in my game. I intend to turn them against one another, to make Chun Fan understand the true meaning of despair. Wang Tianqiu nodded. Understood, young master. I have already stationed personnel at the hospital. Everything will be ready by tomorrow. Excellent. Yi Yu looked out at the distant lights, her expression inscrutable. This time, I shall ensure Chun Fan suffers eternally. On the other side, Chun Qian sat before the computer in her dormitory, her trembling hands inserting the USB drive. A series of folders popped up on the screen, and she clicked on the first video file. In the footage, a hazy figure was engaged in conversation, the voice manipulated, yet faintly recognizable as Chun Fan-S. We must do this. They will never agree. The video abruptly transitioned to the scene of an accident, the images unclear, yet the police could be seen investigating. A police officer's voice emerged. This is undoubtedly murder. The bomb was placed beneath the vehicle. Chun Qian abruptly closed the video, tears blurring her vision. It could not be true. How could her brother? She opened another file. A bank transfer record showing that a substantial sum had been withdrawn from their family account the day prior to the accident. The recipient's name was boldly inscribed as Chun Fan. No, Chun Qian murmured, silent tears streaming down her face. She shut the computer, clutching the USB drive in her hand, her heart in agony. Despite her rational mind suggesting that this evidence could be fabricated, the questions lodged in her throat. Why had Chun Fan been avoiding her? Why had he left the country immediately after the accident? Why did he continue to distance himself upon returning? Throughout the night, Chun Qian tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. The following morning, at Jianghai City People's Hospital, Chun Fan sat on the hospital bed, his expression somber. The effects of the medication had entirely worn off, yet the humiliation of yesterday ignited a fury within him. His phone vibrated incessantly, messages from his Shui-Lang Tuan brothers inquiring about his condition. Brother Fan, has Feng Chongqing betrayed us? Unfortunately, we are currently entangled with the Vatican's adherents and cannot advance. Brother Fan, the Vatican demands $100 million as a toll. Otherwise, they will detain us all. Brother Fan, it is our fault. Even leaving the Vatican is a luxury, and we cannot come see you. Chun Fan did not respond to these messages. Instead, gazing silently out of the window, he needed to remain calm, to discern Yi Yu's true intentions. All these burdens now rested upon his shoulders. At that moment, the ward door swung open, and two figures entered, Chun Qian and Feng Chongqing. Qian. Chun Fan sprang to his feet, his gaze darting between her and Feng Chongqing. Are you both all right? Did you harm you? Chun Qian stood at the doorway, hesitant to approach. Brother, we need to talk. Chun Fan noticed her haggard appearance and reddened eyes, clearly a result of sleeplessness. Qian, do not trust Yi Yu. He is sowing discord between us. Is that so? Qian produced the USB drive from her bag. What about this evidence? The funds transferred before the accident, the police investigation report, and your conversation with someone. Chun Fan's complexion turned pale. Qian, those are all forgeries. Yi Yu is manipulating you. Then why did you attempt to kill Feng Ling? Feng Chongqing suddenly interjected, his voice hoarse and filled with anguish. Why did you use me? Chongqing, I have told you, I did not harm Ling Ling. Chun Fan urgently explained. This is all part of Yi Yu's scheme. He wants us to turn against each other. Chun Qian scoffed. Is that so? Can you explain why you immediately left the country after the car accident years ago? Why have you not contacted me all these years? Why did you avoid me upon your return? Chun Fan's gaze turned pained, because I did not wish to expose you to danger. Danger? What danger? Chun Qian pressed. I am investigating the truth behind my parents' accident, and the truth points to the influential powers in the capital. Chun Fan spoke softly. I could not allow you to become entangled in this, which is why I deliberately distanced myself from you. Feng Chongqing chuckled coldly. Here we go again, Chun Fan. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open once more, and a group of armed men in black burst in, swiftly taking control of the room. Following closely behind, Yu strode in with an air of composure, a victorious smile gracing his face. What a heartwarming family reunion. Yu chuckled lightly, surveying the surroundings. I hope I'm not interrupting your sibling heart-to-heart? Chun Fan's expression darkened. Yu, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Yu approached Chun Qian, gently caressing her cheek. Qian, how much of your brother's words do you actually believe? Chun Qian did not respond, taking a step back to evade Yu's touch. Yu chuckled dismissively. Chun Fan, you always enjoy portraying yourself as the victim, shifting the blame onto others. But today, in front of your sister, I shall expose your true nature. With that, Yu snapped his fingers, and a black-clad man presented a tablet. Yu handed the tablet to Chun Qian. This video was obtained just last night. You will understand after watching it. On the screen, Chun Fan was seen conversing with a blurred figure, the voice distinctly audible. Feng Ling must die. She knows too much. If she returns to the capital alive, our plan will be ruined. This is a lie. Chun Fan roared, attempting to charge at Yu, only to be restrained by two men in black. After watching the video, Chun Qian's face drained of color, her grip on the tablet faltering. She turned to her brother, despair evident in her eyes. Brother, what on earth is going on? Qian, don't believe him. This is all fabricated. Chun Fan screamed in agony. At that moment, Feng Changqing lunged at Chun Fan. Gripping his neck, you killed Ling Ling. Admit it. Chapter 40. Yu's confrontation with Chun Qian. The cloaked figures did not intervene, merely observing the scene with detached indifference. Yu stood to the side, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He was acutely aware that there were others lurking behind Chun Fan, and his intention was to flush out that individual. This figure, shrouded in the shadows of Chun Fan, rendered Yu unable to fully unleash his capabilities. He still relished the life of a debauched scion, yet was now compelled to engage in a battle of wits with Chun Fan. Deep down, he yearned to remain a carefree libertine, unbothered by the complexities of strategy. Chun Qian stood frozen, uncertain whom to trust. Her world was unraveling. The brother she had revered since childhood might be the very perpetrator who had slain their parents, or perhaps an accomplice in the murder of Feng Ling. Enough! Chun Qian suddenly cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. I have had my fill of these lies and deceptions. She turned to Yu, saying, I do not know the nature of your grievances with my brother, but I refuse to believe in these videos and pieces of evidence. If you truly possess proof, why not report it to the authorities? Yu chuckled, saying, because some matters elude the grasp of the law, much like your brother's Snow Wolf mercenary corps, which skates perilously close to the edge of legality. Chun Qian shook her head, her vision blurred by tears. I do not wish to hear any more of this. I want to leave this place. Yu stepped closer, seizing her wrist. Chun Qian, the truth can be brutally harsh, but it is far better than remaining in ignorance. Let me go. Chun Qian struggled, yet found herself ensnared by Yu's grip. Observing this, Chun Fan erupted with an unprecedented force, shoving Feng Changqing aside and lunging at Yu. Yu, keep your distance from my sister. The cloaked figures immediately opened fire, the bullet grazing Chun Fan's shoulder, blood gushing forth. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Brother! Chun Qian screamed, attempting to rush forward, only to be held back tightly by Yu. Take her away, Yu commanded coldly. As for Chun Fan and Feng Changqing, allow them to reminisce. The cloaked figures dragged the struggling Chun Qian from the hospital room. Yu cast one last glance at Chun Fan, who lay in a pool of blood, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Chun Fan, this is merely the beginning. You have taken everything from me. I shall repay you 100-fold. With that, Yu turned and departed, the hospital door closing slowly behind him. Chun Qian was forcibly removed from the hospital and thrust into the back seat of a black sedan. Yu followed closely, taking a seat beside her, while Wang Tianqiu drove in the front. Let me go. I want to see my brother. Chun Qian struggled, her eyes aflame with anger and fear. Yu gazed expressionlessly out the window. Chun Qian, your brother is unharmed. It is merely a minor injury, With his abilities, such wounds are inconsequential. What do you intend to do? Chun Xian fixed her piercing gaze upon Yi Yu, her chest heaving with emotion. Why are you attempting to sow discord between my brother and me? Sow discord? Yi Yu chuckled lightly. If you believe him to be innocent, why would you leave the hospital with me to see him? Why would you look at that evidence? You harbor doubts in your heart, do you not? Chun Xian fell silent. Indeed, doubt lingered within her. But he is her brother, the only relative who has cared for her since childhood. Yi Yu perceived her thoughts. Chun Xian, sometimes those closest to you can be the most perilous. The evidence you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. Your brother's secrets are far more terrifying than you can fathom. The car glided into a secluded suburb, finally halting before a hidden villa. Yi Yu alighted, extending his hand toward Chun Xian. Come, it is safe here. No one will disturb us. Chun Xian declined his hand and exited the vehicle on her own. A cold wind swept by, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The villa's decor was simple yet luxurious, clearly worth a fortune. Yi Yu seated her in the living room and instructed the butler to prepare hot tea. This is another residence of mine in Jianghai, far more comfortable than the accommodations arranged by the school. Yi Yu remarked casually, as if they were merely ordinary friends engaged in light conversation. I do not wish to hear this. I only want to know why you brought me here. Chun Xian replied coldly. Leaning back on the sofa, Yi Yu gazed intently into her eyes. To protect you. Do you believe your brother will let today, as events go? Once he discovers you have seen that evidence, who knows what he might do? He won tea. He is my brother. He would never harm me. Chun Xian interrupted vehemently. Just as he would never harm your parents? Chun Xian, you are too naive, Yi Yu scoffed. Chun Xian shot him an angry glare. And what about you? What good intentions could you possibly have in bringing me here? Yi Yu smiled. At least I do not conceal my intentions. I have been interested in you since our first meeting. That much is evident. You are disgusting. Chun Xian retorted, recoiling in revulsion. Disgusting? Yi Yu shrugged nonchalantly, moving towards the window. Chun Xian, do you know who I am? The eldest son of the Yi family in the capital. What kind of woman could I not have? Chun Xian scoffed. Then why are you so insistent on entangling yourself with me? Yi Yu turned, his gaze deepening. Because you're the one Chun Fan cares for the most. In that instant, Chun Xian understood everything. She was merely a pawn in the struggle between Yi Yu and Chun Fan, a tool to inflict harm upon Chun Fan. I will not allow you to use me to hurt my brother. Chun Xian stood and walked toward the door. I truly underestimated you, Chun Xian. You are more astute than most women. Perhaps I'm simply not suited for scheming. I prefer things to be straightforward. Yi Yu displayed a charming smile. What do you mean by that? Chun Xian's pupils contracted slightly, sensing something unusual in Yi Yu's words. What I mean is, despite all that I have done, you still choose to believe in your brother, which puts me in a difficult position. Isn't that a veiled suggestion that I am rather foolish? Even you cannot manage? Yi Yu approached her, gently caressing her cheek while speaking playfully. Slap. Do not touch me. Chun Xian swatted Yi Yu's hand away. Chun Xian, have you ever considered why I am so fascinated by you? Yi Yu's eyes appeared to turn crimson as she inquired. Because I am Chun Fan's sister. You wish to exploit me to harm him. Chun Xian spoke bluntly. Alas, sometimes your intellect is overwhelming. Your response is entirely correct. Yi nodded slightly. Do not flatter yourself. I hold no interest in you. Chun Xian scoffed. Why must it be your interest that matters? What is paramount is my own intrigue. Suddenly, Yi Yu grasped her wrist, drawing her closer. Release me. Chun Xian struggled, a flicker of fear finally crossing her gaze. In recent days, Yi Yu had been exceedingly gentlemanly, to the extent that she had forgotten he was a prominent young master of the capital. Do you know? The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Yi Yu's eyes glinted with a hint of madness. Yi Yu, should you dare to harm even a single hair on my body, my brother will undoubtedly seek retribution. Chun Xian hissed through clenched teeth, striving to mask her fear. Your brother? Yi Yu sneered, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. What is he to me? Just watch. He will soon descend into madness. With that, Yi Yu suddenly lowered his head, capturing Chun Xian's lips in a kiss. Chun Xian's eyes widened in terror as she struggled desperately, but the disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. Yi Yu's kiss was domineering and forceful, leaving her no room for resistance. After a brief moment, He released her. Well, this is merely the first step in dealing with your brother. Now, let's indulge ourselves. Yi Yu remarked, savoring the unique fragrance lingering on his lips with a cold smirk. You beast! Chun Qian gasped, her eyes filled with fury and humiliation. She abruptly raised her hand, intending to slap Yi Yu, only to have him effortlessly seize her wrist. Do not test my patience. No one has dared to strike me. A dangerous glint flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. You shall not succeed, Chun Qian retorted through gritted teeth, yet a flicker of fear betrayed her resolve. Chun Qian collapsed onto the bed, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. She raised her hand to wipe away the sensation lingering on her lips. Engulfed by a wave of nausea and helplessness. Chapter 41. The death of Chun Qian trembled, acutely aware of the viciousness of Yi Yu's methods. His intentions transcended mere humiliation. He sought to utterly obliterate Chun Fan through her. You shall not succeed. I refuse to allow you to use me to harm my brother. Chun Qian clenched her teeth, her voice laced with a quiver, yet remarkably resolute. Your words hold no weight, Yi Yu declared, rising from his seat and advancing toward her. His eyes a tempest of desire and malice. You are now mine. Your body, your will, are under my dominion. I shall make you a burden to your brother, a stain upon his honor that he can never cleanse. As Yi Yu approached, Chun Qian's heart raced with terror. She understood that if she fell into the clutches of this demon, her fate would be far worse than death. She would become a weapon to inflict harm upon her brother. She would rather perish than allow such a fate to unfold. Wishing for death? Have you consulted me first? Yi Yu sneered, seizing her hair and forcefully yanking her back, causing her to crash onto the bed. He provided her no opportunity to resist, his hands ruthlessly tearing at her garments. In an instant, a vast expanse of pale skin was revealed, adorned with two crimson marks resembling proud plum blossoms against the white backdrop. In a flash, Chun Qian drew a spring knife from her sleeve and thrust it toward Yi Yu. He evaded with a swift movement, propelling himself away. Chun Qian pivoted abruptly, racing toward the balcony and flinging open the floor-to-ceiling windows. The cold wind surged into the room, tousling her hair. Without a moment's hesitation, determination flickered in her eyes. She turned back for one last glance at Yi Yu, her voice piercing and tragic. Yi Yu, I shall not allow you to prevail, even in death. Before her words could fully resonate, she leapt. Quite the spirit, Yi Yu muttered under his breath, cursing his misfortune as he approached the balcony's edge. Leaning over, he beheld her form plummeting through the night, ultimately meeting the ground with a resounding thud, her body striking the hard surface in front of the villa. The deafening crash roused the villa's guards. Wang Tianxiu swiftly arrived at the scene, his expression turning grave upon witnessing the horrifying bloodstains and the contorted body of Chun Qian. Yi Yu descended from the upper floor, approaching her lifeless form. Her body had turned cold, her eyes wide open, forever unclosed. Yi Yu regarded her with not a shred of compassion, only a flicker of anger. Anger that she would choose death over submission. Young master, how shall we proceed? Wang Tianxiu inquired cautiously. Yi Yu's expression remained impassive. She jumped of her own accord. Fool! He paused, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Notify the hospital. Inform them that my girlfriend has had an accidental fall. Spare no effort in her resuscitation. He was acutely aware that Chun Qian was already dead, yet he relished the prospect of Chun Fan's anguish. Soon, an ambulance arrived, wailing as it bore away Chun Qian's lifeless body. You climbed into the vehicle, en route to the hospital, eager to witness Chun Fan's collapse. Outside the emergency room of Jianghai City Hospital, Chun Fan received the harrowing news of his sister's fall. As if struck by lightning, he raced to the hospital, and upon seeing Yi Yu standing at the entrance of the emergency room, the dreadful truth dawned upon him. Yi Yu, what have you done to my sister? Chun Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and lunged toward Yi Yu. Wang Tianxiu stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Yi Yu. Standing behind him, Yi Yu wore a mocking smile. She jumped off the building herself. Am I to blame? Her emphasis on those 4 words was deliberate, aimed to pierce Chun Fan's heart. You lunatic! Chun Fan, seemingly deranged, desperately attempted to break through Wang Tianxiu's barrier. Yi Yu, I will kill you. Yi Yu coldly observed Chun Fan's anguished struggle, a perverse pleasure swelling within her. Your sister possesses fierce spirit. She would rather die than be with me. Unlike some, who would do anything for money. This was a veiled jab at Chun Fan's romantic interests, adding fuel to the fire. At that moment, the emergency room door swung open and the doctor emerged, shaking his head in resignation. I'm sorry. We did our best. Chun Fan's body stiffened, his mind blank. He pushed past the doctor and rushed into the emergency room, where he beheld his sister's lifeless form. Unable to contain his grief any longer, he collapsed beside her, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Qian, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not protecting you. He clung tightly to his sister's corpse, as though trying to merge her with himself. Yi stood at the doorway, quietly observing the scene. She could feel the overwhelming hatred radiating from Chun Fan, a palpable force that almost froze the air around them. Chun Fan slowly lifted his head, his eyes like pools of blood, fixating on Yi Yu, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Yi Yu, I swear, I will have your entire family buried with you. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yi Yu's mouth. I await your arrival. She turned and walked away, leaving Chun Fan with a haughty and indifferent silhouette. The death of Chun Qian shattered the last vestige of Chun Fan's psychological defenses. He was no longer the patient, composed physician or the mercenary leader. He had transformed into a wounded beast, stripped of everything and consumed by the desire for vengeance. Before Chun Qian's grave, Chun Fan knelt for 3 days and nights, refusing food or drink, enduring the elements. Feng Changqing silently kept him company. On the 4th morning, Chun Fan rose. His eyes devoid of tears, filled only with a profound hatred and icy resolve. Feng Changqing, he said in a low, hoarse voice, help me contact Fox tonight. I want Wang Yin and Mad Dog dead. Feng Shanqing post, surprised. Mel do. ISNT, he already dead? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chun Fan's eyes before realization dawned upon him. He had previously instructed Fox to investigate Mad Dog's whereabouts, intending to act tonight, unaware that Fox had already completed the task ahead of schedule. Very well, Chun Fan replied, his tone unwavering. That leaves only Wang Yin and Wang Tuan. Though he is crippled, he remains Yi Yu's lackey. I once spared his life, merely maiming his legs, yet he dares to seek me out. He must pay. Feng Changqing's expression grew serious. Though Wang Tuan is disabled, he still has some influence. Wang Yin, on the other hand, is the power behind the Wang family, surrounded by skilled individuals, and he is quite cunning. I do not require your admonitions regarding their perils. I ask you, are you still willing to accompany me? Chun Fan spoke coldly. Feng Changqing gazed into Chun Fan's eyes, ablaze with the flames of hatred, and recognized that he had no path of retreat remaining. For the sake of his deceased sister, Feng Ling, and to avenge the indignities suffered during his years as an undercover agent in the Yi family, he resolved to stand by Chun Fan until the end. I shall accompany you, Feng Changqing replied solemnly. That evening, in a secluded estate on the outskirts of Jianghai City, Wang Yin was convening with a few trusted confidants to devise a strategy against Chun Fan. Ever since his loyal subordinate, Mad Dog, had met a series of untimely ends, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Chun Fan has become a madman. Wang Yin's expression darkened. He has no qualms left and will stop at nothing. We must eliminate him before he spirals into complete chaos. Wang Xiao, have there been any directives from Yi Xiao? One of the confidants inquired. Wang Yin furrowed his brow. Yi Xiao suggests we remain inactive, waiting for Chun Fan to reveal a vulnerability. However, I deem this approach far too perilous. He is far too deranged at present. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of urgent alarms and gunfire erupted from outside the estate. What is happening? Wang Yin sprang to his feet. A bodyguard stumbled in, breathless and terrified, exclaiming, Wang Xiao, Chun Fan has broken in. What? Wang Yin's face drained of color. The lights within the estate extinguished abruptly, plunging the surroundings into darkness. A potent sense of crisis washed over Wang Yin. He understood that Chun Fan, daring to invade his stronghold, must have been thoroughly prepared. Quick, protect me, Wang Yin shouted. Amidst the darkness, muffled groans and shrieks pierced the air as Wang Yin's confidants fell one by one. He heard footsteps rapidly approaching, realizing that Chun Fan had indeed infiltrated. Drawing his handgun, he fired several shots into the void before turning to flee towards the secret passage. Yet, as he reached the entrance, a powerful gust of wind surged towards him. Think you can escape? It's too late. Chun Fan's icy voice echoed in his ears. Before Wang Yin could react, an immense force struck the back of his neck, causing him to collapse. When he regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a chair. Before him stood Chun Fan, Feng Changqing, and a fox-like figure. Chun Fan's countenance bore no trace of emotion, his eyes cold and unyielding. Chun Fan, what? What do you intend to do? Wang Yin forced himself to inquire, suppressing his terror. Chun Fan offered no response, merely retrieving a mobile device to play an audio recording. The recording captured a conversation between Wang Yin and Yi Yu, discussing the manipulation of Chun Fan and the sacrifice of Mad Dog, among other matters. Wang Yin's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Chun Fan would acquire such incriminating evidence. Wang Yin, Chun Fan's voice resonated like a specter from the underworld. You, like Wang Tuan, are but a pawn of Yi Yu. You conspired against me and exploited my sister's demise. Now, it is time to pay the price. Please, do not kill me. Wang Yin began to plead. Chun Fan, I can assist you. I know all of Yi Yu's secrets. I can help you dismantle the Yi family. Chun Fan let out a cold laugh. Do you think I would still believe you? You and Yi Yu are both deserving of death. Without wasting any further time, he raised his hand and struck Wang Yan's neck with a swift chop. Wang Yan's eyes bulged. His body convulsed a few times, and he fell silent forever. After dealing with Wang Yin, Chun Fan turned to Feng Changqing. Where is the corpse of the Mad Dog? Feng Changqing replied, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. The police have already intervened. Take me there, Chun Fan instructed. The three quickly arrived at the location of the Mad Dog's body. Chun Fan gazed at the lifeless form without a hint of emotion in his eyes. He understood that although the Mad Dog was Wang Yan's confidant, he was also a pawn in Yi Yu's scheme. Clean it up, Chun Fan said to the fox. Ensure that no traces pointing to us are left behind. The fox nodded and began to process the scene. Meanwhile, Chun Fan stepped aside, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. Yi Yu, Wang Tuan, and Wang Yin are dead, and now the Mad Dog has met his end. His voice was chillingly calm, yet the underlying intent to kill was palpable. Now it's your turn. On the other end of the line, Yi Yu chuckled softly. Oh, you resolved the Wang brothers so swiftly? Chun Fan, you surprised me. It seems you are quite capable, knowing to eliminate Wang Yin and Wang Tuan first. I will certainly speak on your behalf regarding the Wang family. Ha ha ha. Yi Yu's laughter echoed, revealing his indifference toward Wang Yin and Wang Tuan. Yi Yu, it was intentional, wasn't it? You aimed to use my hand to eliminate them. Chun Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired. He was not afraid of the Wang family, but he feared becoming a mere weapon in Yi Yu's hands. The surprises are just beginning. I will make you witness the collapse of your Yi empire, and you will experience the agony of losing everything. Upon hearing Yi Yu's silence, Chun Fan spoke with murderous intent. Is that so? I await your move. But are you certain you possess the capability? Don't forget, you're not fighting alone now. A glint of coldness flickered in Chun Fan's eyes. What do you mean? Literally speaking, do you believe that by killing the Wang brothers and the Mad Dog, everything will be resolved? Do not forget, there are many who are concerned for you. A tightness gripped Chun Fan's heart. He realized that Yi Yu was threatening those around him. Yi Yu, if you dare to harm anyone near me, I swear I will ensure you have no place to die. Is that so? Then we shall see. Chun Xian is merely the first. Who shall be next? After saying this, Yi Yu hung up the phone. Chun Fan clenched his phone tightly, his expression darkening. He understood that Yi Yu was far more cunning and dangerous than he had imagined. He needed to rapidly enhance his strength to have the means to contend with Yi Yu and protect those who remained by his side. As Yi Yu ended the call, a smug smile curled at the corners of his mouth. To him, Chun Fan's fury and threats sounded like the lamentations of a cornered dog. Killing a few inconsequential pawns didn't shake him. Such naivety was laughable. Young master, Chun Fan's reactions were entirely anticipated. Wang Tianqiu stood aside and remarked, excellent. The more enraged he becomes, the more prone he is to errors. Inform everyone to intensify surveillance on all individuals connected to Chun Fan, particularly Lin Xiaoxiao. If her father cannot be found, it is of little consequence. Should he be located, let him be disposed of casually, and the blame shall be placed upon Chun Fan. Yi Yu instructed, "Indeed, young master," Wang Tianqiu responded. Furthermore, Yi Yu turned, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he conveyed to the Wang family that Chun Fan was their adversary, and they were to deliver the recording of my conversation with him to the Wang family. Is the young master intending to employ a knife to slay? Wang Tianqiu inquired. Let the Wang family engage in this game with him. I wish to see him struggle domestically and abroad. A solitary figure, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, soon to become a pack of dead wolves. Yi Yu mused softly. If Chun Fan does not hasten to gather funds, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps is undoubtedly doomed. What of Feng Changqing? Yi Yu asked. Feng Changqing has been closely following Chun Fan. It appears they have formed an alliance due to the death of Feng Ling. Yi Yu scoffed. An alliance? Merely a temporary convergence of interests. Feng Changqing harbors resentment towards Chun Fan for failing to rescue Feng Ling in time. And Chun Fan may also question Feng Changqing's loyalty. Their alliance is exceedingly fragile. He paused, continued to provoke Feng Changqing through the death of Feng Ling, deepening his hatred for Chun Fan. When necessary, some evidence of Chun Fan's incompetence may be provided. Young master is indeed sagacious, Wang Tianqiu said respectfully. Yi Yu approached the desk and opened a drawer containing a dossier, detailed information regarding Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, Chun Fan's childhood sweetheart. If Chun Fan were to discover the extent of her fervor in bed, would he not explode on the spot? Yi Yu's fingers gently tapped the document, a twisted smile creeping upon his lips, his eyes flickering with cruelty. He intended to make Chun Fan aware that the consequence of inciting his wrath would be catastrophic for all those he held dear. Meanwhile, Chun Fan, along with Feng Changqing and the Fox, returned to his residence in Jianghai City after disposing of the Mad Dog's corpse. It was an ordinary apartment building, a stark contrast to Yi Yu's opulent villa. Brother Fan, what shall we do next? The Fox inquired. Chun Fan sat on the sofa, eyes closed, his mind plagued by the haunting images of Chun Qian's tragic demise. The excruciating pain pierced through him, rendering him nearly breathless. Yi Yu, does he truly believe that by killing Qian Qian, the Wang brothers, and the Mad Dog, he can destabilize me? His assumption is gravely mistaken. With a sudden spark of madness in his eyes, he declared, if he wishes to play, then I shall indulge him to the fullest. Does he not relish in manipulating hearts? I too shall ensure he experiences the flavor of being toyed with. Feng Changqing and the Fox exchanged glances, both recognizing the concern reflected in one another's eyes. They understood that Chun Fan had completely lost his sanity, yet the more he spiraled, the more perilous the situation became. Feng Changqing, you're most familiar with Yi Yu. What weaknesses does he possess? Chun Fan directed his gaze at Feng Changqing. Does he have anyone he particularly cares for? He inquired. Feng Changqing shook his head. Yi Yu was a man of cold-heartedness, seemingly indifferent to anyone except his parents. The women around him were merely playthings, receiving a bit of money when he was pleased and discarded when he grew weary. Chun Fan fell silent for a moment. Individuals devoid of emotional vulnerabilities, like Yi Yu, were the most formidable adversaries. Fox, utilize your connections in the underworld to uncover every conceivable weakness of Yi Yu. Leave no stone unturned, no matter how minuscule the lead may be, especially regarding information about his parents. Understood, Brother Fan. Fox nodded, hesitating to speak further. What is it? Speak freely. We are brothers, Chun Fan urged, noticing Fox's reluctance. Brother Fan, the Vatican demands $100 million. If we do not provide it within 3 days, the Dark Knight Wolves may be left to their fate. Fox struggled to articulate the gravity of the situation. $100 million? We have substantial funds in Citibank abroad. Do we not? Where is all that money gone? Chun Fan asked, his brow furrowed. That money was already sent to the Vatican. Otherwise, the Dark Knight Wolves would have perished long ago. They used those funds to secure an additional 10 days, and now the time is nearly up. Fox replied in a hushed tone. Brother Fan, the time is truly limited. The Vatican has sent word that their demands are escalating, issuing an ultimatum. We must gather $100 million within 3 days, or else the Dark Knight Wolves will be in peril. Fox's voice carried an unprecedented urgency. Chun Fan clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. $100 million was no trifling sum, even with his former financial prowess. Mobilizing such a vast amount of money in merely 3 days was no simple task. Moreover, he was currently in Shanghai, where Yi Yu's influence loomed large. Any significant movement of funds could easily attract his attention. 3 days. What options do we have? Chun Fan inquired solemnly. There exists a path in Shanghai that promises swift, albeit perilous, financial gain: jade gambling. Tomorrow, the Shanghai Jade Association will host a grand gambling event, and the Duan family has just transported a batch of top-tier stones from the Yunnan border. The rate of finding jade is said to be at an all-time high, drawing wealthy individuals and gambling experts from across the nation. If fortune favors us, one could potentially multiply their wealth several times over in a single night. Feng Changqing furrowed his brow, contemplating before slowly responding. Gambling on stones? Chun Fan was not well versed in this field, yet he recognized the immense risks that lay beneath the surface. However, in the face of such desperation, he had no room for choice. He needed money, urgently. The Duan family. Chun Fan murmured, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The Duan family, the one that fawned over Yi Yu like a lapdog. Since the Duan family was hosting this gambling event, how could Yi Yu possibly remain uninvolved? Is Duan Yin the young master of the Duan family I encountered at the hospital? Chun Fan inquired. Indeed, the Duan family is the wealthiest in Shanghai, capable of shaking the city with a mere stamp of their foot. However, compared to the Yi family in the capital, they are but dust. Du Nyn held deep respect for Yu, almost to the point of unwavering obedience. Ing nodded, acknowledging the situation. Very well. Since Yu wished to engage in this game, I shall accompany him to the end. CHNFN let out a cold laugh. Brother FN, since Yu is aware of your urgent need for funds, this gambling event is likely a trap he has laid. He will undoubtedly be present, and with the Duan family at his beck and call, our attendance would be perilous. Huli voiced his concerns. I am aware it is a trap, yet I possess my own methods, CHNFN replied, his gaze sharp, exuding an undeniable aura of power. He recalled the HNYUNJN within him. This technique, imparted by his master, not only enhanced his physique, but also allowed him to condense his true energy, enabling him to penetrate objects for investigation. Although he had only mastered the first volume, CHNFN had already reached a level where he could see within the stone materials. This might prove to be his greatest asset at the gambling venue. His master had once assured him that once he arrived in the capital, he would naturally be entrusted with the second volume of HNYUNJN. At that point, his potential adversaries would be few and far between. Huli, accompany me tomorrow. You will be responsible for perimeter surveillance and gathering intelligence on Yu and Du Nyn's movements. I require your cooperation. CHNFN commanded. Understood, Brother FN. Both replied promptly. CHNFN rose and approached the window, gazing out at the nightscape of GNGHI City. This bustling metropolis, at that moment, appeared fraught with danger and intrigue. He needed to amass the life-saving sum from beneath Yu's very nose within 3 days. A sleepless night ensued. CHNFN practiced HNYUNJN in his room, feeling the true energy coursing through his meridians. He diligently attempted to condense, release, and penetrate with it, striving to master this ability before the morrow. The following morning, before the GNGHI Trading Association building, throngs of people had already gathered, and the streets were bustling with vehicles. Various luxurious cars, typically a rare sight, filled the thoroughfare. Well-dressed tycoons, an array of gamblers with varied expressions, and eager reporters surrounded the area, creating a palpable buzz. CHNFN, clad in understated casual attire, blended into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. CHNQing and Huli shadowed him like phantoms, their sharp eyes surveying the surroundings. "Brother FN, YYU has arrived," Billy whispered urgently. A sudden wave of commotion erupted among the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. A uniquely streamlined, custom supercar, resembling a futuristic war machine, glided toward the end of the red carpet. The door opened silently, revealing a tall figure stepping out. He donned a light gray bespoke suit, impeccably tailored to accentuate his statuesque physique. His strikingly handsome face exuded an innate air of nobility and arrogance. Without sunglasses, his deep-set eyes seemed capable of perceiving all. This individual was none other than YYU. The moment he appeared, the atmosphere froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with shock, reverence, admiration, and even fervor, were fixated upon him. "My goodness, it is young Master Yi, the crown prince of the capital. He has come in person. That vehicle, I believe I've seen it in a magazine. There's only one in the world. Its value is beyond estimation. Priceless. Young Master Yi's aura is overwhelmingly powerful. He appears as if he has stepped out from a painting, resembling a divine being. In his presence, those so-called tycoons of Zhanghai seem like mere country bumpkins." Yiyu appeared oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him, wearing a nonchalant smile upon his face. He strode down the red carpet, as if embarking on his path to coronation. Each step he took was calm and unhurried, exuding an air of suffocating pressure. Duan Yin, accompanied by key members of the Duan family, had long awaited at the end of the carpet. Upon seeing Yiyu approach, Duan Yan's face blossomed with a smile brighter than the sun, almost jogging forward to greet him. "Young Master Yi, your esteemed presence truly illuminates our Duan family," he exclaimed, bowing deeply, his demeanor utterly submissive, as if Yiyu were the master of his household. Yiyu halted, casting a sidelong glance at Duan Yin, his gaze tinged with disdain, yet more so with satisfaction for his loyal servant. "You have worked hard," Yiyu said lightly. "Not at all. It is our honor to serve young Master Yi," Duan Yin replied, flustered, his face flushing. For him, those three words from Yiyu were an affirmation of their family status, a validation of his own worth. In Zhanghai, only the Duan family could receive such an honor. Yiyu paid no further heed to Duan Yin. His gaze swept over the crowd, as if in search of something. Soon, his eyes settled upon the unassuming Chun Fan in the corner. A cold smirk graced his lips, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. He uttered no words, merely raised his hand and, in a distant gesture, mimicked a throat-cutting motion towards Chun Fan. A provocation. This was an unabashed challenge. Chapter 42. I offer 100 million, a gasp echoed through the crowd as all eyes were already fixed on Yiyu, and with his sudden movement, astonishment swept over the assembly. Those who could provoke such a reaction from young Master Yi were undoubtedly doomed in their eyes. Chun Fan's expression hardened as he clenched his fists, yet he restrained himself. The collective gaze of the onlookers bore down on him, rendering his countenance grim. Their stares were reminiscent of how one might regard the deceased. Some among the more cunning had begun to entertain the thought of seizing an opportunity to trouble Chun Fan later, perhaps to gain favor in young Master Yi's sight. But now was not the time. "Yiyu, just wait. I shall ensure you do not find joy in this." Yi withdrew his gaze, as if the earlier display had been merely an illusion. "Let's begin." He no longer regarded Chun Fan, redirecting his attention to Duan Yin, his tone resuming an air of nonchalance and nobility. "Yes, indeed. Please, young Master Yi." Duan Yin immediately bent forward, guiding Yiyu towards the center of the venue, where the most exquisite stones lay displayed. Yiyu's figure, enveloped by the throng, resembled a celestial body surrounded by its orbiting stars. Every gesture of his captivated the attention of all present, as if he were the true protagonist of this stone gambling event. Meanwhile, Duan Yin acted as a devoted servant, faithfully trailing beside him, extolling the virtues of various stones with a constant sycophantic smile. As Chun Fan observed Yiyu's retreating silhouette, a surge of murderous intent coursed through him. The disparity between Yiyu's elevated status and the Duan family's humiliation pierced his heart like a dagger. He vowed that one day he would bring Yiyu crashing down from that pedestal, trampling him underfoot. The stone gambling event commenced in earnest. the venue buzzing with animated chatter and a fervent atmosphere. A myriad of uniquely shaped jade stones lay on display, awaiting their fates. Unperturbed by the surrounding commotion, Chun Fan navigated through the crowd, his gaze meticulously scrutinizing each stone. Silently, he activated his mixed origin energy, a faint stream of true qi enveloping his eyes, penetrating the skins of the stones to investigate their interiors. This endeavor demanded immense mental fortitude, yet he persevered. He understood that genuine treasures would not reveal themselves easily. He required ample patience and meticulousness. He circumvented the ostentatiously praised starstones, which typically bore exorbitant prices and great risks. His focus was on those overlooked, seemingly inconspicuous stones. In a secluded corner, he came to a halt. There lay a stone the size of a basketball, its surface pockmarked and riddled with cracks. Even its skin appeared coarse and unrefined. Almost no one lingered nearby, and its price was merely 300,000. Chun Fan crouched down, meticulously probing with his mixed origin energy. As his true qi delved deeper, his heartbeat quickened dramatically. Within this stone concealed lay a fist-sized, translucent glass-type imperial green jade. Though modest in size, its quality was indisputably among the finest, valued at no less than 80 million. Suppressing his inner elation, he maintained an impassive exterior. This stone, number 21 in Area 7, I shall take it. He approached the staff and said, "All right, sir." The staff verified the information and prepared to process the transaction. Wait. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery emerged. Yu had appeared behind Chun Fan, his presence always eliciting gasps and attention from the surrounding crowd. Duan Yin followed closely at his side, wearing a fawning expression. "Chun Fan, your taste is quite remarkable to have set your sights on this piece of scrap." A hint of amusement danced on Yiyu's lips. "Swipe your card." Ignoring Yiyu's ridicule, Chun Fan addressed the staff directly. "I want this stone. 3 million. Yiyu seemed to have disregarded Chun Fan's mention of swiping a card and turned to the staff. The staff was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Chun Fan. "Young Master Yi, matters of this nature are governed by the principle of first come, first served." Chun Fan turned around, casting a cold glare at Yiyu. "Oh, is that so? But I prefer to disregard such conventions. Chun Fan, I offer 3 million. What about you?" Yiyu raised an eyebrow, a trace of derision evident on his face. Today, no matter the outcome, he was determined to prevent Chun Fan from easily acquiring the stone. 30 million. Chun Fan did not hesitate to raise his bid. He understood that Yiyu was not genuinely interested in the stone. He merely aimed to thwart and humiliate him. Yet, he could not back down. This stone represented his sole hope. Even at 30 million, he stood to gain over 50 million. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, astonished as they watched Yiyu and Chun Fan bidding for a piece of worthless rock. Are they insane? 30 million for a piece of scrap? What game is young Master Yi playing? Is he infatuated with Chun Fan? Does Chun Fan really think he can outbid young Master Yi in a battle of pride? Yiyu seemed to revel in the attention, chuckling softly. 100 million. Chun Fan's pupils constricted. 100 million. This was already equivalent to the stone's intrinsic value. Yi was not merely bidding. He was toying with Chun Fan. "Young Master Yi bids 100 million. The auctioneer exclaimed excitedly. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all struck by Yiyu's extravagance and capriciousness. 100 million for a stone that appeared to be worthless? Only someone like Yi could afford to do such a thing. Chun Fan gritted his teeth, fury boiling within him. He knew he could not raise his bid any higher. His budget simply did not allow for it. Yiyu observed Chun Fan's grim expression, a smile creeping onto his lips. Exactly, this is what makes it entertaining. Chun Fan believed he could discern the stone's internal conditions using his energy. Yet, Yiyu was equally adept at breaking Chun Fan's psychological defenses. After all, he had the wealth to spare, so it was of no consequence to him. "Young Master Yi, since you have taken a liking to this stone, how could our Duan family accept your money? This stone is a gift for you." The head of the Duan family, Duan Wuyin, promptly approached Yiyu, speaking respectfully. Yiyu nodded slightly, and with a subtle wave of his hand, someone stepped forward to push a cart to carry the stone away. Upon witnessing this, Chun Fan clenched his fists, wishing he could obliterate Yi with a single blow. Chun Fan, with a sullen expression, turned away from the area and proceeded towards another section. Observing his departure, Yi revealed a faint, sinister smile and leisurely followed behind. Chun Fan was naturally aware of Yi trailing him. However, he felt no anger, but rather a sense of anticipation. Since Yi wished to compete with him, he intended to ensnare her instead. Upon reaching the display case in District 6, he was met with an overwhelming array of raw stones, some of which had their outer layers polished away, revealing a faint green glow emanating from within. This was a marketing tactic, designed to indicate that the stones contained something of value. Naturally, the prices were exorbitant, ranging from several million to hundreds of millions. Chun Fan did not linger, but directly approached a piece of raw stone that appeared to possess a decent quality. The asking price for this particular stone was a staggering 2 million, an amount that was truly astonishing. Chapter 43. The Yi family in the capital Yiyu and Chun Fan slightly closed their eyes, attuning themselves to the essence within the raw stone, only to discover a mere trace of icy jade, valued at approximately 7 to 800,000. Yet, he could easily manipulate Yiyu into becoming an unwitting fool. Although wealth was but a number to Yiyu, this opportunity to vex him was too tempting to resist. Chun Fan was certain that as soon as he placed a bid, Yiyu would undoubtedly follow suit. With this thought, Chun Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Bang! 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 Chun Fan gently tapped the glass cabinet containing the raw stone. "I shall take this stone," he declared, his expression impassive. "Very well, sir," a staff member responded. "Wait a moment, this stone appears rather promising. I bid 20 million. Just as the attendant's hand neared the raw stone, Yiyu spoke leisurely. Chun Fan regarded Yiyu, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. He recognized that Yiyu was deliberately inflating the price, yet he found himself ensnared in the situation. He must persist in his endeavor to annoy Yiyu. 100 million. Chun Fan gritted his teeth. Remarkable. Today has proven fruitful indeed. A raw stone worth only a few 100,000 now commands a price exceeding 100 million. Chun Fan has truly challenged young Master Yi, someone remarked from the sidelines. Challenging young Master Yi? Does Chun Fan even have the stature for that? What caliber is young Master Yi, and what is Chun Fan? Another scoffed dismissively. Indeed, it is an exceptional sight today, someone else chimed in. 100 million? Then it is yours. I shall withdraw. Yi said with a faint smile directed at Chun Fan. Boom! Chun Fan felt as though struck by a celestial bolt. No, according to the script, Yi should have countered with 200 million immediately. Why had Yi suddenly conceded? Chun Fan felt a heaviness in his chest. He had not ensnared Yi, but rather trapped himself. However, at this juncture, there was no turning back. Mr. Chun has bid 100 million. Is there anyone willing to offer more? The auctioneer excitedly called out once more. Congratulations, Mr. Chun, this raw stone is now yours. Upon receiving no further bids, the auctioneer promptly announced, Mr. Chun, please proceed to the payment. A staff member approached with a POS machine, a broad smile plastered on his face. Chun Fan, suppressing his frustration, presented a Citibank credit card. This card permitted him to overdraw 300 million. Having spent 100 million, he still had 200 million remaining. He called Fox to arrange for the stone's removal, as its eventual opening would still yield a few million. I'll take this stone, Chun Fan said, moving to indicate another raw stone priced at 360,000. After uttering this, he glanced back at Yiyu. Yiyu must have been exceptionally fortunate, leading to his own misfortune. This time, he intended to ensnare Yiyu once more. I bid 100 million outright. Chun Fan declared before Yiyu could respond. Boom. Incredible. Truly insane. How dare he? He starts with 100 million? Surely, he must be out of his mind, someone exclaimed in disbelief as they observed Chun Fan. Chun Fan quietly awaited Yiyu's counteroffer, planning to withdraw and exploit him for a hefty profit. The raw stone appeared dull and empty, utterly worthless. However, after 2 or 3 minutes of silence, Yiyu showed no inclination to raise the bid, causing Chun Fan's heart to tremble uncontrollably. What on earth was Yiyu planning? Shouldn't he step forward and declare, I bid 200 million, or even 1 billion? A stone priced at 360,000 had escalated to 100 million, This was sheer madness. Chun Fan, are you really spending 100 million on this stone? Yu observed Chun Fan with a glint of amusement in his eyes. What, does young Master Yi lack the courage to follow through? Chun Fan sneered. If you desire it so much, then consider it yours. Chun Fan's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't anticipated Yu would not pursue the bid. 100 million represented half of his total capital. Chun Fan, why are you staring at me? Just pay up. I won't snatch away what you cherish, Yu shrugged. Smiling mischievously, Chun Fan's face turned ashen. He realized he had fallen into Yu's trap, an elaborate scheme costing him 200 million. He had but 100 million left, and if he couldn't recover his losses, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps would be doomed. Furthermore, he would face relentless pursuit from Citibank. Swipe the card. Chun Fan hoarsely shouted, his eyes bloodshot and his body radiating an intense aura of malice. Yes, sir. The attendant, startled by his demeanor, quickly retrieved the POS machine to process the payment. Panting heavily, Chun Fan turned his back on the raw stone and headed toward the Stone King area without a glance back. Sir, your raw stone. An attendant called after him. It's a gift for you. Chun Fan replied, not looking back. This is the last time, the final chance. If I fail, I shall perish. His heart ached as he thought of the 200 million lost. Soon, he halted before Stone King. He decided to gamble one last time, hoping Yu would refrain from bidding. This Stone King was priced at 10 million, yet Chun Fan sensed the dazzling green within, an exclusive luster of imperial jade. The imperial jade inside was worth at least 1 billion, representing Chun Fan's last opportunity for redemption. I bid 120 million for this stone, Chun Fan declared loudly, pointing at the Stone King. The surrounding crowd remained silent, merely observing the spectacle, hesitant to involve themselves. They were not afraid of Chun Fan, but rather of Yu. Chun Fan's anxiety peaked. He dreaded Yu's potential counteroffer. Yet, Yu seemed to hold back, igniting a flicker of hope within Chun Fan. Swipe the card. Chun Fan gritted his teeth, his expression reflecting the profound sense of loss he felt. Only Chun Fan knew that he had struck it rich this time. Suddenly, Yu's voice exploded in his ears, causing him to involuntarily shudder. At this crucial moment, Yu made her move. I bid 200 million, she stated nonchalantly, raising the stakes. Chun Fan gazed at her, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was aware that Yu was intentionally inflating the price. Yet he had already discerned the true value of the stone. A collective gasp echoed around them. Just then, a resonant voice rang out. Chun Fan, what are you doing here? Turning around, Chun Fan saw Yang De approaching with his granddaughter, Yang. Old Master Yang, Chun Fan greeted respectfully. Chun Fan, you saved my life. The Yang family will always stand by you, Yang De affirmed, patting Chun Fan on the shoulder. Who is Yang De? A mere glance revealed that Chun Fan was embroiled in a predicament. Since Chun Fan had once saved his life, Yang De openly declared his allegiance. Moreover, his precious granddaughter seemed to harbor some feelings for Chun Fan. Is that old Master Yang from the Yang family? Someone whispered in astonishment. Once the top leader of Jianghai, old Master Yang had retired years ago, yet his influence remained formidable. His disciples were scattered throughout Jianghai, with one son in politics and another in business. The family boasted assets worth billions. Yi regarded Yang De, a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. She recognized Yang De as the former leader of Jianghai, a man of considerable power. Old Master Yang, do you know Chun Fan? Yi stepped forward, her tone laced with a hint of irreverence. Although Yang De was unaware of Yu's identity, he could sense the formidable aura she exuded. And you are? He inquired with curiosity. Yi from a Yi family in the capital, she replied coolly. Yang De's complexion immediately turned pale. He was all too aware of what those 4 words, Yi family from the capital, signified in Huaxia. Young Master Yi, my apologies, Yang De said, coming to a sudden realization. Chapter 44. Young Master Yi, you have surpassed. Yang De gazed at Yu with a respectful demeanor, though he did not bow. Young Master Yi, your reputation precedes you, and I have long admired your accomplishments. However, Chun Fan is a benefactor to my Yang family. He has saved my life. Yu chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over Yang De before resting on Yang beside him. A benefactor? Then you must repay him handsomely. Yang, uncomfortably under U.S. scrutiny, instinctively hid behind his grandfather. Noticing his granddaughter's unease, Yang's expression darkened. Young Master Yi, I shall offer 300 million for this rough stone. He sought to divert the conversation away from a direct confrontation with Yi. Oh, old Master Yang dabbles in stone gambling as well? Yi inquired, his interest piqued. Only a smattering of knowledge, Yang replied modestly. Chun Fan felt a warm surge of gratitude seeing Yang to stand up for him. Yet, he was determined not to involve the Yang family in the discord between himself and Yi. Old Master Yang, I appreciate your goodwill, but I shall decline this stone. Before Yang could respond, Yi interjected for 100 million. A hush fell over the gathering. Yi's gaze, filled with provocation, locked on at Chun Fan. What is the matter? Not going to bid? Chun Fan clenched his fists. With just over 100 million remaining, he could not afford to play. Young Master Yi, you truly are generous, but I shall refrain from participating, Yang said with a wry smile. He wished to assist Chun Fan without antagonizing Yi. It seems your gratitude for him is futile. He cannot aid you, Yi scoffed, glancing at Chun Fan. I require no assistance from others, Chun Fan replied coldly. He recognized Yi's intent to humiliate him, yet he had no other choice but to endure. Old Master Yang, may we converse? Chun Fan suggested. Yang nodded, and they stepped aside. Do you have a grievance with young Master Yi? He asked in a hushed tone. This is my affair. Do not involve yourself, Chun Fan replied. Yang sighed. Chun Fan, you have saved my life. The Yang family will not stand idly by. What assistance do you require? I need funds. A pressing sum of $100 million, Chun Fan stated directly. Yang furrowed his brow. Such a large amount? I must secure $100 million within 3 days. Otherwise, my brothers will be in peril, Chun Fan explained. After a moment of contemplation, Yang replied, while my family possesses some assets, we cannot amass such a sum in a short time. However, he lowered his voice. There is a piece of Qinglong jade in the Stone King district, highly valuable. I can lend you 30 million. Chun Fan looked at Yang with gratitude. Thank you, old master. He understood that although Yang's son was worth billions, the company was currently undergoing a transformation, making it difficult to procure $100 million. Beyond that, it would require significant sacrifice. Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. You have saved my life. The Qinglong Jade is located in the back area. You should be unaware of it. Go take a look. I will distract him for you. Chun Fan nodded, and they parted ways. Yang returned to Yi with Yang at his side. Young Master Yi, congratulations on acquiring this Stone King. Might I request the honor of witnessing it? How dare you, old fool? Do you intend to detain me here and send Chun Fan to procure that piece of Qinglong Jade? Yi remarked with a cold smirk on her face. You insolent wretch, Yang exclaimed, incensed by Yi's disrespect towards her grandfather. TSK. A curvaceous figure and long legs, quite impressive, indeed, just my type, Yi commented, making a clicking sound with her tongue as she surveyed Yang. Yang's expression darkened. He had heard of Yi's notorious reputation. Her flirtatious nature often led her to employ unscrupulous tactics, including the use of drugs. Yi Xiao, you have gone too far, Yang said, his countenance solemn as he regarded Yi. Too far? Old fool. It is your Yang family that is fortunate I have taken an interest in your granddaughter. Yi retorted coldly. Bah, in your dreams. Even if it meant marrying a beggar, I would never wed you, Yang declared defiantly. Your dreams may come true, Yi responded with a chilling edge. The Yang family, I shall remember. Without further ado, she turned and strode towards Chun Fan's location. Seizing the opportunity, while Yi was distracted by Yang, Chun Fan quietly moved towards the rear area, where tranquility reigned and unique stones were stored. He soon located the Qinglong Jade that Yang had mentioned, a stone of deep bluish-black hue adorned with delicate dragon patterns. Priced at 20 million. Chun Fan employed his mixed yuan energy for inspection, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This stone harbored top-grade jadeite, valued at a minimum of 800 million. This one I shall take, he informed the staff guarding the stones. Sir, this Qinglong Jade is priced at 20 million, but a deposit of 10 million is required first, the staff member replied. Nodding, Chun Fan produced his credit card. Oh, hiding here are we? A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Chun Fan's heart raced, and he turned to see Yi Yu approaching, accompanied by Wang Tianxiu. "Yi Shao, what brings you here?" Chun Fan said coolly. "What a treasure. I'll offer 300 million. Yi Yu said as she approached the Qinglong jade, gently caressing its surface. Chun Fan felt a wave of suffocation. Yi Yu seemed like an unrelenting nightmare, persistently opposing him at every turn. "That stone has already been reserved." The staff member hesitated. "Are we not human? I ask you, are we not human?" Wang Tianxiu barked as he stepped forward. 500 million. Will that suffice? Yi Yu produced a bank card and tossed it to the staff member with casual indifference. Yes, that will do." The staff member's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the black card in his hand. "Yi Yu, what is the meaning of this?" Chun Fan glared at her, fury boiling within. "What do you mean? I simply wish to make your life difficult," Yi Yu replied, stepping closer to Chun Fan, her eyes brimming with mockery. "Is your Snow Wolf gang on the verge of collapse?" She whispered conspiratorially, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Chun Fan's pupils constricted. Yi Yu was aware of the Snow Wolf gang. "Yi Yu, what exactly do you intend to do?" A twinge of unease crept into Chun Fan's heart. "What do I intend?" "To play, of course. Watching you struggle is quite entertaining," Yi Yu laughed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Yet that smile was as sinister as a demon's. Chun Fan clenched his fists, yearning to strike Yi Yu squarely in the face. Yet he understood that the moment was ill-suited for such actions. "Enough, I no longer desire the stone. It is far too unsightly," Yi Yu suddenly declared. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Chun Fan standing alone, his mind a tumult of confusion and wariness. Why had Yi Yu suddenly renounced his claim? This was undoubtedly a ruse. Chun Fan refrained from acting immediately, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Yi Yu's behavior was anomalous. There must be a conspiracy afoot. "Sir, do you still wish to acquire this stone?" An attendant inquired. "Yes," Chun Fan replied after a moment's hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Even if it were a trap, he felt compelled to take the risk. Time was of the essence. The brethren of the Snow Wolf squad could not afford to wait. He swiped his card to complete the transaction, arranging for the stone to be transported. As he departed, he deliberately circumvented the main venue, opting to exit through a side door. Chapter 45. Chun Fan's severed hand. "Brother Fan, what is the situation?" The fox approached anxiously. "Yi Yu is causing trouble. I have spent quite a bit of money, but fortunately I managed to procure a fine piece of material in the end," Chun Fan replied, his expression grave. "Although it does not amount to $300 million. I will borrow 100 million from the Yang family and another 100 million from the Leaf family in the capital. Should we commence processing it immediately?" The fox inquired, nodding. "Not so fast. Yi Yu is acting unusually. I suspect there may be a trick at play." "Are you suggesting there is an issue with the stone materials?" "There is nothing wrong with the materials. The problem may lie elsewhere." Chun Fan shook his head, a sense of unease gnawing at him. "Chun Fan, trouble has arisen. The Duan family has dispatched individuals to seal off all exits, claiming someone has stolen the materials and intends to search everyone." At that moment, Feng Changqing rushed over, speaking in a hushed tone. "Indeed, it appears to be a deception. Yi Yu intends to prevent our escape." Chun Fan furrowed his brow. He discreetly scanned the surroundings and noticed that security had indeed increased, with numerous fierce-looking guards stationed about. "What should we do now?" The fox whispered. "We must split up. Fox, take the materials and leave first. Feng Changqing and I will divert them with the Qinglong jade." Chun Fan stated decisively. "Brother Fan, this is too dangerous. Do not worry. You will not succeed so easily." Chun Fan patted the fox on the shoulder. "Go now. We will regroup in 10 minutes." The fox nodded and departed with his companions. Chun Fan and Feng Changqing pushed a cart containing the Qinglong jade toward a secluded exit. "Stop." Two security guards blocked their path. "What is the matter?" Chun Fan feigned confusion. "Our boss suspects someone has stolen the materials. Everyone must undergo a search." "I have paid for this. Here's my proof of purchase." Chun Fan smiled as he spoke. "Such a large piece must be worth quite a sum." "No?" The guard glanced at the receipt, then at the stone, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. "It seems the Duan family's dogs are different. They dare to obstruct the guests of their master." Chun Fan sneered. "What did you say?" The guard glared with fury. I said, your Duan family will not last long. Seek death. The guard raised his hand to strike. Chun Fan swiftly dodged the attack, simultaneously delivering a precise blow to the guard's neck. The guard's eyes rolled back, and he fell silent. Just as the other guard was about to shout, Feng Changqing had already slipped behind him. He covered the man's mouth, twisted his neck, and a sharp crack echoed. Let us go. The two hastily pushed the cart away, but as they exited, they found themselves encircled by a dozen men in black. At the forefront stood Wang Tianxiu. Chun Fan, young master, he has asked me to invite you for tea, Wang Tianxiu said expressionlessly. Wang Tianxiu, do you truly believe I will obediently accompany you? Chun Fan retorted coldly. Your decision to go or not is not yours to make, Wang Tianxiu replied, shaking his head. With a wave of his hand, the men in black brandished electric batons and advanced on Chun Fan and Feng Changqing. Chun Fan and Feng Changqing stood back to back, ready for battle. Feng Changqing, guard the materials, I will handle the rest. Feng Changqing nodded and retreated to the side of the cart. Chun Fan took a deep breath, his internal energy swiftly circulating. He charged towards the cloaked figures with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull thuds echoed as the black-clad assailants fell to the ground. Chun Fan's strikes were as swift as the wind, each blow landing precisely on the enemy's vital points. Wang Tianxiu's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Chun Fan's remarkable skill. Altogether, Wang Tianxiu shouted. The cloaked figures surged forward, electric batons crackling with blue sparks. Chun Fan stood his ground and charged ahead. He dodged left and right, combining punches and kicks with unparalleled ferocity. Thud! One assailant was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing against the wall and sliding to the floor. Crack! Another's wrist was twisted by Chun Fan, causing the baton to clatter to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 black-clad figures lay moaning in agony. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Wang Tianxiu narrowed his eyes, drawing a short blade from his waist. Perfect! I too wish to test just how formidable Yi Yu's lackey truly is, Chun Fan replied with a cold smile. Wang Tianxiu ceased any further conversation. His figure flashed, and the blade sliced through the air, aiming directly for Chun Fan's throat. Chun Fan sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a punch to Wang Tianxiu's abdomen. Wang Tianxiu twisted away, evading the blow, and his short knife traced a beautiful arc as it lunged for Chun Fan once more. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, battling fiercely. Wang Tianxiu's swordplay was exquisite, each strike narrowly grazing Chun Fan's body. Conversely, Chun Fan's fists and kicks were relentless, each one accompanied by a fierce gust, forcing Wang Tianxiu to continuously retreat. Chun Fan, your skills exceed my expectations, Wang Tianxiu gasped. Yours are commendable as well, but today you shall not stop me. Chun Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and exclaimed, Is that so? Wang Tianxiu sneered. Chun Fan, watch your back. At that moment, Feng Changqing suddenly cried out. Chun Fan spun around just in time to see a cloaked figure raising an electric baton, poised to ambush him. Caught off guard, the baton struck him fiercely on the back. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his body to convulse as he fell to one knee. Wang Tianxiu advanced. Bang! In an instant, the pain-ridden Chun Fan sprang back to his feet, transforming his palm into a blade aimed directly at Wang Tianxiu's neck. This strike, charged with energy, could sever a pebble. Yet, Wang Tianxiu remained unfazed. He raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch straight down. Bang! The collision of fist and palm resounded with a dull thud. A crack echoed as Chun Fan's hand fractured under the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tianxiu stepped forward and kicked Chun Fan in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. I forgot to mention, my forte lies in my fists, not in weapons, Wang Tianxiu coldly stated, gazing down at Chun Fan. Brother Fan, Feng Changqing attempted to rush to his aid, only to be blocked by 2 cloaked figures. Chun Fan, Yi Xiao has declared that your life is temporarily spared, but he demands this piece of stone. Wang Tianxiu looked down at Chun Fan, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Chun Fan struggled to rise, only to be pinned down by Wang Tianxiu's foot on his chest. Do not waste your energy. Wang Tianxiu sneered. Stop. Just as Wang Tianxiu prepared to take the stone away, a resonant voice echoed. Yangde approached swiftly, accompanied by a group of men. His expression grim. Release Chun Fan. Yangde commanded. Wang Tianxiu glanced at the individuals behind Yangde, a slight frown creasing his brow. He was well aware of the Yang family's influence in Jianghai, which made them a formidable power. Old Master Yang, this is Yi Shao's directive. Are you certain you wish to intervene? Wang Tianxiu asked coldly, fixing his gaze on Yangde. In Jianghai, it's not the place for outsiders to act with impunity. Yangde retorted with a cold snort. He, Yi Shao stated that if anyone wishes to take Chun Fan away, they may. However, in addition to leaving the stone, a fee of $100 million for safe passage must also be paid. I am willing to ensure Mr. Chun Fan's safe return, Wang Tianxiu said, a trace of amusement flickering at the corners of his mouth. What? You are extorting us. Yang interjected, visibly displeased, stepping forward. I must say, the woman that Chun Fan has his eye on is truly remarkable. No, it should be said that it is Yi Shao who has taken an interest. Refuse? Then do not leave. Wang Tianxiu stood his ground. Very well, very well. Yangde's countenance darkened as he repeated his agreement several times. Transfer the funds. Yangde instructed his men behind him. After the transaction was completed, Wang Tianxiu and his men swiftly departed. Are you all right? Yangde stepped forward to assist Chun Fan. Thank you, Old Master Yang, for your timely rescue. Rest assured, I will repay this amount as soon as possible, Chun Fan replied, his spirits somewhat dampened. This time, he genuinely found himself at a loss. The Yang family had drawn out $100 million in one go, undoubtedly a tremendous strain on their resources. And on his end, the Qinglong Jade had been stolen, leaving him in debt of several hundred million. What means did he possess to rescue the Snow Wolf mercenary corps? Do not rush, do not rush. Yang shook his head, attempting to reassure him. Chapter 46. Uncle-in-law. I'll deploy a battalion to protect you. Chun Fan gazed at Yangde's ashen complexion, his heart heavy with remorse. $100 million was no trifling sum for the Yang family. It was tantamount to them shielding him from calamity. Although it was true that Yangde's son possessed assets worth billions, those were largely illiquid. Their available cash was scant. This sum of $100 million might very well be the utmost Yang that could muster through gritted teeth. Old Yang, I am truly sorry for implicating you in this. Chun Fan bowed once more to Yangde, expressing his regret. You saved my life. This matter is inconsequential. Yangde waved his hand dismissively. Brother Fan, what news from Fox? Feng Changqing approached Chun Fan and whispered. Chun Fan's expression sharpened, and he promptly retrieved his phone to dial Fox's number. The phone rang for an extended period, unanswered. This is not good. Fox might be in trouble. Chun Fan's face paled. I'll send someone with you to search. Yangde immediately responded. At that moment, Chun Fan's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? Chun Fan, long time no see. A voice on the other end dripped with mockery. Who are you? Where's Fox? Chun Fan demanded. Who? Oh, you mean that friend who came with you to gamble on stones? Fear not. He is quite safe, currently under our protection. Who are you exactly? Chun Fan gritted his teeth. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that your friend is with me now. The caller's voice oozed with malice. What do you want? Simple enough. $100 million in exchange for your friend and that worthless stone. Give me 3 days. No, make it tonight. Otherwise, your friend will suffer. Come now. Call out your brother to prove you are who you say you are. The voice on the line taunted. However, after a prolonged silence, Chun Fan heard no response from the other end. Damn it, still stubborn, cut off one of his fingers. The man's voice turned vicious. No, stop. I believe Fox is truly in your grasp. Rest assured, I will have the $100 million tonight. Chun Fan shouted vehemently. The call abruptly ended, and Chun Fan clenched his fists, nearly crushing his phone in frustration. He was filled with rage. The ransom for Fox was $100 million. The mercenaries demanded $300 million, not to mention the $100 million he owed the Yang family. He truly had no idea where to procure such sums. What is the matter? Yang de inquiète, noticing Shen Fan's troublée d'expression. Fox and the stone have been kidnapped. They are demanding $100 million for his release. Chun Fan's voice was hoarse. It appears this was premeditated. This matter undoubtedly involves Yu, Yonda remarked grimly. This situation is certainly orchestrated by Yu. Old Yang, I cannot drag you into this any further, Chun Fan stated earnestly to Yonda. No, my family will not stand idly by. You all go rest at the hotel. I will immediately leverage my connections to investigate this matter. Yang Dian spoke with conviction, expressing his high regard for the young Chun Fan. The Yang family was also inclined to ally with Chun Fan. After returning to the hotel with Feng Chongqing, Chun Fan began to tend to his injuries. The force of Wang Tianqiu's punch was not to be underestimated. It had caused significant internal turmoil. Brother Fan, what shall we do now? Feng Chongqing inquired with a furrowed brow. The Snow Wolf Brigade required $300 million, while the Fox faction demanded $100 million. They were verging on despair. Chun Fan closed his eyes, focusing on his recovery, and replied in a low voice, Where do you think Chun Fan will find the funds? From atop a towering building. Yu gazed down upon the entirety of Jianghai and gently asked, Is it merely the Yang family, and then the Li family from the capital? Wang Tianqiu stood respectfully behind Yu, contemplating before responding. The Li family from the capital? Do not be deceived into thinking they are of any worth. They previously offended the Wang family just to arrange a marriage between Li Yanran and Chun Fan. Do you truly believe they're invested in Chun Fan's potential? No. They're more interested in the figure behind him, who has not been seen for several years, and the Li family is now restless. At this juncture, they would not lend Chun Fan any money. Rather, they would seek to undermine him. I have sensed that the individual behind Chun Fan has re-emerged and is indeed by his side. This is the very reason I have refrained from eliminating Chun Fan thus far. Yi reflected on the breathtaking nightscape visible through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Despite his rebirth, he could not shake the apprehension he felt towards the person behind Chun Fan. This individual was not only extraordinarily powerful, but had also saved countless lives, creating a web of gratitude that made him formidable. To eliminate him, Yi knew he must be impeccably prepared, preferably for a decisive strike. Instruct them. The Yang family in Jianghai shall face bankruptcy. I demand that the members of the Yang family come to me on their knees, begging. Also, the Fox faction should not be spared. Eliminate them outright. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. Those who dared to oppose him had never met a favorable end, be it in the past or the present. Understood. Young master. Wang Tianqiu replied respectfully, then turned to make arrangements via phone. He also momentarily withdrew his gaze, contemplating before dialing a short number. Hello, who is this? A rough yet authoritative voice soon resonated through the line. Uncle, it's me, Yi Yu. Yi Yu's tone was surprisingly calm. You little rascal, what trouble have you stirred up now? You only call when you're in a predicament, don't you? Came the teasing reprimand from the other end. Not at all. You are my dear uncle. Even if I don't call my elder uncle, I must check in with you. Yi Yu jested. You owe your family a debt from a past life, don't you? Speak plainly and cut to the chase. The man on the line feigned impatience. Uncle, someone is trying to harm me. Yi Yu paused for a moment before finally uttering his concern. Bang. What? Who on earth has the audacity to act against you? Do they think the illustriously family is without protection? The call began with the sound of fists pounding on a table, followed by a man's furious roar. Xiao Yu, do not be afraid. Inform your uncle, and I shall dispatch bodyguards from Zhongnan at once. How dare he lay a hand on you? This will not do. A mere pair of bodyguards will be insufficient and could easily lead to criticism. Instead, I shall arrange for an entire squadron, a company from the military zone in Jianghai to covertly protect you. The man on the other end spoke again. But the adversary is likely a martial arts master. The kind who moves like a swallow, effortlessly scaling walls. Xiaojiu, have you read any novels? It's like those tales where they can move within 7 steps. Evading bullets with ease, Yi responded. The man on the line fell silent. Forget firearms. Let us bring a rocket launcher and blow them away. Chapter 47. Uncle Yang, what is the Yang family worth? After hanging up the phone, Yi Yu exhaled deeply. Those were indeed men of iron and blood. And though he was not incapable of confronting the individual behind Chun Fan, he knew that such an encounter could lead to explosive consequences. No matter how skilled one might be, Facing a rocket launcher would only reduce them to mere fragments of flesh. His uncle, Li Weigua, was a legitimate general overseeing the nation's military, a figure of genuine authority. At merely 50 years of age, he ranked second in the Li family, while Yi's mother held the third position. As the sole heir of the Li and Yi families, Yi had been spoiled since childhood. His elder uncle, Li Jianguo, had 2 daughters, while his younger uncle had 1, all of whom were already married. Contemplating for a moment, Yi dialed another private number. Xiao Yu, when will you return to our Li family? Your grandfather is quite eager to see you. A gentle voice resonated from the other end. Before you could utter a word. Uncle, I will visit grandfather and grandmother in a few days. I am currently in Shanghai, as I still have some matters to settle here. Yi replied with a smile. Why are you still in Shanghai? This won't do. I must inform the person in charge there to take care of you. Li Jianguo stated, ready to make a call upon hearing that Yi was still in Shanghai. Uncle, please don't call. I've had a falling out with old Master Yang. As long as they don't come to trouble me, I'll consider myself fortunate. I certainly don't want them looking out for me, Yi said with a hint of exasperation. What happened? A falling out? What is the Yang family to dare cause you trouble? Li Jianguo's voice turned icy. If Yang Cheng does not wish to hold that position, I will immediately arrange for his transfer. What audacity! Yang Cheng, the eldest son of Yang De, had inherited his father's legacy and had swiftly risen to become the leader of Shanghai at a young age. He was expected to ascend to provincial ranks before reaching 50, promising a bright future ahead. What exactly transpired? Speak clearly, Li Jianguo pressed further. Though he held a high position, he insisted on clarity and could not afford to remain muddled. Thus, Yi recounted some details regarding Chun Fan, mentioning an altercation they had during a stone gambling incident, where Chun Fan attempted to steal his girlfriend. Yang De had aided Chun Fan due to a prior favor, which led him to confront Yi. Understood. While other matters are trivial, it is indeed a grave error for Yang De to assist an outsider against you. Li Jianguo concluded, finding a rationale for himself before hanging up. This phone call catalyzed a significant upheaval in Shanghai. The original leader, Yang Cheng, was reassigned, experiencing a demotion cloaked in the guise of an elevation. The newly appointed leader was parachuted in. In a single night, the Yang family's influence in Shanghai crumbled. Simultaneously, the Yang group faced a financial onslaught. When Yi received a call from the securities manager, a cold smile played upon his lips. The shares amassed by the Yang family over the years had now fallen largely into his hands. Just as Yang De returned home, he was met with the news of his son Yang Cheng's reassignment. His face darkened as he promptly dialed his son's number. Dad, I've received the orders. I must leave tomorrow. Yang Cheng's voice was filled with resignation. What is happening? Were you not doing well? Yang De's brows furrowed in concern. It's an order from the capital. Who would dare defy it? Dad, have you offended someone recently? Yang Cheng forced a bitter smile. Yang De paused for a moment, the image of Yi flashing through his mind. He chose not to reveal the truth to his son and merely sighed. Go ahead for now. We shall devise a plan together. After hanging up, Yang De sat on the sofa, his gaze profound. He understood this was Yi's retribution. Yet he never anticipated her power to bring the Yang family to such turmoil in a mere day. Grandpa, what is wrong? Yang entered, noticing his grandfather's grim expression. It's nothing. You should rest. Yang De managed a strained smile. Dingling. Yang De's phone rang again. Mr. Yang, this is Manager Zhu Fei from the bank. Your son's loan is under urgent collection as we cannot reach him. Please arrange for repayment at your earliest convenience. What? On what grounds? Our repayment record has always been impeccable. Yang De sprang to his feet. I apologize, but this is a directive from above. If repayment is not made on time, we will freeze all assets of the Yang family. Manager Zhu concluded the call abruptly. Yang De returned to the sofa, his hands trembling slightly. All his decades of effort, was it to be destroyed in an instant? Meanwhile, Chun Fan sat in his hotel room, receiving a call from Yang De. Chun Fan, the Yang family is in trouble. Yang De's voice was heavy. What is it, Mr. Yang? Chun Fan immediately stood up. Yang Cheng has been reassigned. The bank is collecting loans, and the Yang family stocks are plummeting in the market. Yi intends to drive us to our demise. Yang De said with a bitter smile. This is all my fault. I have implicated you. Chun Fan clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. It is not your fault. This is my choice, but I need to ask you for a favor. Please say it. I will help if I can. I need you to call Ding Hai, the chairman of Shuilong Group. He is an old friend and might assist us in overcoming this crisis. However, I worry that the call may be monitored. Could you please go see him in person? No problem. I will head over right away. Chun Fan replied without hesitation. You stay here and remain vigilant. I'm off to meet someone. After ending the call, Chun Fan turned to Feng Changqing. Be careful. Feng Changqing nodded in agreement. Chun Fan left the hotel and took a cab to Shuilong Group, his mind heavy with thoughts. The misfortunes of the Yang family, the Fox's abduction, the crisis facing the Snow Wolf Corps. Each event gnawed at his heart. He pulled out his phone, dialing the Fox's number again, but it remained unanswered. Just as Chun Fan pondered this, a black sedan suddenly surged from the side, crashing directly into the taxi he occupied. Watch out! With a thunderous shout, Chun Fan cried out, prompting the taxi driver to jerk the steering wheel, yet it was too late. A deafening crash ensued as the two vehicles collided. The taxi was violently overturned, landing haphazardly by the roadside. While Chun Fan was engulfed in excruciating pain, his consciousness fading into obscurity. In the final fleeting moments before losing consciousness, he glimpsed several figures clad in black approaching him. When Chun Fan regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. He attempted to rise, only to discover that his hands and feet were bound to the bed. Awake? A familiar voice echoed in the air. Turning his head, he beheld Yi Yu reclining on a nearby sofa, leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Yi Yu, why are you here again? Chun Fan seethed, his eyes instantly turning crimson with rage. How could it not be me? Weren't you worried about gathering money? The Yang family is finished. The Leaf family won't assist you. The Snow Wolf Brigade can only await their demise. As for that, Fox, what do you suppose has become of him? What have you done to him? Chun Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Yi refrained from offering a direct response. Instead, she retrieved a photograph from her pocket and tossed it onto Chun Fan's face. The image depicted the fox, bloodied and lifeless, slumped against a wall, his eyes devoid of life. Chapter 48. In truth, I'm the one who killed your parents. Are you surprised, you beast? Chun Fan struggled to rise, yet the ropes bound him tightly. It was evident that the fox was already dead. Do not waste your energy. Your Snow Wolf Brigade has little time left, and the Yang family is finished. Whom can you still rely upon? Yi Yu sneered. Why have you captured me? Yi Yu, what is the reason behind this? I have never wronged you. What is this all about? Chun Fan roared with all his might. This was his greatest confusion. What enmity existed between him and Yi Yu? Although he had discovered that his parents' deaths might be related to the Yi family, this had not been confirmed. Why was this happening? Chun Fan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Of course, it is to witness your suffering. However, I am in a good mood today and shall grant you an opportunity. Yi lifted a glass of red wine and took a sip. What opportunity? To pledge your loyalty to me. Yi Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened. I can spare the Yang family, release the fox, and even assist you in rescuing the Snow Wolf Brigade. The only condition is this. You, Chun Fan, shall henceforth become my dog. Yi Yu pronounced each word deliberately. Do you think that is possible? Chun Fan scoffed. I know you will refuse, but consider it from another perspective. Do you truly wish to witness the downfall of the Yang family, the tragic death of the fox, and the annihilation of the Snow Wolf Brigade? Yi Yu's words echoed like a spell within Chun Fan's heart. He closed his eyes in anguish. Flashes of memories coursing through his mind. Yang is standing up for him, the fox fighting side by side with him. The brothers of the Snow Wolf Brigade regarding him as their cornerstone. What have you decided? Yi Yu, seeing Chun Fan's silence, inquired again. Yi Yu, as long as I draw breath, I will find a way to kill you. Chun Fan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with an unprecedented determination and murderous intent directed at Yi Yu. Huh, indeed, you possess spirit. Then I shall relish your struggles. Yi Yu chuckled dismissively. Bang! Yi Yu kicked Chun Fan in the chest, the crushing pain eliciting a muffled groan from him. I shall ask you once more, are you willing to submit? I have said that as long as I live, I will find a way to kill you. Chun Fan lifted his head, the corner of his mouth split and bleeding. yet his eyes still shimmered with indomitable light. Indeed, you are truly a tough nut to crack. In truth, even if you submitted, I would not spare you. I simply wish to see if you would choose to submit. As expected, you have not disappointed me. Yu shook his head. No need for pleasantries. Show him what true pain is. He turned to Wang Tianxiu, a glint of bloodlust flashing across his face. Wang Tianxiu, expressionless, stepped forward and drew a sharp dagger from his waist. The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed, as everyone understood what was about to transpire. With a flash of blade, Chun Fan's right pinky finger was cleanly severed, blood gushing forth. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the room. This is merely the beginning. With each refusal, you shall lose a finger until you acquiesce. Yu approached Chun Fan, grasping his hair, compelling him to raise his head and sneer coldly. You must not meet a good end. Chun Fan gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yet he clenched his teeth resolutely. Such spirit. I relish witnessing your indomitable demeanor. It shall be most amusing when you finally shatter. Yu clapped her hands, laughing. By the way, I am in a good mood today and can share with you a piece of information you most desire. Yu regarded Chun Fan while swirling the wine glass in her hand. Have you not been investigating how your parents met their demise? As her words fell, Chun Fan trembled uncontrollably, his eyes burning red as he gazed at Yu, desperately yearning for an answer. In truth, it is somewhat my fault. Do you know why your sister, despite her excellent grades, has persistently refused to study in the capital? It seems we share quite the fateful connection. After all, we crossed paths a few years ago. When she defied me, I struck her, only to be witnessed by your parents. The awkwardness was palpable. Truly, I was mortified. Thus, I devised a clever solution, to have them eliminated so no one would ever learn of my embarrassment. And so, they perished. Had I not pondered this matter increasingly of late, I might have nearly forgotten that I was the true puppet master. With an air of amusement, Yu uttered the words that would shatter Chun Fan's composure. Yu, you wretched fiend, you shall meet your end. If I do not perish today, I vow to take your entire family with me. Chun Fan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage, crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. Continue, Yu commanded. Waving her hand, Wang Tianxiu raised the dagger once more, this time aiming at Chun Fan's left hand. However, just as the blade was about to descend, a flash of cold light shot in from the window. Wang Tianxiu felt every hair on his body stand on end. Summoning all his strength, he attempted to twist his body. Yet, the sharp silver needle accurately pierced his wrist, causing him to grunt in pain as the dagger clattered to the ground. They have arrived. Yu's brow furrowed as she swiftly retreated 2 steps. A flurry of silver light flashed, and the 4 bodyguards clad in black, who held Chun Fan down, collapsed to the ground, each with a silver needle embedded in their necks, lifeless in an instant. Just as the guards outside were about to rush in, an elderly man with silver hair ambled leisurely through the door, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit. He appeared to walk slowly, yet each step spanned 2 to 3 meters, and before long, he stood at the center of the room. Master, Chun Fan exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise and hope lighting his eyes upon seeing the newcomer. The elder, known as Imo Wenshin, the ghost hand divine doctor, and Chun Fan's master, cast a glance at the severed fingers on Chun Fan's hand, a flicker of anger flashing in his gaze. Imo Wenshin approached Chun Fan with a steady gait, each step firm as a mountain, yet swift as lightning. His gaze swept over every individual in the room, ultimately resting upon Yu. Are you Yu? Imo Wenshin's voice, though not loud, reverberated like thunder within the confines of the room. Yu, unperturbed, set down his wine glass, a nonchalant smile still gracing his lips. So, it is the renowned ghost hand divine Dr. Imo Wenshin behind Chun Fan. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Yu nodded slightly, yet his tone bore no trace of deference. Imo Wenshin, a phantom in his comings and goings, was known to him only by name. He understood that in elite circles, Imo Wenshin was revered as a distinguished guest, with many indebted to him, and even more bound by favors. Yet what of it? Should he perish, those debts would diminish to nothingness. Release my disciple, Imo Wenshin stated succinctly, Ha ha ha. Yi suddenly burst into laughter. Old Mr. Mo, do you perhaps overestimate your own significance? Do you know where you are? Mo Wenchang furrowed his brow, remaining silent. This is an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jianghai City, 10 miles in every direction devoid of life. Do you genuinely believe you can safely escort Chun Fan away alone? Yi remarked leisurely. You shall be cautious. Wang Tianxiu whispered, his gaze fixed warily on Mo Wencheng. No need for concern. I have long been aware of the formidable presence behind Chun Fan. Hence, I made thorough preparations. Yi waved his hand dismissively, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Mo Wencheng's expression sharpened, as if he sensed something amiss. Master, beware. Yi must have laid a trap. Chun Fan struggled to shout. Chapter 49. I am human, not a god, unable to withstand rocket fire silence. Wang Tianxiu delivered a forceful kick to Chun Fan's abdomen, causing him to curl up in agony. Witnessing this, Mo Wencheng's fury intensified. With a swift motion of his right hand, another streak of silver shot toward Wang Tianxiu. Wang Tianxiu evaded just in time, but the silver needle grazed his sleeve. Remarkable skill, Mo Wencheng acknowledged with a slight nod. Mr. Mo, I advise you to refrain from rash actions, Yi said leisurely. I am aware that many owe you their gratitude, and your connections are indeed formidable. However, you may wish to make a call and ascertain who dares to offend the Yi family. For the first time, a wildly arrogant expression appeared on Yi Yu's face. Mo Wencheng's expression shifted slightly, but he soon regained his composure. Young Master Yi, you overestimate me. I am merely an old man. Do you know why I am referred to as the Ghost Hand Divine Doctor? Mo Wencheng suddenly inquired after a brief silence. I have heard whispers. It is said that your silver needles are miraculous, capable of saving terminally ill cancer patients, as well as taking lives unseen. Yi replied dismissively. Are you aware of the source of my skills? Yi furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by the question. My abilities were learned from the Yi family in the capital, Mo Wencheng disclosed slowly. What? Yi's expression changed markedly. 30 years ago, I served as the family physician for the Yi clan. It was I who saved the life of your grandfather, old Master Yi. Mo Wencheng's words detonated like a bomb within Yi Yu's heart. A flicker of shock crossed Yi Yu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Even so, what does it matter? Times have changed. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot withstand a rocket. Yi Yu thought grimly to himself. Even if you saved Yi Yu's grandfather, it would not spare you from death today. The arrow is on the string and must be released. Young master, do you truly wish to oppose me? Mo Wencheng's tone remained calm, yet carried an air of authority. Mr. Mo, I respect you as a senior, but today, Chun Fan must remain, Yi Yu declared with unwavering resolve. He understood that Mo Wencheng would not relinquish Chun Fan, just as he would not let Mo Wencheng escape unscathed. This man posed a significant threat. If he were to flee today, the repercussions would be dire. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Mo Wencheng's eyes glinted with a cold light. With a flourish of his hands, over a dozen silver needles shot forth like meteors, striking various corners of the room. Bang! 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 After several muffled thuds, 7 or 8 figures clad in black tumbled from the shadows, each with a silver needle embedded in their necks, lifeless. Yi Yu's complexion shifted. He had not anticipated that Mo Wencheng could detect those lurking in the dark. You underestimate me, young master, Mo Wencheng remarked nonchalantly. It was my oversight. However, these individuals are merely an appetizer, Yi replied, unfazed and even chuckled. With a snap of his fingers, a dozen black-clad figures surged through the door, encircling Mo Wencheng. Master, Chun Fan exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Mo Wencheng remained utterly unfazed. He clasped his hands before his chest, channeling his internal energy and transformed into a whirlwind, weaving through the assailants. Bang! 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 A series of muffled thuds echoed as the black-clad men collapsed, none able to approach Mo Wencheng even a step. Young Master Yi, your men are woefully inadequate, Mo Wencheng declared, coming to a halt, his garments fluttering elegantly, reminiscent of an otherworldly being. Mr. Mo, your prowess indeed exceeds my expectations. However, the game has only just begun, Yi responded, a fleeting shadow of malice flashing in his eyes, quickly masked by a playful grin. His gaze hardened, revealing a chilling ruthlessness. He had grown weary of games and was prepared to take decisive action. "Uncle Wang, stop him!" Yi Yu commanded Wang Tianxiu. Wang Tianxiu inhaled deeply, his expression grave. Aware that Mo Wunshan's strength far surpassed his own, he nonetheless felt compelled to obey Yi Yu's orders. With a fierce roar, he summoned all his might, pouncing at Mo Wunshan like a descending tiger. Meanwhile, Yi Yu stealthily retreated, seemingly distancing himself from the fray. Yet his right hand was already reaching for his phone tucked in his pocket. His movements were exceedingly discreet, nearly undetectable amidst the fierce clash between Wang Tianxiu and Mo Wunshan. While fending off Wang Tianxiu's relentless assault, Mo Wunshan remained acutely aware of Yi Yu's presence. Although Wang Tianxiu was not his equal, he was a formidable contender from the heavenly rankings, and a desperate attack from him was not to be underestimated. Mo Wunshan managed to push Wang Tianxiu back with a forceful palm strike, poised to capitalize on his advantage and eliminate this nuisance once and for all. However, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged from all directions. This sensation was 100-fold more intense than the threat posed by the hidden assailants moments ago. It felt as if the Grim Reaper had unfurled his scythe. Oh no! Mo Wunshan's expression shifted dramatically. He was no deity. He could sense danger, yet he could not foresee the future. Unaware of Yi Yu's precise machinations, he understood that this level of threat was beyond mere human capability. Almost simultaneously, faint yet piercing sounds of projectiles slicing through the air reached him from the distant sky. Rocket Launcher! Montagvention realitzt in an instant. This madman, Yi Yu, had truly deployed military heavy weaponry. In broad daylight, no less. How dare he? From afar, Yi Yu stood, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had swiftly dialed a number and immediately hung up. This was the agreed signal with those covertly protecting him. Simple, direct, and lethal. Having accomplished this, he did not linger to relish the shock and disbelief etched on Mo Wunshan's face. He turned and sprinted toward the exit. "Uncle Wang, let us go," Yi Yu called out, reminding Wang Tianxiu. Wang Tianxiu was taken aback. "Young Master Yi, are you serious? The rocket is nearly upon us, and you only now suggest we leave?" Mo Wunshan's mind raced. The factory behind him featured only a single ventilation window, for meters high, too narrow for both to escape simultaneously. Only one could flee through that opening. Ahead, Wang Tianxiu desperately obstructed their path, although his efforts would not stall them for long. A few precious seconds were still achievable. At this moment, the only escape for the master and his disciple lay within that small window. He was acutely aware that survival amidst the onslaught of rocket fire was an impossibility. He was but a mortal, not a deity. How could flesh and blood withstand the cataclysmic force of modern warfare? Yet he harbored no fear of death. Above all, he could not allow heir to perish. "Feinet, move," Mo Wunshan bellowed, unleashing the last remnants of his primordial energy without reservation. Rather than attacking with brute force, he channeled it into a gentle yet formidable power that instantly severed the bonds restraining Chun Fan. With the final vestiges of his strength, he struck fiercely upon Chun Fan's back, propelling him like a cannonball towards the small ventilation window above the factory. Chapter 50. Is Chun Fan dead? Master. Chun Fan could only emit a sorrowful cry before his body was uncontrollably hurled away. At that very moment, several rockets, trailing long tails of fire, struck the desolate, abandoned factory with the precision of hell's messengers. The deafening roar of the explosion instantly consumed all. Flames soared into the sky, and shockwaves cascaded. The sturdy, reinforced concrete structure crumbled like paper before the terrifying force of the blast, torn asunder in an instant. Mo Wunshan's figure, along with a dozen black-clad bodyguards and the loyal Wang Tianxiu, were all utterly engulfed by the searing flames and violent shockwaves in the blink of an eye. Chun Fan was forcefully thrown by Mo Wunshan, shattering glass as he tumbled onto the debris-strewn ground outside the factory. Yet, the subsequent shockwave of the explosion struck him hard from behind. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced, and his bones seemed to fracture under the intense pain. The agony and the deafening roar of the explosion rendered him unconscious. However, before succumbing to the darkness, the last image imprinted in his mind was that of the factory, consumed by the inferno, swiftly reduced to ruins, and the resolute yet comforting gaze of his master as he looked back at him one final time. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until Chun Fan was jolted awake by a fit of violent coughing. The acrid scent of smoke and burnt material invaded his nostrils, nearly inducing nausea. His vision remained blurred, and the crackling of flames alongside the thunderous collapse of structures echoed in his ears. Struggling to move his eyes, he beheld a scene of utter devastation. The once thriving factory had vanished, leaving only shattered walls and raging infernos. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Excruciating pain surged through his body like a relentless tide. He felt several ribs had broken. His left arm twisted unnaturally, and his insides throbbed as if torn apart. The shockwave from the explosion and the flying debris had left him with countless wounds. Blood soaked his clothes, mingling with the dirt on the ground to form a dark, muddy mixture. "Master," Chun Fan rasped, his voice barely audible. Memories flooded back with the force of a tide. His master's resolute gaze, the cataclysmic explosion. "Master!" A heart-wrenching scream, more beast than man, erupted from Chun Fan's throat. He struggled to rise, but the agonizing pain rendered him immobile. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, mingling with blood and dirt, carving two desperate tracks upon his cheeks. His master was dead, sacrificed to save him. The one who had pulled him back from the brink of death, imparted healing arts and martial skills, and treated him as a son, had met a tragic end at the hands of Yi Yu's treachery. How could he still be oblivious to the truth? This was all a scheme orchestrated by Yi Yu, aimed at luring his master and then eliminating him to prevent future threats. An ocean of sorrow, regret, and fury erupted within him like a volcano. He loathed Yi Yu's malice. He despised Yi Yu's cruelty. Why does he harbor such resentment? What gives him the audacity to wield such formidable power and influence, allowing him to trample upon human lives with impunity? He despises himself as well. He loathes his own weakness. He detests that he has brought misfortune upon his master. Had it not been for him, his master could have enjoyed a tranquil twilight in the mountains. How could he have been ensnared in this conflict, meeting such a tragic end? Yi Yu, you deserve to die. You deserve to perish. Chun Fan bellowed with every ounce of strength he could muster. Shen Fan, vow to the heavens. If I do not slay you in this lifetime, if I do not ensure that your Yi family pays in blood for their debts, I shall not be worthy of being called a man. I shall make you endure the most excruciating torments this world has to offer. I want you to wish for death. Yi Yu's voice was laden with profound hatred, his cries echoing through the desolate ruins, infused with despair and madness. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar gray amidst the rubble. He struggled to extend his hand, trembling as he cleared away the debris. Retrieving a small charred piece of cloth, a remnant of his master's Zhongshan suit. The fabric still bore a faint scent of herbs, mingled with the acrid smell of burning. It was the unchanging aroma that clung to his master. Chun Fan clutched the fabric tightly, as if grasping the last glimmer of hope and strength. His nails dug deep into his palm, blood flowing freely, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. He could not die. He must live. He must avenge his master. An overwhelming desire to survive and an unyielding obsession with revenge sustained his battered body. Gritting his teeth, he bore the unimaginable agony, inching away from the ruins. He knew that Yi Yu's men would soon arrive to scour the scene. He had to escape before they came. Each movement was accompanied by heart-wrenching pain. Yet he did not falter. His consciousness wavered between clarity and haze, but one image remained vivid: the cruel smile on Yi Yu's face, and the resolute gaze of his master in his final moments. In the distance, atop a small hill, Yi Yu surveyed the inferno below with a high-powered telescope, observing the factory ruins consumed by flames. The explosions might exceeded his expectations. The entire structure had been virtually leveled. It appeared to have been executed with meticulous precision. Lowering the telescope, Yu allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. Young master, Mo Wenshun is exceptionally powerful. He might retaliate in his dying moments. Wang Tianxiu. He may also. A black-clad bodyguard, one of Yu's most trusted allies, spoke cautiously. Yu smile dimmed slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible emotion crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. Search for him. Spare no expense. Find Wang Tianxiu for me. Yu's voice was cold and unyielding. If he perishes, he dies protecting me, and the Yi family shall bestow upon him the honor and compensation he deserves. His daughter, we shall cultivate her into a talent. One Wang Tianxiu exchange for another Mo Wenshun is not a loss. Yi spoke softly, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. To him, the lives of his subordinates were merely calculable pawns in a game. Send someone to investigate and confirm the body of Chun Fan. Be cautious. Do not get burned, Yu instructed. Understood. Several men in black acknowledged the order and cautiously approached the still, smoldering ruins. Yu turned, taking his seat in an off-road vehicle that had been waiting for him. Casting a glance toward the ruins, a cold smile graced his lips. Chun Fan, even if fate smiles upon him, there is no chance of survival amid such a terrifying explosion. And should he miraculously escape death, the injuries he sustains would surely render him a mere shell of his former self. Chapter 51. Transport him to northern Myanmar. Regarding what Mo Wenshun mentioned about his connection to the Yi family, Yu did not fully believe it. Even if there were some truth to it, a deceased person could hardly stir any turbulence. What he needed to consider now was how to manage the aftermath of this explosion. Military-grade weaponry is not easily wielded. A perfect pretext must be crafted to obscure the past. However, this was not a daunting task for him. With his uncle's support and the influence of the Yi family, it would be a simple matter to suppress the incident, disguising it as a mere gas explosion or a chemical plant accident. Moments later, the black-clad men who had gone to investigate returned. Young master, the flames are too fierce, and the internal temperature of the ruins is exceedingly high. We cannot conduct a thorough search for the time being. However, it is certain that the old man is dead. His head has been blown apart, leaving only half of it, one reported. We did not find Chun Fan's body, but we located Wang Tianxiu. He hid in the large elevator shaft at the moment of the explosion. Fortunately, that elevator had been dismantled long ago. Otherwise, he would have been turned to mush by such a blast. The black-clad man carried Wang Tianxiu as he spoke. Yu furrowed his brow. No sign of Chun Fan's body. First, take Uncle Wang to the best hospital in the capital. Contact authoritative doctors both domestically and internationally. We must ensure his survival. He glanced at the bloodied, unconscious Wang Tianxiu. The black-clad man complied and departed. Even if no body was found, given the circumstances, survival for him would be exceedingly difficult. Perhaps he had been blown to bits or buried deep within the rubble. Yu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Yet, despite his words, he could not bring himself to believe it. Chun Fan, a character who could easily be deemed the protagonist of any tale. How could he possibly be dead? The absence of a body merely indicated that he had escaped. Unless Yu personally witnessed Chun Fan's corpse, he would not accept the notion of his death. He held absolute confidence in his plans and the potency of the rocket. Yet he also recognized Chun Fan's remarkable luck. Post guards on the perimeter. Once the fire is extinguished, we shall search thoroughly. If it cannot be found, then let it be. We depart now. Yu commanded with a wave of his hand. The engine of the off-road vehicle roared to life, and they sped away. Leaning back in his seat, Yu closed his eyes to rest. Chun Fan had vanished, and though Mo Wenshun was also dead, he remained far from at ease. Chun Fan was like a cockroach that could not be exterminated. This time, he had been brought to the brink of death. When he re-emerged, he would undoubtedly be even more formidable. With this thought in mind, Yu picked up his phone and dialed an overseas number. Beep, beep, beep. Dear Yi, you finally called me. The phone was answered almost instantaneously after merely 3 rings. A slightly awkward accent in Mandarin followed. Yi, do you miss me? I do as well. I will be attending Qingbei University in your Huaxia next month. Let us make sure we meet then, dear Yi. Despite the stilted Chinese, the voice was melodious. Annie, before you come to Huaxia, could you do me a favor? Yu inquired after a moment of contemplation. He was well aware that Annie would be attending Qingbei University, as arranged by the Morgan family. My dear Yi, I have entrusted my whole self to you. How can you still speak of favors? Annie's tone reflected her displeasure. All right, Annie, my apologies. Once you arrive at Qingbei, I shall treat you to a meal. I recall that your Morgan family holds some influence in the Vatican, correct? Yu asked. The Morgan family has had far-reaching connections over the centuries, and the Vatican falls within their sphere of influence. Indeed, Yi, Annie replied candidly. There's a group of mercenaries currently intercepted by the Pope in the Vatican. I need you to exert pressure to ensure this mercenary band remains permanently in the Vatican. It must happen today. They must vanish completely. Yu asserted directly, such a small mercenary group can be eradicated at any moment. Annie's tone bore a hint of disdain. I have said, they must disappear today. They must die. Otherwise, the union between the Morgan and Yi families will be annulled, and you need not come to Huaxia. Sensing her indifference, Yu emphasized his words. My dear Yi, rest assured, I promise you, they shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. Please do not be angry. Annie's voice suddenly turned anxious. Call me once it is done. With that, Yu hung up the phone, feeling at ease to attend to other matters, such as the ungrateful Yang family. Meanwhile, in a desolate wilderness far from the ruins, a blood-soaked figure struggled to drag his broken body through the knee-high weeds. With each step, he left a deep crimson mark on the ground. His gaze was hollow and numb, only igniting with a terrifying ferocity at the thought of Yu. The flames of vengeance sustained his faltering form as he moved step by step toward the unknown distance. As the sun descended, casting a blood-red hue upon the horizon, Chun Fan felt his consciousness fading, his body losing warmth rapidly. Excessive blood loss and severe internal injuries blurred his vision, and he staggered as if treading on cotton. He was oblivious to the passage of time or his whereabouts, surrounded by undulating hills and dense woods, devoid of human presence. Finally, unable to endure, Chun Fan's vision darkened, and he collapsed by the side of a gently flowing stream. The icy water soaked his clothes, offering a fleeting coolness that failed to awaken his dormant senses. In his haze, he seemed to perceive a figure with hair wrapped around its head, steering a battered iron boat. That figure appeared to have noticed him as the small vessel slowly approached the shore. Brother, this man looks formidable. Perhaps we should not intervene. It is evident that he is being pursued. Let us not invite trouble upon ourselves. Our current objective is to escape as swiftly as possible. This batch of piglets is still awaiting their departure. A man emerged from a cabin on the dilapidated iron vessel and spoke. Anyone who is pursued to such an extent cannot be an ordinary individual. Surely, he possesses some extraordinary traits. I assure you, he must possess a considerable sum of money. If we save him, he ought to show his gratitude, whether it be a few tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. If he truly lacks funds, he is still in our grasp. We could resort to selling organs or even compromising his well-being for medical expenses. The man referred to as Big Brother revealed a glimmer of malice in his eyes as he spoke. Chapter 52. The complete annihilation of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps. The nocturnal forest lay shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, the chirping of cicadas resonating in the air, while the rustling of small insects traversing the leaves sent shivers down one's spine. An antiquated iron vessel was moored at the riverbank, its feeble lights casting a dim glow, barely illuminating a few figures busily transporting something aboard. Third brother, move this person onto the ship, commanded the man referred to as the eldest, who was puffing on a low-quality cigarette and spitting disdainfully. Boss, can this person even survive in such a state? Third brother cautiously dragged Chun Fan, apprehensive that he might succumb before reaching the vessel. He won't die. He's quite resilient, the eldest replied with a hint of contempt. If he were so easily extinguished, he wouldn't have been pursued to this extent. He might just be a substantial catch. Once we revive him, we could reap unexpected rewards. But remember, such a person must never be allowed to fully recover. He just needs to remain alive. Awaken him, and if he lacks funds, then we take a kidney. The eldest flicked away the ash from his cigarette, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Third brother and the other two men hastily hoisted Chun Fan aboard, carelessly tossing him onto the cold, iron floor of the cabin. Chun Fan lay drenched in blood, his complexion as pale as parchment, his breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. "Goodness, look, one of his fingers is broken," fourth brother exclaimed. "Shoo, keep it down. Start the boat, and let us get out of here," the eldest warned, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The iron boat's engine emitted a cacophonous roar as it gradually navigated away from shore, heading toward northern Myanmar. Inside the cabin, Chun Fan lay on the frigid metal, teetering between life and death. Meanwhile, in Zhanghai City, the Yang family villa was ablaze with lights, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Father, what is going on? Why have we summoned the entire family?" Yang Da's second son, Yang Zhen, appeared anxious. "Yes, I have a new position to assume. I cannot afford to be caught off guard," Yang Cheng added with a grave expression. "Our Yang family may be facing a dire calamity," Yang Da uttered, his gaze vacant, his teacup trembling slightly in his hand. At this revelation, the room erupted in chaos. Although the Yang family was not omnipotent in Zhanghai, they were among the most prominent families. Who would dare provoke them? "Father, who would dare to touch our Yang family?" It was merely a minor incident at the gambling stone gathering. Yang Zhen, the second son, scoffed. He was a quintessential spendthrift, his thoughts consumed by indulgence. A minor incident? Who can bear the wrath of the Yi family from the capital? Do you still consider it trivial? Yang De thundered, shattering his teacup against the floor in fury. The Yi family? Could it be that the financial attack on our company today was also orchestrated by them? Yang Zhen's countenance turned ashen in an instant. "Father, we have not offended the Yi family at all. You must go to them and plead for our clemency." Yang Zhen trembled as he spoke. In a corner, Yang clenched her fists dichtly. During the gambling stone event, she had spoken disparagingly to Yi Yu, even declaring she would rather marry a beggar than him. The memory of that moment now sent chills down her spine. "It's all my fault." Yang De appeared to age several years in an instant, his once upright posture now hunched. "Father, what on earth is happening?" Yang Zhen inquired loudly. "You are aware of Chun Fan, are you not?" Yang De asked. "We all know him. He saved your life. What does he have to do with this?" Yang Cheng furrowed his brows, perplexed. "It is all my fault. Chun Fan had a conflict with Yi Yu, and I took Chun Fan's side, thereby incurring Yi Yu's wrath. Yi Yu is the heir of the Yi family in Beijing." Yang decided. Boom. Simultaneously, Yang Cheng and Yang Jian felt a thunderous noise explode in their minds, leaving them dizzy and nearly fainting. "Father, how could you provoke him? He is the prince of a Yi clan. You've put our family in jeopardy." Yang Cheng lamented, his face devoid of hope. "I was wondering who possessed such influence that my orders could be swiftly overridden. It turns out to be the powerful Li family, in alliance with the Yi family. My career is now doomed. Grandfather, I am not afraid of him." Yang declared defiantly. "Silence. Do you comprehend what the Yi family represents? They hold the power to dictate half of China's economic lifeline. Just one call from Yi, you could obliterate the Yang family from Zhanghai." Yang Zhen admonished, his face a mask of anger and fear. "Then, what shall we do?" Yang asked, failing utterly lost. "What shall we do? I too wish to know. I have painstakingly built this 100 billion asset, only for it to unravel now that you insist on drawing attention to yourself." Yang Zhen ragged. He was losing his grip on reason. The Yang group was the culmination of his life's work, now jeopardized by his reckless son and his own father's actions. Who could he turn to for justice? The only recourse was to offer an apology to young Master Yi and express the Yang family's willingness to submit, for otherwise, there would be no survival for them. Though Yang Zhen was a businessman, he possessed a sharp mind. "Very well, I shall go alone. After all, it was I who offended Yi Yu," Yang De declared, his eyes clouded as he trembled to stand. "Grandfather, I will accompany you. I too spoke out against Yi Yu," Yang quickly asserted, supporting Yang De. "What? You insulted young Master Yi?" Slap. Yang Cheng abruptly stood and struck Yang across the face. Instantly, a red mark appeared on her cheek, blood staining the corner of her mouth. Yet, Yang exhibited no anger, merely gazing calmly at Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He had never witnessed such a demeanor from his daughter. We must go as well. We shall collectively seek young Master Ye's forgiveness." Yang Jian interjected from his side. "Dear Yi, it is accomplished. That mercenary group has been surrounded by the Pope's men, utterly annihilated. Anne's voice was filled with excitement. Well done, Anne. A satisfied smile graced Yu's lips. The Vatican seems quite puzzled as to why we targeted this mercenary group. Yi, what is the reason behind this? Anne inquired with curiosity. They are merely a swarm of oblivious ants. Besides, can a dog that only knows how to bite comprehend its master's thoughts? Rather than dwell on this matter, we should contemplate where to go on our date after you arrive in Qingbei next month. Yi remarked with a light-hearted tone, and, momentarily distracted by the shift in topic, began to dream excitedly about their future together. After ending the call, however, the smile on Yi Yu's face vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Chun Fan, I shall extinguish all your hopes one by one. Even if you flee abroad, you will remain a stray dog. I intend to ensure you perish in despair. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 53. Deliver your granddaughter to me, and the Yang family will survive. What of Lin Xiao Xiao? He picked up his phone and dialed another number, his voice icy as he inquired. All is normal, young master. She is still in class at school. No abnormalities reported. Very well. Continue to monitor her. Yi hung up, tilting his head back to drain a glass of red wine. In this world, certainty is a rare commodity. The absence of Chun Fan's corpse signifies that he is still alive. Lin Xiao Xiao, as Chun Fan's childhood companion, serves as the most enticing bait to lure him out. Additionally, Zhao Cong also presents an opportunity to attract Chun Fan. As for that deceased old man, Mo Wensheng, Yi Yu's eyes flickered with disdain. Regardless of his connections to the Yi family, a corpse is merely a corpse. No threat remains. He rose and approached the window, gazing down upon the nocturnal panorama of Jianghai. Every inch of this city bears the imprint of the Yi family's influence. He was born to be the sovereign of this metropolis. Any who dared challenge his authority would meet a grim fate. Yi Yu licked his lips, as if still savoring the taste of Chun Fan's despair. Truly delectable, he mused. Yet alas, Chun Fan has not yet completely crumbled. He anticipated that day, eagerly envisioning Chun Fan's supplication after losing everything. How amusing that would be. In the territory of the northern Myanmar warlord, Kong Xiu, a fortress concealed within dense forests. Master, this man is still alive, but his condition is dire. An elder brother reported respectfully before a corpulent man. Hua Xiao person? What background does he possess? Kong Xiu inquired, taking a puff of his cigar, the smoke swirling around as he scrutinized the battered Chun Fan sprawled on the ground. Uncertain, but he does not appear to be an ordinary individual. We found him by the river, battered and seemingly fleeing for his life. Kong Xiu approached, crouching down to examine Chun Fan's face, his eyes suddenly gleaming with interest. Fascinating. Bring him to the medical room. Summon the finest doctors to save him. Master, is he valuable? Lu San, the man who had previously operated a decrepit iron ship, asked, momentarily taken aback. More valuable than you can imagine. A bounty of $50 million has been placed on his head, Kong Xiu replied, narrowing his eyes. $50 million? Then why do we bother saving him? We could simply slit his throat and claim the reward. Lu San exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. Silence. Get him treated. The fact that someone is willing to pay $50 million for his life indicates what? It signifies that his value exceeds $50 million, and he will be of great use to me. If he proves useless later, we can always slit his throat for the bounty. A profound smile graced Kong Xiu's face. Chun Fan was carried into a rudimentary medical room, where a few yawning doctors were summoned to provide aid. His injuries were severe, multiple fractures, damaged internal organs, and significant blood loss. It was a miracle he had survived this long. An elderly doctor shook his head after examining him, declaring that the chances of saving him were slim. Do not squander medical resources, he stated. Revive him. If he dies, you will pay the price. Kong Xiu issued a command with an air of indifference. The doctors, beads of sweat forming on their brows, hurriedly commenced emergency treatment. Blood transfusions, disinfection, bandaging. They toiled for a full 6 hours. While the situation was temporarily stabilized, it remained precarious, demanding superior medical conditions. An elderly doctor wiped his brow, voicing the concern. Meanwhile, in Jianghai City, the Yang family braced themselves for an impending crisis, hastily liquidating their assets. Yang Cheng and Yang Zhen took turns visiting the bank to secure loans. Yet all major banks, seemingly in collusion, denied their requests. Why? Our family has always maintained a stellar reputation. Yang Zhen challenged the bank manager. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yang. There are directives from above. The manager averted his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. In that instant, Yang Zhen comprehended the machinations of the Yi family. Returning home in despair, he discovered his father engaged in a phone call. Young Master Yi, I implore you. We need more time. Yang's voice trembled. Mr. Yang, I've already been exceedingly merciful in granting you a day's reprieve. Came the icy voice of Yi Yu. Young Master Yi, the Yang family is prepared to atone, merely seeking a path to survival. Is that so? Then allow me to add a condition. As long as you comply, the Yang family shall not encounter any misfortune. Yi Yu's cold laughter echoed. What? Condition? Yang asked, a shiver running through him. Deliver Yang to the revolving restaurant tonight, and perhaps I may consider sparing your family. Yi Yu's voice floated lightly. It had detonated like a bomb in Yang's ears. Impossible. My granddaughter is not a bargaining chip. He roared. Ah, the Yang family has but this single avenue. Otherwise, prepare for collapse. If you agree, I shall await you in the Emperor's private room at the Jianghai revolving restaurant. With that, Yi Yu hung up the phone. Yang slumped into his chair, his face ashen. Father, what has happened? Yang Cheng approached, sensing a foreboding dread. That scoundrel. He wants Yang at the revolving restaurant. Yang stammered. Absolutely not. Yang Cheng's expression darkened. Grandfather, father, I overheard. Just then, Yang entered. Her eyes brimming with tears, yet resolutely steadfast. For the sake of the Yang family, I am willing to go. Her voice quivered, but her resolve was unwavering. What nonsense are you spouting? Both Yang De and Yang Cheng shouted in unison. If we do not heed Yi Yu, our entire family will be doomed. Rather than face annihilation, I shall bear the burden alone. Yang shook her head, beating her lips softly. No, I would rather lose everything than allow you to meet that scoundrel. Yang De erupted, slamming his fist on the table in fury. Master, it is dire. All major banks are demanding repayment, and every partner is seeking to terminate contracts, insisting on exorbitant penalties for breach. At that moment, the butler rushed in, breathless. This is an attempt to eradicate us. Yang staggered, nearly losing consciousness. I will not permit the Yang family to perish under my watch. I shall confront Yi Yu, but I will not yield. I have my plan. Yang gazed calmly at Yang De, who, along with his two sons, exchanged glances, uncertain of the stubborn Yang's intentions. Yang, blessed do not act impulsively, Yang De urged. Grandfather, trust me, I will not allow Yi Yu to succeed. Yang resolutely replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, in the revolving restaurant's private booth, Yi Yu hung up the phone, a smug smile gracing her face. Secretary Li, what is the situation with the Yang family? She inquired, turning to the middle-aged man standing beside her. Following the young master's orders, we have frozen all the Yang family's bank accounts. Furthermore, we have terminated all contracts with companies that have dealings with the Yang family and notified major banks to recall their loans. They are unlikely to survive until tomorrow. Secretary Li respectfully reported. Well done. Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. Do you think I should arrange for a reception for Miss Yang? She asked. Reception? A mere Yang family does not warrant my concern. I merely wish to observe what choices that old fool Yang De will make to protect his granddaughter's honor. Yi Yu replied, shaking her head, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 54. Strip and kneel before me. The young master seeks. Secretary Li expressed a hint of confusion. I desire Yang to endure humiliation. Is there any news from Chen Fan? Yi suddenly recalled and inquired. No lead for now. We have scoured the vicinity of the explosion site for 10 kilometers without discovering his body. However, we have traced indications that Chen Fan may have fled abroad to the northern region of Myanmar, Secretary Li reported, revealing that sporadic bloodstains have been found in the direction of the jungle, which, upon DNA comparison, belong to Chen Fan. Continue the search. If he is alive, we must see him. If he is dead, we must see his corpse. Even in northern Myanmar, I want his life. Send someone there to negotiate. If they do not hand over Chun Fan, we will unleash mercenaries to bomb the place. Chun Fan ordered decisively. In the territory of the northern Myanmar warlord, in a rudimentary medical room, Chun Fan's consciousness drifted in the darkness, intermittently grasping the voices around him. The military has placed a bounty. $50 million. If he awakens without utility, just kill him. Intense pain tore at his nerves. Yet the instinct to survive compelled him to strive to remain conscious. He had to survive, to avenge his master, to reclaim his justice. With great effort, Chun Fan slightly opened his eyes, taking in the crude apparatus and unfamiliar faces surrounding him. He immediately grasped his predicament. He had been rescued. Yet those who saved him bore ill intentions. He needed to devise a means of escape. However, in his current physical state, even the slightest movement was a challenge. Chun Fan closed his eyes and began to quietly circulate his internal energy, attempting to mend his injuries. Though only the first volume of the technique had been imparted by his master, it bore some efficacy for internal wounds. Once he fully recovered, he would make his way to Qingbei University in the capital. His master had informed him that a man named Zhao Tsong there would teach him the second volume of the technique. Zhao Tsong was among those whom Mo Wenshun had once saved. Thus he owed Mo Wenshun a significant debt of gratitude. A faint flow of genuine energy coursed through his body, bringing a modicum of warmth. He understood that this would require time, yet he must persist. Yiyu, I will undoubtedly return. Wait for me, Chun Fan whispered to himself, resuming his healing efforts. As night deepened, the guards had shifted, and the new sentry dozed against the wall. Chun Fan quietly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. After a day of recuperation, he felt considerably better, yet still frail. He knew that the next day, Kong Xiu would confirm his identity and then execute him for the bounty. He had to act tonight. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Chun Fan gently rose from the bed. Each movement felt as though burdened with 1,000 pounds, yet he persevered. On the floor lay a tray adorned with medical instruments. Carefully, he seized a scalpel and stealthily approached the slumbering guard. The guard barely had time to emit a sound before Chun Fan slit his throat. Blood gushed forth, and Chun Fan evaded the spray, confiscating the guard's weapon and keys. He pushed open the door, finding the corridor devoid of life. Leaning against the wall, Chun Fan advanced step by step toward the exit. Each step felt like treading upon the edge of a blade. Yet the memories of Yiyu and his master's tragic demise spurred him on with gritted teeth. Meanwhile, in a revolving restaurant, Yiyu sat in an opulent private room, a table laden with exquisite dishes before him. Yet he found little appetite. He awaited someone's arrival. The door gently creaked open, and Yang Yang entered, clad in a simple white dress. Her expression was calm, but a resolute glint shone in her eyes. "Yishao, I'm here," she declared, meeting Yiyu's gaze directly. "Miss Yang is indeed perceptive. Please, take a seat," Yi replied with a light chuckle. "Yishao summoned me. There must be conditions," Yang Yang stated as she sat down, maintaining a respectful distance. "Directness is to be admired. It is simple. Submit to me, and the Yang family shall be preserved." Yiyu gestured with his glass. "Submit? Are you implying that I should become your woman?" Yang Yang retorted coldly. "Do you wish to be my woman? Yang Yang, you overestimate yourself. Do you think you are worthy of such a role?" You suddenly laughed derisively. Yang Yang's complexion drained of color, her pride shattered in that instant. She belonged to the esteemed Yang family, and many in Zhanghai sought to curry favor with them. As one of Zhanghai's 3 renowned beauties, suitors flocked to her from as far as France. Yet today, she faced humiliation at Yiyu's hands. Remember this. It is your Yang family that seeks my favor, not the other way around. Before me, put away your pitiful and humble pride. In my presence, even the Yang family is but an ant. I could obliterate it with but a thought. Now, remove your clothing and kneel beside me, Yiyu commanded, exuding the demeanor of a sovereign, his gaze as frigid as ancient ice. "Yiyu, you have gone too far. You cannot treat us this way. Is it merely because I spoke a few unflattering words? Your narrow-mindedness is astounding," Yang Yang exclaimed, rising abruptly, her body trembling. She had not anticipated Yiyu's utter disregard for decorum. If that is the case, what more is there to discuss? The door is right there. Feel free to leave. However, after tonight, the Namyang family will cease to exist. Yi Yu casually remarked as he lifted his glass of red wine. Yi Yu, do you truly mean what you say? Yang Yang suddenly calmed, her gaze unwavering upon him. Yi Yu was taken aback. If I kneel and remove my clothing, will you indeed spare the Yang family? She asked, articulating each word carefully. Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl before him. He noticed the glimmer of tears in her eyes, yet there was no sign of submission. Of course Yi Yu, keep my word. Very well, I accept your terms. Yang Yang inhaled deeply, slowly rising, her fingers resting on the zipper of her dress. A smile tugged at Yi Yu's lips. He knew that at this moment, Yang Yang's heart was undoubtedly filled with humiliation and despair. This was precisely the effect he sought, to make the once indomitable heiress of the Yang family experience the taste of humiliation. Yet, just as Yang Yang was about to lower the zipper, her hand suddenly froze. No, Yi Yu, you have deceived me. You never intended to spare the Yang family. A glimmer of clarity flickered in Yang Yang's eyes. The smile on Yi Yu's face remained intact. You have long known that my grandfather would never allow me to meet you, which is why you resorted to such despicable means to force my compliance. What you desire is not my body, but my dignity, Yang Yang continued. Yi Yu slowly set down her wine glass, her gaze turning perilous. Do you comprehend the words you are uttering? Your dignity? Are you living in a dream? Do you possess dignity in my presence? Yi Yu felt that the woman before her was not entirely sane. Would consuming such a woman also render her mind unhinged? Regardless, you have already resolved to annihilate the Yang family. What more do I have to lose? Yang Yang took a step back, only to collide with the wall. Having nowhere to retreat, Yi had already approached her, gripping her chin with a firm hand. Chapter 55, The Humiliation and Suffering of Yang Yang, Part 1. Boldness is admirable. I find it appealing. I have changed my mind, Yang Yang. Such beauty as yours would be a waste to let go. Perhaps you have forgotten that here, I hold the power. Yi Yu grasped Yang Yang's neck with one hand, a flicker of greed flashing in her eyes. Yang Yang's eyes widened in terror, unable to fathom Yi Yu's sudden change of heart. No, you have no room for choice. Yi Yu leaned closer, whispering into her ear. A shiver coursed through Yang Yang's entire being. It dawned on her that she had walked directly into the jaws of a tiger. Yi Yu then released her and turned to sit in her own position. Kneel down and approach me, and I may grant your family a chance at survival. But know that this opportunity is singular. Yi Yu spoke coldly. Yang Yang bit her lower lip, tears welling in her eyes. She had thought herself clever enough to manipulate Yi Yu. Yet now she realized how utterly foolish that notion was. Yi Yu resolved everything through the most primal means. Yang Yang's face was a canvas of struggle and humiliation. Yet she slowly extended her hand to undo the zipper of her skirt. In that instant, the garment slipped away, revealing her skin as pure as ice and jade. Instinctively, she raised one hand to shield herself, while the other attempted to cover her lower half. But how could a single hand conceal the enormity of her embarrassment? Yang Yang's spirit felt crushed, and she reluctantly lowered her hands. She was left clad only in her undergarments. A crimson hue tinged her lower lip as she bit it harder, the humiliation becoming increasingly evident. Yi Yu exhibited no sense of pity. She merely observed in silence. Ultimately, Yang Yang surrendered and removed the last vestiges of her clothing, slowly kneeling down. Her head bowed, her eyes filled with sorrow, tears streamed down her cheeks. She understood that after this night, she would be tainted beyond redemption, leaving only death as an escape. The fleeting image of Chun Fan crossed her mind. Their paths would never intertwine again. At this moment, the eldest daughter of the Yang family felt as though her body bore a weight of 1,000 pounds, making every movement while kneeling an immense struggle. In this instant, all her pride and dignity lay shattered. She felt like a dog, begging for mercy before Yi Yu. What should have been a mere few meters felt like an eternity to Yang Yang. She crawled closer to Yi Yu, and without needing a command, she reached her slender hands toward Yi Yu's waistband. Yi Yu closed her eyes, reclining slightly. Half an hour later, Yang Yang, brimming with humiliation, bent forward, her lips swollen and raw. yet she still gripped the edge of the table with her mouth. Her entire being appeared to be in excruciating agony, her eyes tightly shut, her body trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Northern Myanmar warlord, Chun Fan staggered through the dense forest, the echoes of shouts and barking dogs trailing behind him. He had just escaped from the warlord's camp, but his severe injuries prevented him from fleeing far. Damn it! Chun Fan gritted his teeth in pain and concealed himself within a dense thicket. The pursuers behind him grew ever closer, with the keen-nosed hounds having locked onto his scent. Chun Fan understood the gravity of his situation. Escape appeared nearly impossible, yet he resolved never to surrender, nor allow Yi Yuru to achieve her aims. Just then, a roaring engine sounded from a distance. Chun Fan cautiously peered out, spotting an off-road vehicle approaching with haste. "They've found me," shouted one of the warlord's subordinates. Realizing he had been discovered, Chun Fan tightened his grip on the pistol he had wrested from a guard, bracing himself for a desperate fight. To his astonishment, the off-road vehicle suddenly accelerated, barreling straight toward the warlord's men. "Get in the car," the driver shouted urgently at Chun Fan. Momentarily taken aback, Chun Fan quickly recognized this as a chance for escape. He gritted his teeth and struggled toward the vehicle, and before the henchman could react, he was pulled inside. The off-road vehicle swiftly made a U-turn, racing away in the opposite direction of the warlord's camp. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Chun Fan asked weakly. "I'm Arctic Fox. The boss sent me to rescue you," the driver replied tersely. "The boss? Gue Lao. You contacted us immediately upon arriving in Jianghai. We have been tracking your whereabouts in secret." It dawned on Chun Fan that his master, Mo Wunshun, had an extensive network of connections internationally, and Arctic Fox was indeed one of the organizations he had mentioned. "My master, we are already aware. We will avenge Gue Lao. But for now, your safety is paramount." Arctic Fox spoke with a tone laden with sorrow. Chun Fan closed his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. His master was gone, yet the power he had left behind continued to shield him. "Where are we headed?" Chun Fan inquired. "First, we must leave northern Myanmar. Then we will find a way to send you back to Huaxia. However, before that, you need medical attention. Your injuries are severe," Arctic Fox replied. Chun Fan nodded and soon lost consciousness from exhaustion. In a secret base at the border of northern Myanmar and Huaxia, Chun Fan lay on a medical bed, surrounded by various monitoring devices. The medical team of Arctic Fox was working tirelessly to save him. "How is he?" The leader of Arctic Fox, a blonde, blue-eyed foreign man, entered the room and asked. "His injuries are grave, but there is hope. A mysterious energy within him is aiding his recovery. It is quite extraordinary." The attending physician responded. "Hun Yuan Jin," the leader recalled Gue Lao mentioning. "Provide him with the best treatment. Spare no expense to save his life." The leader nodded decisively. "Yes, sir." Chun Fan's fingers twitched slightly, as if he had heard those words. "Gue Lao, I will avenge you." The leader gazed out into the pitch-black night sky, his expression resolute. He is awake. In the medical room, Chun Fan slowly opened his eyes, his blurred vision gradually coming into focus. He noticed several strangers standing around him, all clad in white medical attire. "Mr. Chun, can you hear me?" a doctor inquired, leaning closer. Chun Fan nodded slightly, his throat parched, rendering him speechless. "Provide him with water," a voice commanded. Someone lifted Chun Fan's head, allowing him to sip a few mouthfuls. The cool liquid slid down his throat, bestowing a modicum of clarity. "Where am I?" Chun Fan finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "In a safe place. I am the leader of the Arctic Fox organization, codenamed Thunder. Mr. Mo was our friend and mentor in life," a blonde, blue-eyed foreign man said gently as he approached Chun Fan's bedside. "We are aware of what transpired. We will assist you in avenging Mr. Mo's demise. But for now, you must focus on recovery." Thunder's tone grew somber. Chun Fan attempted to rise, only to be met with excruciating pain throughout his body. "Do not rush. Your injuries are severe. Multiple fractures, internal damage, and significant blood loss. Surviving is already a miracle." Thunder restrained Chun Fan's shoulder to prevent him from getting up. "How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days. However, according to the doctors, a unique energy within you is aiding your recovery. Otherwise, you would have been in a coma for at least a week, Thunder replied. Chapter 56. The Arctic Fox Mercenary Corps, Hunyuan Power. I have heard from old Mo that Hunyuan Power is an ancient martial art from the East, is it not? A spark of intrigue flickered in Thunder's eyes, only to be swiftly masked. Chun Fan regarded him with caution, choosing not to respond. Mo Wencheng had previously warned him that Hunyuan Power was a secret from antiquity, not to be divulged lightly. Furthermore, even he had only mastered the first volume, remaining untouched by the mysteries of the second. It is prudent not to disclose everything. Old Mo has always been cautious. Your status, as his disciple, undoubtedly speaks to your exceptional abilities. Thunder observed Chun Fan as silence, chuckling lightly. Let us examine this first, he said, turning to retrieve a tablet and presenting it to Chun Fan. The screen displayed a news segment. The Yang Group in Jianghai has declared bankruptcy. Yang De and his son Yang Zhen have been accused of commercial fraud and are currently under police investigation. Chun Fan clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yiyu. The name escaped his lips with great effort. Indeed, it was he. According to our intelligence, the Yi family mobilized all their connections to utterly dismantle the Yang family. Yang De and Yang Cheng have been imprisoned, their assets frozen and seized, even their private residences searched. Thunder nodded gravely. If Yi were here, he would surely laugh. Mobilizing all connections? Just the Yang family? Hardly a match. The Yi family need not even lift a finger to deal with them. What of Yang? Chun Fan inquired urgently. It is said she went to meet Yi Yu, and then disappeared. Thunder's expression grew solemn. Disappeared? What does that mean? No one knows her whereabouts, nor is there any news of her. Rumors suggest she has been taken by Yi Yu. Thunder left his sentence hanging. Chun Fan shut his eyes. A wave of anguish surged from his heart, more unbearable than his physical wounds. The Yang family had shown him kindness. Yang had risked his life to save him, and now, because of him, their family had fallen into ruin. And Yang, I must return, Chun Fan insisted, struggling to rise. Not yet. Your injuries have yet to heal. And Yi Yu has already placed a nationwide bounty on your head through military connections. Returning now would be tantamount to signing your death warrant. Thunder restrained him firmly. Should I cower here? My master has met a tragic end. The Snow Wolf Corps fate hangs in the balance, and the Yang family has been obliterated. My friends are being persecuted one by one, while I linger here in survival. Chun Fan yelled in frustration. Calm yourself. Old Mo taught you that vengeance requires composure and strategy. In your current state, you struggle to protect yourself, let alone seek revenge. Thunder admonished sternly. Taking several deep breaths, Chun Fan endeavored to regain his composure. Thunder was right. He was indeed no match for Yi Yu at present. What do you propose? First, recuperate and restore your strength. Then, we shall assist you in returning home to find Zhao Tsong, who possesses the teachings of the second volume of Hunyuan Power. Only by mastering the complete Hunyuan Power can you hope to contend with Yi Yu, Thunder replied, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Fan nodded in agreement. This indeed constitutes the most reasonable plan at present. He must grow stronger, must harness greater power to exact revenge on Yi Yu. By the way, concerning your Snow Wolf Brigade, we have gathered some intel, Lei Ting remarked. How are they faring? Chun Fan immediately felt a surge of anxiety. The situation is dire. Yi Yu, by some means, has incited the forces from the Vatican to launch an assault on the Snow Wolf Brigade. The latest reports indicate that they were annihilated within a church. Lei Ting exclaimed, Damn it! Damn you, Yi Yu! This blood debt. I shall make you repay it piece by piece. Chun Fan slammed his fist onto the bed, his eyes aflame with fury and murderous intent. All right, you should rest now. I will arrange your treatment plan. Lei Ting reassured Chun Fan before turning to leave. Chun Fan nodded, watching Lei Ting depart. Once the door to the ward closed, he slowly shut his crimson eyes, commencing the circulation of the Hunyuan technique to hasten his recovery. Outside, Lei Ting stepped into a corner and pulled out his phone. Is the contingency plan ready? He asked in a hushed tone. Everything is in place, Chief. We have tracked Zhao Tsong's movements, and once Chun Fan recovers, we can guide him to Zhao Tsong, came the reply from the other end. Excellent. Remember, our objective is the complete technique of the Hunyuan. Chun Fan is merely a tool, to be discarded once used. Understood, Chief. Lei Ting hung up, a cold smirk spreading across his face. The ever-cautious Mo Wenshan would never have anticipated that his student would fall into such a snare. 3 days later, Chun Fan's recovery exceeded everyone's expectations. The miraculous efficacy of the Hunyuan technique, combined with the advanced medical technology of the Arctic fox, had significantly healed his injuries. Your recuperative abilities are astonishing. By all accounts, you should be bedridden for at least 2 months. Lei Ting marveled as he observed Chun Fan able to rise from his bed. Not fast enough. I need to return home post-haste, Chun Fan replied, moving his arms, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the degree of recovery in his muscles and bones. What's the rush? We still need to devise a meticulous plan. We should wait at least another week to ensure your body is fully restored, Lei Ting advised. There isn't that much time. With each passing day, my people may face increasing peril, Chun Fan insisted resolutely. You are remarkably similar to Mo Lao, equally stubborn. Very well, I won't hinder you, but at least allow 3 more days for recovery, so we can prepare for your entry arrangements, Lei Ting conceded, shaking his head in resignation. 3 days. No more. Chun Fan nodded in agreement with Lei Ting's stipulation. After Lei Ting left, Chun Fan stood by the window, gazing at the distant, undulating mountains. Memories of his master, Lin Xiao, Yang Yang, and those who suffered because of him flooded his mind. Hatred and guilt intertwined within him, creating an indescribable anguish. Yu, I will return. This time, I shall not allow you to succeed, Chun Fan murmured softly. On the evening of the 3rd day, Thunder, accompanied by several subordinates, arrived at Chun Fan's chamber. Everything was prepared. We shall escort you to the border of Guang province, where someone will assist you in returning to the capital. This was the latest intelligence from Zhao Tsong, who is currently near Qingbei University in the capital, practicing Tai Chi in the woods behind the campus every morning. It was hard to fathom that the foremost figure on the divine list appeared as an ordinary old man. Thunder produced an envelope. Thank you, Brother Thunder, Chun Fan said as he accepted the envelope. No need for thanks. It is my duty to fulfill old Mo's request. I have but one request of you. Thunder patted him on the shoulder, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes. What is it? Should you master the complete essence of the Hunyuan Qi, I hope you will share this profound skill with the Arctic fox. Old Mo once mentioned that Hunyuan Qi is not merely a martial art. It possesses miraculous effects in healing. How many individuals around the globe suffer from ailments? If this practice could be applied to medical research, it would indeed benefit humanity. Thunder gazed intently into Chun Fan's eyes, his words unguarded. Chun Fan hesitated. His master had repeatedly emphasized that the Hunyuan Qi must not be disseminated. Yet Thunder's argument held merit. Chapter 57. With their own thoughts without the assistance of the Arctic fox, he might have perished by now. I shall contemplate it. But only after all is said and done, Chun Fan ultimately declared. Indeed, vengeance is paramount. Let us proceed. We must reach the rendezvous point before dusk. Thunder chuckled. That night, Chun Fan departed the secret base with Thunder and his entourage, boarding an armed helicopter bound for the border of Guang province. Throughout the journey, he pondered how to confront Yu, rescue his friend, and exact revenge upon his master. Thunder sat across from him, outwardly calm, yet inwardly scheming to extract the secret of the Hunyuan force from Chun Fan. The helicopter descended into a dense forest, where Thunder personally escorted Chun Fan to the rendezvous, a secluded farmhouse. Upon arriving in Beijing, the first task is to locate Zhao Tsong, learn the lower volume of Hunyuan force, and thereafter contemplate matters of revenge. Remember, haste makes waste, Thunder advised. I understand. Thank you once again for your assistance, Chun Fan nodded. A mere trifle. Good luck. Chun Fan, I hope that when we meet again, you shall have become a grand master. Chun Fan smiled, but in the fleeting moment of turning away, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Chun Fan slipped into the awaiting black sedan outside the courtyard and waved farewell to Thunder. The vehicle roared to life and vanished into the night. Thunder remained rooted in place until the headlights disappeared into the distance. Boss, shall we send someone to follow him? One subordinate queried. Naturally, we must follow, but without being detected. Chun Fan is our bait. Once he finds Zhao Tsang and acquires the lower volume of Hunyuan force, we shall ensnare him. Zhao Tsang is not someone we can afford to provoke. We cannot confront him unless absolutely necessary, Thunder remarked. His eyes narrowed as he gazed in the direction Chun Fan departed. What if he refuses to surrender the technique? The subordinate inquired. We shall leverage those he holds dear to compel his compliance. We have already ascertained Lin Xiaoxiao's whereabouts. Once we take control of her, Chun Fan will obediently acquiesce. A flicker of cruelty passed through Thunder's eyes. Brilliant, boss, the subordinate exclaimed. Let us return and inform the special operations team to prepare for the incursion into Huaxia. This time, no matter the cost, I shall acquire the Hunyuan force. Not only must we obtain it, but we shall also compel Chun Fan to teach us the practice. Once mastered, the Arctic Fox will stand as the most formidable mercenary group in the world. Thunder turned and boarded the armed helicopter, his eyes alight with anticipation. Meanwhile, Yi had returned to the capital, seated in the study of the Yi family's courtyard mansion. This courtyard was largely uninhabited, save for a few maids tending to the cleaning. The matter with the Yang family had been resolved. All assets were either under our control or frozen. Yangda and Yangcheng would face a minimum of 10 years in prison. I have arranged for their release, as per your instructions. We have ensured they live and work in a modest community, toiling daily for their sustenance, never to rise again. Secretary Li stood by, reporting. Very well. Let them taste the bitterness of descending from heaven to hell. Is there any news from Chun Fan? Yi nodded in satisfaction. Nearby, Yang Yang, clad in a maid's outfit, displayed her long, slender legs, standing numbly to the side. Although the Yang family's vast fortune had been lost, at least her life was preserved. This served as Yang Yang's final solace. She had encountered Kong Qiu in Myanmar, but he ultimately escaped. However, we have received word that the Arctic Fox has formed an alliance with Chun Fan and has appeared in Guangdong province. Their target seems to be the capital. Secretary Li continued. Unfurl the intelligence network established by Wang Tianxiu. Money is no object, whether through seduction or monetary transactions. We must infiltrate everyone from high-ranking officials to beggars and rogues. The sun never sets, Eagle Sauce, Honko Nation, Black Bear Nation, permeate wherever possible, Yi Yu commanded. Yes, young master. Outside the window, the night deepened, and the lights of the capital twinkled like countless stars. Yet, no one noticed an inconspicuous black sedan quietly entering the city. Inside sat a man brimming with hatred, Chun Fan. In the woods behind the campus, an elderly man with white hair was slowly practicing Tai Chi. His movements appeared gentle, yet they contained astonishing strength. Each gesture flowed seamlessly, as if born from nature itself. This was Zhao Tsang, the foremost figure on the divine list. Though he had instructed Yi Yu to locate Chun Fan, he was not entirely indifferent. Whenever he had a moment, he would come to the woods behind Qingbei to practice Tai Chi, simultaneously watching for Chun Fan. At last, I have found you. A voice emerged from behind the trees. Who goes there? What is your business? Zhao Tsang inquired without pausing his movements, not even turning his head. I am Chun Fan, disciple of Mo Wenshin. Zhao Tsang abruptly turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing the young man before him. Mo Wenshin, that old ghost, how is he faring? Zhao Tsang asked, his hands pressed lightly together. My master instructed me before his passing to seek you for the lower volume of Hunyuan Jin. He mentioned you owed him a favor, Chun Fan replied, taking a step forward. Something has happened to Mo Wenshin. Zhao Tsang frowned. He died saving me. He perished at Yi Yu's hands. Chun Fan's voice was low, pain flickering in his eyes. Yi Yu? The young man from the Yi family in the capital? Zhao Tsang's gaze sharpened as he quickly questioned. Indeed, Chun Fan nodded. Zhao Tsang fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in recollection, before letting out a sigh. I truly intended to cultivate him as my successor. How could he? Zhao Tsang shook his head deeply. Mo Wenshin indeed saved my life, and I promised to teach his disciple the lower volume of Hunyuan Jin. However, how can you prove you are his disciple? Zhao Tsang asked, without uttering a word. Chun Fan assumed the initial stance of the Hunyuan technique and promptly began to practice the movements from its first volume. Each gesture adhered meticulously to the intrinsic principles of the Hunyuan technique, exhibiting no deviation whatsoever. Zhao Tsong watched intently, his skepticism gradually dissipating. Indeed, you have practiced the first volume of Hunyuan technique, Zhao Tsong remarked, suddenly extending his right hand into a claw aimed directly at Chun Fan's throat. This seemingly ordinary strike was, in reality, as swift as lightning and possessed tremendous force. Anticipating the attack, Chun Fan slightly turned his body, raising his left arm just in time to block Zhao Tsong's onslaught. The dragon grasp? Chun Fan exclaimed softly. Mo Wunshan has indeed imparted considerable knowledge to you. Very well, I believe you. Zhao Tsong retracted his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Would you be willing to teach me the second volume of Hunyuan technique? Chun Fan inquired eagerly. The second volume is not easily mastered. It is far more profound than the first and demands exceptional comprehension and unique aptitude. Zhao Tsong reflected for a moment before responding. I am aware that I am no longer young, yet my master has mentioned that one can compensate through medicinal baths. Medicinal baths are merely auxiliary measures. The crux lies in your state of mind. The second volume emphasizes a mind like a mirror, reflecting all things. If your heart is filled with hatred, understanding it will be arduous. Zhao Tsong shook his head. Chun Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, his heart was consumed with hatred, a fervent desire to locate Yi Yu and exact a brutal revenge. I understand your yearning for vengeance. It is only natural. However, cultivating the second volume of Hunyuan technique necessitates a tranquil state of mind. Calm yourself first, and then we shall discuss the art of learning. Zhao Tsong pointedly addressed the issue, perceiving his inner turmoil. Chun Fan took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the fury within him. Chapter 58. Chun Fan becomes Zhao Tsong's disciple in the early dawn at Qingbei University. As the sun cast its first light, the shadows of trees danced upon the ground. Yi Yu, adorned in a bespoke suit crafted by skilled hands, navigated the campus in his beastly Koenigsegg supercar, its engine roaring and captivating the attention of numerous students. Some whispered in hushed tones, while others gazed on with envy. Leaning languidly against the steering wheel, a cryptic smile played upon his lips. The security at the campus gate recognized the prestigious Beijing license plate 00000 and respectfully gestured for him to pass. Yi Yu, without even a glance towards them, parked his vehicle directly at the entrance of the academic building. The audacity of his display sparked a flurry of onlookers, with several male students unable to restrain their disdainful remarks. Look, that's the young master of the Yi family. Female students murmured among themselves, the atmosphere thick with a tinge of jealousy. As Yi exited the car, slamming the door with a casual flick of his wrist, he strolled with an air of nonchalance. Along his path, students either hurriedly stepped aside or observed him from a distance with a mix of complex emotions. Brother Yu, a sultry voice pierced the air, causing a ripple of intrigue among the crowd. The moment Chu Yu laid eyes on Yi Yu's car, her gaze brightened with excitement. She sashayed towards him, her waist swaying enticingly. Noticing that Yi Yu showed no sign of annoyance, she eagerly wrapped her arms around his, shaking it playfully to ensnare him with her exuberant charm. One audacious display in broad daylight, a girl scoffed at Chu Yu's antics. If young Master Yi were to acknowledge me, I would gladly ride in luxury and stay in 5-star hotels. I could outshine Chu Yu any day, another girl whispered enviously. Undoubtedly, they envied Chu Yu, for Yi Yu was the epitome of a true scion from a wealthy family. Brother Yu, I've missed you. Where have you been these past few days? You never answer my calls. Chu Yu pouted, her expression one of feigned innocence. As Yi Yu toyed with her long hair, his gaze drifted toward Zhao Tsong, who was exercising in the shade of a nearby tree, his expression sharpening. He had recently returned from Jianghai and was taken aback to find Zhao Tsong on campus. Naturally, in a mere institution like Qingbei University, how could Zhao Tsong be deterred? I've been busy. I brought you breakfast, something I made myself. Chu Yu presented an exquisite lunchbox with pride. No need. I've already eaten, Yi replied coolly. Just then, his phone vibrated, and upon glancing at the screen, a faint smile graced his lips. A message appeared. Chun Fan has been spotted at Qingbei University. What is wrong, brother Yu? Chu Yu stood on her toes to peek. But Yu gently blocked her view. Nothing. There's a banquet tonight, and I need a female companion. Would you like to join me? Really? I'll wear the most beautiful dress. Chu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her entire being trembling with anticipation. Her cheeks flushing as she couldn't help but caress her long, fair legs. Yi remained non-committal, his gaze once again drifting to Zhao Tsang, his mind swirling with thoughts. Since taking him on as a disciple, the old man had vanished, seemingly making a concerted effort to avoid him. If Chun Fan truly returns, he will undoubtedly seek out Zhao Tsang. It is entirely possible that he has already located him. Nevertheless, such matters are of little consequence, as the vigilant Arctic fox remains a constant threat. All he needs to do is observe the unfolding conflict from a distance, striking decisively when the moment demands it. Brother Yu, what time tonight? Where shall we meet? What color should I wear? The voice of Chu Yu buzzed in his ears. White at 7 in the evening, at Longting Hotel. A bodyguard will be there to escort you. Yi replied succinctly, turning towards the teaching building, leaving Chu Yu ecstatic in her spot. Did you hear? The official partner of young Master Yi. Chu Yu puffed out her ample chest, casting proud glances around her, under the protection of his bodyguards. Yi entered the teaching building without looking back. While he appeared calm on the surface, a meticulous plan targeting Chun Fan was already taking shape in his mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Tsang halted his morning exercises, quietly observing the departing Yu. A heart tainted by ulterior motives cannot achieve greatness, he mused, shaking his head as he turned into the depths of the forest. Deep within the woods, Chun Fan sat cross-legged upon a large stone, his eyes closed and breathing steady. Upon hearing footsteps, he immediately opened his eyes. His master had returned. Indeed, Zhao Tsang had taken Chun Fan as his disciple, believing his temperament to be commendable. This decision also served to repay the favor owed to Mo Wensheng. 2 hours in meditation. Commendable. Your composure is much steadier than yesterday, Zhao Tsang remarked, observing him. Disciple understands that only by calming the mind can one grasp the essence of the second volume of Hunyuan Jin, Chun Fan replied respectfully. Not quite. Mastering the second volume does not require you to be devoid of emotion. Rather, it is to remain tranquil as water, even amidst turbulent thoughts. The second volume contrasts the first. The first is gentle externally, yet firm internally, while the second is the opposite, Zhao Tsang elucidated, shaking his head. This, I do not comprehend, Chun Fan confessed, his expression bewildered. Without further explanation, Zhao Tsang suddenly struck towards Chun Fan's face. Instinctively, Chun Fan attempted to block the blow, yet a subtle force propelled him backward, ultimately colliding with a large tree. This is the essence of the second volume. The force just now could shatter stones and splinter wood, yet I transformed it into formlessness, utilizing your strength against you. The crux of the second volume lies in softness. The softer it is, the stronger it becomes, Zhao Tsang softly imparted. Please guide me. Master, Chun Fan responded, his understanding beginning to crystallize as he straightened his posture. Zhao Tsang nodded and commenced explaining the key principles of the second volume of Hunyuan Jin. Unlike the outward force of the first volume, the second volume requires absorbing and transforming the opponent's strength before countering. This technique demands a high level of mental acuity. Even a slight deviation can lead to failure. Moreover, upon mastering the second volume, one could perceive the internal flow of energy within objects, discern subtle changes in the surrounding environment, and even see in darkness. Zhao Tsang demonstrated as he spoke. Chun Fan listened intently, envisioning a pathway leading to the pinnacle of power. However, to achieve mastery, one requires a special medicinal bath, particularly a rare herb known as star moon grass. This herb grows on high mountain cliffs and is exceedingly scarce. With this herb combined with a medicinal bath, one could grasp the principles of the second volume within a fortnight. Without the star moon grass, your body would be thrown into chaos by the turbulent forces of the mixed yuan energy. The star moon grass serves as the balancing agent. Otherwise, there is a significant risk of blockage in your meridians. Zhao Song shifted the conversation directly. Star moon grass? Where might one find it? Chun Fan inquired with a serious expression. In 3 days, there will be a rare medicinal herb auction in the capital, where the star moon grass may be available. However, this item is worth a fortune, and the competition is likely to be fierce. Zhao Tsong reflected thoughtfully. Chun Fan fell into deep contemplation. Money was a pressing issue for him. Ever since the downfall of the Snow Wolf Brigade, he had been left with almost nothing. Yet, for the sake of vengeance and strength, he had to acquire that star moon grass. Master, I will find a way to obtain the star moon grass. Please continue teaching me the next set of techniques. Chun Fan declared resolutely. Very well. I do not possess much money, but this card contains 1 billion. That should suffice. Today, we shall begin with the first move, swimming dragon playing in water, Zhao Tsong said with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, atop a teaching building, Yi was listening intently through headphones, equipped with binoculars, capturing every word of their conversation with clarity. Chapter 59, The Return of Lin Xiaoxiao. Indeed, that dog has crawled back in the end. Yi observed the harmonious scene of the master and disciple from a distance, a cold smile playing on his lips. Furthermore, in 3 days, a rare herb auction will take place, featuring a specimen of starry moon grass. It is said that this herb greatly benefits martial artists, particularly those cultivating internal energy. Starry moon grass? How intriguing. If Chun Fan wishes to hasten his mastery of the primordial essence, he will undoubtedly need this item. Yi Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. Shall we intercept? Secretary Li inquired. No, this presents an excellent opportunity. We shall not only refrain from hindering him, but ensure he is aware of this news. However, in the end, this herb must fall into my hands, Yi replied slowly. Understood, young master. Secretary Li departed to fulfill his orders. Annie's arrival will certainly add much intrigue to the situation. Let us not forget the Morgan family's influence on the international stage. If Chun Fan desires to make a comeback, he will inevitably need support from abroad. With Annie's presence, I can sever all his potential escape routes. A glint of cunning flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. Early in the morning, Chun Fan left Zhao Tsong's residence and returned to his temporarily rented apartment. This was a safe house for the Arctic Fox organization in the capital. Though humble, it provided excellent concealment. He hung his coat on the back of the door and walked straight to the bathroom to wash his face. Gazing at his reflection, bloodshot eyes, pale complexion, and an air of pathological exhaustion enveloping him, he felt the toll of the intense training. Despite his constitution, he found it arduous. Zhao Tsong's teachings were stringent yet precise. He had memorized the key points of the latter part of the primordial essence, but practical application proved fraught with difficulties. A tranquil mind reflects all things. Chun Fan repeatedly pondered this mantra, yet his focus was continually disrupted by the hatred within him. He needed to find a way to gather funds for the auction. It seemed he would have to seek contact with the Leaf family in the capital. The Leaf family had a daughter named Yin Ran, renowned for a captivating smile that could enchant a garden of flowers, and another smile that could intoxicate a city. Li Yin Ran was not only the most beautiful woman in the capital, but also its most talented. Before graduating, she founded a company called Qingqing International, which had amassed assets worth hundreds of billions in just a few short years. Which socialite in the capital would not wish to behold her beauty? Many even dream of her at night. Lost in thought, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Is this Mr. Chun? A strange female voice came through the line. Who are you? Chun Fan replied, his tone wary. I'm a classmate of Lin Xiaoxiao. She asked me to contact you. What has happened to her? Chun Fan's heart tightened as he hastily inquired. She was taken away by someone. Before she left, she secretly told me that if she didn't return in 3 days, I should dial this number. It has already been 5 days. The girl's voice trembled. Who took her? I don't know, but I heard it was the young master. In an instant, Chun Fan understood. Yi was using Lin Xiaoxiao to lure him into a trap. Yet, at this moment, he had no other choice. Give me the address. I will go find you to learn more. After hanging up, Chun Fan swiftly organized his belongings. The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated, but there remained a glimmer of hope. If I could rescue Lin Xiaoxiao, perhaps I could glean more information about Yi Yu from her. In a private villa on the outskirts of the capital, Lin Xiaoxiao sat by the window, her gaze vacant as she stared into the garden outside. The room was exquisitely decorated, furnished with everything one could desire, resembling a presidential suite in a five-star hotel. The only issue was that the door was locked, and the windows could not be opened. Footsteps echoed from outside, causing Lin Xiaoxiao to stiffen. The door swung open, and Yiyu entered, followed by a maid pushing a dining cart. "It's time to eat," Yiyu remarked nonchalantly. "I'm not hungry," Lin Xiaoxiao replied, turning her head away. "It has been 5 days. Do you intend to starve yourself to death?" Yiyu asked with a hint of mockery. "Why have you captured me?" Lin Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze on Yiyu, her voice icy. "Because Chun Fan cares for you. By capturing you, he will inevitably reveal himself." Yiyu smirked. "Chun Fan is already dead. Are you not satisfied?" Lin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled. After fleeing, Chun Fan felt his demise approaching and had called Lin Xiaoxiao. However, he refrained from mentioning Yiyu, fearing she would confront her and face dire consequences. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao had discerned the implication in his words, realizing they might be linked to Yiyu. After all, Yiyu had gone to Zhanghai, where Chun Fan was located. She had heard from Chun Fan that Chun Qian had been murdered, as had his master. Lin Xiaoxiao harbored a profound hatred for Yiyu. Dead? If he truly is dead, I would not mind acquiring another lover. Unfortunately, he is quite tenacious, Yiyu scoffed. Even if he is alive, he would not come to his own demise. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes before fading once more. She yearned to see Chun Fan again, yet she felt tainted. Initially, she had wished to offer him all the beauty life had to offer, but she never anticipated falling into Yiyu's trap. Not necessarily. Humans are often ensnared by their emotions, particularly men regarding the women they cherish. They may make irrational decisions. Chun Fan is no exception. Yiyu stood up, looking down at Lin Xiaoxiao. This is also his fatal flaw, his excessive sentimentality. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, her eyes brimming with barely contained hatred. "Do you know why I have not killed you?" Yiyu suddenly inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded him warily. "Because you are the finest bait and I am quite curious to see Chun Fan's expression when he discovers that the woman he cherishes most is possessed by me." Yiyu's voice lowered, laced with cunning and desire. "You're dreaming. I would rather die than..." Lin Xiaoxiao retorted fiercely, but Yiyu interrupted her. "What will you do? Do you think you have a choice?" He reached out to caress Lin Xiaoxiao's face, which she forcefully pushed away. "Huh. Why do you pretend to be pure in my presence?" Yiyu's demeanor shifted as he stepped forward, seizing Lin Xiaoxiao's long hair and striking her with a resounding slap. Lin Xiaoxiao's face bore the marks of a recent altercation, yet her gaze towards Yiyu was filled with unrelenting hatred. "You deceived me. You are nothing but a beast." She spat venomously, glaring at Yiyu before disdainfully expectorating onto the ground. The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the air as her clothing was shredded. Without uttering a word, Yiyu advanced and forcefully ripped Lin Xiaoxiao's clothes away. In one swift motion, he struck her, sending her crashing to the ground, his foot pressing down upon her delicate face. Lin Xiaoxiao struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from Yiyu's grip, but her strength betrayed her, leaving her with nothing but a series of pitiful whimpers. Chapter 60, Fiery Passion, and if you wish to perish, then simply bite your tongue and end it all. "I believe Chun Fan would be deeply saddened by such a choice," Yiyu stated with a refreshingly composed demeanor as she adjusted her attire. Lin Xiaoxiao, having been insulted, contemplated the notion of ending her own life. Yet upon hearing Yiyu's words, she could only curl up silently in the corner, her eyes devoid of light. The sole glimmer of hope within her was perhaps Chun Fan. If only she could see him once more, she would have no regrets. "What do you truly intend to do?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired with a calmness that belied her swollen lips and pallid complexion. "You need not concern yourself with too much. Eat well and preserve your strength. Soon, you shall meet Chun Fan, though it may indeed be your final encounter," Yi remarked without turning as she made her way towards the door. Once the door closed, Lin Xiaoxiao's serene facade finally shattered, tears streaming down her face. She was uncertain whether Chun Fan was still alive, but if he came to rescue her, he would undoubtedly fall into Yiyu's trap. She had to devise a means to escape, at the very least to warn Chun Fan. However, despair soon enveloped her. This place was essentially Yiyu's prison. with no light penetrating its confines apart from the artificial glow. There was no way for her to contact Chun Fan. In the woods behind Qingbei University, Zhao Cong was instructing Chun Fan on practicing the third form of the mixed Yuan force, the Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. Strength arises from the heart. When the heart is tranquil as still water, one can harness the surrounding energies for one's own use. Zhao Cong demonstrated the movements slowly. Chun Fan focused intently on imitating him, yet his motions remained somewhat stiff. No, your heart is still agitated. You must achieve the state of a calm heart naturally cools to channel your inner strength, Zhao Cong admonished gently. Master, I have just received news that Lin Xiaoxiao has been captured by Yiyu. My heart is anything but calm, Chun Fan replied, halting his movements. Who is Lin Xiaoxiao? Zhao Cong inquired, furrowing his brow. She is my childhood friend and sister, another innocent victim targeted by Yiyu. I must save her. Chun Fan's eyes flickered with anguish. Yiyu is cunning. Even I was deceived by her. This could very well be a trap, Zhao Cong warned. I am aware. Yet I cannot stand idly by and watch her suffer, Chun Fan insisted. What do you plan to do? Zhao Cong regarded Chun Fan with a deep gaze, clearly fond of this loyal and principled young man. First, I must locate where she is being held, and then I shall find a way to rescue her, Chun Fan declared resolutely. Go then. Saving her is of utmost importance. But remember, when confronting Yiyu, you must remain composed, Zhao Cong advised, nodding. Chun Fan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Zhao Cong watched his retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Shen Fan, do you truly believe you can leverage Zhao Cong's strength to turn the tide? Such naivety. This time, I shall make you taste true despair, Yiyu remarked as she appeared in the VIP passage of the airport, flanked by a dozen bodyguards and assistants, arranged in 2 formidable lines. Dressed in a bespoke, deep blue suit, he exuded an aristocratic aura with every gesture. The private jet descended gracefully, and as the door swung open, a striking blonde with piercing blue eyes appeared at the entrance. It was Annie Morgan, adorned in a minimalist white dress, her golden locks cascading elegantly over her shoulders, embodying a blend of grace and boldness with a hint of aloofness. Tall and fair-skinned, she possessed a uniquely wild beauty characteristic of the West. Behind her stood several robust bodyguards, a diverse mix of black and white, each emanating an air of menace, unmistakably seasoned from the battlefield. Annie's gaze fell upon the enchanting Yiyu, and her face instantly illuminated with a radiant smile. Darling, I missed you so much, she exclaimed, nearly sprinting down the gangway and throwing herself into his embrace, planting a fervent kiss on his lips. It's been a long time, Annie, Yiyu replied with polished grace, wrapping his arms around her waist, a smile gracing his features. 2 years and 2 months. You have no idea how much I longed for you, Annie pouted playfully. I missed you dearly as well, Yiyu whispered, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, his tone tender enough to leave Annie entranced. The bodyguards and assistants exchanged glances, having never witnessed such a side of Yi Xiao. After all, she was a woman from an international financial consortium. Yet, Yiyu had no intentions of marrying her. This journey has been exhausting, but knowing I would see you made it all worthwhile. Shall we head to your home directly? I have so much to share with you, Annie said, entwining her arm with his in a playful manner. Of course, the car is ready, he assured her. They proceeded toward the waiting Rolls-Royce, escorted by the bodyguards. Throughout the ride, Annie chattered incessantly about her life abroad over the past 2 years, while Yiyu listened with a smile, nodding in response. However, once they settled into the car and the door closed, Yiyu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Is the intelligence accurate? He inquired bluntly. Absolutely precise. The Mafia seems quite invested in Chun Fan, Annie replied, her demeanor transforming to one of poised composure as she straightened her posture. My father believes that the Yi family is a worthy partner for collaboration. Naturally, this is contingent upon the continuation of our partnership, she added, casting a meaningful glance at Yiyu. That is to be expected, he responded, a gentlemanly smile gracing his lips. I truly missed you. Annie suddenly leaned closer, her fiery red lips parting as she kissed Yiyu passionately. He He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, reciprocating the fervent kiss. When they finally broke apart, Annie's eyes glistened with a veil of longing. "Let us go to your villa. I can hardly wait to be alone with you," she whispered in his ear. "As you wish, my dear," Yu chuckled softly. The Rolls-Royce glided towards the Yi family's courtyard in the city center, the windows rising to shield them from the outside world. In a quaint CAF near Qingbei University, Chun Fan and Lin Xiaoxiao's classmate Wang Fei sat in a corner, engaged in conversation. When was Lin Xiaoxiao taken away? Chun Fan's expression grew solemn. 5 days ago, after class, 2 men in suits, claiming to be friends of her father, said they needed to take her to see him. Xiaoxiao appeared hesitant, but they insisted it concerned her father's safety, which compelled her to go with them. Wang Fei recalled. What kind of car were they driving? It seemed to be a Rolls-Royce, a very luxurious one. I remember the license plate. It had 5/8. Such a license plate is quite extraordinary. Was it Jing 888888? Chun Fan's gaze sharpened. Yes, that's the one. It truly belongs to Yiyu, the one and only Rolls-Royce Phantom in the capital. Chapter 61. From now on, I am no longer your disciple outside the Longting Hotel in the capital. Luxury vehicles congregated, their lights weaving a tapestry of brilliance. The hotel lobby, resplendent in gold, was adorned with crystal chandeliers that refracted dazzling illuminations, casting a dreamlike aura over the entire space. This evening's gathering was no ordinary affair. It was the prestigious Longting Rare Auction Charity Gala, accessible only to the elite of the capital, with the invitation itself bearing immense value. Chun Fan, clad in a simple yet elegant dark suit, stood resolutely at the entrance. He clenched the invitation bestowed upon him by Zhao Tsang in his pocket, his gaze unwavering. Tonight, he must acquire the Star Moon Grass. After the waiter verified his invitation, he respectfully ushered Chun Fan into the venue. The moment he stepped into the grand hall, Chun Fan was awestruck by the opulence that surrounded him. Crystal chandeliers, champagne towers, and imported red roses from France. Each detail exuded an aura of affluence. The distinguished guests, impeccably dressed and exuding grace, engaged in hushed conversations. The jewelry adorning the women sparkled under the lights, while the gentlemen, clad in tailored suits, often held expensive cigars between their fingers. This was a world Chun Fan had never ventured into before. Were you staring at security? Do you really think you belong here? A young man frowned, casting a disdainful gaze over Chun Fan. This gentleman possesses a legitimate invitation, the waiter explained softly. Money can buy an invitation. How laughable, the young man scoffed. Ignoring the remark, Chun Fan made his way toward the display area, where the evening's treasures awaited auction. He swiftly located the Star Moon Grass, a peculiar herb radiating a soft blue luminescence, carefully encased in a crystal container. Truly a rare gem, a remarkable treasure indeed. A gentle voice resonated beside him. Chun Fan turned to find an elderly man with white hair standing next to him. Zhao Tsang. Master, you have come too, Chun Fan greeted. I came to see my disobedient disciple, Zhao Tsang replied with a smile. The Star Moon Grass is seldom seen. I fear the competition will be fierce tonight. Is 10 billion enough? Chun Fan inquired quietly. In terms of wealth, you cannot compete with those prestigious families, Zhao Tsang sighed. However, do not be overly pessimistic. Many are unaware of the grass's true purpose. I believe 2 or 3 billion might suffice as the highest bid. I must acquire it, Chun Fan asserted. Ambitious, Zhao Tsang remarked, patting his shoulder thoughtfully. However, tonight, you may not face only Yiyu as a rival. His gaze shifted toward a group approaching in the distance. Leading them was a woman of extraordinary grace, dressed in a light blue gown, her hair elegantly styled, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The crowd instinctively parted to allow her passage. Li Yanran, the foremost talent of the capital and the founder of Qincheng International. It is said that she has been named Asia's most influential female entrepreneur for 3 consecutive years, Zhao Tsang whispered. Your fiancé, he added with a hint of mischief. Chun Fan's heart stirred. With Li Yanran's assistance, perhaps he could enhance his chances. As he pondered this, the venue suddenly fell into silence. All eyes were drawn to the direction of the entrance. Yiyu had arrived, dressed in a bespoke blue suit. He was accompanied by the strikingly beautiful Annie Morgan, who proudly clasped his arm. Even after the fervor had subsided, a subtle blush lingered on Annie's cheeks, enhancing her enchanting allure. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Chu Yu remained anxiously awaiting Yu to escort her to the banquet. A formidable entourage of bodyguards trailed closely behind, exuding an intimidating presence. "Young Master Yi has arrived," came the murmurs from the crowd. "The heir of the Yi family graces us with his presence." Many approached to extend their greetings, but Yu merely acknowledged them with a slight nod, his demeanor indifferent. His gaze swept across the room, and upon spotting Chun Fan, a cold smile crept onto his lips. "Ah, Chun Fan has come," Yu whispered, akin to a hunter spotting his prey. "Is this the person you mentioned? He seems rather unremarkable." Annie, intrigued, followed Yu's line of sight towards Chun Fan. Not only she, but nearly all the dignitaries turned their attention to Chun Fan. Their curiosity piqued. Who could be significant enough to warrant acknowledgement from young Master Yi? However, their expressions soon soured. Chun Fan appeared rather ordinary, clad in a cheap suit. "Master, I did not expect to see you here as well. Congratulations on finding another promising disciple," Yi remarked softly, directing his gaze at the elder standing beside Chun Fan. Must I inform you of my choices in disciples?" Zhao Cong retorted with a scoff. "That is certainly unnecessary, but from this day forth, I'm no longer your disciple. How others choose to deal with you is their own affair," Yi replied, a faint smirk playing on his lips. His words conveyed a clear message. He was displeased with the two individuals before him. Those seeking to curry favor with him could easily target them. In an instant, many of the elite stirred with anticipation, seeing their own fortunes reflected in Chun Fan and Zhao Cong. At the center of the venue, the host announced the official commencement of the banquet. "I hear there are plans to snatch our treasure tonight," Annie whispered in Yu's ear, her slender fingers caressing his chest. "The Star Moon Her belongs to me alone," Yu stated nonchalantly. He had made several preparations for the herb, and brute force, including Zhao Cong's, would undoubtedly prove ineffective. If strength failed, perhaps firearms would come into play. "If I assist you in obtaining it, how do you intend to express your gratitude?" Annie licked her lips enticingly. Yu smiled in silence, making his way to his designated seat. Meanwhile, Chun Fan sought an opportunity to approach Li Yanran. He noticed her surrounded by numerous admirers, yet she maintained a polite yet distant demeanor. "Yanran, may I have the pleasure of a conversation with you?" Chun Fan stepped forward, speaking courteously. As soon as his words fell, a hush enveloped the area surrounding Li Yanran. "You, a rustic fool, dare to utter her name? Do take a moment to look at your own reflection," came the scornful retort from the crowd. The previously disdainful young dandy immediately stepped forward, vociferously confronting Chun Fan, especially at a moment when he was expressing his loyalty to young Master Yi. "Very well, I shall grant you 2 minutes." Li Yanran was fully aware that Chun Fan was her fiancé. However, she harbored no feelings for him. Indeed, she felt a measure of aversion. Thus, she did not mind inciting the surrounding crowd further. As anticipated, the moment Li Yanran's words fell, several young elites around them altered their expressions drastically. What merit could a mere rustic like Chun Fan possess? Their eyes blazed with indignation. The two retreated to a relatively quiet corner. "You seek the Star Moon Grass," Li Yanran stated bluntly. "How do you know?" Chun Fan was taken aback. He had underestimated Li Yanran. This evening, a third of the attendees were fixated on that particular herb. "However, your gaze reveals to me that this desire is not for the sake of flaunting wealth, but rather a genuine necessity," Li Yanran remarked, her icy eyes seemingly piercing through Chun Fan. Chapter 62. Yiyu's Assets. Lin Yu Asset Holdings. "I truly require the Xingyue grass," Chun Fan confessed without hesitation. "For what purpose?" Li Yanran inquired, her gaze sharp. "To cure an ailment," he replied. "Speak the truth." She insisted. "I need it for a medicinal bath to cultivate a particular skill. Without it, my inner strength may damage my meridians," Chun Fan stated, revealing his need without pretense. Li Yanran arched an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by his candor. "How much do you need?" "My master bestowed upon me 10 billion. That should suffice." 10 billion? It appears your master is not well acquainted with the market. A cold laugh escaped Li Yanran's crimson lips. Chun Fan felt a pang of anxiety. Moreover, that blonde lady may be an heir of the Morgan family. If she indeed hails from the Morgans, then to her, money is merely a number. Li Yanran's gaze shifted toward Annie, who stood beside Yi Yu. What should I do? Chun Fan furrowed his brow. Is this the reason you sought me out? You wish for my assistance, Li Yanran remarked, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of her lips. Indeed, this man had come for her wealth. Their prior encounter had occurred on the day of her engagement to Wang Tuan, the heir of the Wang family. Chun Fan had interrupted Wang Tuan, breaking his leg and thwarting the union. This had delighted Li Yanran, for she despised political marriages. However, she was taken aback when her father later arranged for her to be betrothed to Chun Fan. In that moment, Li Yanran felt utterly repulsed, viewing Chun Fan as akin to the Wang family, both merely seeking her for her riches. Precisely, Chun Fan admitted simply. Why would you assume I would assist you? Merely because of our ludicrous engagement? Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed intended to leverage the Li family's influence, but he had not anticipated Li Yanran's bluntness. The engagement is merely a familial arrangement. I see no reason to act on behalf of a stranger. Li Yanran's voice was frigid, her eyes radiating rejection. I understand. Chun Fan nodded, preparing to depart. Wait, Li Yanran called after him, curiosity piqued. What are your thoughts on Yi Yu? Unforgivable. Chun Fan's expression darkened, the temperature in the vicinity seeming to drop several degrees. In truth, Li Yanran had once held a degree of admiration for Yi Yu. Though he was known for his indulgences, he was far from ordinary. She had conducted an investigation into Yi Yu, recognizing that despite being dubbed the talented woman of the capital and a billionaire queen, she was but a junior in Yi Yu's presence. During her time abroad, Yi Yu had established Lin Yu asset, achieving a market value exceeding several hundred billion within a mere year, all without public financing. Had she opted for it, the valuation could have multiplied manifold over the years. This was undeniably formidable. Li Yanran had always harbored a keen interest in Yi Yu's accomplishments. If she were to choose a person to marry, at present, Yi Yu would be the most suitable candidate. Could you elaborate? Lin Yanran inquired with curiosity. He murdered my parents, slaughtered my sect, and annihilated my kin. If I could take his life with my own hands, I would not hesitate. Even if it meant my own destruction, Chun Fan replied, his voice heavy, his clenched fists revealing the tension in his veins. I will assist you in obtaining the Star Moon Grass, but there is one condition, Li Yanran stated after a moment of silence, a complex glint flashing in her eyes. What is the condition? Chun Fan asked. If you can return alive from Yi Yu, our engagement will be nullified, Li Yanran said, glancing towards Yi Yu as she spoke to Chun Fan. Agreed. It is settled, Chun Fan responded, momentarily taken aback, then bitterly added. How could a celestial being like Li Yanran ever look favorably upon someone like me? Maintain silence during my actions at the auction, Li Yanran concluded, turning to return to her seat. At that moment, the auction commenced officially. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Longting auction. Tonight, we present a collection of the world's finest treasures, and we cordially invite you to partake in this grand event. The host, clad in a tailcoat and holding a microphone, took to the stage. Yi Yu occupied the most prominent position, with Annie linked to his arm, her eyes brimming with pride. Meanwhile, Chun Fan sat in a corner, his gaze intently focused on the auction platform. The initial items were swiftly sold, serving merely as appetizers. However, when the host announced the arrival of the Star Moon Grass, the atmosphere in the venue shifted dramatically. Ladies and gentlemen, the following item is the Pisces, our assistance of the evening, the Millennium Star Moon Grass. A crystal container was gently raised onto the stage, its blue luminescence shimmering under the lights like twinkling stars. This herb is a rare find, capable of prolonging life and enhancing physical strength. Moreover, it possesses a paramount utility. It can mend all internal injuries and repair meridians, as well as accelerate cultivation speed. For those who practice martial arts, it is a life-saving treasure and an essential catalyst for various rare techniques. The starting bid is 3 million. As the host's words echoed, a murmur of anticipation rippled through the crowd, with many eyes glinting with desire. These were the elites of the circle. After all, who among them did not have a few enforcers at their disposal? This item was indeed a remarkable find. Although the starting bid of 3 million was relatively low, many attendees were eager to compete for such a divine object. However, before anyone could gather their thoughts, a clear female voice rang out. 600 million. The opulent woman beside you elegantly raised her bidding paddle, a confident smile gracing her face. A hushed silence enveloped the venue for a fleeting moment, followed by an eruption of astonishment. 600 million? Surely I must have misheard. The starting price was merely 3 million, exclaimed a middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, nearly toppling his teacup in surprise. Have they lost their minds? Jumping straight to 600 million? Is that star moon grass made of gold? How are we supposed to bid after that? Beside them, a woman clad in a cheapao whispered in agreement, her gaze towards the affluent lady brimming with disbelief. Who is this woman, so lavish in her spending? Observing her seated beside Mr. Yi, could she possibly be? Shoo! Lower your voice. That individual is certainly not Mr. Yes. Tread carefully, for words can invite calamity. Yet, the magnitude of this financial commitment is indeed staggering, propelling the price skyward and leaving no opportunity for others. Even for the most prominent tycoons, 600 million is no trifling sum. It is nothing short of a show of wealth. Murmurs of astonishment erupted as the onlookers regarded the affluent lady with a mix of shock and curiosity. Even those wealthy individuals accustomed to grand spectacles were taken aback by this sudden astronomical figure. Just as the crowd believed this to be the pinnacle, another voice emerged. 700 million. In a corner, an inconspicuous businessman gritted his teeth, raising his paddle. He too was clearly intent on acquiring the starry moon grass, though his voice trembled slightly. Following him was a white-haired elder. Chapter 63. I offer 5 billion, and I mean in US dollars. Lu Yao lounged languidly in his seat, maintaining a serene facade, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. 1 billion. Li Yanran finally made her move, her voice crisp yet authoritative. The room erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated such decisiveness from her. 20 billion. Annie lifted her paddle nonchalantly, a scornful smile gracing her lips. 30 billion. Li Yanran furrowed her brow slightly. She had suspected that this woman was no ordinary contender. Despite her efforts to gather information, the limited resources at her disposal were inadequate to unveil the true nature of the Morgan Consortium. Once more, the room buzzed with disbelief, as the figures surpassed the expectations of the majority. 50 billion. Annie raised her paddle again, her tone light, as if merely discussing the weather for the morrow. Li Yanran's expression shifted, plunging into contemplation. 50 billion once, 50 billion twice. The host exclaimed with palpable excitement. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? I mean, US dollars. Just as everyone presumed the matter resolved, Annie slowly added, igniting a tempest of reactions. US dollars? My heavens, she means US dollars. 50 billion US dollars equates to over 300 billion Chinese yuan. To spend 300 billion on a mere herb? What formidable power is at play here? Li Yanran remained composed, though a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. This sum had far exceeded her budget. Lu Yao smirked, casting a triumphant glance towards Chun Fan. He had anticipated Annie's involvement. All of this was part of his meticulous scheme. Chun Fan clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He understood that Li Yanran was beyond redemption. 50 billion US dollars once, 50 billion US dollars twice, 50 billion US dollars thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this beautiful lady, the host exclaimed, nearly breathless with excitement. Annie rose gracefully under the gaze of the entire assembly, ascending the stage to accept the crystal container. Upon returning to her seat, she presented the star moon herb to Lu Yao. My dear, this is a gift for you. Lu Yao accepted the herb, casting a derisive glance towards Chun Fan, his eyes brimming with pride. He could trample Chun Fan without lifting a finger. Onlookers witnessed this spectacle, many revealing mocking expressions. TSK, just moments ago, he exuded confidence. Yet now, he lacks even the qualification to raise the bid. Indeed, does he not consider his own standing? How dare he compete with young Master Yi and this lady for such items? To dream of heroically rescuing a damsel while lacking funds? It's utterly laughable. Chun Fan remained silent, his rage simmering just beneath the surface. Indeed, a mere country bumpkin, floundering at the thought of tens of billions. To me, this is but a trifle. Annie, linking arms with Liao, spoke in an intentionally elevated tone. Alas, this herb could have saved your life. Now, it has become my trophy. Liao clicked his tongue, whispering softly. Upon hearing these unabashed insults, Chun Fan finally rose to his feet and slowly approached Yu. The atmosphere within the venue instantly became tense, with security personnel swiftly moving closer. The surrounding murmurs diminished, yet the gazes directed at Chun Fan grew increasingly contemptuous. Yu, I shall make you pay dearly for this, Chun Fan pronounced with deliberate enunciation. The moment those words escaped his lips, the expressions of the crowd, who had previously been mocking, shifted dramatically. They now looked upon Chun Fan with palpable fear. Has he lost his mind? What is he saying? My heavens! Does he dare to threaten young Master Yi? Is he courting death? This fool must be out of his wits. Who does he think he is? To insult the heir of the Yi family? It's over, utterly over. To defy young Master Yi in the capital. Not even a deity could save him now. The gazes of all turned towards Chun Fan, transforming from derision to terror and pity, as if observing a man already condemned to death. How foolish must one be to utter such words? The heir of the Yi family is beyond reproach. Who does he think he is? A pauper who cannot even afford medicinal herbs? Yu erupted into a fit of laughter. I thought you possessed some talent. But it appears you are merely relying on Zhao Song's charity and the Li family's influence. Truly pathetic. Annie joined in the mockery. Chun Fan's fury was now uncontrollable. He lunged forward, attempting to seize Yu by the collar. In a flash, Yu deftly grasped Chun Fan's wrist and twisted it forcefully. Chun Fan cried out in pain, his knee involuntarily collapsing to the ground. Zhao Tsong's expression shifted drastically. One single move had disarmed Chun Fan. When did Yu cultivate to such a level? How could he have progressed to a first-rate master in such a short span? This is unbearable for Zhao Tsong. Yu concealed his prowess until now. In the capital, there are those who dare to show me disrespect, but you are truly courting death. Yu's voice was cold and resolute. Chun Fan was utterly taken aback. Wasn't Yu a debauched scion? Hadn't he never practiced martial arts? What was happening? His recent display was undeniably that of a first-rate master. Do you know? At this very moment, Lin Xiao is suffering torment in my grasp. Yu stood tall, looking down upon Chun Fan. What have you done to her? Chun Fan's pupils dilated in fury. What could possibly transpire between a man and a woman? Everything has been done. She is far more obedient than you might imagine. Quite cooperative. A cruel smile played across Yu's lips. Yu, Chun Fan struggled desperately, as those around them watched in terror, hardly daring to breathe. His earlier bravado now seemed incredibly foolish. The guests in attendance had fallen silent. Many secretly relieved they had not aligned themselves too closely with Chun Fan, fearing repercussions. Now you understand fear? It's too late. Yu scoffed. Fear? Chun Fan raised his head, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I could scarcely restrain my desire to rend you to pieces. Yu's countenance darkened as she delivered a swift kick towards Chun Fan's chest. Halt! A voice, aged yet commanding, resonated through the air. Zhao Tsong could no longer contain himself, and in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself between Chun Fan and Yu. His aura surged forth, akin to an ancient divine mountain, rendering the surrounding guests nearly breathless. Old fool, what business do you have meddling here? Yu scoffed, a flicker of trepidation crossing her gaze, though it vanished almost instantly. Yu, do you truly wish to make an enemy of me? Zhao Tsong's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Enemy? Zhao, old man, you overestimate your significance. I am merely here to rectify the actions of an ungrateful disciple on behalf of my master, Yu replied with a tone of disdain. The onlookers, upon hearing the term master, displayed expressions of astonishment. They were unaware that the young scion of the Yi family had once taken this old man as her teacher. Disciple? I must have been blind to have accepted you as my student, Zhao Tsong retorted with a derisive laugh. Chapter 64. No matter how formidable one's martial prowess may be, can it withstand 20 sniper rifles? What a profound pity. Yu shrugged indifferently, then gently nodded at Annie. Annie understood and deftly snapped her fingers. Immediately, a dozen or so imposing foreign bodyguards surged through the entrance. Each stood at least 2 meters tall, their muscles bulging, and their eyes glimmered with an eerie red light. The bodyguards formed a formidable line before Yu, exuding an intimidating aura that was unlike any other. Who are these people? A guest whispered in astonishment. These are the latest genetically engineered warriors from abroad. It is said they have been injected with a special serum that enhances their physical capabilities beyond that of ordinary humans, a well-informed businessman quietly explained. Genetically engineered warriors? Aren't they the stuff of science fiction? Another remarked, observing their physique and gaze, clearly abnormal. It is rumored that a single punch can reduce a pebble to dust. Zhao Tsang's expression was grave. Although he was highly skilled, facing so many super soldiers at once was no trivial matter, especially in this context, where he also needed to protect Chunfan. What say you, old Zhao? These fellows were specifically created to deal with ancient martial artists like yourselves, Yi declared with pride. Ancient martial artists? Chunfan weakly inquired. Indeed, ancient martial artists, Yi scoffed, glancing at Chunfan. What do you think your master is? An immortal? A deity? No, he is merely a mortal who has grasped a fragment of ancient martial arts. Enough. Yi, what you truly seek? Zhao Tsang exclaimed. Quite simply, I demand the second volume of the Hunyuan Jing. Yi replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Zhao Tsang. Zhao Tsang trembled at the revelation. He had not anticipated that Yi Yu was aware of the Hunyuan Jing's existence. You shall not have it. Oh, is that so? Yi Yu chuckled. I believe you will reconsider your stance. With that, he leisurely approached Chunfan and suddenly stomped down on Chunfan's knee. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing. Chunfan screamed in agony, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Among the onlooking affluent individuals, some turned away in horror, unable to bear the sight, while others watched with gleaming eyes as if relishing a grand performance. Yi Yu, Zhao Tsang shouted in fury, his emotions spiraling out of control. Do not rush, old Zhao. This is merely the beginning, Yi Yu sneered. You know my temperament. Since I have the audacity to demand the second volume of the Hunyuan Jing today, rest assured I have made the necessary arrangements. These individuals may be unable to subdue you, but at this very moment, no fewer than 20 elite snipers have you in their sights. They have locked onto every inch of space around you, and I am quite curious how you intend to evade them. Yi looked at Zhao Tsang with a glimmer of anticipation. Zhao Tsang's pupils dilated in shock. If what Yi claimed was true, they were indeed in grave peril. While the genetically engineered warriors posed no harm to him, detaining him for just a second or two would be a mere trifle. Those few seconds would be more than sufficient for the snipers to take aim at his head. Moreover, it is not merely a single sniper, but rather 20 of them. The power possessed by Yi Yu is indeed immense. Observing Zhao Tsang's hesitation, Yi Yu took a step closer to Chunfan's other leg. Wait, I will give it to you, but you must release Chunfan, Zhao Tsang finally conceded. Master, no. Chunfan cried out in agony. Silence. Zhao Tsang retorted without looking back. How do you not understand? You are no longer his match. Ha! Zhao, old man, you are quite astute. Yi Yu laughed heartily. You perceive the situation clearly. Otherwise, how could you have attained the pinnacle of the divine rankings? Yi Yu mocked. Zhao Tsang closed his eyes, aware that Yi Yu was deriding him. After a moment of contemplation, seemingly in a final struggle, he sighed deeply and retrieved a palm-sized ancient scroll from his robe. This is the second volume of the Hunyuan technique. Take it, Zhao Tsang spoke hoarsely. No, master. Chunfan struggled to protest, but was rendered immobile by the excruciating pain in his knee. Yi Yu extended his hand to accept the scroll, inspecting it meticulously before a triumphant smile graced his face. Very well. Given your cooperation, I shall spare this lad's life. With that, Yi Yu signaled to Annie. Yi Yu, Chunfan bellowed. You shall not leave unscathed. I will kill you. Yi Yu halted, turning around with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, swiftly replaced by a profound derision. You truly are oblivious to your own fate. I intended to let you live a few more minutes. but you are proving to be quite disappointing. It seems I have shown you too much mercy." As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Yu raised his foot and aimed directly at Chun Fan's chest. Zhao Cong's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively lunged at Yi Yu with a powerful strike, capable of shattering steel. However, the genetically enhanced warriors, having anticipated this, surged forward to block Zhao Cong. Though none could match his strength, their sheer numbers momentarily ensnared him. With a resounding thud, Yi Yu's foot struck Chun Fan's chest with force, propelling him against the wall, where he collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. Chun Fan felt a searing pain in his chest, certain that several ribs were broken, one even piercing his lung, leaving him breathless. "Chun Fan!" Zhao Cong exclaimed, exerting all his strength to break free from the encirclement, yet he was ensnared by even more warriors. The banquet hall descended into chaos, guests screaming as they fled, desperate to escape the impending doom. "Yi Yu, did you not promise to spare him? If you dare to kill him, I will not let you go." Zhao Cong shouted in fury. "Spare him? Yet he is oblivious to the danger. He, like you, is foolishly unaware of his own demise. Do you truly think you have a chance to kill me?" Yi Yu sneered, slowly advancing towards the barely conscious Chun Fan, his eyes gleaming with a cold and cruel light. In the corner, Chun Fan spat blood, his visage pallid, and his chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by excruciating agony. Broken ribs pierced his lungs, rendering him desperate for relief. Behold, Chun Fan, once the esteemed leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, now reduced to a wretched creature, prostrated at my feet. Yi Yu looked down upon him with an air of superiority. "Your parents perished by my hand. Your sister met the same fate. Your master succumbed to my will, and even your brethren have fallen before me. What remains for you?" Yi Yu regarded Chun Fan with the disdainful gaze of a monarch. "You shall not find peace in death." Chun Fan struggled to utter a few words, defiance still flickering in his eyes. "Is this your final proclamation? It truly disappoints." Yi Yu shook his head, then cruelly crushed Chun Fan's wrist beneath his foot. A sharp crack echoed through the air as bones fractured anew. Chun Fan's face contorted in agony, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to cry out. Chapter 65. The Death of Chun Fan Yi Yu. Zhao Cong bellowed, a terrifying aura erupting from his being, forcefully dispersing the several Jin warriors besieging him. "Do not rush, old Zhao. I have already acquired both volumes of your Hunyuan Qi. You hold no further value." Yi Yu spoke without turning, his gaze fixed on Chun Fan. "Look into my eyes, Chun Fan. Remember who has sent you to hell." Instead of crouching down, Yi Yu pried Chun Fan's chin upward with his polished shoe, compelling him to meet his gaze. A flicker of light suddenly sparked in Chun Fan's eyes as he struggled violently. Unbeknownst to him, his left hand had grasped a small knife, acquired from an unknown source. Lunging it towards Yi Yu's throat, anticipating the move, Yi Yu evaded effortlessly, countering with a swift chop to Chun Fan's wrist, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. "Is this your final struggle? Do you truly believe such a trivial blade could slay me?" Yi Yu scoffed. "No. Let's see. How would you know?" Chun Fan grinned, revealing a mouth stained with blood. At that moment, he was still able to smile. Yi Yu's fury ignited at the sight, his expression darkening with a frenzied rage. "If you wish to die so badly, I shall oblige." With that, Yi Yu grasped Chun Fan's throat with his left hand. Lifting him slowly, Chun Fan writhed in desperation, his feet leaving the ground, his face rapidly turning crimson, then a ghastly shade of purple. "Yi Yu, release him." Zhao Cong finally broke free from the clutches of the Jin warriors, striking towards Yi Yu. Too slow. Yi Yu thrust his right hand forward, a surge of formidable energy piercing through Chun Fan's chest. Poof! Blood erupted forth as Chun Fan's body trembled violently, the light in his eyes dimming swiftly. The force had obliterated his heart in an instant. "No." Zhao Cong's voice resonated with despair and rage. Yi Yu casually discarded Chun Fan's lifeless body onto the ground, turning to face Zhao Cong, a victorious smile adorning his face. "You shall pay for this, Yi Yu." Zhao Cong's aged eyes flared with murderous intent, his aura surging dramatically, ripples appearing in the air around him. "Oh, is that so? Yi remained unfazed, laughing more wildly. Do you truly think your meager martial skills can intimidate me? Yi laughed until his stomach ached. I too wish to test just how vast the chasm between us truly is. Zhao Tsang uttered no further words. With a leap, he propelled himself towards Yi like an arrow released from a bow. In this moment, he withheld no reserves, unleashing his full power. Yi's countenance shifted slightly, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he met Zhao Tsang head-on. The two clashed at the center of the banquet hall, summoning a tempest. Ordinary guests could only perceive two blurred figures moving at breakneck speed, accompanied by waves of energy and the sounds of collision. Dragon Capture Hand. Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. Zhao Tsang shouted. His hands manifested numerous afterimages, each imbued with terrifying energy, enveloping Yi in their onslaught. Yi remained composed, mirroring the claw-like formation of his hands to execute a similar technique in defense. How could you have mastered such profound skills? Zhao Tsang exclaimed, astonished. He had never anticipated that Yi possessed such remarkable martial talent. In such a short span, his dragon capture technique was nearly on par with Zhao Tsang's, and perhaps even surpassed it slightly. You see, since you took me as your disciple, you have never imparted true skills to me. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means for the student to surpass the master. Yi sneered. Before his words could fully dissipate, he changed his approach. His left hand clawed towards Zhao Tsang's throat, while his right hand aimed directly at his dantian. Zhao Tsang let out a cold snort, slightly shifting his body to evade the lethal strike, simultaneously retaliating with a palm strike aimed at Yi's shoulder. With a resounding thud, both retreated 2 steps. Yi's lips stained with a hint of blood, while Zhao Tsang's right arm trembled slightly, evidently sustaining some internal injury. I must have been blind. I did not expect you to conceal your abilities so well. To be able to injure me, a first-rate master, you are indeed the first. Zhao Tsang spoke in a deep tone, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by fury. However, this is far from sufficient. With that, Zhao Tsang pressed his palms together and then forcefully separated them. A visible wave of energy erupted from his body, scattering the surrounding furniture. Hunyuan force. Mountains and rivers reflection. Zhao Tsang's figure suddenly became indistinct, as if 3 or 4 Zhao Tsangs were simultaneously attacking Yi, each strike infused with tremendous force, capable of toppling mountains and rivers. Yi's expression shifted at last. He had not anticipated that Zhao Tsang's strength exceeded his expectations. Although he too had practiced the upper volume of Hunyuan force, it was clear that Zhao Tsang was employing the lower volume and had mastered it to perfection. With a resounding slap, Yi took a solid blow to his chest, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed against the wall, which instantly cracked, a cloud of dust billowing forth. Cough, cough. Truly deserving of the title of the number 1 on the divine list. This strength is indeed well-earned. Yi gasped, clutching his chest and spitting out blood, his eyes glinting with both caution and excitement. Yi, today I shall avenge Chun Fan and Mo Wunshin. Zhao Tsang's face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with a crimson hue, having lost his previous patience and composure. Yet Yi suddenly laughed, a laugh that was brazen and unrestrained. Avenge? Old man, do you believe victory is assured? Yi raised his hand and waved it in the air. In that instant, Zhao Tsang sensed something amiss and abruptly looked up. He saw the curtains of the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel drop unexpectedly. In the distance, on a nearby building, several reflective points emerged. Zhao Tsang realized that they were snipers, all aimed directly at him. This is bad. Zhao Tsang's expression changed dramatically as his body instinctively lurched to the side. The sound of gunfire erupted. 20 sniper rifles discharged simultaneously, bullets whizzing through the air at an astonishing speed. Zhao Tsang moved like lightning, barely evading most of the bullets. But amidst such a dense barrage, he was still hit in 5 places. 1 bullet pierced through his left shoulder, while another grazed his thigh. Simultaneously, 3 bullets struck his chest, 1 directly targeting his heart. With a cough, Zhao Tsang spat out fresh blood, his body swaying slightly, yet remaining upright. Ha ha ha, old man. Even if your martial prowess is unparalleled, It cannot withstand the might of modern firearms. This armor-piercing round has been specially prepared for you. No matter how formidable your internal strength, it cannot repel such bullets. Yi laughed maniacally. Zhao Tsang, with great effort, stood firm, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. You, despicable. Despicable? Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly approached Zhao Tsang. This world has never been governed solely by martial strength. Wealth, power, and technology are the true sources of strength. You so-called ancient warriors are merely relics of a bygone era. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Zhao Tsang's eyes as he acknowledged the truth in Yi Yu's words. In this modern society, the influence of ancient warriors undeniably wanes. Yet, he could not accept being defeated by a former disciple. Nor could he bear the thought of Chun Fan's sacrifice being in vain. You will face retribution, Zhao Tsang managed to utter, his voice growing increasingly feeble. Chapter 66. The Death of Zhao Tsang. Retribution? I am merely the embodiment of another's reckoning. Yi scoffed disdainfully. With that, Yi suddenly struck, delivering a palm to Zhao Tsang's chest, precisely hitting the bullet wound. A spurt of blood erupted from Zhao Tsang's mouth, and his body finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Yi looked down from above at Zhao Tsang, who was gasping for breath, with not a trace of pity in his eyes. The first on the divine list? Merely this. After uttering those words, Yi Yu turned to depart, casting a fleeting glance at Chun Fan's lifeless body, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Chun Fan, oh Chun Fan, in this life, you ultimately could not surpass me. Annie gracefully approached Yi Yu, linking her arm with his, her stunning face radiating admiration and infatuation. Darling, you are simply remarkable. Yi Yu smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around Annie's slender waist, striding out of the ravaged banquet hall. Behind them, Zhao Tsang lay in a pool of blood, his gaze gradually dimming, until it completely extinguished. Yi Yu, with Annie in tow, stepped over the debris, departing the banquet hall at a leisurely pace. Wherever they went, guests hastily retreated, their eyes filled with terror and submission. Accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black suits, resembling the robes of death, the atmosphere in the banquet hall thickened with an eerie chill. What are you staring at? Why don't you hurry and leave? Yi Yu coldly surveyed a group of onlooking tycoons. The crowd, as if roused from a dream, lowered their heads and hastily exited, fearful of becoming the next Chun Fan or Zhao Tsang. As Yi Yu reached the entrance, he paused abruptly, glancing back at the two bodies sprawled in their sanguine pool. What is wrong, darling? Annie inquired curiously. Nothing, just feeling. Surprisingly unburdened all of a sudden. Yi Yu raised his gaze to the heavens, then shook his head with a faint smile, to preempt any melodramatic plots from the novel. He had first shattered Chun Fan's heart. Considering Chun Fan might have been born with a heart on the right side, he struck again on that side. This ensured a definitive demise. The same went for Zhao Tsang. Yi Yu would never allow them any chance of survival. Annie, though perplexed, chose not to press further, nestling against Yi Yu as they left together. Young master, shall we handle the scene? Secretary Li asked in a hushed tone. No need, just call the police. Inform them that there was a violent attack on the banquet, and the security shot the assailants. Yi Yu replied nonchalantly. Understood, young master. The Rolls-Royce glided smoothly through the streets of the capital, neon lights casting flickering reflections on Yi Yu's stern visage. Annie leaned against his shoulder, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Darling, who was that old man earlier? He seemed quite formidable. Just an outdated martial enthusiast. Nothing noteworthy, Yi Yu replied dismissively. That man named Chun Fan seems to harbor deep animosity towards you. Yes, his parents were a nuisance, and I had them eliminated. He has long sought vengeance, but he shall never have the opportunity. Yi Yu smirked coldly. You are truly captivating. The frigid demeanor was utterly irresistible. Annie, infatuated, caressed Yi Yu's face, her gaze almost entranced. Yi Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He was well aware of Annie's obsession with him. It was not merely his appearance and charm, but more significantly, his formidable background and ruthless tactics. Although Annie hailed from the Morgan family, her interests diverged starkly from those of the typical wealthy heiress. She had grown weary of the sycophantic young scions and found that only a man as overwhelmingly powerful as Yi Yu could conquer her proud heart. As the car halted at the entrance of a courtyard, Yi Yu had just stepped out when his phone rang. "What is it?" Yi Yu frowned. He despised interruptions. "Young master, there's something that requires your attention." "Lin Xiao Xiao, she has committed suicide." The anxious voice on the other end relayed the news. "What? What happened?" Yi Yu's voice remained as calm as ever. "She hanged herself with a bedsheet. The doctor stated she had been dead for at least 3 hours." Yi Yu fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing, a hint of derision evident in his mirth. "If she is dead, so be it. Chun Fan is dead as well. She has merely followed suit." "Young master, should we take care of her remains?" "Bury her somewhere. Consider it fodder for the dogs," Yi replied coldly, ending the call. Annie stood nearby, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes upon hearing his words. Yi noticed and gently grasped her chin. "What is the matter, frightened?" "No, it's just, you're incredibly ruthless." Annie managed a strained smile. "This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Chun Fan, Zhao Tsang, Lin Xiao Xiao, they're all weaklings destined to become my stepping stones." A sense of disdain colored Yi Yu's tone. "Even you are included," he thought to himself. He harbored grand ambitions, even contemplating the subjugation of the Morgan family. Yi Yu smiled non-committally, placing an arm around Annie's shoulders. He understood well that Annie's fascination lay not solely in him, but also in the power, wealth, and absolute control he wielded, dismissing rules and treating life as inconsequential. This extreme wickedness was precisely the intoxicating poison that a thrill-seeking heiress like Annie found irresistible. As they entered the courtyard, the traditional Chinese decor exuded both antiquity and opulence. Several maids, upon seeing Yi Yu, immediately bowed respectfully, and their expressions shifted to recognition upon noticing Annie. "Prepare a bath for me," Yi Yu instructed. "Yes, young master," the maid responded promptly. Yi Yu led Annie to his study. Retrieving the scroll of the lower volume of the Hunyuan Gong he had just acquired, carefully unrolling it. "Is this the technique that old man handed over?" Annie inquired, gazing curiously at the yellowed scroll, filled with peculiar characters and diagrams. "Indeed, the lower volume of Hunyuan Gong. Sometimes when we occupy high positions, we must acquire some means of self-defense." Yi Yu's expression shifted, excitement glimmering in his eyes. In the realm of martial arts, each technique boasts its own unique merits. The Hunyuan force is undoubtedly a profound practice. Yi Yu diligently studied the contents of the scroll, his astonishment growing with each glance. This lower volume truly lives up to its reputation, surpassing the upper volume he had secretly learned by 100-fold in intricacy. No wonder Zhao Tsang had been reluctant to impart this knowledge. He must have feared its misuse in the hands of others. If I were to master this technique, coupled with my existing resources and innate talent, I could easily become unrivaled throughout the entirety of Huaxia. Yi Yu murmured to himself, brimming with ambition. "My dear, as the long night stretches on, would you allow me to accompany you in exploring this dizzying marvel?" And wrapped her arms around Yi Yu's neck, whispering sweetly into his ear. Yi Yu remained unresponsive, entirely engrossed in his study of the scroll, pouting in discontent, and playfully nipped his cheek. "Pay attention and listen to me, you naughty rascal." Only then did Yi Yu snap back to reality, carefully stowing the scroll away while embracing Anne's delicate waist. "No need to rush, my darling. We have all the time in the world to savor this." Chapter 67. A storm arises. Yi Yu carelessly tossed the second volume onto the desk. Upon hearing this, Annie's taut nerves relaxed slightly as she nestled into Yi Yu's embrace. "I believe in you. You are the best," she murmured. Yi Yu lowered his head and pressed his lips against Annie's crimson ones. Yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his own. The Yi family courtyard was shrouded in a thin veil of mist. With his torso bare, Yi Yu sat cross-legged on the tiger skin mat in the center of the bedroom, his eyes tightly shut, breathing long and even. Surrounding him were dozens of burning red candles, their flickering flames casting shadows that highlighted the contours of his bronze muscles. A few beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, falling to the ground with a soft sound. Annie, draped in a silk nightgown, leaned against the doorframe, mesmerized by the scene before her. In her eyes, Yu radiated an aura of mystery and wild charm, quickening her heartbeat. Suddenly, with a loud crack, all the candles around Yu extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. As Annie was about to gasp in surprise, 2 points of eerie blue light flickered to life in the gloom. Yu's eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through the night. "It's done." His deep voice resonated in the darkness, tinged with excitement. "What hast done?" Annie asked curiously. With a resounding crash, Yu struck his fist against a nearby steel plate, shattering it into fragments. Annie gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Heavens, how did you do that?" Yu turned, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Wow, you truly have superpowers now. This is unbelievable," Annie exclaimed, leaping into his arms. Yu gently stroked her golden hair, ambition glimmering in his eyes. A sumptuous dinner adorned the long table. Steaks, caviar, truffles, all top-tier ingredients meticulously crafted by a Michelin 3-star chef. Yu leisurely sliced into his steak, his movements elegant yet imbued with an unspoken pressure. Annie sat across from him, lacking appetite, sipping red wine in small gulps while discreetly observing him. "If there is something on your mind, just say it," Yi remarked, without lifting his gaze, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. "And nothing is wrong," Annie stammered, startled, quickly setting down her wine glass. Anxiety creeping into her voice. Yi raised his head, his calm eyes fixed on her. Those deep, cold eyes felt like a bottomless abyss, causing a flutter of unease within Annie. "Is there news from the Morgan family?" Yi inquired casually. Annie's heart sank, realizing she could not hide the truth from him. Indeed, she had received several communications from her family in recent days, inquiring about the progress of her relationship with Yu and the next steps for cooperation between the Morgan family and the Yi family. "It's my father. He asked when we can hold the engagement ceremony. The family is quite eager about deepening the collaboration with the Yi family." Annie hesitated, ultimately deciding to speak the truth. Yu set down his knife and fork, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, leaned back in his chair, and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "Engagement? Do you believe that I still need to solidify anything through marriage?" he inquired, a playful glint in his eyes as he gazed at Annie. Instantly, Annie's complexion turned pale. She understood the underlying implication of Yu's words. As Yu's power surged rapidly, the value of the Morgan family in his eyes seemed to diminish. "My dear, that is not what I meant. I merely," Annie hurriedly explained, "I comprehend your meaning. Return and inform your father that our collaboration may proceed. As for the engagement," he paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Let's discuss it when I feel inclined." Yu interrupted her, maintaining a calm demeanor. Annie's heart sank. She realized that his statement essentially amounted to an indefinite postponement, if not outright rejection. The identity she had always taken pride in, as the heir of the Morgan family, appeared increasingly trivial before this man. I understand," Annie murmured, lowering her gaze to conceal the disappointment and a hint of resentment in her eyes. Yu disregarded her further, continuing to savor his meal. At that moment, Secretary Lee hurried in, his expression grave. "Young master," he began, "we have received word from our informant embedded within the Arctic Fox mercenary group. Their leader, Thunder, seems to be secretly liaising with certain international dark forces. Moreover, he appears to have a keen interest in the primordial energy you possess. It is said they have also reached out to the Mafia, and a response has been forthcoming from them as well." Secretary Lee spoke in hushed tones, his respect evident. Yu's grip on his wine glass tightened slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "The Arctic Fox? Thunder? The Mafia? They are courting death." Yu scoffed. "Indeed, they are after the primordial energy. Initially, Chun Fan escaped from northern Myanmar with the Arctic Fox's assistance. Although Yu had eliminated Chun Fan, he remained vigilant toward this enigmatic and formidable mercenary organization. Was their intent to send someone to seize it?" Yu inquired. "The specific plans remain unclear at this time," Secretary Lee replied respectfully. "Annie, might your Morgan family also harbor intentions toward this primordial energy?" Yu asked with a semblance of a smile as he scrutinized Annie. Annie jolted at his words. In the past, she had managed to navigate her interactions with Yu with ease. However, she had recently sensed a significant change in him. as if he could always perceive the thoughts of others. The current head of the Morgan family had indeed instructed her to retrieve the primordial energy. Little did she expect that before she could resolve her own intentions, Yi had already begun to take notice. Yi was truly terrifying. Observing the shifting expressions on Annie's face, Yi understood her predicament. Her reaction was too conspicuous. The moment of panic and fear was palpable. From her slightly trembling lips to the subtle quivering of her eyelashes, he absorbed it all. "Annie, I am inquiring of you." Yi's voice remained calm, yet it felt like icy water dousing her. "And no, that's not the case. How could I possibly have any thoughts regarding Hunyuan Jin?" And hastily denied it, secretly regretting that her demeanor had been too conspicuous. The Morgan family held no interest in ancient martial arts whatsoever. Anne's palms were clammy with anxiety. Yi remained non-committal, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on Anne. "If you say there is none, then so be it," Yi remarked with a serene smile, casually lifting her wine glass and gently swirling it. The liquid swayed within the glass, reflecting the depth of her enigmatic eyes, and felt as though she were a frog ensnared by the gaze of serpent, utterly immobilized. "My dear, are you not being overly suspicious?" She forced herself to sound composed, managing a rather unnatural smile. "Suspicious? In this world, there exists no wall that does not allow the passage of sound. Many matters, unspoken, do not imply non-existence. Rather, it is simply that all parties are tacitly aware." Yi gently set down her wine glass as she spoke. Chapter 68. Anne's betrayal. Anne's heart raced. Was Yi's remark a mere test, or did he truly possess knowledge of her intentions? She dared not act rashly. "Secretary Li, bring me the Hunyuan Jing," Yi suddenly commanded. "Young master, didn't you just—" Secretary Li hesitated before quickly comprehending the order. Moments later, Secretary Li entered, cradling the ancient, yellowed scroll. Yi accepted it, unfurling it casually before handing it to Anne without a glance. "Since you show no interest in this, why not assist me in safeguarding it? I shall be secluding myself for cultivation in the coming days and may become rather distracted. Of course, I will ensure its protection," Anne replied, momentarily stunned before joyfully accepting the scroll. She was well aware that Yi was testing her resolve. However, she had no intention of physically taking the technique away. A simple photograph sent back would suffice. In the realm of the Eagle Nation, many ancient martial artists existed. The Morgan family could easily recruit a few to serve them. They could translate the technique and demonstrate it repeatedly. Certainly, the Morgan family would emerge even more formidable thereafter. Yi smiled, yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He stood and strolled to the window, turning his back to and Secretary Li. Whether it be the Arctic Fox or the Morgan family, they all desired the Hunyuan Jing. Let them have it, he mused softly, only audible to himself. Outside, the capital city shimmered with brilliant lights, the neon glimmering like countless greedy eyes lurking in the shadows. And cautiously tucked the scroll away, her heart racing with excitement. She was uncertain whether Yi remained completely oblivious, but for now, she had succeeded. "By the way, Anne, I will return to the company tomorrow morning to handle some family matters. Feel free to do as you wish," Yi remarked, turning to her. Anne's eyes lit up. This was indeed the perfect opportunity to surreptitiously photograph the scroll's contents. "Very well, dear. Would you like me to accompany you?" She feigned concern. "There's no need. The matters there are quite complex. You should remain in the capital to rest." Yi waved his hand, shifting his attention to Secretary Li. "Have subsequent arrangements been made?" "Yes, young master. The private jet is prepared for early tomorrow morning." Secretary Li responded respectfully, suppressing her inner elation, and maintained an elegant demeanor, sipping her red wine to conceal her slightly trembling hand. Yi returned to the dining table, his gaze penetrating as he observed Anne's stunning visage, and felt a profound discomfort under his scrutiny, as if laid bare before him like a fish with its belly split open, its innards exposed. "And I just recalled something you said in a flat tone." "What is it, dear?" And forced a smile. If someone were to attempt to steal the Hunyuan Jing, how do you suppose I would respond?" Yi inquired, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Anne's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. You You would certainly make them pay the price, wouldn't you? She stammered. Indeed, I shall ensure that he finds himself in a state of desperate survival, unable to escape. Yi nodded, her smile unwavering. Annie feigned composure, struggling to swallow a lump in her throat. Yet, that is merely a hypothetical situation. I trust you would not resort to such actions, would you? Yi's tone was gentle, yet made Annie feel as though she were perched upon a bed of nails. Of course not. How could I possibly betray you? Annie hastily declared. Yi chose not to elaborate further, continuing to savor her dinner. After the meal, he retreated to his study, perusing various documents. Meanwhile, Annie returned to her room, cautiously placing the scroll into the safe, feeling a quiet sense of relief. In the dead of night, once Yi's eyes closed and his breathing grew steadier, Annie rose quietly, making her way to the study. Her footsteps were as light as a cat's, fearful of disturbing Yi. Inside the study, the desk was cluttered with papers and files. Annie hesitated for a moment, exploring the bookshelf in search of more information regarding the Hunyuan energy. Suddenly, her hand brushed against a concealed button, prompting the bookshelf to shift silently, revealing a hidden compartment. Within the compartment lay a small jade box, which Annie opened with utmost care to discover a herb radiating a soft blue glow, the starmoon grass. He actually concealed the starmoon grass here? Annie whispered in astonishment. She quickly took several photos of the herb with her phone. Her attention then shifted to the scattered documents on the desk, which she began to skim through rapidly. One file marked as top secret caught her eye. It detailed Yi's recent plan to establish a super mercenary group directly controlled by the Yi family. This is utterly insane. What on earth does he intend to do? Annie murmured to herself, swiftly capturing the contents of the document with her phone. It appears you have stumbled upon quite a few intriguing items, Annie. Just as she prepared to depart, a deep voice resonated from the doorway. Annie spun around abruptly, finding Yi leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, a knowing smile gracing his face. Yay! Yi, Annie exclaimed in terror, stumbling backward as her phone clattered to the floor. Yi bent down to retrieve the phone, unlocking the screen and scrolling through the photos, his expression growing increasingly stern. The Morgan family has truly raised a fine daughter. So late at night, and instead of resting, you come to my study to surreptitiously capture documents? Yi scoffed. No, it's not what you think. I merely, simply wish to understand you better. Annie stammered in her defense. Understand me? Including my confidential documents and the starmoon grass? Yi chuckled lightly. You cannot blame me. This is standard practice for commercial espionage. You would do the same. Aware that further evasion would be futile, Annie steeled herself and spoke candidly. Indeed, Yi nodded, thus I hold no grievance against you. Annie was taken aback, surprised by Yi's unexpected understanding. I do not blame you, for it was entirely within my expectations. Did you truly think I would recklessly entrust the Hunyuan energy to your care without precautions? Do you truly believe you can pilfer any secrets right beneath my gaze? Yi approached with deliberate steps, and finally comprehended that she had fallen into Yi's trap from the very beginning. You orchestrated this? And retreated until her back pressed against the frigid wall. No, dear, and I merely afforded you the opportunity to choose, and you opted for betrayal. Yi's voice was chillingly suffocating. Now I too must make my choice. Yi raised her hand, gently caressing En's cheek, a touch that sent a piercing cold through En's very core. Yi, we could discuss this. En's voice trembled. Certainly, we can have a thorough discussion. For instance, how did the Morgan family send you to approach me? En's eyes widened as she suddenly realized the primordial energy in her hand was likely counterfeit or tampered with. Yi, do not rush to respond, my dear. We have ample time to converse at length. Yi interrupted her. The smile on Yi's face appeared particularly sinister under the moonlight, leaving and with the harrowing sensation of plummeting into an unfathomable abyss from which she could never escape. Chapter 69. Luring the snake from its hole, Shanghai International Airport. Yi descended the VIP passage of the private jet with an air of ease, flanked by several bodyguards and Secretary Li, young master, regarding Miss Annie. The Morgan family has been in constant contact with her. Secretary Li hesitated, his words trailing off. What? Do you wish to speak on behalf of Annie? Yi Yu replied without turning his head. I dare not. I am merely concerned about the Morgan family's intentions. Do not fret. She is alive, albeit temporarily rendered unable to speak, move, or think. Yi Yu interjected decisively. Secretary Li gasped in shock. Despite his years of service alongside Yi Yu and his familiarity with grand spectacles, he was perpetually awed and intimidated by Yi Yu's methods. What has the Morgan family communicated? Yi Yu inquired. They have reached out 3 times, all of which I have deflected with the excuse that Miss Annie is resting, Secretary Li responded. Excellent. Continue in this manner. Arrange for Annie's successful escape and inform those in the know that she has absconded with the ancient Eastern breathing techniques. I am certain many will be eager to converse with her. Yi Yu remarked, nodding before issuing further instructions to Secretary Li. Young master, do you have any plans for your visit to Shanghai? Secretary Li cautiously asked. Indeed, I do. I intend to establish our inaugural training base there. A glimmer of ambition shone in Yi Yu's eyes. A training base? Yes, a mercenary training facility. I am preparing to form a new mercenary group, one that transcends the brutish reliance on mere strength and firepower. My mercenaries will master both modern weaponry and ancient martial skills. Yi Yu's face radiated with aspiration. Of course, since China is a forbidden ground for mercenaries, we can only recruit in the northern regions of Myanmar, Yi Yu continued. Where there is wealth, nothing is insurmountable, Secretary Li interjected. Are you suggesting a fusion of ancient martial arts with modern military training? Secretary Li's eyes gleamed with realization. Precisely. While ancient martial arts are formidable, they encounter limitations against modern firearms. Zhao Tsang is a case in point. No matter how powerful an ancient martial artist may be, they face inevitable demise against a marksman. However, if we can amalgamate the two, no, it should be a trifecta, incorporating the development of genetic serums. The function of the genetic serum is akin to what is referred to in China as external martial arts training. Yet, there exists a perilous flaw. The mortality rate is a staggering 93%. Out of 100 individuals injected with the serum, only 7 survive. Furthermore, there are severe side effects that can plunge one into a state of frenzy, leading to madness. Thus, the percentage of those who can ultimately become genetic warriors is less than 2%. Yi Yu seemed to envision the future of a dominant mercenary force. He was convinced that without the deployment of formidable weaponry, such as nuclear arms, this mercenary group would be utterly invincible. However, he must also devise a means to maintain absolute control over these individuals. Otherwise, those who acquire power may become consumed by ambition. That would lead to an unstoppable force. Secretary Li took the lead, his excitement palpable. Now, do you comprehend the significance of the Star Moon grass? It is not merely an auxiliary herb for cultivating the ancient martial art of Hunyuan force. It is a miraculous medicine for repairing damaged meridians. We can utilize it to address the various issues faced by mercenaries during their training. Bring me the finest pharmaceutical research team. I require them to formulate an antidote using the Star Moon grass. This concoction can alleviate meridian damage but cannot restore it completely. It must rely on this antidote. Without it, they will gradually suffer from severed meridians, leading to a painful demise. Yi Yu chuckled softly. Master, you are indeed wise. I shall promptly make arrangements. Secretary Li exclaimed in genuine admiration. Yi Yu sat in the Rolls-Royce, eyes closed in contemplation, yet his mind was occupied with grander schemes. The emergence of Hunyuan force was merely the beginning. His ambitions extended far beyond. He intended for Annie to draw fire, successfully extracting the modified Hunyuan force. In a remote, abandoned factory in Shanghai, a report came in, target spotted. A man in black whispered into his earpiece. Confirm identity. A command crackled back. The man raised a high-powered telescope, scrutinizing the individuals who had just alighted from a vehicle at the factory entrance. Confirmed. Yi Yu, accompanied by 4 bodyguards and a secretary. Excellent. Proceed as planned. Remember, our objective is the Hunyuan force. Capture Yi Yu alive, if possible. Understood. The man in black stowed away the telescope and signaled to his companions. A dozen individuals, clad similarly, swiftly dispersed, silently encircling the factory. Their agility and precision betrayed their rigorous training. These were elite members of the Arctic Fox Mercenary Corps. Inside the factory, Yu strolled through the vast, empty space, seemingly inspecting something. Master, this location is remote and inconvenient for transportation. It hardly seems suitable as a training base, secretarially queried, perplexed. Who said this is a training base? Yi replied with a subtle smile, hinting at deeper meaning. Master's implication is. Secretarially paused, then quickly grasped the situation. The Arctic Fox has been quite active lately, hasn't it? I suspect they can no longer contain themselves and wish to seize the Hunyuan force. Yi remarked, surveying the surroundings. Master, are you suggesting? Secretary Li's realization dawned upon him, his voice trembling with fear. Indeed, this is a trap. They have been monitoring my movements. I merely afforded them an opportunity, Yi stated nonchalantly. As his words faded, a sudden flurry of gunfire erupted outside the factory, followed by the anguished cries of Yi Yu's bodyguards. It seems our guests have arrived, Yi remarked calmly. Master, what shall we do? Secretary Li's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Observing him, Yi could not help but shake his head. Although Secretary Li had been with him for a short time, he found him exceedingly mediocre, always seeking guidance rather than employing his own intellect. You? Hide. Ah, I naturally have to deal with these uninvited guests. Yi gestured towards a large iron cabinet in the corner. Just as Secretary Li concealed himself, the factory's main door was forcefully kicked open. A dozen armed members of the Arctic Fox swiftly stormed in, forming a tight encirclement. Yi, we meet again. The leader, a tall and burly foreigner, removed his helmet, revealing a rugged face. Thunder. Last time in northern Myanmar, you saved Chun Fan, for which I should express my gratitude. Unfortunately, he ultimately met his demise. Yi nodded indifferently in response. Beast. Chun Fan was a good man, yet you ruthlessly murdered him and Zhao Tsong. Thunder bellowed furiously. Chapter 70. Use your head as a gift, good person. In this world, virtuous souls often meet an untimely demise. Take Chun Fan, Zhao Tsong, and Yi cast a light laugh at Lei Ting. Oh, right. You hardly qualify as a good person. You seek me out over Chun Fan's fate, do you? No. It is that ancient martial arts manual you covet, isn't it? Yi deliberately paused, observing the gradual distortion of Lei Ting's expression. Today, you shall follow in their footsteps. Lei Ting gritted his teeth, retorting, oh, just with your kind? Yi arched an eyebrow. Do not be overly confident, Yi. This time, I have brought an entire squad of elite fighters, each a seasoned mercenary. Moreover, Lei Ting sneered. He snapped his fingers, and several mercenaries dragged in two mangled bodies. Your bodyguards have been dealt with. Now you face two choices. Either obediently surrender the Hunyuan energy, or what? Yi remained unfazed. Or you shall meet the same fate as them. However, I shall ensure your demise is far more agonizing. Lei Ting gestured towards the corpses on the ground. Do you believe your abilities can hold me? Yi surveyed his surroundings, his expression still calm. Lei Ting noticed Yi's gaze drifting towards the large iron box nearby. Was there a flicker of concern in his eyes? Stop feigning, Yi. This place is thoroughly surrounded by my men. Every exit is manned by snipers. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot outrun a bullet speed. But now, allow me to present you with a grand gift. Blow it up. Lei Ting laughed heartily, pointing at the iron box. Boom! A rocket propelled by flames obliterated the box, revealing the charred remains of Secretary Li. Yi, I have blown your man to bits. Are you furious? The fact that he could hide inside while you were outside suggests he was of great importance to you, does it not? Lei Ting believed he had deciphered Yi's thoughts. How amusing. That was my confidant, my brother, and you dare to kill him. Then I choose the third option. Yi spoke slowly. What third option? Lei Ting frowned. Yi smiled faintly, and suddenly, his form became indistinct. In an instant, he appeared before Lei Ting, his left hand clawing toward his throat. This choice is to eliminate all of you. Lei Ting was taken aback, instinctively raising his gun to block, only to be sent flying by Yi's palm. The mercenaries around him opened fire, bullets raining down upon Yi. Yet, Yi moved like a wraith, weaving through the bullets with an eerie grace. Those projectiles that should have struck him missed inexplicably. With each strike, a mercenary fell, some with broken necks, others with gaping wounds in their chests. How is this possible? How can he evade so many bullets? Lighting stared in disbelief. This is the formidable power of the Hunyuan Qi that you so desire. It enables one to perceive the flow of energy within objects, predict the trajectory of bullets, rendering such feats effortless. Yi Yu's voice echoed throughout the factory. Unfortunately, neither Zhao Tsang nor Chen Fan had reached such profound mastery. In a mere few minutes, over half of the elite mercenaries had fallen. The remaining few, engulfed in terror, fired wildly, yet could not land a single shot on Yi Yu. All units focus. Release the nerve gas. I repeat, release the nerve gas. And where are the snipers? Have they all perished? Fire your weapons. Thunder, sensing the dire situation, seized his communicator and shouted. A wave of unease washed over him. Why had the snipers he brought not fired a single shot? Otherwise, this would not have been so effortlessly achieved. Stop pondering. Your snipers have already been eliminated. Suddenly, several clouds of yellowish-green smoke erupted from a corner of the factory, rapidly spreading. Poison gas. You think this can harm me? Yi scoffed. As he operated the Hunyuan Qi, an invisible wall of energy formed around him, rendering the toxic gas unable to penetrate even slightly. He strode toward Thunder, each step making the factory floor tremble slightly. No, this is impossible. What kind of monster are you? Thunder retreated in horror, his face a mask of disbelief. I told you, this world is one of the survival of the fittest. You're simply too weak, Yi replied coolly. No longer hesitating, Thunder turned to flee. Yi Yu snorted disdainfully, his right hand sweeping out, sending an invisible force that pierced directly through Thunder's left leg. Ah! Thunder cried out in agony, collapsing heavily to the ground. Is this the extent of the Arctic Fox mercenary corps capabilities? Yi Yu approached Thunder, looking down upon him from a superior height. Yi Yu, do not rejoice too soon. We still have. Thunder gritted his teeth. The Mafia? Or the Morgan family? Yi Yu interjected. How do you know? Thunder's pupils constricted. I have long since conducted my investigation. Do you fools truly believe you can seize the Hunyuan Qi for me? If I do not permit it, none of you shall take it. Yi Yu crouched to meet Thunder's gaze. You lured us here intentionally? Thunder finally grasped the truth. Indeed, you wised up. I require a live one to convey my message. Yi nodded. What message? Inform your masters to clean their necks, as I shall come to collect in person. Yi Yu exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. Thunder gazed at Yi Yu in terror, then suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha! Yi Yu, you are far too confident. Do you believe what you have obtained is the true Hunyuan Qi? Yi Yu furrowed his brow. What do you mean? That old man Zhao Tsang had prepared long ago. The scroll he gave you is a forgery, a trap set deliberately. If one practices as indicated above, within 3 months, your meridians will be utterly severed, rendering you a mere shell of your former self. Thunder proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Upon hearing this, Yi not only remained unperturbed, but erupted into hearty laughter. Thunder, oh Thunder, do you presume I am oblivious to such trivial tricks? I have long discerned the flaws within the scroll and made some minor alterations. Presently, that flawed scroll lies nestled in the embrace of the Morgan family's little princess, Yi Yu remarked, shaking his head. I initially intended for you to deliver a message, but now that you are privy to such clandestine matters, it will be best for you to meet your demise. Yi Yu sighed. What? What do you mean? Thunder's countenance shifted dramatically, dread etched across his features. It means exactly what it says. Does not the Morgan family desire the primordial essence as well? I shall accommodate them, allowing them to experience the bitter taste of severed meridians. Yi Yu rose to his feet. Thunder finally comprehended the terrifying nature of Yi Yu. This man was not only powerful, but possessed a shrewdness as deep as the ocean. Whether it be the Arctic Fox or the Morgan family, before Yi Yu, they were merely pawns on his chessboard. As for you, as the messenger, you must perform your role with diligence. A glint of cruelty flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. What? What are you planning to do? Thunder asked in a state of panic. Do not worry, relax. It will only take a moment. I merely require you to take back some special gifts. Naturally, this gift will be taken from you, so it shall be your head. Yi Yu assured him. Thunder attempted to resist, but was swiftly subdued by a strike to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Yi stood up, surveying the corpses strewn about, his expression devoid of emotion. Black-clad figures rushed in from outside, gasping at the sight before them. Young master, this. Clean up the area. Then take Thunder's head and find someone to deliver it to the Mafia. Understood, young master. Yi glanced to the unconscious Thunder, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Those who dare covet the primordial essence, be they the Arctic Fox or the Morgan family, shall pay a grievous price. Chapter 71. Selling Hunyuan power for $100 billion. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Thunder, who lay on the ground, shuddered. Thunder, are you no longer pretending to be dead? Do you understand why you have lost? Yi Yu approached Thunder, looking down at him with an air of superiority. It is because you had an ambush. Thunder opened his eyes and said resentfully, No, it is due to your insatiable greed. You could have sent someone to infiltrate the capital and steal the Hunyuan power manual. Yet you chose to capture me alive and study the energy within me. You believed this would yield greater rewards, but in the end, you lost everything, Yi Yu replied, shaking his head. A flicker of fear crossed Thunder's eyes as he realized what Yi Yu intended to do next. The capital is your stronghold. We dare not. Please, do not kill me. I can work for you. The Arctic Fox can become part of your operations. Thunder suddenly begged for mercy, terrified of death. He truly did not wish to perish. He still had vast amounts of money and numerous golden-haired, blue-eyed beauties awaiting his rescue. Yi Yu smiled, a grin that sent chills down one's spine. Do you truly believe I would trust a traitor? You betrayed Chun Fan, and now you wish to betray the Mafia? I acted out of necessity. The Mafia assigned me tasks that were exceedingly difficult. I had no choice but to comply. Thunder defended himself. Oh, what task did the Mafia assign you? Yi Yu inquired, intrigued. They seek the secrets of Hunyuan power. Moreover, they aspire to control the underground world of Huaxia. They perceive you as their greatest obstacle and wish to eliminate you, Thunder said eagerly, hoping this intelligence would save his life. The Mafia? How utterly foolish. Yi Yu's eyes glimmered with coldness. Arrange for these individuals to be taken back and treated well. I wish to know everything about the Mafia. Yi Yu stood up and gestured. Yes, sir. Several burly men dragged Thunder and his companions away. Once Thunder is rendered useless, his head will be returned. By the way, regarding Mr. Thunder, grant him special treatment. I am curious how long a mercenary leader can endure, Yi mused, glancing at Thunder on the ground. Thunder's face turned ashen. He knew his fate was sealed. Yi Yu exited the factory, stepping into the bright sunlight, a stark contrast to the foreboding atmosphere within. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of joy. Is Annie ready? Yi Yu suddenly asked. Everything has been arranged according to your instructions. Her routes and evidence are all set. As per your directive, we will demand $100 billion from the Morgan family, claiming it as the price for selling them the Hunyuan power. She will depart tomorrow at dawn, taking with her the revised version of the Hunyuan power. One of his subordinates reported promptly. Excellent. Let the word spread that the princess of the Morgan family has stolen ancient martial arts secrets from Huaxia. I am confident that many will find this intriguing, Yi Yu said, a glint of brilliance flashing across his face. Truly, you are remarkable, sir. Let Annie take away the counterfeit Hunyuan Qi. It serves to divert attention and ensnare those greedy individuals. The burly man beside Yi Yu flattered. This is merely the beginning. Next, we shall venture to northern Myanmar. Yi Yu smiled faintly. Northern Myanmar? Indeed, to establish our own mercenary group. I have already conceived a name, the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. Once Wang Tianxiu recovers, I shall retain him by my side as the leader of the mercenary group. It is time to summon that cohort. They are due to re-emerge before the world. Ambition flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. The burly man marveled inwardly. The young master's aspirations were far grander than he had imagined. He could not help but recall those adversaries eliminated by Yi Yu, Chun Fan, Zhao Tsong, and now Thunder and Arctic Fox. The path ahead lay strewn with bones. Yet none could hinder Yi Yu's advance. In the capital city, at the Yi family courtyard, Annie was bound to a specially designed chair. Her eyes were covered with a black cloth, and a gag stifled her voice. She had endured this confinement for 3 days, utterly exhausted. A figure clad in black entered the room and removed her gag. "Miss, please drink some water." The black-clad figure spoke softly, yet there was an undeniable firmness in his tone. Annie greedily gulped down the water, her throat parched and painful. "Yu, where is he? I wish to see him. The young master is away on business." "However, he left you a gift," the black-clad figure replied. "What gift?" Alarm bells rang in Annie's mind. The young master said, "What you have long desired can now be granted to you." The figure produced a small wooden box and placed it on the table before her. Confused, Annie's heart raced as the black-clad figure opened the box and revealed a roll of yellowed ancient text. "Is this Hunyuan Chi?" "Indeed. The young master says you may take it. But there is a condition," the figure nodded. "What condition?" Annie squinted, inquiring. "You must leave Huaxia immediately and never set foot on this land again. Simultaneously, the Morgan family must transfer $100 billion forthwith. Should you appear in Huaxia again, the young master cannot guarantee your survival," the black-clad figure stated. Annie bit her lip. This was perplexing. Why had Yu suddenly changed his mind and was willing to let her go? And to grant her Hunyuan Chi? Was this a trap? She asked warily. Although Yu was essentially purchasing Hunyuan Chi with money, Annie could not suppress her curiosity. "You are astute, Mississippi. It is both a trap and not a trap. The young master merely believes that your acquisition of this cultivation method serves his interests better. As for whether you can retain the Hunyuan Chi, that is a matter for the Morgan family." The black-clad figure cast her a meaningful glance and refrained from elaborating. Annie's heart sank. She understood that Yu was using her to divert the attention of others coveting Hunyuan Chi. The ancient manuscript in her possession was likely a forgery or had been tampered with. Nevertheless, Annie prided herself on having a discerning eye. This weathered scroll was unmistakably the very item she had acquired at the auction. This much she could ascertain with certainty. The thought left her feeling choked. After all, she had spent $50 billion to obtain it, only for Yu to resell it to her for $100 billion. The frustration was enough to make her feel as if she might bleed from her mouth. I promised Yu that I would leave at once, and that I would never return to China. As for the money, she could transfer it to Yu immediately." Annie seemed utterly drained, collapsing weakly into her chair. "A wise choice. We will arrange for your departure tonight, taking the Hunyuan energy with you. Afterward, you may return to the Morgan family or venture wherever your heart desires. But remember the young master's warning. Never set foot in China again." The man in black nodded with satisfaction. Annie bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded in agreement. She bore no ill will toward Yu and was acutely aware of his formidable nature. Yet for the sake of her family, she had no choice but to submit. She truly loved Yu, but within the colossal Morgan Empire, love was the most trivial of matters. What they sought was profit. As long as there was gain, they would do anything. Chapter 72. The orphans raised by the Yi family. Furthermore, the dark-clad figure remarked, the young master expressed his hope that you diligently practice this technique. He eagerly anticipates the results. After uttering these words, he turned and departed, leaving Annie alone in the chamber, engulfed in profound despair and dread. In northern Myanmar, within a secluded valley seldom trodden by human feet, Yu stood atop a massive boulder, gazing down upon the expansive vale below, surrounded on three sides by towering mountains. It possessed a singular narrow passageway connecting to the outside world, rendering it easy to defend yet difficult to conquer, an ideal location for establishing a clandestine base. The young master. This place is indeed suitable for a training camp, yet its remoteness poses significant challenges for supply logistics, Tian Yangsheng voiced with concern, standing nearby. As one of the 3,000 orphans adopted by Yi Tianming, he had been raised abroad, having grown up amidst the ravages of war. They had been covertly trained into a formidable army, fiercely loyal to the Yi family. Brainwashed from a young age, their fervor for the Yi family knew no bounds. Summoned by Yi Yu a few days prior, they had all gathered in northern Myanmar. Originally a contingent of 3,000, only about 1,500 remained, each possessing exceptional skills and a propensity for violence. Tian Yangsheng was their leader. Remote is precisely what I desire. I have no use for easily discoverable locations. Tian Yangsheng offered no further protest. He had grown accustomed to Yi Yu's resolute decisions. Having followed Yu for some time, he understood that the young master's words were akin to divine decree. This was also a directive from the elder master himself. What is the situation with Thunder? Yu inquired suddenly. All matters have been addressed. He divulged all secrets of the Arctic Fox, including funding sources, personnel composition, and global outposts. Excellent. Have the recordings been preserved? Yu nodded with satisfaction. Everything has been meticulously documented, as per your instructions. Deliver the head of Thunder to the Mafia. Along with my regards. Yu turned, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. As you command, young master, Tian Yangsheng trembled with excitement, his entire being alive with anticipation. He relished the thought of brandishing a firearm on the battlefield. The adversary was none other than the infamous Mafia, heightening his exhilaration to the brink of scream. He was renowned as a war fanatic. I hold you in high esteem. You are now my most capable right hand, Yu stated, patting Tian Yangsheng on the shoulder. Yes, young master. Tian Yangsheng's face illuminated with an eager smile as he respectfully replied. Let us commence construction. I wish to see a modern training base erected within 3 months. Remember, money is no object. I will promptly transfer $100 billion to you. Not only must it be a state-of-the-art training facility, but should also be equipped with a variety of heavy weaponry. If procuring a nuclear device is feasible, that is acceptable as well. He leapt down from the boulder and strode purposefully towards the heart of the valley. 3 months? This will be quite challenging. Tian Yangsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. 3 months. Money is not a concern, nor is manpower. The Arctic Foxes have pledged their allegiance to me. Let them first establish a temporary encampment. Utilize them to the fullest extent. Yes, master, Tian Yangsheng replied promptly, though inwardly he lamented. He understood that Yu was a man of his word, and this seemingly insurmountable task had to be accomplished within 3 months. Yu surveyed his surroundings, his mind already crafting a blueprint. This place would transform into the headquarters of the Linyu Mercenary Corps, a training ground for super soldiers that harmoniously fused modern military tactics, ancient martial arts, and genetic technology. By the way, have we received any news from Annie? Yu inquired suddenly. According to the plan, she had departed, carrying the modified Honyuan technique out of Huaxia. The information we disseminated has already circulated in the underworld, and now numerous factions are in pursuit of her whereabouts. Excellent. Let them all seek out Annie. The modified Honyuan technique will deliver them ample surprises, Yi replied with a cold smirk. Though the technique appeared benign, it concealed lethal dangers. Practitioners would sense a powerful energy surging within them, yet this was merely damaging their meridians. The situation would worsen until, one day, it would culminate in a violent explosion. Yu mimicked the sound of an explosion, a cruel smile gracing his lips. The severance of their meridians would lead to unbearable agony. What's more, this damage is irreversible unless treated with the genuine Star Moon grass combined with my specially formulated remedy. And I possess all the Star Moon grass in the world. Yu's smile grew even more radiant. Tian Yangsheng felt a chill run down his spine. The master was truly brilliant. His intellect far surpassed others by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, the master's schemes were profoundly intricate, not only ensnaring enemies into their own demise, but also enabling him to manipulate those who might miraculously survive. Such cerebral maneuvers were beyond Tian Yangsheng's capabilities. His expertise lay in wielding a weapon on the battlefield, where a war fanatic like him truly belonged. The master indeed possesses foresight, Tian Yangsheng marveled sincerely. This is merely fundamental strategy. The true spectacle lies ahead, Yi waved dismissively. Inform the remaining troops to gather here in 3 days. I will personally select talents to form the first unit of the Linyu Mercenary Corps. He strode toward the temporary tents that had been erected. As you command, master. 3 days later, the open space in the valley was filled with people. These were the elite nurtured by the Yi family, now choosing to follow the master. There was no dissent, only fervor and loyalty. Yi stood upon the hastily constructed platform, gazing down at the over 1,000 orphans raised by the Yi family. On the other side stood individuals of various ethnicities, some with dark skin, others fair. They hailed from all corners of the globe. Some were retired special forces. Others were masters of underground combat, and some were fugitives wanted by various nations. Their only commonality was their proficiency in the art of killing. Welcome, everyone, to the Linyu Mercenary Corps. From this day forth, you shall undergo rigorous training to become the most formidable warriors in this world. Yi Yu's voice resonated clearly throughout the assembly. The mercenaries in the audience whispered among themselves. Their expressions varied. Some were filled with anticipation, while others appeared skeptical. Only Tian Yangsheng and over 1,000 others stood silently, attentively listening. I am aware of your thoughts. You doubt my abilities and question what I can offer you. Yi Yu smiled faintly. He raised his hand, signaling for 2 burly bodyguards to bring forth an iron box. Yi Yu opened the box and retrieved a bloodied human head. It was the severed head of Thunder, preserved in pristine condition, still bearing the expression of terror from his last moments. Do you recognize him? This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Yi Yu held the head aloft, his voice icy. The audience fell into an immediate hush, all shivering in fear. Thunder was a notorious mercenary leader, renowned for his formidable strength and ruthless tactics. Yet he met such a grim end. However, those who remain loyal to me shall be bestowed with unparalleled power and wealth. I shall impart to you an ancient martial art of Huaxia, the Hunyuanjin. Yi Yu lowered the head, his tones softening. The crowd stirred once more. The name Hunyuanjin had spread throughout the underworld, reputed to be a mysterious Eastern martial art that could grant extraordinary strength. Observing the glimmers of greed and desire in the eyes of the audience, Yi Yu chuckled, for among them surely lurked those wishing to take advantage of the situation, as well as those eager to learn and flee. Yet, Yi Yu was unperturbed. Practice away, each shall be rendered mute. However, whether you can successfully master this martial art depends on your aptitude and perseverance. From this day forth, you shall endure the most rigorous trials. Yi Yu's voice became grave. He clapped his hands, and a dozen doctors clad in white coats advanced. First, you will need to undergo the injection of a genetic serum. This serum will enhance your physical capabilities, but it carries a significant risk. The survival rate for ordinary individuals is merely 7%. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. A survival rate of 7% means that out of every 100, only 7 shall survive. Chapter 73. The terrifying survival rate of course. If anyone feels unfit, they may leave now. I do not compel anyone. Yi Yu scanned the audience, her voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The crowd fell silent. No one moved. Although a survival rate of 7% was alarming, those present were all desperate souls, accustomed to dancing with death. Moreover, the allure of the Hunyuan force was simply too great. It seemed everyone possessed remarkable courage. However, before we commence, I wish to know if any among you harbors doubts about my abilities. Does anyone believe themselves stronger than I? Yi Yu inquired with a faint smile. The audience fell silent once more, yet this time there was a palpable stir. Several burly foreign mercenaries exchanged glances, and one imposing black man finally stepped forward. I am Black Panther, a former member of the Eagle Nation's Navy SEALs. I do not believe that any ancient martial arts can surpass the might of modern weaponry. Black Panther's voice was deep, his muscular arms adorned with scars. Anyone else? Yi Yu asked, her interest piqued as she regarded him. A few more individuals rose, including a former Special Forces soldier from the Great Bear Nation, an Israeli combat instructor, and 2 South American mercenaries. Excellent. Since there are doubts, let us demonstrate through action. Yi Yu nodded and leapt gracefully from the stage, as light as a feather. She approached the center of the venue and signaled the staff to bring forth several massive granite blocks. Each stone towered half a person high and weighed several hundred kilograms. Black Panther, you shall go first. Test if you can shatter this stone. Yi Yu pointed to the imposing figure. With a scoff, Black Panther cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful punch toward the stone. Thud! A dull sound resonated, but the stone remained unblemished, marred only by a faint white mark. It was impossible to even create a fissure. Blood oozed from Black Panther's hand as he stifled a cry of pain. Impressive strength. Indeed. Next, Yi Yu nodded approvingly. Several individuals took turns, yet the results were consistently disheartening. The best performance came from the Great Bear Nation soldier. who managed to create a minuscule dent with an elbow strike. Yet the stone remained intact. Nevertheless, it was a testament to the sheer power of his elbow. Now, observe closely. Yu approached the largest stone, which stood over a meter tall and weighed more than half a ton. Without any preparatory movements, she simply raised her right hand, fingers together, resembling a keen blade. Swish! With a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, Yu's palm sliced downward, and the massive stone split cleanly in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The audience fell into stunned silence. Without pausing, she approached another stone, this time using just a single finger to prod it. Boom! The stone shattered instantaneously, fragments scattering in all directions. This is impossible. Black Panther's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. This is the power of the Hunyuan force, and you shall have the opportunity to learn it, provided, of course, that you can survive. Yu turned to face the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His gaze swept across the assembly, causing everyone to instinctively lower their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. The mercenaries who had previously harbored doubts now exhibited only shock and fervor. Now, does anyone still question me? Yu inquired. Silence enveloped the crowd, with none daring to lift their gaze. Excellent. From this moment forth, you are all members of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. Remember, loyalty is our sole principle. For traitors, there is but one fate. Yu nodded in satisfaction, his voice resonating with authority. He gestured towards the severed head of thunder, and the assembly fell into a profound silence once more. All understood that betrayers faced only death. Tian Yangsheng commenced the injection of the genetic serum. Yu commanded. Tian Yangsheng immediately directed the medical team to spring into action. The mercenaries were divided into small groups and sequentially entered the makeshift medical tents. Each individual was subjected to a series of examinations before receiving the mysterious genetic serum. Yu observed from above, his expression impassive. He knew that the ensuing hours would be a hellish ordeal. The genetic serum would restructure the human cells, enhancing muscles and bones. Yet the process would be accompanied by unimaginable agony. Soon, the first batch of mercenaries who had been injected was placed on specially designed beds. Initially, there was a semblance of calm, but within half an hour, screams erupted. Oh my God, my veins are on fire. Save me. A burly man howled in torment as he writhed on the bed. Kill me. I beg you, in my suffering. Another shouted, struggling against several assistants who were unable to restrain him. Yi looked on impassively. Most among these would perish. Only a select few would endure. Yet those who survived would become the sharpest blades in his arsenal. Young Master, the first batch of 50 has been fully injected. Based on past experience, we should see results in approximately 3 to 4 hours, Tian Yangsheng reported in a hushed tone as he approached Yi. Proceed, Yi replied, his demeanor unyielding. Time passed, and the screams gradually diminished, not due to a lessening of pain, but because many had exhausted their strength to cry out. Some began to convulse, while others slipped into unconsciousness. For hours later, Tian Yangsheng returned to Yi, disbelief etched on his face. Young Master, something is amiss. What is it? Yi inquired, brow furrowed. Of the first batch of 50, only 6 have died. The remaining 44 have survived. This survival rate is astonishing. Continue monitoring, Yi replied, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. Young Master, the second batch has also completed. Of the 50, only 8 have perished. Overall, the survival rate is nearly 80%. 2 hours later, Tian Yangsheng approached once more to report. These individuals are elite warriors, rigorously trained, and possessing physical capabilities that far exceed those of ordinary people. Furthermore, they have spent years teetering on the brink of life and death, endowing them with unparalleled willpower. Yi pondered for a moment, suddenly grasping the situation, and remarked, So that's it. The mortality statistics were derived from tests conducted on the general populace, while these mercenaries, Tian Yangsheng realized with clarity, are not ordinary individuals. This is in fact advantageous. We can swiftly assemble a formidable team. Yi took the lead in the conversation, a faint smile gracing his lips. As time progressed, The circumstances grew increasingly clear. By the conclusion of the final injections, out of a total of 300 mercenaries, 242 had survived, resulting in an impressive survival rate of 80.6%. Upon awakening, these survivors experienced remarkable transformations within their bodies. Chapter 74. The terrifying Yu observed the transformation of the Black Panther, whose muscles had become more robust, reflexes sharper, and even vision and hearing had improved. "How do you feel?" Yu inquired as he approached the Black Panther. "Never better. I feel as if I could tear a lion apart with my bare hands." The Black Panther flexed his arms, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Excellent. Now we shall commence with the true training," Yu replied, nodding in satisfaction. "Tian Yangsheng, you and the others may begin administering the gene serum." After the Black Panther departed, Yu addressed Tian Yangsheng. "Yes, young master," Tian Yangsheng responded, his face reflecting both respect and gratitude. He understood that Yu intended to assess the survival rate and potential adverse reactions of the gene serum, which is why the orphans had not been the first to receive it. With purpose, Tian Yangsheng strode toward their camp, issuing commands for everyone to inject the gene serum. He himself took the syringe and injected it directly into his own body. This time, the results were promising. From 1,500 people, around 1,400 remained. Most importantly, all these individuals were loyal to Yu, prepared to commence the foundational training of the Hunyuan force. Remember, only teach them the introductory level. And it must be my revised version, Yu instructed Tian Yangsheng. "Understood, young master," Tian Yangsheng acknowledged, taking his leave. Yu surveyed the mercenaries poised to become his subordinates, his mind already envisioning grand plans. This team would serve as the first step toward his conquest of the world, and this was merely the beginning. As for Tian Yangsheng and the other orphans, they would be able to practice the complete Hunyuan force, albeit in its modified form. The construction in the valley of northern Myanmar was progressing vigorously. Under Yu's command and the continuous influx of financial support, a modern training base was rapidly taking shape. At the center of the valley lay a vast training ground, surrounded by various functional buildings, dormitories, a medical center, an armory, and a command post. Even a small airport was under construction. Standing atop a temporary command tower, Yu gazed down at the bustling construction site. Tian Yangsheng stood behind him, reporting the latest developments. "Young master, the infrastructure is 40% complete. At this pace, it will be finished within 3 months without issue." Yi nodded. "What about the weaponry?" "Heavy weapons have been ordered, including tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters. A batch of light weapons has already arrived, sufficient to arm 2,000 individuals." "Excellent. How is the training of the survivors progressing?" Yi turned to inquire. "Well, it is somewhat complex. They are indeed learning the Hunyuan force, but progress varies. Some individuals are exceptionally gifted and can already execute basic techniques. However, the majority remain at the introductory level. Among our group of over 1,000, we have managed to cultivate a modicum of vital energy," Tian Yangsheng expressed with a hint of concern. "This is quite normal. Ancient martial arts are not easily mastered by all. Identify those with talent and focus on their training. The others shall follow the standard regimen. Moreover, ancient martial arts are more suited to us Chinese. It is laughable that some shameless thieves wish to claim them as their own." Yu coldly chuckled, not all surprised. "Indeed, young master." Just as they were conversing, a commotion arose from a training ground. Yu furrowed his brow and gazed over, only to see several mercenaries engaged in a heated argument, on the verge of physical confrontation. "What's going on?" Yu inquired coldly. "It's Black Panther and that bear of a man, Ivan. They have been vying for the position of squad leader," Tian Yangsheng quickly elucidated. "Interesting. Let's go and take a look." Yu narrowed his eyes and strode down from the command tower to the training ground. Upon seeing Yu, the mercenaries immediately ceased their quarrel, standing rigidly in a line. "Can anyone tell me what transpired here?" Yu's voice was not loud. It sent a chill through everyone present. "Young master, Ivan and I were discussing tactical matters." Black Panther stepped forward, speaking in a low tone. "Discussing? It appears more akin to preparing for a brawl." Yu scoffed. He believes guerrilla tactics should be employed, while I argue that a frontal assault is more effective," Ivan declared, stepping forward. The nearly 2-meter-tall bear of a man did not attempt to conceal his displeasure. Since you both have such strong opinions, why not put them to the test in a practical exercise? Yu suddenly smiled, surveying the two of them. Prepare for a simulated battle. Black Panther will lead one team, and Ivan will lead the other. The victor shall become the captain of the first squad. He turned to Tian Yangsheng to issue arrangements. Yes, young master. Tian Yangsheng promptly set about organizing the event. An hour later, the exercise commenced. Black Panther and Ivan each commanded 10 mercenaries, engaging in combat within a dense jungle. The rules were simple. Using paintball guns, those struck would be considered out of the game. The last team with members still standing would emerge victorious. Yu observed the entire process from above through the surveillance footage. Black Panther adopted a strategy of dispersing and concealing his forces, dividing his team into 3 groups and ambushing from various locations in the jungle. Ivan, on the other hand, led his team in a direct charge, attempting to overpower the opposition with firepower. Fascinating. A classic clash of eagle-style and bear-style tactics, Yu mused, a slight smile playing on his lips. As the battle commenced, Ivan's team initially held the upper hand. Their firepower was fierce, forcing Black Panther's men to retreat continually. However, as time wore on, the tactical advantage of Black Panther began to manifest. His team utilized the terrain to their advantage, consistently launching surprise attacks on Ivan's group, eliminating opponents one by one. Ultimately, Black Panther triumphed with a score of 7-3. Well done, Black Panther. You shall assume the role of captain of the first squad. Ivan, you will serve as vice-captain, Yu announced to the returning teams. A squad currently comprises 400 personnel. Black Panther's face lit up with joy, while Ivan appeared somewhat reluctant, but had no choice but to acquiesce. However, you both have committed a grave error. Yu's tone shifted abruptly. The two men were taken aback. What error? Yu did not answer directly. Instead, he suddenly struck out, his hand darting like lightning towards Black Panther's throat. The Black Panther reacted with remarkable swiftness, instinctively sidestepping while simultaneously launching a counterattack. With a resounding thud, Yu effortlessly deflected the Panther's punch with one hand, while the other, like a phantom, circled behind him and gently pressed down. The Panther felt an irresistible force surging towards him, causing him to stagger forward uncontrollably, nearly losing his balance. Almost simultaneously, Yu pivoted his form and appeared before Ivan. Ivan roared in fury, his fist, the size of a large pot, crashing towards Yu's face. Yu stood his ground, meeting the blow with a punch of his own. A sickening crack echoed, sending a shiver through the crowd, as Ivan let out a muffled grunt. Clutching his deformed wrist, he stumbled backward, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, too swift for most mercenaries to comprehend. Yu dusted off his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Chapter 75. Absolute control of the Linyu Mercenary Corps. Do you see it, Black Panther? Your stealth and ambush tactics are rendered insignificant in the face of absolute speed and strength. Ivan, your frontal assaults will only hasten your demise when confronted with a mightier opponent. Your grave error lies in an excessive reliance on your strengths while neglecting other possibilities. A true powerhouse understands the art of complementing strengths and weaknesses, seamlessly integrating various skills. He surveyed the crowd, speaking softly. Black Panther and Ivan exchanged glances, recognizing the shock and a hint of shame reflected in each other's eyes. The tactics and prowess they once took pride in appeared utterly feeble before Yu. Remember, the Hunyuan force you are currently mastering, when combined with the enhanced physique from genetic agents, along with modern weaponry and tactics, represents the future of the Linyu Mercenary Corps. Isolating any single aspect may lead to easy defeat, yet together, you shall be invincible. Yu's voice resonated with a captivating allure. Once again, fervor ignited in the mercenaries' eyes, as if they glimpsed a brand new world, a realm brimming with power and potential. Starting today, training will be divided into 2 parts. Mornings will be devoted to Hunyuan force and physical conditioning, while afternoons will focus on weaponry, tactics, and coordinated drills. The Tianyang Shenghui will oversee the ancient martial arts section. Black Panther and Ivan, you shall be responsible for tactics and weapon training, respectively, and must collaborate closely. Yes, Commander. Black Panther and Ivan replied in unison, the previous tension dissipating in the face of Yi Yu's undeniable strength. Moreover, the practice of genetic agents and Hunyuan force places immense strain on your bodies. To ensure your physiological functions and training effectiveness, starting next week, each of you will be required to take a specially formulated nutritional supplement once a week. Though he did not explicitly state that this was the antidote made from star moon grass, everyone understood its critical importance. This supplement is limited in quantity, available only to those who exhibit exceptional performance and unwavering loyalty. Should anyone attempt to slack off or harbor ulterior motives, they shall bear the consequences. Yi Yu's gaze swept across the assembly, imbued with a chilling warning. No one dared to question. All felt the invisible shackles tightening around them. The allure of power accompanied by absolute control constituted a sumptuous feast meticulously prepared by Yi Yu. It was also an inescapable prison. Training continued, yet the atmosphere subtly shifted. The previous laxity and individualism vanished, replaced by stricter discipline and an insatiable thirst for strength. Every mercenary trained relentlessly, not only to grow stronger, but also to secure that vital nutritional supplement that would sustain their power and life. Days later, Wang Tianxiu, feeling slightly improved, hurried to the command tower. Young master, there is news. Speak. Yi was engrossed in studying a map. Our deliberately leaked information has borne fruit. After Miss Annie reappeared in Europe, she immediately attracted the attention of multiple factions. The Morgan family dispatched internal security forces, while remnants of the Arctic Fox and the Mafia also sent personnel, seemingly all in pursuit of her whereabouts. Or rather, it is the pursuit of the primordial essence she has stolen. Wang Tianxiu reported. As anticipated, let them engage in their petty squabbles for a while. We must closely monitor their movements, particularly those of the Arctic Fox and the Mafia. I wish to know who they have dispatched and the extent of their capabilities. Indeed. Moreover, what is the progress on the development of the antidote derived from the starry moon grass? Yi Yu inquired. The progress is steady. The first batch of finished products has been produced, yielding stable effects. However, as you predicted, this antidote can only alleviate symptoms and cannot eradicate the underlying dangers. Prolonged usage may lead to dependency. Furthermore, the consumption of starry moon grass is greater than initially anticipated. Wang Tianxiu responded. Control the dosage and distribution effectively. Let them taste the sweetness of it, yet remain unable to part with it. As for the consumption, intensify our infiltration and control over other factions in northern Myanmar. We require additional resources. A glint of coldness flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. The starry moon grass demands an exceedingly harsh environment for growth. Send people to locate such places. Have the locals gather it. Acquire every land where the starry moon grass appears. Yi reiterated. Understood. Aditionally, young master, concerning Miss Yang. What of her? Yi Yu's movements paused, and her impatience became increasingly evident. She remains as before, confined in a villa in the capital, in a poor mental state, refusing food and drink, seemingly intent on death. Wang Tianxiu murmured, if she wishes to die, then grant her that wish. Let her perish. As for the Yang family, they need not exist any longer. Yi Yu's words were chillingly indifferent. Yes, young master. Wang Tianxiu replied respectfully before departing. Yi Yu stood alone atop the command tower, gazing at the distant, undulating mountains. His expression was tranquil, yet his heart was anything but untroubled. The name Yang Yang felt like a passing shadow to him. Had it not been for Wang Tianxiu's mention, he might have nearly forgotten her. The former Yang Yang was merely a tool for vengeance, and Yi Yu felt no pangs of guilt whatsoever. He was not devoid of emotions. Rather, his feelings had long been distorted by hatred and ambition. He was acutely aware of the cruelty of his actions. Yet he could not halt his course. For the sake of family, for the sake of control, he must sacrifice certain things, including the remnants of his own conscience. Yi Yu surveyed the members of the Lin Yu mercenary corps training in the valley from the command tower, ambition gleaming in his eyes. After 2 months of training, this force had begun to take shape. The combination of ancient martial arts and modern weaponry had yielded results far exceeding expectations. Young master, The construction of the base is 70% complete, and the weapon inventory has reached the designated target. Tian Yangsheng reported respectfully from behind Yu. Yu nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the mercenaries practicing the primordial essence. It is time for them to undergo practical combat testing, Yu suddenly declared, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Practical combat testing? Tian Yangsheng's eyes sparkled with fervor, revealing his inherently combative nature. Yu turned and pointed to a specific area on the map. The domain of General Kang Xiu lies 200 kilometers southeast of us, he stated slowly. Kang Xiu, one of the most formidable warlords in northern Myanmar? He commands at least 10,000 armed men, Tian Yangsheng exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely. 10,000 against our mere 1,600 presents a true challenge, does it not? Yi remarked with a slight smile. Master, your wisdom is unmatched. This is indeed the perfect opportunity to test our strength. Tian Yangsheng's eyes glinted with zeal. Dispatch the orders. We shall commence our operation in 3 days. Hei Bao will lead the frontal assault. Ivan will handle the flanking maneuvers, and you will lead our core forces as reserves. Remember, I want Kang Xiu alive. Yi commanded. Understood, Master. Tian Yangsheng responded respectfully, bowing before departing. The camp of the Lin Yu mercenary corps bustled to life instantly. Weapons were serviced, ammunition replenished, and tactical discussions flowed unceasingly. The previously relaxed mercenaries now stood on high alert, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Hei Bao and Ivan engaged in fervent discussion before the operational map. We should employ a blitzkrieg strategy, penetrating their frontline defenses to strike directly at the heart, Hei Bao suggested, tracing a straight line on the map with his finger. Chapter 76. Engaging Kang's forces is utterly reckless. The number of Kang's troops far exceeds ours. Being sixfold, and confronting them head-on is exceedingly perilous. I propose we adopt guerrilla tactics to gradually erode their strength. Ivan shook his head in disapproval. You are all overcomplicating matters. Suddenly, Yi Yu's voice resonated from behind. The two stood at attention, respectfully regarding Yi Yu. Kang Xiu's command post is situated here, and he has a habit of personally leading the battle. We merely need to strike directly at his lair and capture him alive. The others will undoubtedly scatter. Yi Yu approached the map, pointing to a specific location. However, young master, his command post is heavily guarded. Black Panther expressed his concerns. Those ordinary soldiers are but insignificant pests before us. Yi Yu scoffed disdainfully. It is not his arrogance. Rather, his subordinates are indeed formidable. You are responsible for creating a feint to draw their main force. He turned to Ivan and instructed. You will lead a raid on their rear warehouses and ammunition depots to sow chaos. He then looked at Black Panther. You will lead the core troops with me to directly assault Kang Xiu's command post. Finally, he addressed Tian Yangsheng. Yes, at your command. The three exchanged glances before respectfully responding. If you lack confidence in confronting Kang Xiu, you should resign your posts and leave at once. After speaking, Yi Yu turned and departed. At 3 o'clock in the early morning 3 days later, the world was at its most weary and fatigued. A thick fog enveloped the primordial jungles of northern Myanmar, silently like a ghost. In the valley, the camp of the warlord Kang Xiu seemed to be in a deep slumber. The stillness was profound, with only sporadic lights flickering in the mist, creating an eerie ambience. The patrolling soldiers had heavy eyelids, dragging their feet, yawning incessantly, utterly oblivious to the meticulously planned tempest that had quietly arrived. Amidst this deathly silence, a group clad in the latest jungle camouflage infiltrated the camp's periphery, moving like leopards prowling in the night, silently and stealthily. Their actions were swift and harmonious, each step landing precisely in the blind spots of surveillance, as if they had melded with the jungle itself. Suddenly, on the eastern side of the camp, the tranquil night sky was violently torn asunder by a series of sharp gunshots and deafening explosions. Flames erupted like the fires of hell amidst the thick fog, illuminating the terrified faces of the soldiers. A portion of Ivan's Lin Yu mercenary corps launched a lightning-fast and fierce assault on the eastern defensive positions of the Kang Xiu warlord. The roar of automatic rifles, the dull thud of grenade launchers, and the immense shockwave produced by grenade explosions jolted the Kong Xiu soldiers from their slumber. Disheveled, they scrambled for their weapons, many not even comprehending what was happening before they were pinned down by the withering firepower. The camp was instantly thrown into chaos, with screams, cries of anguish, and the frantic shouts of officers intertwining, panic spreading like a plague. The soldiers scurried about like headless flies, instinctively gathering towards the eastern front where the gunfire was most intense, attempting to withstand the sudden onslaught. Report to the commander. The east is under fierce attack from unidentified armed forces. A messenger burst into the command center, rolling and crawling, his voice trembling with fear as he delivered the news. Inside, the command center was brightly lit. Kong Xiu and several trusted officers were poring over maps, the unexpected turn of events knitting his brow in concern. "How many are there?" Kong Xiu set down his pencil and inquired in a low voice, striving to make sense of the chaos. It appears to be at least 500 or 600, with exceptionally fierce firepower. Our forward positions can barely hold. The messenger gasped, still shaken. Just a mere rabble of 500 or 600 dares to provoke Kong Xiu, truly overestimating themselves. Kong Xiu sneered coldly at the words. "Relay my orders. The 3rd Battalion and 5th Battalion are to rush towards the east at full speed. We must annihilate this reckless enemy," he commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. Just as Kong Xiu's main forces were drawn away by Ivan's feigned assault, moving towards the eastern positions, the internal defenses of the camp became relatively vulnerable. In the southwestern direction of the camp, almost simultaneously, a sudden eruption of explosions, more violent and concentrated than those in the east, shattered the night. Flames soared into the sky, painting half of it an orange hue, while a massive mushroom cloud billowed forth with thick smoke, causing the very ground of the command center to tremble violently. Another elite contingent of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps, led by the Black Panther, had silently circumvented the outer defenses and launched a direct assault on Kong Xiu's most critical ammunition depot. The continuous explosions resonated like the drums of death, striking heavily at the hearts of every soldier under Kong Xiu's command. "Commander, it's bad. Our ammunition depot has been attacked by the enemy." Another soldier, face covered in soot, stumbled into the command center, his voice tinged with despair. "What?" Kong Xiu shot up from his seat, slamming his hands on the table as if a cat had its tail stepped on. The scorn on his face was instantly replaced by shock and fury. "It's a ruse to draw us away. Damn it, we've been outmaneuvered." A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. "For heaven's sake, are you all brainless? Can't even perceive a simple ruse?" His forehead throbbed with veins, and he roared. The generals averted their gazes, fearing to provoke the enraged Kong Xiu. Internally, they screamed, "Aren't you also oblivious? How dare you blame us? Immediately send orders for all troops that moved eastward to turn back and defend the ammunition depot. Hurry! Where on earth did this army emerge from? Could it be the Wa State Army?" "Yes, in northern Myanmar, the Wa State Army is the dominant force, but we have maintained a mutual non-aggression for years." Kong Xiu paced anxiously, his forces plunged into unprecedented chaos. Having just received orders to reinforce the east, the soldiers had scarcely made any progress before being commanded to return post-haste. In that bewildering moment, they were at a loss as to which direction to assemble. The contradictory orders, compounded by a communications system rendered sporadic due to multiple disruptions, left the junior officers bereft of unified command, while the soldiers floundered in confusion. Amidst this fleeting chaos and hesitation, Yu personally led Tianyang Sheng and 300 of the most elite members of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps, moving through the tumultuous encampment with the stealth of phantoms, drawing near to the command post of Kong Xiu. Each of these elite soldiers emanated an aura of chilling lethality. Their weapons gleamed with meticulous care, their strides were steady and forceful, and their eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion, only absolute obedience and an unwavering conviction of victory. "Report to the commander. Enemies. Enemies are closing in from the north," exclaimed the 3rd soldier, caked in mud, as he burst in, breathless and frantic. "Surrounded on 3 fronts?" A chill coursed through Kong Xiu, rising from his feet to the crown of his head, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. Chapter 77. The warlord of northern Myanmar becomes a captive who dares to openly challenge my position in northern Myanmar. His voice, hoarse and low, echoed with a sense of authority. It is the Linyu Mercenary Corps, a cold and calm voice, like a proclamation from the depths of the underworld, resonated clearly from the entrance of the command center. Kong Xiu abruptly turned around, his pupils constricting in shock. At the doorway stood a tall young man, his expression indifferent, and his gaze profound enough to seem capable of swallowing everything whole. Behind him followed the expressionless Tian Yangsheng, accompanied by several intimidating mercenaries, their weapons gleaming with a chilling light. Who are you? Kong Xiu demanded sharply, a barely perceptible tremor lacing his voice. Instinctively, his right hand reached for the handgun at his waist. Yet, before his fingers could even grasp the cold grip, a small stone hurtled towards him at blinding speed. The immense force struck him squarely in the chest, plunging him into darkness as he was sent crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, his insides feeling as though they had been displaced. He barely registered how his opponent had moved. Yi Yu's figure appeared before him like a phantom, a slender finger lightly pressing against his throat, the icy touch causing his body to bristle with fear. I am Yi Yu, the founder of the Linyu Mercenary Corps. Yi Yu leaned slightly forward, his tone devoid of emotion, as if stating the most mundane fact. Yea. Yi Yu? Kong Xiu's eyes widened, bloodshot and incredulous, his breath quickening as he murmured in disbelief. This name was thunderous in his ears, the heir of the illustrious Yi family conglomerate in Beijing, a figure whose mere footfall could send tremors through the business world. Yet, he could not fathom why such a lofty individual would suddenly appear in the treacherous jungles of northern Myanmar, accompanied by such a formidable armed force. Find him. Yi Yu retracted his finger, his tone remaining indifferent, as if merely instructing a trivial task. Tian Yangsheng stepped forward, swiftly retrieving a specially designed restraint strap from his tactical vest, efficiently binding the dazed Kong Xiu like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Young master, how fares the battle on other fronts? Tian Yangsheng tossed Kong Xiu aside and respectfully inquired of Yi Yu. According to the original plan, Black Panther and Ivan should have successfully secured the predetermined strategic strongholds by now. With Kong Xiu's forces disoriented and caught off guard by our multi-pronged assault, they should be descending into utter chaos and collapse. If they cannot manage even this, then they might as well prepare for the inevitable. Yi raised his wrist, glancing at his watch with casual nonchalance as he spoke. Indeed, as Yi Yu's words faded, the intercom within the command center burst forth with a series of jubilant reports. Report to the young master. The mission in the southwestern direction has been accomplished. All ammunition depots and logistics supply stations of Kong Xiu have been successfully destroyed or captured by our forces. The voice of Black Panther came through the intercom, laced with a hint of excitement. Report to the young master. The feigned attack on the eastern side was successfully executed, effectively restraining the main forces of Kong Xiu. On their way back for reinforcement, they suffered a heavy blow from our preset ambush, incurring significant casualties and are no longer capable of fighting. Following closely, Ivan's voice echoed as well. Messages from the battlefield continued to pour in. Kong Xiu's troops, having lost their command, exhausted their ammunition, and faced a desperate situation from multiple fronts, saw their morale utterly collapse. The majority of soldiers chose to abandon their weapons and surrender, while a small faction of diehards attempted to flee deeper into the jungle but were swiftly intercepted or annihilated by the perimeter guard of the Linyu Mercenary Corps. Young master, the battle is essentially over. Kong Xiu's forces have been completely routed, and our casualties are negligible, almost insignificant. Black Panther's voice resonated again through the intercom, filled with an uncontrollable excitement and pride. A barely perceptible smile of satisfaction graced Yi Yu's face. He nodded slightly, then turned his icy gaze towards Kong Xiu, who lay bound on the ground like a dumpling. Do you see this, Kong Xiu? Your proud army of 10,000 armed personnel is utterly powerless before my mere 1,600 elite troops, akin to fragile chickens and dogs. Yi Yu's tone dripped with mockery. This is the chasm created by absolute power, a divide you shall never comprehend. Yiyu, I, Kong Xiu, believe I have never wronged you. Why do you seek to eradicate me? Kong Xiu asked, his face ashen. Indeed, you have not wronged me, but your error was in saving that individual. Yiyu replied coldly, do not feign ignorance. I placed a bounty of $50 million on that man's head, yet you chose to rescue him. Shouldn't he that be deemed worthy of death? Yiyu fixed his indifferent gaze upon Kong Xiu. Yiyu, I was unaware that you desired his death. Had I known, I would have unhesitatingly delivered his head to you. Moreover, he fled on his own. I searched for him extensively, but to no avail. Kong Xiu defended himself. It no longer matters. What is paramount is my desire to dominate all of northern Myanmar. It is time for this land to have a new master. Yi remarked lightly. You will not succeed. The other warlords in northern Myanmar will not allow you, a mere interloper, to prevail. Kong Xiu's face turned pale, his eyes ablaze with fury, his teeth grinding audibly as he glared at Yiyu, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Soon, they will meet the same fate as you, becoming my vanquished subordinates. Or perhaps, they shall be nothing more than a pile of bleached bones beneath my feet. Upon hearing this, Yiyu let out a soft laugh, imbued with disdain and overwhelming confidence. Take him back to the base and give him a proper welcome. He disregarded Kong Xiu's clamorous demands and turned to Tian Yangsheng, commanding in an authoritative tone, I require knowledge of all his resource cache locations, clandestine weapons sources, and those unsavory underground trading networks and contacts. Every detail must be accounted for. As you wish, young master. A glimmer of bloodthirsty coldness flickered in Tian Yangsheng's eyes as he respectfully bowed. He then lifted Kong Xiu with the ease of handling a chick. That night, the darkness was thick as ink, yet the temporary base of the Lin Yu mercenary corps was ablaze with light. The triumphant mercenaries were buoyed by an unparalleled spirit. What was perceived by the outside world as a perilous battle for survival had, in their hands, unfolded with the ease of slicing through vegetables, further deepening their awe and admiration for Yiyu. Chapter 78. Within 3 months, eradicate the warlords of northern Myanmar. Yiyu stood alone at the highest point of the hastily constructed command tower, the cold night breeze rustling the edges of his attire. He gazed down upon the troops in the camp below, celebrating their hard-won victory, and a genuine smile of satisfaction finally graced his face. Black Panther, Ivan Tian Yangsheng, your performance in this operation has been commendable. Your command was astute and your execution resolute. Yiyu addressed the 3 core subordinates, standing respectfully beside him, his tone imbued with approval. It is all due to the trust and cultivation of young master. We dare not take credit. The 3 responded in unison, their voices resonant and unwavering. This is merely the beginning. Yiyu's gaze grew profound as he stared into the distant, shadowy jungle, his eyes glimmering with a ravenous and fervent ambition akin to that of a starving wolf. Henceforth, my demand is that within 3 months, you shall eliminate all warlord factions in northern Myanmar and bring this land completely under the control of the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps. 3 months? To eradicate all of northern Myanmar? The trio was taken aback, astonishment evident upon their faces. Is there a problem? Yu slowly turned his head, his calm eyes sweeping over the 3. Though his tone was unremarkable, it carried an undeniable weight of authority. There is no problem, young master. We vow to fulfill this mission at all costs. They promptly regained their composure, their expressions resolute as they responded in unison. Excellent. You may now proceed to interrogate Kong Xiu. I wish to uncover all his secrets as swiftly as possible, as well as the distribution of various factions in northern Myanmar. Our objective is to radiate from northern Myanmar, expanding our influence in all directions while continuously recruiting new members to bolster our ranks. Money is of no concern. Focus solely on recruitment. Yiyu nodded in satisfaction, his tone returning to its previous indifference. In the depths of the base, in a makeshift underground interrogation room, the air was cold and damp, illuminated only by a dim yellow bulb. Kong Xiu was firmly bound to a specially designed metal chair, his hands and feet shackled, rendering him immobile. At this moment, he had lost all the former grandeur and arrogance of a warlord. his face marked by fear and despair. His eyes vacant like a prisoner awaiting final judgment. Yu approached him deliberately, looking down from his elevated position. Kangxiu, we now stand before two choices. 1. You can cooperate voluntarily, and we can opt for a relatively gentler method to extract the information I seek. The other, should you choose to resist. We possess numerous painful methods that will compel you to speak. His voice remained calm, akin to a conversation among old friends, exuding an air of ease. What do you want to know? Kangxiu's voice trembled violently from sheer terror, his body quaking slightly. I wish to know everything about you. Your sources of weaponry, the drug trafficking routes under your control, the precise locations of all the gold and jade mines in your possession, along with your clandestine communications and sordid dealings with every warlord in northern Myanmar, as well as the distribution of various powers in that region. Yu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing directly into the depths of Kangxiu's soul. Kangxiu gritted his teeth, internally battling fiercely, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the strength to raise his head. If I divulge everything, will you spare me? A flicker of hope glimmered in Kangxiu's eyes. Of course, Yu, am not one who revels in bloodshed, Yu replied, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips, his tone gentle. As long as you cooperate fully and share all you know, I will naturally grant you a path to survival, even allowing you to live out your days in peace. Under Yu's penetrating gaze, which seemed to peer into the very essence of his being, Kangxiu hesitated for a moment, ultimately succumbing, his mental defenses crumbling entirely. I will tell you everything, he rasped, as if expending the last of his strength. For the next few hours, the interrogation room echoed only with Kangxiu's fragmented, fear-laden confessions. Like a bamboo tube spilling beans, he unveiled all the secrets he possessed, including the most clandestine and unsavory dealings, without reservation. Yi remained silently observant, his expression unchanged, occasionally interjecting with succinct and precise inquiries regarding specific details. As dawn broke, Kangxiu finally uttered his last word, utterly exhausted, slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Kangxiu, Yu said, gradually straightening his posture, his tone devoid of inflection. So now you can let me go, right? A flicker of hope sparkled in Kangxiu's eyes as he cautiously inquired, tinged with a note of pleading. Yu cast a dispassionate glance at him, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, then turned and strode towards the basement door. Rest assured, as I mentioned, I'm not a person who delights in killing. Yu glanced back at Kangxiu, reassuring him. Upon hearing Yu's words, Kangxiu's expression brightened with surprise. Tian Yangsheng, take care of this, he commanded without looking back. Yes, young master, Tian Yangsheng replied respectfully, his calm gaze suddenly flashing with a chilling ferocity, akin to a predator poised to pounce. As Yu's figure vanished from the basement door, a piercing, anguished scream erupted behind him. Yu, may you meet a terrible fate. The scream was sharp and brief, abruptly ceasing as if an invisible hand had silenced it instantly. Yu's footsteps continued unabated, and he did not cast a glance back, proceeding directly towards the brightly lit command room. As he had asserted, he would not kill Kangxiu himself, but would orchestrate his demise through his subordinates. He picked up the thick dossier on the table, meticulously compiled from Kangxiu's testimony, and began to study it with great care, swiftly formulating a detailed operational plan for the next steps. The northern region of Myanmar is extraordinarily rich in resources. To gain control here is tantamount to seizing an astonishing quantity of gold, emeralds, and a lucrative drug trade network. This would furnish the Lin Yu Mercenary Corps with a ceaseless stream of financial support for its future development. Within 3 months, he aimed to eradicate all warlord factions in northern Myanmar. Yu's slender fingers gently tapped on the various strongholds marked on the map, murmuring to himself. Next, he envisioned the Golden Triangle region of Southeast Asia, and then his gaze turned towards the distant and profound night sky, his eyes shimmering with boundless ambition and desire, akin to a raging inferno. This was merely the beginning. For Yu, on his grand journey. All of this was but a trifling commencement. Chapter 79. The Golden Era Casino. Yi Yu stood atop a concealed hill in northern Myanmar, gazing down at the area surrounded by high walls and electric fences. The lights twinkled like a galaxy, shimmering in the darkness. This was the renowned Golden Era Casino of northern Myanmar. In the hierarchy of casinos, the Golden Casino was merely a subordinate. Above it was the casino established by the Wa State Army, Yunding Casino. Young Master, intelligence has confirmed that some high-ranking officials from the three warlords will be present at Yunding Casino tonight, Tian Yangsheng reported from behind Yi Yu. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Yu's lips as his fingers lightly tapped the binoculars. These warlords, who committed murder and arson by day, squandered their ill-gotten gains here by night. It truly brings me a sense of delight. Those dirty money I shall collect. It saves us the trouble of tracking them down one by one. Let us gather a bit of interest first. We shall head to the Golden Era tonight. Let them witness what it truly means to gamble with their lives. Lowering the binoculars, a glint of icy determination flickered in Yi Yu's eyes. Do we need to arrange for personnel to surround the casino? Tian Yangsheng inquired, his body slightly leaning forward, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. No, that would be too conspicuous. Tonight, only you and Black Panther, Ivan, will enter. We will assess the situation and act accordingly, Yi Yu replied, shaking his head. Young Master, this is too risky. There are at least 100 bodyguards inside. Black Panther frowned, voicing his concern. Are you worried about my safety, or are you questioning my capabilities? Yi Yu turned to face Black Panther, his gaze indifferent. No, I'm merely Black Panther's body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just what? It's... My subordinates are overthinking, Black Panther murmured, lowering his head. Yi Yu said nothing further and turned to descend the hill. Tian Yangsheng and Black Panther exchanged a glance before following closely behind. The four donned elegant suits and drove to the casino entrance. Upon presenting a black gold card, the security guard's demeanor shifted instantly, bending slightly to guide them. In such places, money always spoke the loudest. Yi Yu cast a cold glance at the obsequious security guard beside him. The opulence within the casino was suffocating. Crystal chandelier, pure, gold embellishments, mahogany gaming tables, all showcased a blend of luxury and decadence. The air was thick with a nauseating yet intoxicating mix of perfume, cigars, and alcohol. Yi Yu stood at the entrance, surveying the scene with the sharp gaze of an eagle. Soon, he spotted the casino manager, known in the underworld as Old Snake. Yi Yu disregarded him and made his way directly to Table 8. Old Snake flipped through the chip statistics. Table 8, 45 minutes, and damn it, $38,000 in clean winnings? Who gave him such audacity? He muttered, not daring to intervene. Don't expect me to cover for you if you lack the finesse. Old Snake rolled up his sleeves. At that moment, Yi Yu was engaged in a hushed conversation with a dealer clad in a cheap how. The female dealer's lips curled into a barely perceptible arc, while her hands discreetly exchanged the concealed cards. A tremor coursed through her fingers, yet none noticed. Can your cards rival my fate? Yi Yu suddenly spoke, her voice a mere whisper, as if she were posing the question solely to herself. The card in the dealer's hands transformed into a searing liability, cold sweat cascading onto the table. Send Ayun to switch tables and play with him. Laoshi commanded into the intercom. Ayun, the casino's star, also served as a clandestine executive in the park, adept at luring clients. Winver à troubles hommes patron émerged. Ayun would appear, effortlessly subduing them and later escorting them to the park for a more meticulous handling. Having changed into a cheap how, Ayun approached, her fragrance preceding her as she settled beside Yi Yu. Sir, the casino is quite intrigued by your prowess. Perhaps a small wager in the backyard? Her fingers delicately caressed the chips. Yi Yu feigned ignorance, tapping the table thrice with her finger. Tian Yangsheng, understanding the cue, subtly maneuvered to the other side while pouring wine. Winning here amounts to mere trifles. Shall we challenge you to witness the true masters of our park? There. The betting limits are limitless, Ayun suggested softly. Are your masters eager to make a move or merely wish to expose their folly? Moreover, is it true that your betting is indeed boundless? Yi Yu's gaze remained fixed on the chips, a smile playing on her lips as she coldly retorted after a moment's pause. Winning excessively invites accidents. Why not exchange for a more secure environment? Ayun leaned closer, her breath nearly brushing against Yiyu's ear. I enjoy watching a group of self-proclaimed seasoned deceivers reveal their flaws. That park of yours must be a veritable hell, indeed. Yiyu arched an eyebrow, her index finger pressing against the edge of the chip, a look of mockery adorning her features. Dear sir, might you extend a courtesy? Today, there happens to be a distinguished guest in the park. Would it be convenient for a friendly match? Lao Shi entered, his demeanor warm as he approached. The regulations of the park are no less pristine than those of the Golden Era. Do you wish to invite me for a drink, or are you seeking a bloodletting? Yi flicked the chip into the air, the motion akin to a reminder. Mr. Yi, everyone enjoys a game. You will surely appreciate the park's rules. Lao Shi maintained his cheerful demeanor as he gestured invitingly. I too wish to see just how audacious you truly are. Yi collected her chips, a cold smirk gracing her lips. The atmosphere suddenly thickened, an invisible current weaving through the air. The casino's rear entrance harbored ambushers, Black Panther and Ivan, each accompanied by 5 men stationed at the flanks. Tian Yangsheng approached, tapping twice on the table to relay a message. How does it feel to be the prey? Quite amusing, Yi nodded, her voice barely audible. Boss, please proceed to the back. Here, our greatest fear is winning too much. Ayun sensed the shift in atmosphere and forced herself to remain composed. Very well. I too wish to witness the life of those who are unaware of the rules of the martial world. Yi remarked, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Young master, should we withdraw for now? Tian Yangsheng inquired softly. The ones who should be afraid are not us, Yi replied calmly. The 4 of them rose and followed Ayun deeper into the casino. Old Snake patted Yiyu's shoulder, his fingertips trembling slightly. Sir, the rules of the arena are simple. Only victory is acceptable. To lose is to forfeit one's life. Old Snake grinned at Yiyu. Living in this world, one fears never encountering a ruthless individual. Just like you now, I detest having unfamiliar people touch my shoulder. You are the first, and perhaps the last. As Yiyu's words fell, a gasp escaped Old Snake's lips as he looked down in disbelief at the blade of a dagger protruding from his chest, blood still dripping from it. How dare you? Old Snake exclaimed before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Behind him, Tian Yangsheng expressionlessly withdrew the dagger and cleaned it on Old Snake's body. Ayun's face paled dramatically.